The Yandere heiress forcibly tied you up at home to possess you and domineeringly took your first time. All because you chose to break up when Su Yueli loved you the most. No matter how much Su Yueli cried, how much she made a scene, or even knelt down to beg you, you resolutely chose to leave. This was all because the Chen family was framed and on the verge of bankruptcy. To avoid dragging Su Yueli down, I transferred all my money to her as a breakup fee. No matter how crazily she searched for me, I no longer showed up. A few years later, Su Yueli began to emerge in the business field, and in just a few years, she created the large Lu Group, becoming the youngest entrepreneur in Haidong. However, no one expected that the first thing Su Yueli did after her success was to use all her connections to find you. On a dilapidated construction site in Haidong, Su Yueli stood quietly, a fitted black dress tightly wrapped around her curvaceous body, the neckline perfectly showcasing her charming collarbone and fair neck. Watching the foreman gather the workers here, Su Yueli scanned the crowd one by one, knowing you must be hiding here. With just one glance, Su Yueli spotted you hidden among the crowd. Amidst the envious gazes of many workers, Su Yueli quickly walked up to you. Lift your head. Su Yueli's cold voice rang out, her face showing a hint of anger. Seeing that she still recognized you, you awkwardly lifted your head. Hello, Mr. Lu, may I ask what you need? Hearing your unfamiliar words, Su Yueli frowned, her expression unreadable, and coldly said, come home with me. Mr. Lu, don't joke around. The construction site is my home. Can't you see I'm at home right now? You forced out a smile that looked worse than crying in response. In that moment, it seemed I caught a glimpse of indifference in Su Yueli's beautiful eyes. I kept lamenting in my heart, it's over. It's over. This is the script of a girlfriend returning successful to tear apart her scumbag ex-boyfriend. Looking at the gash on your mud-stained face, a flash of pity crossed Su Yueli's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference, exuding the authority of someone in a higher position. Well, Mr. Lu, if you have nothing else, I'm going to get to work. I forced myself to calm down and prepared to turn and run away. This hellish battlefield couldn't be delayed, especially since this judge was my ex-girlfriend. Su Yueli grabbed you, who was about to escape, and coldly questioned, Shen Jie, do you have any feelings at all? Mr. Lu, look at the joke you're making. How could I still be standing here without a heart? Seeing you say this without a care, Su Yueli couldn't hold back any longer. She directly pulled out a stack of IOUs from her bag, slapped them on your face, and loudly questioned, Shen Jie, is this your reason for leaving me back then? Looking at the pile of IOUs scattered everywhere, I was taken aback and thought, wow, how could she even find this? Watching the flying IOUs and the gloomy-faced Su Yueli, I couldn't help but wonder what she meant by pulling this out now. Was it about buying back her own debts or wanting me to go home with her? Could it be that she wanted to rekindle our past? No. A relationship with such an imbalance in status is something I absolutely cannot pursue. She is the president of the Lu Group, while I am just a broke guy who has gone bankrupt. And besides, I have hurt her deeply before. If I went back with her, I wouldn't even know how I would be tormented to death. I know how to stab Su Yueli's heart the hardest. So I said, President Lu, as you said, if two people are to part ways, then it is naturally due to a lack of feelings. Besides this, I can't think of anything that can separate two people in love. You only hope that she can hate herself, and then cut off any thoughts she has as soon as possible, especially the thought of bringing herself back. If Su Yueli is willing to help me pay off my debts for free, then I would be very willing to chat with her for a couple of sentences. Su Yueli was amused by your words, looking at you with her beautiful face darkened, and said, Shen Jie, you really haven't changed. You can still step on my landmines with just a few casual words and make me angry. It doesn't matter that you have no feelings for me. After all, I have already acquired all your debts. You can either obediently come back with me to repay your debts with your body, or I will transfer them to a debt collection agency at a low price. Before you run away, you better think it through. You still have a sister studying in Haidong. If you can't pay back the money, those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Su Yueli dusted off her hands, and her words were full of threats. I can't believe it. Su Yueli, you really don't have any sense of honor. Threatening with family is just unacceptable. You only have 10 seconds to think. I'll go back with you, I said somewhat helplessly. I didn't expect that after all these years, Su Yueli was still the same as before, always able to easily find your weakness. Come with me. After saying that, Su Yueli didn't look back at you and walked ahead on her own. There was no choice, you could only lower your head and follow behind Su Yueli, getting into her black car under the envious gazes of your co-workers. The car was filled with a stifling atmosphere that made you feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing you fidgeting, Su Yueli let out a cold laugh, lifted your face with her long fingers, gently caressing it, and murmured to herself, Shen Jie, do you know how much effort I put in to find you? Don't think about escaping again. After saying that, She intended to turn over and demand from you. Seeing Su Yue like this, you pushed her away in a bit of a panic, not expecting her expression to instantly turn cold. Su Yue thought that after so many years of finding you and acquiring all your debts, you would happily throw yourself into her arms, crying and begging for a hug and comfort, but she didn't expect you to react so indifferently. What do you mean? Su Yue angrily asked, gripping your collar. Seeing Su Yue's angry expression, you awkwardly said, Mr. Liu, it's been so many years, the matter is already in the past, and I've already given you the breakup fee. Why do you still have to hold on to me? The debts you helped me with, I will pay you back through working. Shen Zhe, do you know what you are talking about? Su Yue, suddenly going mad for some reason, tightly gripped your neck. Su Yue laughed, a very tragic laugh, her emotions breaking down, and shouted at you, it's over? Did you ever ask me about my past? Do you know how I've been living all these years? Why did you, knowing full well that I am an orphan, recklessly barge into my world? Why did you leave me without even a few words of explanation? Shen Zhe, don't you know that the thing I hate most in this life is being abandoned by others? Shen Zhe, I really hoped you were dead back then. After venting, Su Yue slowly loosened her grip, and the anger in her eyes was gradually replaced by indifference. Shen Zhe, it's time for you to pay your debts. Su Yue casually threw a contract in front of you and said coldly, sign it. Su Yue seemed to know you wouldn't read it, so she directly said, you owe over 9 million in external debts. As long as you marry me for 3 years, I will waive this debt for you. As long as you fulfill the obligations in the contract, I will also give you 100,000 in maintenance fees every month. Then, fearing that you would disagree, Su Yue pressed your hand and threatened, Shen Zhe, think of your sister. You have no choice. You glanced at the thick stack of paper in your hand. Although you didn't know what Su Yue had written inside, you could guess that it was definitely a pile of unequal treaties. Looking at Su Yue's predatory gaze, you dejectedly flipped to the last page and signed your name. Only then did Su Yue satisfactorily put away the contract, a hint of cunning and a touch of excitement showing in her eyes. You noticed the change in Su Yue's expression and suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Back at Su Yue's manor, she looked at you, who was covered in dirt, with some disdain, and then instructed the butlers, wash him clean with the hose. After saying that, she walked into the villa without looking back. After the butler carefully washed you clean, he took you to the door of Su Yue's bedroom and then left discreetly. I braced myself and pushed open the door, only to see a graceful figure in a silk nightgown sitting by the bed. The nightgown flowed smoothly along her curves, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. No wonder she was rated as the most beautiful female entrepreneur in Haidong. Su Yue looked at you, who had already been cleaned up and was standing at the door, with satisfaction, her gaze resembling that of someone looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Come here. Su Yue beckoned with her finger, and you hesitated to move. Su Yue was clearly acting strangely. Did she not want to fulfill her obligations right after signing the contract? Seeing you standing still, a flicker of anger flashed in Su Yue's eyes as she stepped forward, grabbed your collar, and threw you onto the bed. Do you want to see what the contract says? Su Yue pinned you down on the bed. Mr. Liu, please have some self-respect. We are not suitable. You now understand what Su Yue wants to do, but isn't this kind of thing usually about mutual consent? What's wrong? You don't want to? Su Yue leaned closer to your face and said, weren't you thinking about me every day back then? You started to struggle, turning your face away to avoid Su Yue's gaze, and weakly said, back then, I just thought you were always cold, so I wanted to tease you a bit. Don't take it seriously. Su Yue sneered. Shen Zhe, do you think if I had given myself to you back then, you wouldn't have disappeared? Or did you deliberately disappear because you couldn't have me? Don't say that. I'm scared. Su Yue's expression clearly suggested she wanted to devour you. Scared of what? Scared that you won't be able to disappear guilt-free in the future? Or scared that I will cling to you later? Looking at Gu Lichuan's resistant appearance, Su Yuli's good-looking eyes were filled with anger, and as soon as she grabbed a bottle of mineral water with its packaging torn off placed on the bedside, she fiercely poured it into his mouth without saying a word. Cough cough cough. Gu Lichuan was Su Yuli. This sudden move got overwhelmed. Do not know what she is going to do. A lot of water choked out sprayed on Su Yuli's nightgown. But soon, Gu Lichuan knew what Su Yuli was doing. You looked at Su Yuli, then eyes confused, lying on his own body, but he could not give birth to a little resistance strength. Gu Lichuan knew he was finished. Gu Lichuan, why do you think you were so cruel to leave me in the first place? I obviously loved you so much in the first place. Why did you bear to leave me behind? Why? Su Yuli cried, pressing down on Gu Lichuan and touching Gu Lichuan's chest as if caressing a beloved toy. Why did you pull me out of the darkness and then give your hand to push me back in? Why? The more Su Yuli spoke, the The more she couldn't contain herself and broke down and went crazy. But it's okay, if you ever abandon me again, I'll break your legs and chain you up so you can stay with me forever. Gu Lichuan, do you think it's better for me to knock off your left leg first or your right leg first if you dare to run? Suddenly Suyuli looked as if she had thought of a good idea and laughed up to the sky. Gu Lichuan, why don't I just make you into a mannequin doll? That way you won't be able to abandon me and stay with me forever. Don't you do this. Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli's sickly appearance and was terrified, wanting to push her away, but how could he not use his hands? And his consciousness began to gradually blur. Before he lost consciousness, Gu Lichuan saw that Suyuli's tears rustled and rolled down that stunningly beautiful and pretty face, and as she tore the clothes off of him, she said, Gu Lichuan, you're mine, don't even think about leaving me again in this life. The author has hidden the VIP paid content and won't show it even if you pay. I don't know how long it took before Gu Lichuan opened his eyes drowsily, feeling pain all over his body, unable to move a bit. Suyuli sat on the edge of the bed, not caring about the bloodstained skirt and messy hair, caressing a piece of bright red fabric cut from the bedsheet in her hand. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who had already come to his senses, Suyuli leaned over and bit his lips in one bite, her complexion somewhat manic. After a while, Suyuli let go, licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and touched his face again, saying with some pity, Gu Lichuan, you must be hungry. I'll give you something to eat below. Gu Lichuan looked at the deep possessiveness in her eyes and couldn't help but shiver. No, before also did not find her so sickly. This to live with her for 3 years. No, not to mention 3 years, is a year we'll have to give him to eat dry wipe clean. No, have to escape. This woman is crazy now. Gu Lichuan would rather go back to the construction site to work to pay her back than be ravaged by her like this. Woo-hoo-hoo, help! Taking advantage of Suyuli's efforts to leave, Gu Lichuan wanted to hurry to find clothes to escape, but found that the clothes on his body were torn apart by Suyuli and scattered all over the place, and it was surprising that he couldn't see a single piece of intact clothing in this house. As if she knew Gu Lichuan was going to escape, Suyuli suddenly folded back while Gu Lichuan was still rummaging around blindly, her nails gently raking across his face as she gently asked, Gu Lichuan, you said you wouldn't leave me behind again, right? No, it won't. Gu Lichuan was startled by Suyuli's actions. His eyelids jumped straight up, but his body didn't dare to move at all. She's so crazy now that she's going to break his legs and imprison him and turn him into a doll. Who dares to move? How dare you? I'm asking you, do you dare? Hearing Gu Lichuan's words of assurance, Suyuli seemed like a little girl who had gotten a beloved toy, looking at him tenderly with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Gu Lichuan, it's good that you won't leave me behind again, or else I'll have to turn you into a mannequin doll and lock you up in a black and dark box forever, so that you can stay with me forever. Suyuli laughed hideously. Mad. Completely mad. Gu Lichuan completely collapsed, wailing inwardly, I know it was wrong of me to leave you in the first place, but don't become like this. I don't want to die. Looking at the dark noodles in front of him, Gu Lichuan swallowed hard, although the heart was prepared and knew what level Suyuli's cooking skills were. This is too. Is there a possibility that Xiao Huang, who eats leftovers every day at their construction site, eats better than this? No dude, you're still picking on the meal our gorgeous Su made for you herself? What's wrong? You don't like it? Looking at Gu Lichuan's somewhat embarrassed expression, Suyuli's complexion was a bit gloomy. Gu Lichuan looked at the bowl of noodles held in Suyuli's hand and swallowed hard. Gu Lichuan, it's okay if you don't like it. From now on I'll make you like everything about me. For a long time to see Gu Lichuan action, Suyuli waited a little impatient, reached out and forcefully pinched his chin to force Gu Lichuan to open his mouth, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a large mass of noodles hard to Gu Lichuan's mouth stuffed. Looking at the black pile of things to be inlet, Gu Lichuan rushed to struggle up. This is to eat or not on the spot dead? But the soft limbs left Gu Lichuan without much strength to resist. Seeing that Gu Lichuan actually dared to resist, Suyuli's face changed. The gentleness in her eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by viciousness. Gu Lichuan, you still dare to disobey. Do you want to become? I'll eat. I'll do it myself. Gu Lichuan was scared when he saw Suyuli's appearance, and reason told him not to disobey Suyuli at this moment, or the consequences would be disastrous. Gu Lichuan hurriedly grabbed the bowl that was placed on the table by Suyuli and forced it to be stuffed into his belly. Suyuli looked at Gu Lichuan's wolfish swallowing with satisfaction, stretching out her slender fingers to pull back the quilt, gently tracing over his abs. A hint of hidden greed flashed through Suyuli's beautiful eyes, which happened to be captured by Gu Lichuan. This isn't right. This is so wrong. Gu Lichuan hurriedly grabbed the quilt tightly to wrap his whole body, fearing that Suyuli would make any more dangerous moves. Suyuli looked at Gu Lichuan's little white rabbit-like appearance, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a dangerous arc. What's the matter? Is this shyness, Gu Lichuan? But it's okay. I'll take the initiative. Listening to Su Yuli's words of wolf and tiger, Gu Lichuan was even more tightly grasping the quilt on his body and refused to let go. But he soon realized that he was still careless. Su Yuli even moved in the face. The familiar feeling of powerlessness once again came towards Gu Lichuan. The limbs have become limp again. This defense has not yet been established by Su Yuli to break through. Chapter: The Sick Devil Who Eats People Without Spitting Bones 3. The following morning, the faintest of morning light leaked down from under the cracks of the trees and through the bright windows, reflecting on the dust floating in the room. Gu Lichuan opened his eyes blankly. Su Yuli was no longer there. Didn't get his legs broken or locked up, did he? Gu Lichuan quickly lifted the quilt to take a look, which put his heart down. There is no way. Really? Gu Lichuan heard Su Yuli yesterday those crazy batch of speeches, some fear. Mainly heard that, obviously not joking but from the heart. Who could not be afraid of this? Looking at the bedside, that neatly arranged stack of clean clothes Gu Lichuan rushed to put on before slowing down. Rubbing his waist, which was about to break, he contemplated what it would take to escape. After experiencing yesterday's night, Gu Lichuan really had no way to connect the current Su Yuli with the previous Su Yuli who, although she liked to keep a cold face, was so soft that she could only oink. Now she's just a sickly, bone-eating demoness. Gu Lichuan's heart flooded with mutterings. Can't be when he was dumped by his own mental shock into this, right? If he could give Gu Lichuan another chance to start over, Gu Lichuan would say nothing to provoke her again. This was a little too scary. Where's the system? Quickly give me out. If you don't come out, I'm going to lose my life. *degree***. Sir, Miss is waiting for you in the living room for breakfast. Please hurry over or Miss will be angry. The door of the house was suddenly knocked on, and the butler's urging voice came from outside. Okay, this is coming. No. Now when he heard Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan was unconsciously a little scared. And when he heard that Su Yuli was going to be angry, Gu Lichuan was even more scared that his legs were going to be soft. Alright. Well, the weak legs were definitely because Su Yuli was scared, not because of any other strange reasons. Gu Lichuan limped to the living room holding his waist. Su Yuli was sitting at the dining table with two exquisite breakfasts in front of her. Well, it was good that it wasn't the dark cuisine made by Su Yuli. Looking at the exquisite breakfast on the table, Gu Lichuan let out a sigh of relief. Sit. Su Yuli used her fork to lightly point to the empty seat in front of her, signaling Gu Lichuan to sit across from her. Her voice cold. Gu Lichuan draws the corners of his mouth. Not how does this feel? A bit wrong. Obviously when she was with Su Yuli before, it was never Gu Lichuan himself who commanded her, right? Now she was actually commanding herself backwards against the Big Dipper. Angry. Gu Lichuan was angry. So angry that the hand that pulled out the chair was a little trembling and not listening. Looking at the breakfast in front of him that was pushed by Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan fell into silence. We can't move anything this time, can we? With yesterday's lesson, Gu Lichuan was now reasonably skeptical of everything Su Yuli gave. Looking at Gu Lichuan's appearance, Su Yuli frowned. A hint of annoyance flashed under her eyes and said, "Why can't you get used to eating?" Looking at the somewhat impatient Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan only put down his heart, thinking that this time should be able to eat. Reaching out and ready to get the tableware. If you're not used to eating it, then don't eat it. Gu Lichuan's hand hadn't even touched the cutlery when a cool voice rang out from his ears. And then he saw a pair of good-looking white jade hands picking up the plate in front of him and dumping the breakfast inside into the trash can under the table in one smooth motion. What? Gu Lichuan's head was full of questions. No. I didn't say I wouldn't eat. Besides, I also put in so much physical labor yesterday, right? I'm hungry now. Did you labor yesterday? Didn't you pass out and have to labor? Su Yuli elegantly stuffed the last small tomato into her mouth, carelessly got up and said with a ghostly cold voice, "Pack up, go out with me at 10 o'clock. Where to? Gu Lichuan was still looking at the breakfast in the garbage can, thinking that this garbage can looked quite clean. If Su Yuli didn't give him any more food, should he fish them out of it and give them a little bit of residual heat? Mainly he was really hungry. Hungry crazy kind. In the end, reason overcame desire. Gu Lichuan turned his head and met Su Yuli's good-looking eyes, and saw a hint of dislike in them. While Gu Lichuan admitted to being extremely disgusted, the corner of Su Yuli's mouth hung up a grim arc and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You just have to be good and obey. Otherwise the consequences you know." Gu Lichuan looked at the lipstick marks on his neck in the mirror and simply wanted to cry. Shame. It's all a shame. Forcefully wiping off the marks on his neck, Gu Lichuan took fresh water to wash his face and turned on his cell phone. Well, Su Yuli is still quite trustworthy. Looking at the card, more than 100,000 yuan. Gu Lichuan suddenly felt that Su Yuli is not unable to serve. He is content to be a rich woman adopted only to take the money of the white boy on the good. $100,000 a month? How many bricks do you have to move on a construction site to get $100,000? This thought. Before the trouble Gu Lichuan, those troubles are solved. Su Yuli is now simply his Gold Master Greatly. Gold Master Greatly a little difficult to serve is not supposed to be well. Soon 10 o'clock arrived, and Su Yuli took Gu Lichuan in her little red sports car. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's taut face along the way, and kept considering whether or not to amuse his Golden Master Greatly. Gu Lichuan cleared his throat and spoke carefully. Mr. Su, it's a beautiful day today. Su Yuli just glanced at him lightly, concentrating on driving and not speaking. No fun. See the Golden Master Greatly unwilling to pay attention to him. Gu Lichuan had to shut up. This if the Golden Master Greatly to get angry again will not be worth the loss. Che, still the same as before. Cold face all the time. So boring. The car drove into the largest shopping mall in Haidong. Su Yuli parked the car and pulled Gu Lichuan into a men's clothing store, picking out a few pieces of clothing and throwing them at him indifferently. Change. Gu Lichuan happy bad. This Gold Master Greatly really good. Packaged food and housing also give new clothes to wear. It's just that you can't let him pay for it. And this one piece of clothing is thousands of dollars. And he only has the Golden Master's reward of $100,000 in his pocket in the morning. Changing his clothes and coming out, Su Yuli sized him up and nodded with satisfaction, signaling to wrap these up. Phew. Fortunately it was Su Yuli who went to pay in the end. Gu Lichuan secretly swore in his heart. Golden Master Great really didn't let me down. I will definitely do my best to serve Golden Lord greatly in the future. Looking at the big bag in his hand, so heavy that he couldn't carry it, Gu Lichuan suddenly regretted the oath he had taken. That oath should be returnable in 7 days, right? If you can't, 3 days? Oh no! 24 hours. 24 hours is enough. Long time no see Yuli. Walking back to the underground parking lot, a handsome man walks up to greet Su Yuli with a smile, at the same time glancing towards Gu Lichuan behind Su Yuli and smiled. Yuli, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him? The face of Su Yuli, who was originally somewhat happy, instantly turned ugly and said in a cold voice, "What's it to you? Iyo I go. There is a situation this is." Gu Lichuan was happy to see this situation. This is Su Yuli's suitor, and it's not coincidental. It's the kind that Su Yuli hates extremely. That kind of tone, that kind of attitude. He'd seen a lot of it when he was in college. Gu Lichuan stole a smile. It seems that tonight, the city is destined to have one more sad person. Hurrying forward to hold Su Yuli's arm, Gu Lichuan dealt with Su Yuli's suitors as he did in college, asking ambiguously to Su Yuli, who is this? You don't need to care, just hide away when you see it in the future, said Su Yuli, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. Gu Lichuan was confused. Hey no, in the previous script, there was no this action in the back. When that man saw this scene, his face became extremely ugly, and undisguised hostility and dissatisfaction flowed out of his eyes as he looked at Gu Lichuan, but he couldn't afford to lash out in front of Su Yuli. In the end, he could only look at the two people who were intimate and unwillingly turned around to leave. After Su Yuli released Gu Lichuan, she complimented with a touch of complacency on her face. Well done. Then can you reduce my sentence by 2 months? Gu Lichuan was a little hurt as he pulled out a wet wipe and wiped his lips vigorously, clearly dissatisfied with this temporary addition to Su Yuli's behavior. Watching the movements of Gu Lichuan's hands, Su Yuli's face instantly became gloomy and she walked towards the car without looking back. Apparently, Gu Lichuan hadn't realized where he'd gone wrong. Chapter, then there will be no divorce in the future for. Get out of the car. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yuli indifferently said to Gu Lichuan, who was relying on the car. Mr. Su, I don't think this is necessary. Su, looking at the Civil Affairs Bureau in front of him, Gu Lichuan, but he knew what Su Yuli's main purpose of bringing him out was. Knew she wasn't just bringing herself out for the benefit of her employees. Su Yuli even wanted to get bound to herself. Seeing Gu Lichuan tugging on the car door and refusing to get off, Su Yuli, who was sitting in the driver's seat, slightly twisted her head and her gaze fell straight onto his body. When he met Su Yuli's beautiful but sulky eyes, Gu Lichuan admitted that he had conceded defeat. He was too busy to let go, then moved quickly to roll off the car, his mouth trying to stall. Good luck Su total. But, Mr. Su, that my ID card did not bring. The documents cannot do. Or we now go back to take? Unexpectedly, Su Yuli just looked at him lightly, and then very calmly reached into her bag and pulled out 2 ID cards from it. Seeing this scene, Gu Lichuan was dumbfounded. Holy, that was prepared. And no, wait, when did her own ID get to her? That Mr. Su, even if you have an ID card, you can't. I don't have my account book with me. Gu Lichuan looked at the ID card in Su Yuri's hand and said with a straight face, Humph, kiddo, you should always be without this one. It's fine, there's no need for a household register now. As if she knew that Gu Lichuan would say this, Su Yuli unhurriedly gently closed the bag in her hand and then responded while slowly closing the car door beside her. Gu Lichuan's smile suddenly froze on his face. I go. Miscalculated. If I had known, I would have buried it under a tree, or I would not have been able to be slaughtered as I am now. Mr. Su, you see this marriage is too troublesome. Why don't we just omit this step? Anyway, after coming back to the expiration of the contract you still have to leave. Troublesome, isn't it? Gu Lichuan still tried to make a final struggle. Su Yuli frowned, her eyes instantly sharpened, and as she pulled him down, she asked, What? You're thinking of divorce now before you're even married? Do you want to see what is written in the contract you signed? Gu Lichuan was Su Yuli stared at some panic, muttered in a low voice, overbearing terms are not protected by law. And in duplicate, my share you did not give me not. Feeling the kind of murderous aura emanating from Su Yuli's body that wanted to strangle herself, Gu Lichuan, unsurprisingly, once again conceded. Seeing as I can get $100,000 a month, I'll be a big man for the time being. I'll spare her this time for the time being. Just this once. Gu Lichuan to himself in a constant said. Pua. Gu Lichuan, who didn't escape, obediently followed Su Yuli into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mr. Su, that you see that there are so many people. Why don't we reschedule for another day? Gu Lichuan said happily as he pointed to a long queue. Su Yuli glanced coldly at the direction of Gu Lichuan's finger and said, That side is divorced. Oh, Mr. Su, you see how troublesome it is to get a divorce, and you have to queue up. How about we? Yes, then we won't be divorced afterward. Line. Get it? Gu Lichuan is convinced, digging a pit for himself to lie in, but also raised a handful of soil. The wedding queue was cold and clear, and soon arrived at Su Yuli two people. Seeing that his happy career is about to be cut short, Gu Lichuan constantly spat in his heart, not you in front of more people It is best to line up to the end of the day cannot be lined up only good. You efficiency so fast to do, cannot learn from the next window efficiency. Come on. Newcomers smile. The photographer said to the two Su Yuli under the camera. Listening to the photography teacher's words, Su Yuli naturally laughed out, but Gu Lichuan couldn't laugh at all. Who can laugh at this being forced to come and marry their ex-girlfriend? Can you do it? I asked you if you could. Smile. Seeing that the photographer looked a bit strange, Su Yuli turned her head and saw Gu Lichuan's stiff face, and without hesitation, she gave him an order. Excessive. Even laughing is a problem. I like to cry all the time. Just cry. Just cry. Gu Lichuan aggravatedly tried to think of all the funniest jokes of this generation. The smile on his face which barely passed Su Yuli's request. After all, a man under the roof had to bow his head, and besides, the one who made the request was still his golden master. Dada. Just a smile? Is that too much to ask? It's not. Not at all. Woohoo. The back of the formalities quickly done. Gu Lichuan took the staff, handed him a small red book to the hand has not yet covered the heat. Eyes were Su Yuli grabbed over and tore off. Gu Lichuan was a bit confused. Hey? No. Why are you tearing mine up? You tore mine up, how am I going to come back and get a divorce? Su Yuli casually threw the debris into the garbage can by the side of the road, came over and hooked his chin and said, Gu Lichuan, now that we're legally married, it's time for you to fulfill your obligations as a husband. What obligation? Gu Lichuan stammered as he played dumb with wide eyes. Just married. Su Yuli was in an exceptionally good mood. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as she looked at Gu Lichuan and said, What do you think? Watching Su Yuli get closer and closer, Gu Lichuan hurriedly backed away. This is inconvenient, right? Su Yuli tilted her head and looked at Gu Lichuan, after thinking about it as if she felt that it really wasn't that convenient right now, and that's all that she could do, so she spared him at that moment as well, and gently crossed his cheeks with her fingers and said, Shy it, but it's okay, it won't be too late to wait for it to be done after she gets home. Gu Lichuan, it's over. If I had known just now, I would not have refused. In the street at most, just kiss and hug. After going back, what she wants cannot be said. Re-election. I demand a re-election. Woohoo. Just as she entered the house, Su Yuli threw her high heels off and walked towards Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan nervously stepped back, his back against the wall. Su Yuli braced her hands on the wall, trapping him in the middle. Mr. Su, I'm a little tired after shopping around today. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Gu Lichuan tried to beg for mercy. Su Yuli, however, let out a light laugh and hooked Gu Lichuan's face. Her voice a little cold. Tired? You haven't done anything yet today. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Just when Gu Lichuan thought she wanted to do something to herself, Su Yuli suddenly straightened up, let go of Gu Lichuan and said, I'm hungry. Go make me something to eat. Oh, so that's it. That's no problem. Gu Lichuan numbly rolled and crawled to escape from the kitchen, fearing that a second later Su Yuli would give him a snap. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's back as he fled. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Now she can make some preparations for her wedding night. She can't be as hasty as she was yesterday. Just as Gu Lichuan finished the meal and brought it to the table, he saw Su Yuli sitting at the table in her pajamas waiting obediently to be fed like she used to do when they didn't break up. The two long plush ears that dangled from the hood on her nightgown were gently twisted by her slender fingers. Good boy. Just like before the breakup. If only she could be this good all the time. Gu Lichuan thought silently in his heart. Compared to the current Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan still likes the former Su Yuli who was obedient to him. Seeing Gu Lichuan come, Su Yuli patted the seat beside her, signaling him to sit down. Gu Lichuan carefully sat over. Su Yuli opened a bottle of red wine, carelessly poured him a glass, gently sipped and then pushed it to him. Gu Lichuan looked at the lipstick marks printed on the glass of wine. A little itchy throat, hesitated or drank it down. This just after she had a sip of it should not be anything, right? The liquor slid down his throat and a strange sensation came over him. Gu Lichuan? No? Got hit again? Su Yuli's eyes curved into a crescent moon. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were permeated with a cunningness and pleasure that she could not hide. You. Gu Lichuan pointed at the wineglass and said with difficulty, brother, since you are tired, then let Yuer hold brother to sleep. Tonight brother do not need to move anything. Oh. Su Yuli stood up and picked up Gu Lichuan who fell to the ground and gently whispered. Chapter, Brother don't ignore Yuer 5. Early in the morning, Gu Lichuan opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the mess on the ground and the shredded clothes on his body and fell into deep thought. Is this right? It's not right. Gu Lichuan struggled to sit up from the bed, and the soreness coming from his waist made him grunt lightly. Hiss, it hurts. Su Yuli, your hand is really hard. You have to play with me to make me useless. Just as Gu Lichuan was still sitting on the bed doubting his life, the door was suddenly pushed open and Su Yuli walked in with a bowl of porridge. Awake? Have some porridge if you're awake. Not hungry. Not hungry. Gu Lichuan's face flashed a trace of imperceptible panic, but quickly regained his composure and hastily waved his head. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't hungry. After all, I hadn't eaten all day yesterday. Okay? But Su Yuli gave him something he really didn't dare to eat now. Su Yuli really didn't want to let him go even if there was a single chance of. Seeing Gu Lichuan's refusal, Su Yuli came closer to him with the kanji, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. How can you not eat? Are you saying this on purpose to make me feed you? Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's dangerous appearance that seemed to be smiling. How do I feel that this hand is a bit out of control? This hand is really no good as soon as it is threatened. It will not listen to the command. Looking at Gu Lichuan obediently took the bowl of porridge in her hand. Su Yuli slightly leaned forward. Her slender white hand gently touched Gu Lichuan's head. That's right. Be good. Looking at the thick and dense porridge soup simmering in his hand, the tantalizing aroma rushed into Gu Lichuan's nostrils, and Gu Lichuan gulped, and his stomach indisputably growled. Forget it, let's just die. At least we can't be a starving ghost. Gu Lichuan picked up the spoon with a trembling hand, slowly scooped up a spoonful and sent it into his mouth. The sweet taste instantly spread out on his tongue, constantly stimulating his taste buds, simply making him want to stop. Maybe it's because he's too hungry. This porridge is extraordinarily delicious. Gu Lichuan didn't eat a few mouthfuls of a bowl at the bottom. Seeing Gu Lichuan obediently finish eating, Su Yuli's brows and eyes curved into a nice arc, reaching out to run her hand through his hair that she had just rubbed into disarray. Looking at Su Yuli in this state, Gu Lichuan resigned himself to lying on the bed. However, after waiting for half a day, his body did not have any abnormalities. Gu Lichuan opened his eyes and saw a hint of teasing in Su Yuli's good-looking eyes. Why are you so afraid of me laying something on you? Su Yuli's clear and cold voice came out. Gu Lichuan subconsciously nodded his head, then reacted incorrectly, shaking his head extremely quickly. Su Yuli had a hint of danger in her eyes, gently caressing his cheeks and said, Gu Lichuan, as long as you are obedient, or else. Su Yuli's hand suddenly exerted force, and her sharp nails scratched out a line of blood on his face. Su, I promise, guarantee your obedience. You, don't be like this, I'm afraid. Gu Lichuan swallowed his saliva and pretended to look at her deeply, trying to beg her to let himself go. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's falsely pleasing appearance and froze slightly, then loosened her hand and let out a cold laugh. Gu Lichuan, stop pretending. Your pretending makes me sick. No? Gu Lichuan was confused. This woman knows herself so well? How does she know she's pretending? Is she a bad actress? How did she know she was pretending? Su Yuli seems to be really angry. Fiercely pressed on Gu Lichuan's body to pinch his neck to kiss up. Su Yuli was too hard, and Gu Lichuan, who had his throat pinched, couldn't gasp up a bit of air, and his hand pushed violently. accidentally pushing her off the bed. Bang! The two of them were confused. That, Sue, Mr. Sue, yes, I am sorry, I didn't mean it. Su Yuli, who had fallen to the ground with an iron color, suddenly laughed out loud, laughing somewhat hysterically and heartlessly. Gu Lichuan, do you have to be like this to be obedient? Su Yuli stood up and said viciously, reaching out to take the mineral water placed at the top of the bed and pouring it into Gu Lichuan's mouth without saying a word. Gu Lichuan closed his eyes in resignation. Come on, he still hadn't escaped. Cough cough cough. The cold, piercing stream of water poured unmercifully down Gu Lichuan's throat, mercilessly scraping the fragile mucous membranes in his throat, bringing on bursts of stinging pain and a burning sensation. Su Yuli tightly held down Gu Lichuan's neck to prevent him from having the slightest chance to struggle and escape, and kept pouring the water in her hand into his mouth, while she gritted her teeth and growled. Gu Lichuan, if you're still so unwilling to be obedient, I don't mind keeping you like this all the time. After filling all the bottles of water in her hands, Su Yuli gently hugged Gu Lichuan's face, looking at the immobilized him with a gentle face, as if she was examining a precious toy that she loved and couldn't get rid of, with the light of possessiveness and control flashing in her eyes. Gu Lichuan looked at the crazy batch to the extreme. Su Yuli to go crazy. Crazy, this woman is really crazy. This is now clearly what their lives are. Looking at Su Yuli's eyes that were full of love and care, Gu Lichuan's eyes went black and he fainted once again. By the time Gu Lichuan opened his eyes again, the night was already deep. Su Yuli sat on the bed covered in alcohol and stared blankly at him, her small face red and her eyes fluttering, looking like she had drunk a lot of alcohol. Gu Lichuan was a little hairy from her stare and didn't dare to speak, but seeing as Su Yuli was drunk like this, she definitely wouldn't let herself go. If I had known that I would not open my eyes, or else I could still play dead. Now what can be done? Someone knows not. Waiting online quite urgent. Brother, want a hug? Su Yuli opened her mouth to speak, pouncing towards Gu Lichuan with her hands outstretched. Gu Lichuan steadily caught Su Yuli to hold her in his arms, his heart a hairy feeling. This feeling? Su Yuli, this is the essence of separation? Brother, want a kiss? Su Yuli, who had jumped into Gu Lichuan's arms, was obviously a little less than satisfied, raising her head to look at him with teary eyes. Looking at the aggrieved Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan was shaken for a moment, and for a moment he seemed to see the lovely and loving Su Yuli from before, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face like before. So soft, so bouncy, so smooth. Su Yuli was first stunned, then she hugged his neck and wailed, "Woohoo, brother, woohoots brother, moon." Su Yuli was crying so hard that Gu Lichuan couldn't hear what she was saying for a while and could only keep patting her back to comfort her. Alright, you won't cry. Gu Lichuan comforted. Woohoo, don't cry. Gu Lichuan coaxed for half a day, but unexpectedly Su Yuli cried even louder. Gu Lichuan convinced, this is too difficult to coax. Do not coax. Destroy it. It's better to make him dizzy. Stop crying. Ignore you if you cry. Gu Lichuan pushed Su Yuli away and roared violently. This thought was to directly provoke Su Yuli and then give himself dizzy. Forget it. Did not expect to be pushed away. Su Yuli stopped sobbing, pitifully looked at him, small hands constantly rubbing the corner of the clothes. You won't cry anymore. Brother, don't ignore you. Ha? I'm going? A surprise? Is this okay? Gu Lichuan was shocked. He really didn't expect that this little guy, Su Yuli, would have two faces. Go, get me some clothes. Gu Lichuan tried to give Su Yuli an order and said, anyway, it is already broken. The big deal is that it is a death. If it is not dead, then it will be the future. Blood money in. See Su Yuli actually obediently go to him to find clothes. Gu Lichuan think they are again line. This is not easy to pinch. Su Yuli, go get me some more food to go. Gu Lichuan gave Su Yuli an order again in his clothes. Chapter, did you have fun last night? 6. Come here. Enjoying the food served by Su Yuli in a big mouthful, Gu Lichuan burped with satisfaction and looked towards Su Yuli, who stood by the side and was a bit restless, and beckoned towards her. Now was a good time. Gu Lichuan had to talk terms with her while she was still obedient, although I didn't know if Su Yuli would recognize it when she was awake. But what if? Su Yuli carefully walked over with her head lowered like a little girl who made a mistake. Cell phone out. Oh, brother here. Su Yuli fished out her cell phone from her pocket and handed it to him. What's the password? Su Yuli lowered her head, her small face turned even redder. Humming softly, she said, brother's birthday. I go. Cell phone password is their own birthday? Gu Lichuan looked at the Su Yuli in front of him a little scared. This is obviously want to die with him all his life to the end. Tortured to death rhythm ah. Gu Lichuan opened the recording to Su Yuli and threatened. Do you want your brother to like you in the future? You must do well in all these points I said below. Do you hear me? Or else brother will never ignore you again. When Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan's threat, she hurriedly tugged on his coat corner and said in a somewhat panicked manner, "Brother, don't ignore Yuer. Yuer will be obedient. And whatever brother says Yuer will do it." Gu Lichuan looked at this appearance of Su Yuli, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "First of all, in the future, you can no longer threaten your brother, and you can no longer give your brother those messy things to drink. Later on, you will go and throw them all away. Do you hear me?" He was really scared. Every time Su Yuli went crazy he didn't have any good fruit to eat. This matter must be put in the first place to give a solution. Su Yuli nervously rubbed the corners of her coat and didn't say anything, as if there was some resistance inside. "Is it because you want your brother to ignore you?" Looking at Su Yuli's hesitant demeanor, Gu Lichuan appropriately increased the intensity of his threat. Brother don't ignore Yuer. Yuer listens to brother all the time." Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan's threat and hurriedly said in a resigned manner, "Secondly, from tomorrow onwards, go back to taking care of the company properly. You can't pester your brother all day long." Su Yuli retorted in a small voice, "The company side can be run without Yuer going to take care of it often. Yuer wants to accompany brother every day. How dare you talk back? Is it because you want your brother to dislike you?" No. Yuer will take care of the company. Brother don't dislike Yuer. Third, even though you're married to your brother, you can't sleep with him in the future. You have to sleep separately. You hear me?" As soon as Gu Lichuan's words fell, Su Yuli rushed up and fiercely hugged his arm and cried, "Whoa, don't. Brother don't. Yuer don't want to sleep separately from her husband." Gu Lichuan frowned and just wanted to proceed to threaten Su Yuli, and before he could think of how to threaten her to obediently submit, he heard Su Yuli's cries getting smaller and smaller. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Su Yuli, who was tired of crying and just hugged his arm and fell asleep. "What? I can't. I haven't agreed to the most important one yet. Waking her up now, I don't know if she'll be as good as she was just now." "Forget it. You can't eat a fatty in one bite. It's better to take your time. Since you know Su Yuli's weaknesses, Gu Lichuan isn't afraid that he won't be able to pin her down in the future." Carrying Su Yuli to the bed and covering her up, looking at Su Yuli's well-behaved appearance, Gu Lichuan reached out and pinched her little face, thinking that it would be nice if she could always look like this. Satisfied with the recording saved and sent to their own green bubble, will record are deleted cleanly. Gu Lichuan and carefully check again did not find any problems, which will Su Yuli's cell phone on the bedside. Tiptoe away. In the guest room, this night's sleep extraordinarily comfortable. After waking up, Gu Lichuan waist does not hurt, head is not dizzy, the whole person is refreshed. After sobering up, Gu Lichuan snapped and walked to the dining table. His heart breaking. I hope Su Yuli doesn't remember how he threatened her yesterday. Su Yuli on the dining table was eating breakfast in small bites. When she saw Gu Lichuan come out, she raised her head and looked at him with an expressionless cold grunt. "Come here." Gu Lichuan slowly moved toward her. Looking at this, can't be remembering what happened last night, right? Did you have fun last night? Cold sweat in Gu Lichuan's head straight up. Is not the essence of it, should not be submerged in it? How come the memories are still interchangeable? She doesn't really want to settle scores, does she? It's true that if you don't die, you won't die. Su Yuli glanced at the somewhat shivering Gu Lichuan and asked with a frown, "Why are you so afraid of me?" "Ha?" Gu Lichuan wanted to say, "Do you want to see yourself that crazy? You crazy who cannot be afraid of eat?" It was good that Su Yuli didn't over-pursue on this issue and pushed the dinner plate in front of him. After yesterday's lesson, Gu Lichuan sort of realized that if he didn't eat, then he didn't have anything to eat. In order not to go hungry, Gu Lichuan grabbed the cutlery and started to eat. "I'm going to the company today." Su Yuli, who was eating coldly and suddenly came out with this sentence. "What?" Gu Lichuan is a bit puzzled. Not this with me to say why. Now this situation should not be only his own report. Su Yuli, how to report on it? Could it be that yesterday's words worked? Or did Su Yuli finally realize her conscience and want to get along with herself as an equal? No matter what, as long as Su Yuli don't rely on herself to torment herself again on the line, if she can live in the company and not come back, it would be good. Otherwise, who can stand her 100 abuses? Oh, Mr. Su, take care of yourself on the road and work well. When Gu Lichuan's heart put on a big show, his mouth politely coped. Su Yuli tightened her face, her gaze like a torch as she glared straight towards him and spoke coldly. "What? You seem happy that I went to the company?" Gu Lichuan couldn't help but thump in his heart. "No, how can you be angry about this? You're the one who said you were going to the company. What do you want me to say? Staging a parting scene?" Gu Lichuan hurriedly shook his head vigorously while panicking and waving his hand, busily explaining. No, Mr. Su, look at what you said. How can I give up leaving you? I can't wait to stick to you every day. You're not there, I simply. Gu Lichuan is a rainbow fart to Su Yuli, hoping that she will leave earlier. Since you're so sad to see me go, come with me. Gu Lichuan? No, how is this a bit different from what was thought? Mr. Su, I don't understand those company things. I can only stand there and accompany you. It's no fun. This way, Mr. Su, I'll clean up your housework at home, cook for you and wait for you to come home. Can it? You said all of this has a housekeeper to do it for you. Do you need you? Or do you simply don't want to? Suyuli narrowed her eyes slightly, looking angry. Looking at Suyuli's dangerous eyes, Gu Lichuan said with a straight face, can they understand your habits and preferences as well as I do? Or can they cook as well as I do to your liking? Suyuli came over and tilted her head to look at him, seemed to think that what he said was quite reasonable, so she spoke quietly and said, then you have to wait for me at home, or see how I come back to punish you. After saying that, she kissed Gu Lichuan with aggression on the corner of his mouth that had already been bitten and had not yet healed, and only after a long time did she let go with satisfaction. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will absolutely abide by my husband's ways. Gu Lichuan hurriedly showed his loyalty to Su Yuli. Let him do whatever he wants as long as he can send his aunt away. Oh yes, that must be accepted. Su Yuli was too lazy to listen to Gu Lichuan's arm twisting, and gave him a blank look as she stood up and prepared to leave. As she walked to the door, she suddenly turned back and said, I haven't forgotten what happened last night. Su Yuli looked at him with a smirk. Gu Lichuan heart tightened. Finished. This really is still to settle accounts in the autumn rhythm. You're a young man who doesn't speak of martial virtues and refuses to recognize what he said. Looking at Gu Lichuan's flustered expression, Su Yuli's face flashed a wry smile. What if your husband is always naughty and disobedient? Just go home tonight and teach him a lesson. I'll be back to clean you up when I'm done. The ghostly voice came, and Gu Lichuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. Or, why don't we just risk getting our legs broken and run away later? Getting your legs broken should be better than being tortured by Su Yuli, right? Chapter, forget about the baby 7. Sir, just order us directly what you need to buy. Gu Lichuan had just walked to the door of Su Yuli's villa, planning how to run away, when two big men stood stiffly in front of him to stop him. One of the big men also fished out a pen and book from somewhere and respectfully handed it to him. I'm going? Is Su Yuli under house arrest? That, you guys won't pick. I promise I'll be back soon. Gu Lichuan looked at the two big men in front of him with a smile on his face, hoping that they would let him out. Sir, Miss ordered you not to go out. Please don't give us a hard time. Hey, no, why are you guys so brain dead? Do you know? Just when Gu Lichuan was still thinking of breaking bread with the two of them, he didn't expect that the two big men would directly carry him and set him back. Looking at the two majestic figures in front of the villa's gate, Gu Lichuan compared his own small frame again and fell into deep thought. By the looks of it, he just couldn't run away even if he wanted to this time. Gu Lichuan some regret. Had I known, just should not go to the main door, directly over the wall out good. Gu Lichuan, do you not want to run? Su Yuli's flirtatious voice in the living room came from nowhere, instantly giving Gu Lichuan goosebumps. Looking at the empty living room without a shadow, Gu Lichuan then reacted. His every move is under the surveillance of Su Yuli. Mr. Su, look Su, where you are talking about. How can I dare to run? Gu Lichuan replied sheepishly into the air. So it's just a thought that didn't work out? Su Yuli's tone was suddenly serious. Gu Lichuan, be good and cook well and wait for me at home. Or not. Good Lu Su. To ensure the completion of the task, Gu Lichuan immediately rolled to the kitchen. The kitchen cannot be installed in the monitoring, right? Gu Lichuan, who escaped to the kitchen, hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, thought about it and hurriedly sent a post called How to Escape from the Captivity of a Sickly Rich Woman, counting on the majority of netizens to help him think of a way. In no time at all, there was a thick layer of cover under the post. Gu Lichuan roughly scanned the area and found that all of them were watching the fun. First floor, what else is this good? Dude, please let go of that rich and let me. Second floor, brother to you. The water in this is too deep, you cannot grasp. You let to brother. This aggrieved brother ate some losses, to help you bear. Third floor, make way upstairs. I'll nourish him first. Gu Lichuan are speechless. Not this one by one. Did not meet the sickly girl before? Our sickly sister good. Sickly sister wonderful. Really met one by one, do not say anything. Don't these netizens know that you falling in love with a sickly girl is a story? And a sickly girl falling in love with you is an accident. Gu Lichuan looked at the replies, all flirting with him to let him eat soft rice in peace. Enjoy it, do not try to escape, are desperate. Ding dong. A message that popped up on top of his phone almost made Gu Lichuan drop his phone. Message alert, Su Yuli forwarded a post to you, how to escape the captivity of a sickly rich woman, and left you a message. In the evening, Su Yuli savored the rice made by Gu Lichuan, her eyebrows curved out a nice arc as if she was enjoying herself. Looking at Su Yuli should be in a good mood today. And taking someone's hand is short. Eating someone's mouth is short. Now do not mention the request when to mention? Gu Lichuan weakly opened his mouth and asked, that, Mr. Su, Can you let me go out and find a job in the future? As long as he could get out, it would be a wide sea for fish to leap, and a high sky for birds to fly. As long as Suyuli didn't take the initiative to bring him back, why would he still need to suffer this aggravation? What? The money I gave you isn't enough to spend? Suyuli frowned a little displeased, stopping to put down the chopsticks in her hands to look at him. Or, do you want to simply escape my grasp? Suyuli remembered the post she had seen today, and looked at Gu Lichuan with an unkind expression. No, it's not, Mr. Su, it's just that my friends make fun of me for being a soft eater. I don't want them to look down on me. Gu Lichuan was a bit flustered and hurriedly put on an aggrieved look and said, now Gu Lichuan is directly standing on the moral high ground to condemn Suyuli. Now she can't go on to put me under house arrest to prevent him from going out, right? It's okay, good girl. You're not like them. You just have to be a good girl and be a vase at home. When Suyuli heard that Gu Lichuan wasn't trying to run away from her, her tone eased up, and like petting a puppy, she reached out and touched his head. What's up? What a guy. Gu Lichuan was convinced. It was also true that with Suyuli's character and financial resources, it was not too much to ask that this could come out of her mouth. Mr. Su, but that would make me feel like I'm useless too. I don't want you to see me so useless. That would make me feel even more unworthy of you. Gu Lichuan hugged Suyuli's arm and whispered, tears brushing down his face indisputably. He didn't believe. With his excellent tea art this could not impress Suyuli, unless her heart is made of stone. What? You just want to go out and prove yourself so much? Suyuli pushed him away and looked at him flatly, then said quietly, actually, you don't have to work so hard with me. It's good that I can earn money to support you. Not big sister. Is there a possibility that with you around I am the one who is working the hardest, okay? Gu Lichuan silently spat out. But I don't want them all to laugh at me for being nothing but a soft touch, and I want to stand beside you as a fair and equal. Gu Lichuan's tea skills exploded, and he was A to Suyuli Pua. Suyuli was silent for a long time, and seemed to be considering whether she hadn't taken his feelings into account by treating him like this. But letting Gu Lichuan just get out of her control made her feel uneasy again. You can get out if you want. But what? Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli expectantly. It's not impossible to want to be free, but then I'll have to collect some deposit. Suyuli reached into Gu Lichuan's closed nails gently scratched on his chest. But now I don't have anything? Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled. Suddenly Gu Lichuan thought of something. His face changed greatly and he quickly retreated backwards. It seems like it's unwilling then. So why don't you just obediently stay at home? Suyuli's hand hung in midair after it fell out of the air, and she said faintly with a displeased face, I'm willing to do anything. Gu Lichuan gritted his teeth. He could still tell which was better, being tortured once or being tortured every day. Fine, then you can't hook up with another woman when you get out. You can't stay out at night. You can't. Suyuli stood up, one step at a time to talk about the conditions, forced Gu Lichuan to the bedroom and then pushed him to the bed, hooked up a playful smile, hooked his chin and then said, the main thing you have to make sure that you let me within this year. I go. Suyuli, you even want to use the child to tie me up. Gu Lichuan was confused. It is necessary to torture each other like this. Gu Lichuan barely squeezed out a trace of a smile and said, Su total. Then, that child is even. What I said is the minimum condition. Oh, if you don't agree then you can only forget it. Suyuli sighed quietly, her tone full of loss. Mr. Su. Seeing that Gu Lichuan still wanted to retort, Suyuli pressed him onto the bed with her eyes slightly narrowed staring at him, and said in a cold voice, Gu Lichuan, do you think you're qualified to talk to me about conditions now? Under Suyuli's strong pressure, Gu Lichuan was forced to humiliatingly compromise, and only after Suyuli stamped an unequal treaty on his neck did she satisfactorily release him. Just when Gu Lichuan thought that he wouldn't be able to escape Suyuli's clutches again tonight, he didn't expect Suyuli to get up and wave her hand, signaling him to leave. I go. This is the sun coming out of the west? Gu Lichuan was moved to tears. What are you doing here? What's the matter? Do you want to sleep with me because you can't let go of me? Suyuli said teasingly as she looked at Gu Lichuan, who was still in a daze. Mr. Su, you have a good rest. I won't bother you anymore. Looking at Gu Lichuan's fleeing figure, the corner of Suyuli's mouth hooked up into a nice smile, and then she covered her stomach in some pain. Chapter, You Can Only Be Mine Alone 8? In the middle of the night Gu Lichuan was thirsty. Remembering the drink he saw in the refrigerator today, he decided to sneak up and go touch a bottle, not realizing that when he passed by Suyuli's room, he found that it was still emanating a faint light. Gu Lichuan secretly glanced in from the doorway. Originally he thought Suyuli was dealing with the company's affairs and had not yet slept, but he did not expect to see Suyuli sitting on the bed covering her stomach, her small face screwed up into a ball, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Gu Lichuan's heart realized, said how she could let herself go today, so she came to this awe. Hey, forget it, anyway, she can't do anything today. Looking at the difficult Suyuli, Gu Lichuan can't bear it, decided to send a good heart to serve his gold master greatly. After rummaging through the kitchen to find a packet of brown sugar, just a few slices of ginger, only barely managed to put together a bowl of a rudimentary version of brown sugar ginger water for Suyuli. Why are you here? Seeing Gu Lichuan come in with a bowl, Suyuli's face flashed with a hint of panic. Years of being strong made her instinctively not want others to see her soft side. What do you mean, why am I here? How come you can't take care of yourself at your age? Just carry on so hard? Gu Lichuan frowned and reprimanded Suyuli. You're not. Me, I am used to it. Suyuli threw her head to the side and said weakly. Her words were all aggrieved. Gu Lichuan sat next to her and handed her a plastic bottle filled with hot water wrapped in a towel and said, I didn't find anything else, so I'll just use this first. Suyuli looked at the hot water bottle wrapped in a towel, lost in thought, and froze for a moment. Her eyes reddened, as if he used to take care of himself so. Suyuli bit her lip. This feeling of being taken care of and loved is so good. Seeing Suyuli didn't move, Gu Lichuan angrily shoved the hot water bottle directly into her hand and pressed it against her stomach. Put it away. Don't move. And drink this again. Sticking the straw in the water cup and handing it to Suyuli, Gu Lichuan said menacingly. Suyuli lowered her head. Her little face flushed red, and obediently brought her little mouth to the straw and sucked on it. Feeling better? Watching Suyuli obediently finish the brown sugar water, Gu Lichuan then loosened his tightly frowned brows and asked with concern. Aha! Suyuli wooed lightly, but still grunted softly in a small voice. Gu Lichuan, I'm cold. Hey, I should have known to prepare 2 more hot water bottles. See Suyuli, this look Gu Lichuan a glance, know what she wants to do. After all, did not break up before? Every time she this time are very like this. Can it? Suyuli looked at him aggressively, her eyes full of pity. Gu Lichuan sighed and sat down at the end of the bed. In an instant Suyuli arched her eyebrows and quickly stuck her small white feet into his clothes on his stomach. Smiley face, brothers, anything jade will only hurt you. Upright arrow. Hiss. Is really cold. Early in the morning, Gu Lichuan stretched his back and walked out of his room, not realizing that Suyuli had already been fully dressed and sitting in the living room waiting for him. Up? Suyuli's voice wasn't as cold as it had been in the past. There was more than a hint of gentleness, but it was only that much. Aha! Gu Lichuan responded with a confused yawn. Follow me. Suyuli got up and walked towards the house. What? Not yet eat breakfast, big sister. How to go without food every day? Sitting in Suyuli's car, Gu Lichuan asked with anticipation. Where are we going? Gu Lichuan is now full of donuts and soybean milk, xiaolong bao, rice balls and sweet porridge tea eggs. Ahahaha. Gu Lichuan, who thought that Suyuli was going to take him out for a meat feast, couldn't help but cry. Finally, I don't have to eat that dry bread and tasteless beetroot anymore. Ahahaha. Though he hadn't even eaten a couple of times as far as those rotten leaves were concerned. Ooh, so sad. Wasn't it you who wanted to go out and work? The company has already arranged it for you, Suyuli said as she got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Ha! With his fantasy shattered, Gu Lichuan's mood fell to the bottom. Gu Lichuan muttered in a small voice. Oh, it's not taking me to eat. No, it's not. How come there's not even bread or rotten vegetable leaves to nibble on? What? You backtracked and are ready to stay at home as my vase? Suyuli turned her head to look at him with interest. As long as you are willing to be my vase every day to eat what you want to eat, when you want to eat when you want to eat. Oh, that way no. Gu Lichuan shrunk his head to indicate his refusal. If he could escape Suyuli, so what if he just didn't eat breakfast every day? Eating one less meal a day was not starving. If he couldn't see Suyuli for the whole day, then he was really able to die of pleasure. Looking at the Su Group's building in front of him, which was high into the sky, Gu Lichuan fell into deep thought. Suyuli wouldn't arrange for him to become her secretary or something like that, right? Then what's the point of him going through all the trouble to escape? Might as well go back to eating soft food in peace and being a vase. What? Not happy? Suyuli lightly glanced at Gu Lichuan, then said in a tone filled with murderous intent. Or do you think that letting you come to my Su Group feels like an offense to you? Gu Lichuan was so scared that he hurriedly explained. No, absolutely not. Su always. But working in your place will still be laughed at by your friends. Why don't I go find one myself later? What? So you want to run away from my watchful eye and go out and fool around with those wild women out there? Suyuli yanked his hand and said with anger close to his earlobe, Gu Lichuan, you'd better not bounce on my bottom line repeatedly, or else even if you are Gu Lichuan, I will also. Searing heat hit his neck, but Gu Lichuan felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cave. Killing intent. It was clearly piercing killing intent. Now Gu Lichuan confirms that this woman is the essence. Last night, she was still behaving like a good girl, but now she's flipping her face faster than she can flip a book. Su Yuli's fingernails raked upwards across his neck and said coldly, "You say, if any of the company's ungrateful demonic ES hooked up with you, would it be better for me to kill her, or would it be better for you to be killed?" Looking at Su Yuli's crazy batch of actions, Gu Lichuan swallowed frantically with some fear. "But you're so well behaved, surely not on purpose." Su Yuli needed his earlobe. "But if you can't tell the difference between being blinded by the outside and deceived, then I'll have to lock you up forever." Gu Lichuan, you can only be mine alone. Gu Lichuan, you know what? I don't mind turning you into a mannequin that only listens to me. Gu Lichuan was threatened with a cold sweat, and inwardly roared madly, "I go. This is to murder my own husband. Ah hey, help, help ah. I don't want to be Su Yuli's toy yet." Looking at Gu Lichuan's shivering appearance, only then did Su Yuli satisfactorily put away her hand that was playing with his earlobe and resumed her usual indifferent appearance. "Come with me." Su Yuli turned around and walked towards the building. Gu Lichuan gulped, not daring to utter a single breath, and hurriedly grayed out to follow. "Lichuan Media, a branch of the Su Group. You'll be the general manager here from now on." Su Yuli led him into Lichuan Media's conference room, where the crowd was already waiting. Su Yuli sat at the top of the conference room and coldly introduced to the top management of Lichuan Media underneath. "This is Gu Lichuan, General Manager Gu, who will fully take over all the work of Lichuan Media in the future." Su Yuli swept her eyes at the crowd present. Those who have opinions can now raise them. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's strong appearance, and inwardly kept spitting, "I go. You, the big boss behind the head office, parachuted down a person who dares to have an opinion in this small branch, is too long to mix in the industry?" Seeing that no one said anything for half a day, Su Yuli then said in a commanding tone, "Since there is no opinion, then in the future, they will all cooperate well with his work. If anyone dares to make small moves behind the back, then don't blame me for not being polite. Mr. Su must cooperate with Mr. Gu to carry out his work." The people present were all full of smiles and promised to let the president of Su Group personally come to support this person. Gu Lichuan's identity drew speculation from the people present. Some people were curious, and some people appeared to be a little flustered. "I'll introduce each of them and report on the recent work," Su Yuli said indifferently. "In fact, like Lichuan Media, this kind of small can't be any smaller, still not making money branch." On weekdays Su Yuli is not at all attentive, naturally can't understand much of the situation. But since Gu Lichuan came, Su Yuli felt the need to personally understand the situation of the company, as long as the loss is not particularly serious. Su Yuli also do not mind spending more money to raise the company to find him a job to do. As the progress of the report passed the halfway mark, Su Yuli's brows unconsciously furrowed, a hint of coldness flashing through her eyes. Chapter, Going back to have a baby is a major life event 9. I'll give you a new company. Su Yuli listened to the report with a black face. Originally she wanted to throw Gu Lichuan to a company with a complete framework that can run on its own, so that he can eat and wait for death, and it is best to make some achievements so that he can show off a little sense of accomplishment in front of her. I didn't realize that on the surface of the report dated gorgeous Lichuan Media actually has been on the verge of closure. Just this one. Faced with Su Yuli's proposal, Gu Lichuan opened his mouth and refused. Su Yuli furrowed her brows. "You don't have to gamble with me." Gu Lichuan of course also saw the problem behind this. Lichuan Media is not small. Without waiting for Su Yuli to finish, Gu Lichuan explained to her, "If you want to check from the top down, you definitely won't be able to find out any results, and with me parachuting in, maybe some people won't be able to sit still." In fact, what Gu Lichuan thought in his heart was that the more the company sucked, the better, so that he would have a reason to be busy with the company and not go home. As for whether or not it will go out of business, let's wait until it closes down. Su Yuli's eyes flashed a trace of worry. Obviously she did not want Gu Lichuan to interfere in the investigation of Lichuan Media, not for fear that he would not do well, but for fear that he would block the way of some people's wealth would be unfavorable to him. "It's fine. It'll be fine. And besides, this is a good opportunity to prove my abilities, isn't it?" Looking at Su Yuli still want to insist, Gu Lichuan hurriedly held her hand to move out the last all-powerful killer mace. "If I can't handle this within 2 years, and can't make Lichuan Media go from loss to win, I'll listen to you and obediently go home with you to have a child." The bottom of Su Yuli's eyes flickered with slight surprise. She didn't expect Gu Lichuan to make such a condition. "Yes, if you can't solve it within a year, then obediently go home with me." Su Yuli shifted her attitude by the way, and with a smile on her brow tenderly straightened his collar. Now Su Yuli has been considering whether to come back to slightly use some means to completely mess up this branch, so that Gu Lichuan can obediently go back to have babies with her. A small branch only, for her also cannot lose much money. Really not the last big deal. She other projects to make some effort to earn back is. After all, go back to have a baby is her life. In her eyes nothing could be more important than having a cute little baby with Gu Lichuan. With a little baby, she wouldn't have to spend all day worrying that Gu Lichuan would once again disappear as silently as before. Looking at Su Yuli, her eyes glittering with excitement and her arched eyebrows, with Gu Lichuan's knowledge of her, he knew that she definitely wasn't holding back any farts in her heart. But in the middle of this, you can't intentionally screw up the company to make me go back with you, or what I just said won't count. Seeing that her idea was revealed, Su Yuli glared at him in annoyance. Humph. Have time to think about how you're going to get it first. Su Yuli is too familiar with Gu Lichuan's track record. When the Gu family was not yet bankrupt, Gu Lichuan was in office and closed down a family. Of course, the Gu family's not Gu Lichuan to dry collapse. To blame can only blame Gu Lichuan, that uncompetitive father. Gu Lichuan no longer cared about Su Yuli, turned his head to look at the top management of Lichuan Media in the conference room who were talking to each other. He could feel a strange atmosphere. The trees wanted to be quiet but the wind would not stop. Sitting in the general manager's office, Gu Lichuan flipped through the various information about Lichuan Media in the past 2 years, and felt a sudden burst of headache. Business in the past 2 years, no progress. Only input, not output. Project planning, or 3 or 4 years ago old program. Simply cannot keep up with the development of the times. If this can make a profit, will be out of the ghost. The finances are even more full of loopholes, with chaotic reimbursement approvals and incomplete accounts, so to speak, all of which are problematic. It's just a big mess. With his abilities, a year, 10 years he won't be able to turn things around. How's it going? Still have confidence? Su Yuli, sitting on the sofa, looked at Gu Lichuan, who was worried, and said with a smile, I advise you not to waste your efforts. The water of Lichuan Media is very deep, and behind it, there must be the top management of the Su Group. If you're good enough to admit defeat right now and come home with me to have a baby, I'll even consider. Looking at Su Yuli, who had already pronounced the death sentence for him, Gu Lichuan returned without any good humor. If you're so idle, you might as well go and check if your several branches are all like this. Not good enough. Su Yuli's face instantly darkened, snapped, slammed the door shut and walked out. Gu Lichuan shook his head helplessly and continued to bury his head to check up on the information. The crowd climbing the wall route outside the door was originally concentrating on eavesdropping on the movements inside the house. Suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Hurriedly hands and feet began to pretend to be busy. It was only until Su Yuli's figure completely disappeared from sight that the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, as if they were relieved. I go. The old boss is so angry. He won't go back and directly dissolve this company, right? You don't say. With our current track record, it's hard to tell. That's not being done by those assholes at the company who don't do their jobs all day and think about how all day long. Shoo, the company isn't broken up yet. Don't forget how the previous GM left. Once this was said, everyone was silent. The discerning can see that this general manager is now a relationship. Was Su Yuli hard stuffed in to mix the results? Now in this situation, the probability is that Su Yuli will find another way to restuff him into another profitable branch. And the best case scenario for Lichuan Media is to wait to meet the wrath of the headquarters and then be disbanded. The people are beginning to worry about it. Although Lichuan Media has rotten finished, but with the Su Group, the sky-high tree in Haidong, the salary is still the industry's top group, who do not want to lose this iron rice bowl. Read a morning of information. The morning would not have eaten. Gu Lichuan is now hungry and dizzy, is ready to go out to forage for food. Open the door, will see, ready to push the door into Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan is speechless. This woman has nothing of her own to do. She doesn't want to leave him alone for a minute. Su Yuli pushed him back and pressed him on the sofa, hooked Gu Lichuan's chin and said, Gu Lichuan, I haven't kissed you for a day. My mouth is so itchy. What do you say? Don, mess around. The company. Gu Lichuan panicked and tried to push her away, but she pressed her hands on top of her head. What are you afraid of? The company is all mine. Close your eyes, said, then domineeringly leaned over and forced a kiss. It's over. Woohoo. A few minutes later, Gu Lichuan stared grudgingly at Su Yuli, indignantly rubbing the hickey on his neck with force. Su Yuli then lazily stood up from the sofa, a hint of cunning in her eyes, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Alright, let's go. I've already booked the restaurant. I'm going to treat my pro-husband today as well. Oh. Hearing Su Yuli address her in such a fleshy manner, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but shiver and goosebumps fell all over the place. Hey, look, isn't that our company's manager Gu and President Su? A young schoolgirl outside the office watched Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli come out of the office side by side, and her eyes suddenly flashed with curiosity and gossip. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she pointed to Gu Lichuan's neck and excitedly rattled the girl next to her. Quick, 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 look at how there's a strawberry mark on manager Gu's neck. It wasn't even there during the meeting in the morning. Do you think it will be? The other girl beside her looked much more nervous and hastily reached out to cover her mouth, shouting so loud you don't want to die. Nonetheless, The two couldn't contain their inner excitement, secretly observing and talking to each other. Chapter, Am I being too gentle with you? 10. Inside the Western restaurant downstairs of the Su group, soft lights poured down as Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli sat opposite each other. Gu Lichuan didn't move to cut the steak on his plate into small, even pieces, and then, as usual, very naturally exchanged it with Su Yuli's share of the plate, which hadn't been moved yet. Do you have any ideas about Lichuan media yet? Looking at Gu Lichuan's actions, Su Yuli hung a rare smile on her face. This is what Gu Lichuan should look like. Gu Lichuan rubbed his head and said with a bit of a headache, there's a general direction. However, it may be necessary to commission you, Mr. Su, to cooperate. Su Yuli used her fork to elegantly fork up a small piece of steak that had been cut in front of her for a change, and put it into her mouth to chew slowly before softly saying, What? Until now, you still refuse to call others wife. One mouth one Mr. Su, you are really sad. You say? How can you let people help you? Come to good husband. Call the wife's honor to listen to it. I promise to cooperate well with my good husband. Oh, husband, let people do what people do. Su Yuli in an exceptionally good mood, blinking with a hopeful face looking at Gu Lichuan flirting up. Forget it then. I'll think of something else. Gu Lichuan refused without hesitation. Su Yuli originally smiling face instantly gloomy down by the frost-shrouded, tight grip on the fork. Eyes inadvertently flashed a trace of imperceptible coldness, coldly staring at him. Gu Lichuan, have I been too gentle with you lately? Yes, it just seems too gentle to me. Please increase the punishment. Teach them well. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's recent series of stomping on his nose and frantically trying his own death-defying behavior on his own bottom line was very angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken good care of her all night yesterday, making her feel that sweet feeling again that she had felt before when she hadn't broken up, I'm afraid that Gu Lichuan has now become a that will only dull and will not disobey her, but will only obey. ABA. Of course, Gu Lichuan wouldn't know what Su Yuli's heart really thinks. If he could let him know that Su Yuli thinks this way, even if he was given 100 dog guts he wouldn't dare to make a move. How dare you be as crazy as you are now and die? Well, the kind of death you can't die anymore. Just as Gu Lichuan wanted to continue bouncing on Su Yuli's bottom line, a noise in the restaurant attracted their attention. Mr. Su, please give me another chance. Please don't hide me, Su. Under the dim light of the Western restaurant, a pretty-faced young girl was in tears, kneeling heavily on the cold marble floor, pulling a fat middle-aged man with both hands and begging bitterly. Originally, the two were simply curious to have a look, but they found that the middle-aged man being pulled was actually Su Jinyan, who was in charge of artist resources under Lichuan Media. I go. Listen to them this conversation. Obviously there is something in it. Gu Lichuan is worried about not knowing how to get down on Lichuan Media. This does not belong to us, just doze off. Someone to send a pillow. At this time, Su Yuli, who also heard the sound and looked over, apparently also recognized Su Jinyan, frowned and just wanted to get up, but was pulled by Gu Lichuan. Wait, let's see what happens first. Su Jinyan crossed his legs, a smug smile on his face as he looked at the girl humbly kneeling on the ground and sneered. Humph, when you rejected me in the first place, did you ever think that you would have today? What? Regretting it now? Su Jinyan pinched the girl's face and said, wasn't you quite noble and pure before? What? Not pretending now? Su, please let me go. My mother is still hospitalized, waiting for me to send money back. The girl's hands tightly gripped the hem of her skirt, her heart full of humiliation and helplessness. The gazes of the people around her pierced like sharp arrows, but she didn't know what else could be done except to beg for mercy. What does your family's business have to do with me? Su Jinyan looked at the girl underneath him and said with an evil grin. However, if you are willing to talk to me tonight. Looking at Su Jinyan's lewd appearance, Su Yuli could no longer hold back, got up and walked over. A cup of red wine poured directly on Su Jinyan's head. What the hell? Who dared to do this to me? Su Jinyan, who was suddenly doused with water, froze for a moment and grumpily was about to get up to settle the score, but he was deadlocked in his seat with one hand by Gu Lichuan behind him. Let go of the old man. Do you know who I am? However, after seeing that the person coming is Su Yuli, Su Jinyan's face instantly flashed a trace of panic, scared into a cold sweat, and immediately changed his face, rushed to say to Su Yuli with a smile on his face, oops, this isn't Mr. Su. Su Yuli glanced at him without saying a word, picking up the girl who was still kneeling and froze on the ground and heading out. Looking at Su Yuli, that cold look, Su Jinyan almost cried out, hugging the back of Gu Lichuan as if grabbing a life-saving straw, like crying, Gu General, you have to plead for me to Su General. It's her who seduced me first. I was wrongly accused. I beg you and Mr. Su to look into it. Subterfuge in the entertainment industry is not rare. is not a big deal. But people are talking about your feelings and willingness, the exchange of benefits. Like he is like this with the strong also be caught in the handle. It is said that the new official has 3 fires. Gu Lichuan thinks that the first one will burn him. It is not excessive at all. And by the way, it is just the right time to knock the mountain to shake the tiger. Gu Lichuan patted Su Jinyan's shoulder, signaling him to take care of himself, then quickly followed Su Yuli. What's your name? Su Yuli asked softly as she took a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on the girl's face. Looking at the girl who was still a bit confused, Gu Lichuan explained. Don't be afraid. I'm Gu Lichuan. I'm now the general manager of Lichuan Media. This is Su Yuli, the president of Su Group. You should know her, right? What happened? Can you tell us about it? The girl's gaze fell somewhat timidly on Su Yuli, and after a while, as if confirming that the stunning beauty in front of her was Su Yuli, she gathered her courage and weakly opened her mouth. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Yuli smiled, gently holding the girl's arm and bringing her to sit on a side chair. Don't be afraid, little girl. What is your name? Can you tell me more about what happened? The girl looked at Su Yuli with a puzzled face, as if she didn't expect that this group's power holder would also personally care about a small person like herself. She blinked her eyes, fixed her mind, raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions, and slowly said with a heart full of aggression, My name is Lin Xiao, and I'm a newly signed artist of Lichuan Media not long ago. Speaking here, she bit her lip and continued. Ever since I joined the company, Mr. Su has always been looking for opportunities to hint at me doing something bad. After I refused, my resources were somehow cancelled by him. Not only that, but he threatened me in return, saying that I had caused the company to suffer major losses and that if I didn't do what he wanted, I would have to pay a huge amount of money for breach of contract. After saying that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sob again, tears pouring out like a dike. Mr. Su, I'm really desperate. I don't know what to do. Chapter, whose ministry is this 11? Su Yuli looked at Lin Xiao's almost collapsed appearance and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't think that this kind of thing could happen to Lichuan Media. Su Yuli slowly reached out her hand and gently patted the back of Lin Xiao's hand, gently comforting. Don't be afraid. There are us. We will investigate these things about you clearly. These 2 days you don't think about anything. First peacefully go home and have a good rest. Hearing Su Yuli's words, Lin Xiao's originally taut body relaxed a bit, raised her head, her lips moved, and with those eyes that were red and swollen like walnuts from crying, she said gratefully to Su Yuli, Thank you, Mr. Su. After saying that, as if she was afraid of being seen in this sorry state, she hurriedly lowered her head and raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. By the time Lin Xiao left, Su Yuli's face was so gloomy that it could condense water. She couldn't imagine in any way that right under her nose, someone would have the audacity to do such a thing. This is just inhuman scum. Seeing Su Yuli so angry, Gu Lichuan's heart tightened, and he quickly reached out to hold her hand, saying softly, Do you think this is too much of a coincidence? As soon as the words fell, Su Yuli's exasperated eyes threw themselves at him, but when she saw that Gu Lichuan was holding her hand, her eyes first flickered slightly, and then that full of anger like a tide instantly subsided without a trace of redness on her pretty face, and then very obediently leaned her body into Gu Lichuan's arms. Do you believe it's a coincidence that you just parachuted me into the company in the morning to find out what's wrong, and then at noon you're in a scene like this? This is the scapegoat they threw out? The calm Su Yuli immediately made the right judgment. This is the performance thrown at me. Gu Lichuan laughed. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli and smiled. What do you think you parachuted me in for? Such a mess. If they don't let me make some articles out now, I guess you'll have to propose to dissolve this company tomorrow. Su Yuli looked at him with a smile, stretched out a finger and pressed it on his lips and said, Oh, when did my good husband become so smart? This is a little less like you. Never mind. Seeing as you've become so smart, that's a reward of a kiss. Saying that, Su Yuli hugged Gu Lichuan and kissed him right in front of the public regardless. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, but at least cover up a little. There are so many people on the street. I don't want to lose face. Gu Lichuan disgustedly pushed Su Yuli away, skillfully took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped off the lipstick marks on his face. Feeling the gaze of everyone on the street that was full of hatred for taking his wife, Gu Lichuan instantly felt that the air around him turned much colder. Hubby, then what are you going to do next? Su Yuli asked casually as she pulled out her lipstick from her bag and applied it on her lips in a complimentary manner. If we take Su Jinyan down now, those people might just subside, and it won't be good to catch them in the short term. Gu Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, then analyzed. If we accompany them to continue acting. Okay, 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 okay. In the face of Gu Lichuan's analysis, Suyuli didn't seem to be interested at all, pulling his hand and walking towards the company's underground garage. Although you did a great job analyzing this, husband, I am now angry given that you spoke to a strange woman without my permission, so you will now obediently come home with me to be punished. What's going on? Wait, what's the situation? Gu Lichuan was confused. Gu Lichuan was dragged along while struggling to argue. No, when did I talk to a strange woman without permission? Suyuli didn't even listen to his explanation, forcing him into the car and then kicking the gas. She couldn't wait to drive towards home. When she arrived home, Suyuli pushed Gu Lichuan into the bedroom and quickly unlocked the door, then pressed him down on the bed and undid the tie on his collar to cover his eyes. Good husband, are you ready? The punishment can start now. Woohoo! 2 hours later, Gu Lichuan was tossed and exhausted on the bed, and with great difficulty, he reached up and pulled off the tie that was covering his eyes. Hiss, it hurts. It hurts all over. How Suyuli's hand is so heavy as always. Suyuli smiled as she lay on top of him and asked, hubby, next time, do you still dare to talk to a strange woman without my permission? Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli, who was lying on her side next to him with her arms supporting her head and looking at him, and closed her eyes lifelessly, not wanting to care about her. Why don't you answer me back? Am I still too gentle, or do you want a taste of harsher punishment? Seeing that Gu Lichuan didn't pay attention to her for a long time, Suyuli was a bit angry, and she strangled his neck with one hand and pressed him to death on the bed, and the other hand felt towards the mineral water on the bed. Seeing this action of hers, Gu Lichuan was scared into a cold sweat and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. No, 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 I'm wrong, I was just too tired. I won't dare to do it again. These days' experience told him that he must concede in time at this time, or else there would be no good juice to eat. Suyuli, dissatisfied, rolled over and lay next to him, her slender fingers gently sliding casually on Gu Lichuan's chest. Hubby, from now on, be good like this before you are rewarded. Or, watching Suyuli press him onto the bed again, Gu Lichuan inwardly at #UN% and star. No, is there a difference between this reward and punishment? Suyuli tilted her head in thought before saying, what about one? Focus on your experience, husband. And the other? Make me happy. I can say I. Suyuli blocked Gu Lichuan's mouth with her finger and said seriously, husband, you talk too much. Why have you become misbehaved again? Gu Lichuan at #UN% and asterisk. Bang bang bang. Just when Suyuli was still about to move her hands on Gu Lichuan and do wrong, the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on, and the housekeeper stood outside the door and asked in a low voice, are you inside, miss? Suyuli's face turned cloudy with the naked eye, looking icily at the doorway, and said in a cold voice, didn't I say not to bother me during this period of time? The butler's voice outside the door carried a hint of trembling. Miss, the young master is at the door clamoring and insisting on coming to see you. We really can't stop him on our side. Suyuli snorted coldly upon hearing this and got up from the bed to straighten her clothes. Her pupils vaguely had dark swirls turning in them. Whose general is this? Is he so brave? Gu Lichuan was shocked. If he dared to mess with Suyuli at this time, he would be designated to be given a good time. However, it is good. Dead friends do not die of poverty. Someone to help him block the disaster. Gu Lichuan is still very happy. Gu Lichuan is a bit puzzled. Suyuli is not an orphan? Where did she get her brother and sister? I wonder this that the butler is talking about. Who? Young master is. Chapter, who is he? Is it the little white boy you've been harboring? 12. Gu Lichuan had just changed his clothes and came to the living room when he saw Suyuli standing there fuming from afar. What are you doing here? Bother me again or I'll have someone throw you out? A young man who didn't look old enough to be on the sofa recklessly, casually picked up the orange on the coffee table and peeled it, stuffed it into his mouth, and said disdainfully, Su Yuri, at least you're my own sister, the president of the Hall Su Group, so it's not too much to casually get me $1 million or $800,000 to spend, is it? Suyuli gasped and laughed. $1,800,000? Su Hongyu, you really dare to think. Su Hongyu laughed with full concern. Suyuli, you said that if you let others know that your hallowed president of the Mu Group has a younger brother who owes a debt and doesn't pay it back, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be good for your reputation. Would it? Are you threatening me? Suyuli's voice grew colder and colder. Su Hongyu raised his eyebrows. How can this be considered a threat? It's just a hope that you can pull your brother's leg for the sake of our sibling relationship. Standing on the sidelines and listening for half a day, Gu Lichuan sort of figured out that this dangling youth turned out to be Suyuli's own brother. However, he remembered that when he and Suyuli were in a relationship, Suyuli told him that she came from an orphanage and didn't have any relatives, not to mention that she hadn't heard of any brother. It is estimated that this Su Hongyu is he and Su Yuli break up after the emergence of the, but look at him, this look, character is afraid of not good. Seeing Su Hongyu's dead pig's appearance, Su Yuli didn't bother to talk to him anymore, turned around and waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to rack him out. Seeing this, Su Hongyu's face changed, and he loudly threatened, Su Yuli, do you believe that I'll go to the media and say that you mistreated your own brother? And see how you can still mix in Haidong. Su Yuli's footsteps lurched and her eyes turned back icily. Go ahead and try and see how many media outlets in Haidong dare to listen to you to report. Su Hongyu saw that threatening Su Yuli didn't work, thinking that if he couldn't pay back the money, he would be broken by that group of people. His heart was ruthless. He took 2 steps forward to grab Su Yuli, his mouth shouting, Su Yuli, if you don't give me the money today, you don't want to have a good time. What's that? This kid still wants to use force? How can I let you hurt my boss? Are you looking for death? Gu Lichuan's figure flashed and flew up to kick Su Hongyu straight in the waist. Bang, a muffled sound. Su Hongyu did not have time to make any reaction. Fell heavily on the coffee table. In an instant, everyone present was stunned by the scene before them, frozen in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. Su Yuli's beautiful and moving eyes subconsciously turned towards Gu Lichuan, her lips slightly twitching a few times without speaking. From within her complex and deep eyes, Gu Lichuan could clearly feel an ineffable emotional fluctuation. Su Hongyu shrunk into a ball on the ground, rolling around like an injured beast, veins popping out on his forehead, a pair of eyes full of resentment staring at Gu Lichuan, while yanking his voice and roaring angrily at Su Yuli. Who is he? Is he the little white boy you've adopted? Fine. Su Yuli, you'd rather spend all your money on the little white boy you've raised, but you refuse to save your brother. No wonder you're a bastard that your parents don't want. At this moment, Su Hongyu had already gone mad, fiercely reaching out and grabbing the incomparably sharp fruit knife on the coffee table, and without hesitation lunged towards Su Yuli, facing Su Hongyu, who was holding a sharp blade and rushing over like a fierce god. Su Yuli's entire body lost the ability to think, with only that sentence remaining in her mind. No wonder you're a bastard whose parents don't want you. How could she have never imagined that Su Hongyu would say such vicious words? For a moment, Su Yuli even forgot to go for cover. Stab! A chilling sound came as the knife sank into the flesh and blood splashed out in all directions like a fountain. At this time, those bodyguards who were responsible for protecting Su Yuli's safety only came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream, and hurriedly swarmed up, and with 7 hands and 8 feet, they firmly framed Su Hongyu, who had already fallen into a state of insanity, so as to prevent him from continuing to hurt people. In a blur, Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan, who was in front of her, and it took a warm wave of blood splashing onto her face to bring her back to her senses. Looking at Gu Lichuan's hand that was gripping the tip of the knife that was still oozing blood, Su Yuli shivered as she walked over to the racked Su Hongyu, raised her hand and slapped him hard, and instructed the 2 bodyguards, throw him out of Haidong, and don't let me see him in Haidong again in the future. Su Hongyu was also scared silly at the moment, but still had a defiant look on his face, staring at Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan, and would have liked to say a few harsh words, but he didn't expect to be quickly racked away by the bodyguards before he could even say the words. It hurts. Does it hurt? Su Yuli's bloodshot eyes were filled with panic and worry, carefully holding Gu Lichuan's hand, and when she saw that the sharp knife was still deeply embedded in his flesh, tears instantly welled up out of her eyes and dripped down onto his hand. Gu Lichuan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to forcefully pull that knife out of his palm and throw it aside. As the knife left, a stream of crimson blood gurgled out like a spring, instantly staining a large portion of the ground. At this moment, Su Yuli saw this and cried even more fiercely. Is there gauze? Even though the sharp pain coming from his palm caused Gu Lichuan's brows to knit tightly, he still forced himself to endure the pain and inquired to Su Yuli in a low voice. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Su Yuli looked like she was waking up from a dream, snapping back to her senses and hurriedly running over to bring the medicine box. However, when she reached out to open the medicine box, she realized that her hands were actually trembling uncontrollably, and several times she failed to lift the lid of the medicine box. Looking at Su Yuli's panicked appearance, Gu Lichuan gently stretched out his other uninjured hand and held her slightly trembling jade hand, softly consoling, "It's okay, don't be afraid. First find the alcohol and pour it up." Su Yuli nodded her head with tears in her eyes, trying to calm herself down, taking a deep breath. Then trembling, she opened the medicine box, picked up a bottle of alcohol, slowly tilted the bottle, and poured the alcohol little by little onto my wound. Ah! Hiss! Right at the moment when the alcohol came into contact with the wound, a heart-piercing pain instantly swept through, and Gu Lichuan couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air as his body involuntarily convulsed. Looking at Gu Lichuan's twisted and deformed face, Su Yuli's heart ached so much that tears once again came to her eyes. She subconsciously bit her whitened lips tightly, as if she wanted to share the pain Gu Lichuan was enduring in this way. When Gu Lichuan was given the gauze, Suyuli couldn't control her emotions any longer and flung herself into his arms, crying her eyes out. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Looking at her in his arms, Gu Lichuan gently patted her back and soothed her emotions. It's okay. It's okay. Look at me, it's not good. That's not right. Is it? Why does it feel like she's the one who's hurt? Is there something wrong in the middle of this? Looking at Suyuli, Gu Lichuan muttered in his heart. Suyuli raised her head, her eyes red as she looked at Gu Lichuan, her eyes full of self-blame and guilt. Gu Lichuan gently wiped the tear stains on her face and said, "Next time, you can't be so stupid as to stand still there. How dangerous." Suyuli hummed softly and buried her head into his arms and started sobbing again. Chapter, determined not to go on like this. 13. The night outside the window was as dark as ink, as if it was going to swallow the outside world completely, and the few remaining wisps of light were mercilessly annihilated by the darkness. The door shaft made a slight creak sound. Suyuli gently pushed open the door of the room. The light inside the room was dim and soft, sprinkling on Suyuli's fair face, outlining her delicate silhouette. Looking at her red, swollen eyes, it was obvious that she had just cried again not long ago. Suyuli obediently held the medicine box and sat down beside Gu Lichuan, gently holding his injured wrist with her slightly cool fingers and placing it on her own flawless white thigh. Feeling better? Suyuli's voice was slightly trembling with a hint of choking, and her eyes were about to fall with tears following. Gu Lichuan hurriedly stretched out his other hand to touch her head and comforted. It's okay. Look at me, this is not good. Suyuli looked at the massive bandages in her hands that had been soaked with blood, her eyes filled with heartache. Forcing back tears, she opened the medicine box and took out a cotton ball, dipped it in antiseptic solution, and inch by inch, gently wiped the wounds on Gu Lichuan's hands and the blood around them. Every wipe, Suyuli's lips will unconsciously purse tightly a point. A few strands of hair in front of her forehead fell down, covering her clean forehead and part of the side of the face, but still clear eyes show tension and concern, as if the pain brought by the wound is ruthlessly stabbed in her heart. Suyuli looked at the hideous wound, her cherry lips lightly blew at it, hoping that this would ease Gu Lichuan's pain, which ended up causing him pain and itching. Really don't need to go to the hospital? Looking at the wound that is still slowly seeping blood out, Suyuli's brows unconsciously tightly frowned, and the worry in her eyes became more and more intense. Gu Lichuan smiled and shook his head. This little injury is fine. Look, it's almost healed and scabbed over. Suyuli but still a face of uneasiness, but now also do not want to argue with him as a patient so much. Hurriedly with a brand new clean bandage, circle after circle carefully wrapped the wound and then said seriously, if tomorrow is still bleeding, you must go to the hospital with me. Okay, I'll listen to you. Gu Lichuan obediently answered. Cut. Gu Lichuan thought to himself, if it were not for the fact that this person who cut me was Su Hongyu, he would have run to the hospital, and it would be better to stay for 10 days and half a month without going home. Such a deep stab wound. The hospital side is sure to make a record. It is not good to say that Su Hongyu can be sent in because of this, although Suyuli can fish out for him, but it must be a lot of effort. How to say Su Hongyu is also Suyuli's own brother. Suyuli did not mean to drive to the end of the world. He is still a little bit of suffering, do not cause so much trouble, forget it. It's just a shame about the hand. One is really worrying about the Golden Master greatly. Raising wages. Suyuli had to give herself a pay rise to appease her weak heart. But how could this matter be brought up conscientiously by Suyuli's conscience? Just as Gu Lichuan was still agonizing over how to politely remind her, he suddenly felt a slight sizzling sound coming from his arms, followed by a cool, slippery touch. Gu Lichuan looked down to see Suyuli taking advantage of the opportunity to have drilled into his arms, her small face red and flushed, her hands tightly ringed his waist. Brother, it's all because Yuer is bad, causing brother to be injured. Yuer will make it up to brother. You don't. See Suyuli this way, Gu Lichuan seems to know what is going to happen, but it is already too late. It's over. The wound has opened up again. In Lichuan Media's spacious and bright office, Gu Lichuan sat leisurely and comfortably in the comfortable boss chair, crossing his legs, his posture casual and a little majestic. Escaping Suyuli was just so wonderful. His eyes fell on the assistant Shinjin Yang, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and he spoke in a calm but unquestionable tone. Go check to see if there is an artist named Lin Xiao in our company, and if there is, find her contract and send it over to me. Gu Lichuan will definitely do his best to maintain the persona of the general manager of Lichuan Media. The small things like this can be handed over to others to do, can trouble others, will never go to trouble themselves to do. Besides, why not use an assistant if you have one? What's more, this Shinjin Yang is also Suyuli's assistant sent to spy on. No, blah blah blah, sent to herself. It's only when you use it that you have no burden, right? Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll immediately go over to the personnel department to retrieve Lin Zhao's contract file. Please wait for a moment. Hearing Gu Lichuan's order, Shen Jin Yang hurriedly nodded and responded. Looking at Shen Jin Yang's back as she walked out of the office and closed the door, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible and cruel smile. Young man, like to spy on me? Then you're in deep. I'll leave all the errands to you from now on. I hope you can hold out for a year. Thinking of this, Gu Lichuan's mood became more and more pleasant, as if torturing the person sent by Su Yuli was torturing Su Yuli in disguise. Shen Jin Yang, I thank you, ha. You gods fight. Can you not make things difficult for us humble laborers? It didn't take long, only to see Shen Jin Yang walk in with hurried steps. He carefully held a document in his hand. It was Lin Zhao's contract. After walking in front of Gu Lichuan, he respectfully placed the contract on the table, and then quickly stepped back and stood quietly, without the slightest intention of leaving. Gu Lichuan flipped open the contract and carefully examined it. It was found that this Lin Zhao's contract was roughly the same as what she had said earlier, with no obvious differences or discrepancies. Is it possible that I'm just being paranoid? It shouldn't be. Then this is all too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Gu Lichuan had some self-doubt. Gu Lichuan's fingers unconsciously tapped gently on the desktop, and when his eyes unconsciously landed on the contract itself, he instantly detected something strange. The contract looked brand new. The paper was even a little brittle, and there were no signs of wear and tear as should be expected after a long period of storage. When Gu Lichuan brought the contract close to his nose, a strong odor of ink hit his nose, irritating him so much that he couldn't help but frown. Looking at the contract in his hand, how it feels like it was printed out only in the past 2 days, Gu Lichuan slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that there is really a problem here. Waving his hand, he signaled Shen Jin Yang to send Lin Zhao's contract back first. The stored contracts are ready-made forgeries. It seems that there are a lot of people involved behind the scenes. Gu Lichuan thinks it's better not to scare the snakes for the time being. After all, now there is not enough evidence and grasp of the people behind all out. Right now this situation can only see the move. In case of clumsiness failed, dare to let Su Yuli know, afraid that she will really have no mercy to take him back to have a baby. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that image. That was now a mental image for him. Anything can be delayed. Su Yuri split this matter must be resolved as soon as possible to her. Otherwise a day hot and cold. Gu Lichuan really cannot cope with what's more, each personality has to come over to ravage him. Gu Lichuan really can't stand it. If it is not Gu Lichuan can feel exactly the different personality under Su Yuli, obviously some different. He suspected Su Yuli is deliberately looking for reasons to stick with him to stick. No, for the sake of his own little life, Gu Lichuan decided that he resolutely could not continue like this. Chapter, How could Yao Yao not recognize brother Xiaochuan? 14. Gu Lichuan, you disappeared for half an hour this morning and took the initiative to talk to 3 different strange women. Am I right? Su Yuli's lazy voice came from the phone. No. Just how many spies had Su Yuli planted around himself? How did she know everything? He did not already put Xiaoshan to support away. Looking at the ant who was spreading pancakes in front of him, Gu Lichuan fell into a deep thought. Not that, Mr. Su, listen to my explanation. It's fine. I will listen to your explanation at night. Before that I hope you can grab a reason that satisfies me. Otherwise, Su Yuli's tone had a slight hint of murderous intent, making Gu Lichuan's neck inexplicably cold. No, you're not giving me a chance, are you? Gu Lichuan is convinced that this woman is not reasonable at all. Is he mute? He can't say a word all day. Moreover, she had just helped her block a knife yesterday and was still docile, so how could she turn her face away from her today? It would be better to find an opportunity for Su Yuli to pick up Su Hongyu back. With Su Hongyu giving her a hard time every day, she shouldn't have the time to care about him. That said, when is this 3 years going to end? Woohoo! Brother Xiaochuan? A soft and sticky voice sounded behind Gu Lichuan. Obviously a sister speaking. I'll go. This can't be a setup by Su Yuli, right? After Su Yuli's intimidation just now, Gu Lichuan now had the right to remain skeptical of everything around him. After all, coming out to buy a pancake can be monitored by Su Yuli to have a conversation with Auntie Pancake. Besides, Su Yuli is really capable of doing this kind of fishing law enforcement. Now suddenly appeared a sister who called him by his name. You say this is not Su Yuli gave him a set he himself do not believe. No, this time must be stabilized. Resolutely cannot turn back. Moreover cannot talk back. Definitely can't leave any handle for Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan smoothly took the half-drawn pancake that Auntie handed him and pulled his legs out. Young man, wait. There's still half unfilled for you. Auntie Pancake looked at Gu Lichuan's back and the half-drawn pancake she was loading in her hand and fell into deep thought. This young man ran so fast. Did he just pay? It's not possible that he skipped the check, is it? That's what skipped the check. I testify. I saw it all. A breath of running home. Gu Lichuan only settled down to nibble on a half-drawn pancake. Fortunately, finally did not get on Su Yuli's set. This time she should not be angry, right? However, Gu Lichuan thought wrong. Say, why didn't you say yes to a girl who just called your name? Is there some kind of ulterior secret between you? Su Yuli condescendingly hooked Gu Lichuan's chin. Her eyes seemed to have seen through everything, surging with unknown anger. What? No? What the hell is wrong with you? Aren't you the one who didn't let me talk? Ah! Gu Lichuan was going crazy. Not Mr. Su Yu said. Without your permission, do not let me talk to strange girls. Well, Gu Lichuan weakly opened his mouth to explain. Oh, Su Yuli's voice was drawn out. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, and Gu Lichuan was wise enough to immediately stop talking. Finished. Su Yuli looked at now in a bad mood. What to do? What to do now? Gu Lichuan's mind instantly thought of 10,000 ways to respond, but they were all quickly rejected. His intuition told him that when Su Yuli was angry it was best to do whatever she said. No matter if he was making excuses or talking back, he would die a horrible death. Su Yuli's white and slender fingers like onions once again tightly pinched Gu Lichuan's neck, fiercely pressed him heavily on the sofa with a hand, her eyes as cold as ice and frost, and sternly questioned, Gu Lichuan, what exactly is the relationship between you and her? A crisp and urgent tick 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 dash sound suddenly rang. The villa entrance's visitor's doorbell was rung. Su Yuli twisted her head and turned her eyes to see a girl in a clean white dress, and the surveillance screen was standing in the doorway, a pair of big watery eyes full of curiosity looking towards the inside of the house. Good. Gu Lichuan, having come to the door, you actually dare to say that there is nothing between you two? Seeing this scene, Su Yuli's face became more and more gloomy, a biting cold light flashed in her eyes, and the strength in her hands increased continuously. Injustice. This is really more unjust than sinus. Gu Lichuan broke down and said, how do I know what's going on? Didn't you set me up with her? How would I know if you ask me now? Gu Lichuan aggravated. How did he know what was going on? Hello, may I ask Gu Lichuan, does brother Xiaochuan live here? The voice that came from the monitor made Gu Lichuan's eyes instantly black. Not big sister, I know you, right? I know you, right? You just have to hold on to me and screw me to death, don't you? Su Yuli slowly loosened the hand that was strangling Gu Lichuan's neck, but her stunningly beautiful face was at the moment as if it was covered in a layer of frost, gazing at him indifferently, and then walked over to press the call button, and with a cold and unquestionable tone, she instructed the butler on the other end of the phone, let her in. It wasn't long before the door to the room was gently pushed open and the butler respectfully led a young girl into the room. Brother Xiaochuan, it's really you. As soon as that girl saw Gu Lichuan, her bright eyes instantly blossomed with surprise, and without hesitation, she jumped straight into his arms. I'll be damned, is this going to kill me? Gu Lichuan is convinced. Gu Lichuan hurriedly reached out and tried to push the girl away from himself, looking flustered. Not that, I don't seem to know you, do I? Su Yuli, who was standing at the side, witnessed the scene in front of her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her arms crossed and encircled her chest, the corner of her mouth lifted up in a mocking cold smile. The killing intent contained in her eyes was already about to overflow. The girl who was pushed away froze for a moment, then wrapped her arms around Gu Lichuan's arm and said poutingly, Brother Xiaochuan, how can you not remember me? I'm Su Shueya. Gu Lichuan impatiently pushed away Su Shueya's hand that was tightly wrapped around his arm and replied in a stiff tone, what Su Shueyo? Never heard of it. No, sis, don't keep rubbing yourself on me, okay? Don't mess with me. There's a powder keg right next to us that's ready to explode. Don't give her any more fire, okay? Looking at Su Yuli's face and Su Shueyao's movements, Gu Lichuan's cold sweat came down. He had just blocked a knife for her yesterday, which made Su Yuli's conscience come out and relax her grip on him, and he hadn't even had time to run away yet, and now he was making this mess. So how could he count the knife he had received yesterday? Su Shueyo heard Gu Lichuan's words and stared at him without turning her eyes, looking at Gu Lichuan's serious and anxious appearance as if he wasn't lying to her. She immediately trembled her lips slightly and her teardrops crackled and rolled down. What? What's wrong with being a big sister? You're crying now? I should be the one crying now. Gu Lichuan anxiously cast a look of help towards Su Yuli on the side, trying to prove his innocence. At this moment, Su Yuli was gazing at the two people with a cold face, and the corner of her mouth was still hung with a sneer if anything. Obviously having decided that Gu Lichuan and Su Shueya were a pair of woefully incompetent dogs and daughters. It's over. It's over. Look at this situation. Gu Lichuan knows that this is going to be really over if he can't explain it clearly. That. You don't cry first, okay? Is your name Su Shueya? Gu Lichuan drew a tissue from the table with his hands and feet and handed it to Su Shueya. Suddenly a cool chill came from his neck. Without even thinking about it, he knew that it must be Su Yuli's gaze that was filled with a murderous aura. Gu Lichuan couldn't help but tremble and involuntarily shrunk his neck. There is no way now, he has to stabilize Su Shuiao's mood first. Now perhaps only she can possibly explain clearly with Su Yuli. Otherwise he is with Su Yuli to say his mouth rotten. Su Yuli will not believe him. He doesn't want to become a doll that only listens to Su Yuli's words and has no thoughts. Only when Su Shuiao's emotions stabilized did Gu Lichuan ask, "You know me, right?" As a result, Su Shuiao's reply once again made him double over. Brother Xiaochuan is Yao Yao's fiancé. How could Yao Yao not recognize Brother Xiaochuan? Chapter, I will make you inseparable from me for the rest of your life. 15. You can't say that. When he heard Su Shuiao say, "It's her fiancé," Gu Lichuan instantly panicked, his mind going blank. How he didn't know when he had such a beautiful fiancé. You have evidence. Well, you just talk nonsense. Gu Lichuan glanced at Su Yuli's to kill eyes and was about to cry. Aren't you pushing me to the brink of extinction? Gu Lichuan could hear Su Yuli sharpening her knife. Su Shuiao reddened her face, gently biting her lips as she said poutingly, "Brother Xiaochuan, didn't Uncle Gu mention this matter to you?" At first, Uncle Gu had given our family a marriage certificate. After saying that, she shyly pulled out her cell phone, her fingers quickly sliding the screen, and then handed a photo to Gu Lichuan's face. Gu Lichuan took the cell phone with a trembling hand and immediately felt his eyes go black. The wedding certificate in the photo clearly showed his birth date and name, next to his unreliable old man's signature and drawing. No way. Dad, do not bring such a pit, son. The company was your dry closure of the back of a debt. I do not say anything. You also hid me to give me a marriage. It's not like I'm in a dead-end job. No, how come this female party's information is blank? Gu Lichuan looked carefully at the photo and realized that the woman's birth date and name were blank. Gu Lichuan asked hurriedly, trying to prove his innocence. Oh, this didn't Uncle Gu tell you about it? Back then, the two of us were married by designation. It's just that at that time, Brother Xiaochuan had already been born, and I hadn't been born yet. Su Shuiao sweetly explained. Uncle Gu said that if a girl was born in our family, the marriage contract would officially take effect, and told us to just fill in the information ourselves. Immediately after, Su Shuiao blinked and added in a good-natured manner, "If Brother Xiaochuan is not happy, I'll go back and fill it out now." Okay, don't. You mustn't. Gu Lichuan panicked and stopped it. If this dares to let Su Shuiao fill in, then he is probably really dead. Su Yuli didn't know when she came over, snatched the cell phone, and then coldly stared at the photos on the screen of the phone, with a chilling cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. It's over. This is really over. I don't want to die yet. Oh. Gu Lichuan's head hurts now. This sister is. Su Shuiao noticed Su Yuli at this time. Her eyes revealed doubts as she looked at this cold-faced beauty, as if she didn't understand why she appeared at Brother Xiaochuan's house. In fact, this isn't even Gu Lichuan's house, okay? Su Yuli is the master of this house, no matter which way it is. Looking at the date of nativity on the marriage certificate earlier than Gu Lichuan knew himself, Su Yuli laughed miserably and threw the phone onto the table, her eyes staring at Gu Lichuan without any ripples, as if she was looking at a dead person. No, Mr. Su, you listen to my explanation. Gu Lichuan wanted to cry. He also did not know that he didn't know that his father had dug such a big hole for him. If he had told him that he had a fiancée, he would have had to go through so much trouble to pick up Su Yuli. Well, is your old man happy now? Soon your precious son will have to go down and nag you. Is this sister the leader of Brother Xiaochuan? Su Shuiao obediently extended her hand towards Su Yuli and said, "Thank you, sister, for taking care of Brother Xiaochuan for so many years." Yuli glanced faintly at Su Shuiao's small white hand hanging in midair, and her already gloomy face instantly became even uglier. In Su Yuli's opinion, this is not a thank you. This is clearly a demonstration. A naked demonstration. Su Yuli raised her hand and swung it forcefully, knocking Su Shuiao's hand away, then stared dead at Gu Lichuan with an icy gaze and said in a hard tone, "Gu Lichuan, you choose yourself." Looking at Su Yuli's back as she left, Su Shuiao aggressively rubbed her beaten hand and said to Gu Lichuan, "Brother Xiaochuan, this sister is so fierce." Gu Lichuan clearly saw Su Yuli's white jade-like shoulders visibly tremble. His heart tightened and he hurriedly covered Su Shuiao's mouth. "Sister, don't talk nonsense again, or we'll both die here today." Watching Su Yuli walk away, Gu Lichuan then breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. "It looks like tonight. I don't know how I'm going to be cleaned up by Su Yuli again. There's something I need to tell you." Gu Lichuan looked at Su Shuiao, whose eyes were full of stars, and had some headaches thinking about how to explain his relationship with Su Yuli. Unexpectedly Su Shuiao heard his words, face brushed red, hurriedly waved his small hand and said, "Xiaochuan brother, it is too early to say this. I am not ready. Or wait for me to grow up a little bit more, say it. That way we." After saying that, she shyly trotted away, not giving him the slightest chance to explain. "What? No? Me? You? Gu Lichuan is convinced. What kind of people are these? Can there be a normal person? Gu Lichuan hurriedly chased after him, wanting to explain clearly to Su Shueyo, but in the end, he didn't run 2 steps before he saw Su Yuli standing in front of the gate with a frosty face to stop him. Su Yuli's icy gaze was like a sharp arrow, instantly causing Gu Lichuan to fall into an ice cellar and take 2 steps back. Gu Lichuan, you really want to betray me after all, don't you? Su Yuli looked at his actions and laughed out coldly in anger, not expecting Gu Lichuan to finally choose to abandon himself and to follow that woman. It's okay, Gu Lichuan. I'll let you stay away from me for the rest of your life. No one can take it away from me. Looking at Su Yuli's maddened appearance, Gu Lichuan had a bout of chills. It's over. It's over. Why is this misunderstanding getting deeper and deeper? No, wife, let me explain. Gu Lichuan thought to himself that he had taken the initiative to call Su Yuli's wife. This time Su Yuli could always eliminate a little anger, right? As expected, when Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan call her wife, her delicate body slightly trembled, and her heart seemed to have a touch, but just for a moment, as if she suddenly remembered something. Originally gripping his collar, has gradually loosened. The jade hand violently tightened again. The force is so large that he could not breathe. Good Gu Lichuan. Up to now you're still lying to me for that woman. That is really that good. Gu Lichuan, where exactly am I not better than that? You say it. Looking at Su Yuli's face, which was somewhat distorted due to anger, Gu Lichuan hurriedly explained. No, wife, don't get excited first. Listen to me. You listen to me to tell you properly. Su Yuli dragged him back to the bedroom by his collar, flung him on the bed, reached for the mineral water bottle at the foot of the bed, and without giving Gu Lichuan any time to react, unscrewed the cap, roughly pried open his mouth, and lifted the bottle to slam it into his mouth. The cold water gushed into his mouth at once and flowed down his throat, choking Gu Lichuan and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. No, wife, cough, cough. Please stop first. Listen to my explanation. Gu Lichuan coughed as he struggled to squeeze out broken words through his teeth. It's over. It's over. It's really over if I can't explain it before I pass out. Su Yuli snorted coldly and said with contempt and indignation, Humph. Explain what? To plead for mercy for you 2 shameless adulterers and adulteresses? Or do you want me to fulfill you? Saying that, Su Yuli violently pounced on him, pressing him so hard that he could barely breathe. No, wife is not what you think. Gu Lichuan's consciousness began to gradually blur, and even his words began to become slurred. It's over. It's completely over. Chapter, a smash should break it, right? 16. Hello? Xiao Zi. You know, I finally found my fiancé. Su Shueyo ran out of the villa, unable to suppress her inner excitement, shouting excitedly into the cell phone microphone, wanting to share this joy with her best friend. Really, Yao Yao? Tell me, is he tall and handsome? Is there a picture? Immediately came a series of little girls' unique chirping voice, full of curiosity and gossip on the other end of the phone. Well, just as handsome as the first time I saw him. It doesn't seem to have changed much, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Su Shueyo slightly tilted her head, recalling the face that had haunted her. A shy and sweet smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Where are the photos? Where are the photos? I can't wait to see what this handsome guy who has made our Yao Yao obsessed for more than 10 years looks like. Su Shueyo tilted her head, lightly biting her lips, muttering her little mouth after a little thought and replied. He also stood next to a particularly fierce-looking female leader. Fierce can be scary. I did not dare to shoot. That's not just right. Grabbed dug into your family business. You cannot every day. The phone that came again, a burst of little girls' reckless laughter. Straight laugh. Su Shueyo blush. Heartbeat accelerated. Alright, I won't talk to you guys. Seeing that the topic was getting off track, Su Shueyo was so shy that she hurriedly hung up the phone. Su Shueyo secretly swore as she tightly gripped her cell phone. Brother Xiaochuan, Yao Yao won't let you disappear again. Su Shueyo was just about to put her cell phone back into her pocket when Su Jinha, Su Shueyo's father, called in. Just connected Su Shueyo before she had time to speak. The reprimanding voice of Su Jinha on the phone made Su Shueyo's small face instantly turn white. Yao Yao, did you meet that wild boy? Get your ass back here. Su Shueyo resisted and talked back. I don't. It was hard for me to find him. Nonsense. Do you know how important the project that the Hong Kong City Su family is working on with us is to us? You don't want to go and upset Su Qingyu at this time. Su Shueyo bit her lips, her eyes reddened aggrieved and said, I don't care what project you said in the beginning. Su Jinha looked at the past so obedient Su Shueyo now for a family bankrupt boy so disobedient to himself, can no longer suppress their anger? Into the phone roared, hurry to me to get back. Here, where is Su Qingyu bad? It's your good fortune that people can look at you. If you dare to meet that wild boy in private again, You'll never think of entering my Su family's door again. With a snap, the cell phone slipped out of Su Shuiao's hand and fell to the ground, with Su Junha's threatening voice still coming from it intermittently. Listening to her father's reprimanding words, Su Shuiao helplessly sat crouched on the roadside holding her knees, tears flowing silently down her face. The street light above her head flickered and dimmed, the flickering light pulling Su Shuiao's shadow to a long length. Su Shuiao couldn't figure out why her father was doing this to her. Obviously he had promised her before. He had already said that he wouldn't interfere in their affairs as long as he could find him. Why did he suddenly change his mind now? In the eyes of the father, money is really more important than anything else. Su Shuiao couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it. She just sat alone under the streetlight, her tears flowing downward helplessly. For a long time, Su Shuiao, who was tired of crying, pulled out a candy from her pocket and looked at the candy in her hand that was exactly the same as it was many years ago in a bit of a trance. Eat a candy. Mom said when you have a bitter heart eat a candy it won't be bitter. Don't believe me, try it. A fruit candy lay quietly in the teenager's sunbathed spread palm, wrapped in colorful cellophane, giving her the first glimmer of light in her incredibly gray world. Mom also said that the reason people get sad is that they won't follow their heart. You have to learn to fight back or you'll never be happy in your life. Su Shuiao shook her head to dispel those memories and gently plucked the candy paper to hold the candy in her mouth. The sweet and sour scent instantly followed the taste buds straight to the bottom of the heart, washing away the bitterness in the heart in a flash. Picking up her cell phone and hanging up Su Junha's call, Su Shuiao's face was full of stubbornness. In the past, she only knew how to beg and would not resist, but now she didn't want to do that anymore. What Su family gives status, position, wealth, power, she cannot want. She now only want to live for her own, only want to follow their own inner thoughts. Su Junha looked at the phone that was hung up. His face was furious, saying nothing. He never thought that Su Shuiao would take the initiative to hang up his phone one day. The cooperation between the Su family and the Su family had already entered the most crucial stage, and at this time Su Shuiao would even make an extra effort. If the Su family breaks off the cooperation at this time, then the Su family will be completely hopeless. Su Jun has said that he would not let the Su family's hard-earned foundation be destroyed in his own hands. Go, arrange for someone to go to Haidong to fetch Yao Yao back, Su Junha ordered with a cold face. This matter mustn't be known to the Su family, and I hope that wild boy from the Gu family won't pester Yao Yao afterward, so that he disappears completely. Yes, my lord, I'll arrange for someone to do it. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap between the exhaust fan's blades on Gu Lichuan's body when he woke up drowsily. A musty smell filled the air, and in the darkness, apart from the ray of sunlight that shone on him, only the faint light emanating from a dimming incandescent lamp allowed him to see his surroundings clearly. Gu Lichuan heart panicked. I go. So Yuli, this is for me off where? The surrounding area was terribly quiet. No sound could be heard anymore except for the hissing and buzzing sound brought about by the slight friction generated by the air around the exhaust fan as it rotated. Gu Lichuan raised his hand to rub his eyes, and just as he raised his arm, a clattering sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, which seemed particularly harsh in this silent space. Looking down, he saw that a thick iron chain was fastened above his right wrist, and as his arm swayed, the chain and the ground collided with each other, emitting a loud ringing sound. Damn, Su Yuli, you're not a human being. Even if you imprison me, you still use such a thick chain to tie me up. Am I the kind of person who will run away? I definitely won't run. But then again, this chain is so light that it doesn't look very strong, so it should be able to break with a smash, right? Well, no matter what, we have to try. Gu Lichuan picked up a stone scattered aside and held it tightly in his hand. After taking a deep breath, without the slightest hesitation he slammed the stone hard towards the cold, hard chain on his wrist. Bang, a muffled sound. The stone and the chain collided with a crisp sound. At the same time, the strength of the chain transferred to the wrist. Intense pain. Gu Lichuan could not help but let out a painful groan. Just as Gu Lichuan was still fully concentrated and struggling to smash the chains on his wrists, he was completely unaware that the door to the room had been pushed open at some point. Su Yuli's pair of beautiful eyes stared coldly at Gu Lichuan, who was trying to struggle to break free from the chains, and stood quietly in the doorway with a face as heavy as water. Gu Lichuan, you really want to run away after all? Chapter, Wife, let me help you check if this chain is strong or not. 17. Gu Lichuan, who inexplicably felt a coolness, looked up and met Su Yuli's murderous gaze. Wife, let me help you check if this chain is strong. What do you think if it's not strong enough for me to run away, right? You don't want me to run away so easily, do you? Gu Lichuan hurriedly threw away the stone in his hand and raised the chain on his wrist with a pleasing face to Su Yuli and said, Wife, look, quite sturdy. Smashed half a day did not leave traces. Su Yuli came over and said quietly, Yes, Gu Lichuan, titanium alloy. If you don't have a key, unless you chop this hand off, or you won't be able to leave here for the rest of your life. Looking at Su Yuli's face covered with gloom, Gu Lichuan fearfully swallowed his saliva and said, "Wife, look at you even joke. You say how can I give up to leave you? If this chain can be chained to both of us for a lifetime is good. Gu Lichuan, where is the author? If you can't explain it to my wife in 3 chapters, I'll wear a book and chop your hand off to write it myself." "Yeah, really don't want to escape?" Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan's words with a wry smile as she stretched out her palm and a small key appeared in her palm. Looking at the key to regaining his freedom right in front of him, Gu Lichuan swallowed frantically, strongly suppressing his thoughts of snatching it up. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was surprisingly unmoved, Su Yuli raised her eyebrows in some surprise and faintly put away the key in her hand. The position Su Yuli stood in was carefully designed by her, just at the extreme length of the chain. Even if he wanted to grab it, it was absolutely impossible to grab it. If Gu Lichuan really dared to make a move to rob him, she was truly determined to lock him up here for the rest of his life, until she turned Gu Lichuan into a mannequin that would only follow her orders. But if Gu Lichuan hadn't made a move, she was still willing to give Gu Lichuan a chance to listen to his explanation. "Wife, that I'm a bit cold. Can you give me still a piece of clothing to wear?" Looking at Su Yuli's slightly eased expression, Gu Lichuan said pitifully, "This dark and damp environment really made people feel uncomfortable, especially since Gu Lichuan was left with just a thin shirt, and by now, he was already freezing and shivering." Su Yuli indifferently looked at him, found that he does not look like pretending, and in this also really feel the chill, turned around and went out to drape himself in a jacket and then casually took a jacket and walked in and threw it to him. Gu Lichuan's hands and feet hurriedly picked up from the ground to put on, curled into a ball, the body which gradually warmed up. Su Yuli clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Gu Lichuan's miserable appearance, and after a moment of silence coldly asked, "What's going on with you and her?" Seeing that Su Yuli was actually willing to take the initiative to listen to her own explanation, Gu Lichuan hurriedly said in an aggravated manner, "Wife, I really don't know what's going on. I didn't even know that my father had given me a marriage engagement. Moreover, I don't even know that what's her name Su Shueya. Honey, if you don't believe me you can go check. I'm really innocent." Su Yuli stared at Gu Lichuan's eyes and realized that he wasn't lying. Her eyes became a little loose. Seeing this situation, Gu Lichuan hastened to strike while the iron is hot. "Wife, I really only love you alone. My family went bankrupt, only you are willing to help me pay off the debt. Pull me out of the abyss. That time I made up my mind that my heart is only loaded with you alone. Can no longer tolerate other people. Honey, I swear I'm telling the truth. There's no way in this life I'd ever lie to you," said Gu Lichuan is going to reach out to hug Su Yuli. But the result is that the chain is not long enough to be pulled and stumbled. Some embarrassment to look at Su Yuli. Su Yuli was a little moved by Gu Lichuan's confession, and looking at the hands that Gu Lichuan reached out to her, her lips trembled slightly, but she still didn't do anything. Gu Lichuan waited for half a day, watched Su Yuli still did not choose to believe in herself, let out a bitter smile, and slowly lowered the arm hanging in mid-air. These words were all from his heart, and he had to admit that he didn't know when that Su Yuli, who made him want to run away extremely badly, had become a part of his life. Looking at Gu Lichuan's disheveled appearance as he sat on the ground, Su Yuli's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions. Although Su Yuli can feel that Gu Lichuan said these words from the heart, but when he left himself without saying goodbye is also true. That thing is always a thorn in Su Yuli's heart, cannot be pulled out and cannot be healed. This is also the reason why Su Yuli never dare to put down her heart to believe in Gu Lichuan. She is really afraid of which day suddenly woke up Gu Lichuan and somehow disappeared. If she went through it again she would really go crazy. That's why she morbidly wanted to control Gu Lichuan's every move, to make sure that Gu Lichuan really wouldn't abandon her again. Su Yuli also knew that this would make Gu Lichuan hate her, but it didn't matter. As long as she could make Gu Lichuan never leave her, Su Yuli forcibly suppressed her emotions, and expressionlessly said to Gu Lichuan, "I will find out what you say if, wife, I definitely won't hide anything. If I tell half a lie, you'll lock me up here forever. Okay." Gu Lichuan hurriedly launched a poisonous oath at Su Yuli to try and prove his innocence. Of course, Gu Lichuan surely said are true. If there is half a sentence of falsehood he also surely do not dare to say so, right? Su Yuli's face finally eased a little after hearing Gu Lichuan's poisonous oath, but she still gave him a cold look before slowly retreating. Not long afterward a mattress was brought in. Looking at the bed of soft and clean mattress, Gu Lichuan are going to cry. Really good. Do not have to sleep on the haystacks and cold slate. It seems that Su Yuli is still heartbroken. Is not sure when Su Yuli can check to release themselves out. Lichuan Media is still waiting for their own to rectify it. Su's group president's office. Su Yuli slapped a stack of information heavily on the table. A chilling chill filled the room, and the entire room was as cold and bone-chilling as if it had been frozen. For so many years in Haidong, I spent so much money and raised so many people. Isn't that what I'm saving for today? Now you guys are telling me that you can't find out? What are you all doing? If you don't find out by this afternoon, you're all out of here. Mr. Sue, do you think this is slightly too tight? Sue Yuli, a cold eyes over. The person who just opened his mouth, instantly cold sweat flowed, hurriedly said, Sue total, today guaranteed to complete the task. Only after everyone had retreated did Sue Yuli pick up the report on the table and check it out. Only after a long time did Sue Yuli put down the report in her hands and leaned on the office chair, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. The first lady of the Sue family in Hong Kong City? No matter who it was, she couldn't get her hands on Gu Lichuan. That was her bottom line. Chapter: Two people who don't even know each other. 18. Hello? Immediately have Su Hongjun call me. Su Yuli grabbed the phone on the table and dialed out towards a branch of the Su group in Hong Kong City. The cool and majestic voice penetrated through the phone line, making the person who answered on the opposite side instantly jump with fear. Not knowing what this group boss who was far away in Haidong was fuming about again. Not long Su Hongjun's phone will call over. The handset instantly came Su Hongjun, that slightly flattering voice, Su total ah. You good ah. I do not know what instructions you personally call over. Su Yuli didn't make any nonsense, and directly opened the door and asked, does the Hong Kong City Su family have any cooperation with you? The flat tone contained a sense of oppression that one could not ignore. Su Hongjun's heart tightened, not yet clear what happened. While speculating on the intention of Su Yueli's query, while hastily answered, Mr. Su, to be honest, we do have a key project with the Hong Kong Su family in the near future. Hearing Su Hongjun's affirmative answer, Su Yuli directly said, set me up, so that Hong Kong City will never have the Su family as a business again. These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Su Hongjun's ears. How did this Hong Kong City Su family mess with Haidong Su group? It even made the old boss personally call to ask for the Hong Kong City Su family to be removed from the list. When Su Hongjun heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed and stammered to explain. Mr. Su, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. After all, the project we've been working on with the Su family has been underway for some time now, and it involves quite a bit of capital and manpower investment. So if it's hastily interrupted now, the loss could be quite a bit Before Su Hongjun could finish those difficult words, he was mercilessly interrupted by Su Yuli. What? Do you think that the profits brought in by this project of the Su family is comparable to the huge investment the group makes in your Su family every year? If you don't want the subsequent investment, then you can continue to cooperate with the Su family. Su Yuli's voice grew colder and colder as she said with a hint of an unquestionable tone. Hearing these words, Su Hongjun only felt a chill run down his back, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Although the profits from this project between the Su family and the Su family in Hong Kong City were large, that amount of money was still less than 1/10 of Su Yuri's annual special allocation to their Su family. Su Hongjun is still distinguishable. The Su family Su family can still back Su Yuli to the project revitalization. If Su Yuli this tree is gone, turn to support other families in Hong Kong City. The Su family is afraid of also not far away from the name of the removal. Moreover, his intention of saying these words was just to get more benefits from Su Yuli. He didn't expect the Su boss to be so furious. He himself had directly bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Su Hongjun knew that this was not the time to raise conditions, and hurriedly calmed Su Yuli's emotions, compensating for the smile. Mr. Su rested his anger. I just said that casually. Don't worry, I will do it, and make sure that the Su family will be removed from Hong Kong City. You better not let me down. Only after hearing Su Hongjun's assurance did Su Yuli return the phone back to the table with a gloomy face, not expecting that a small Su family in Hong Kong City would dare to make conditions with her. It seemed that each had drifted a bit in her absence during this time, so it was time to find an opportunity to give them a good knock. After hanging up the phone, Su Hongjun slightly narrowed his eyes, unhurriedly picked up his teacup and shallowly took a small sip of the fragrant tea. Hong Kong Su family he has long wanted to annex. Only the past Su family is not that ability to swallow, but now has the support of the Haidong Su group. Su Hongjun's heart has begun to calculate how to grasp this rare opportunity to annex the Hong Kong Su family in one fell swoop. Suddenly Su Hongjun looked like he remembered something vital. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly reached out and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, quickly dialing his son Su Qinyu's phone number. The other end of the phone quickly picked up, and Su Qinyu's slightly gasping voice came out. Hey, Dad. Before Su Qinyu could finish his sentence, Su Hongjun couldn't wait to speak. Qinyue, listen up. You absolutely cannot get too close to that girl from the Su family again during this time. Hearing these orders from his father, Su Qinyu couldn't help but feel very surprised, and while adjusting his rapid breathing, he asked with a suspicious heart, Dad, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly say that? At the same time, a burst of a woman's wailing voice seemed to faintly emanate from the phone. Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Su Hongjuan's brows furrowed, and in a heavy tone, he once again issued a warning to Su Qingyu, don't ask so many questions, just do what I tell you to do. In short, you are not allowed to have any dealings with the Su family during this period of time. After saying that, without waiting for Su Qingyu to respond, he hung up the phone with a dark face. Su Qingyu looked at the cell phone in his hand that had already been hung up in some confusion, but soon the gusts of tantalizing soft humming coming from underneath him once again managed to attract all of his attention. Mr. Su, this is the investigation information you wanted on the relationship between Gu Lichuan and Su Shueyao. Su Yuri had just hung up Su Hongjuan's phone when a thick piece of information was delivered to Su Yuri's desk. The one who came to deliver the information was none other than Chao Guanca, who was in charge of intelligence gathering for the Su group. While cautiously observing the change in Su Yuli's expression, he carefully opened his mouth to report, Mr. Su, we've carefully investigated, and there really isn't too much interaction between this Gu Lichuan and Su Shueyao. The only relevant information we can find out so far is that the two of them used to attend the same junior high school, but after only 2 weeks, Su Shueyao was picked up by the family and sent to Hong Kong City. In addition, there is no trace of any two people having contacted each other, which means that these two people are not what you think they are. It is very likely that these two people do not know each other at all. Su Yuli nodded expressionlessly, then reached out and gently turned over the information in front of her. A moment later, she stops the movement in her hands and raises her head, her eyes coldly looking at Chao Guanca questioning, how come that marriage certificate hasn't been investigated yet? Hearing this, Chao Guanca couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect Su Yuli to be concerned about this, and somewhat slightly flustered, he replied, This time has been too long, and for the time being, it hasn't been fully investigated. After saying that, Chao Guanca stole a glance at Su Yuli's face that was momentarily so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water, and hurriedly added an explanation. However, as far as we know, more than 10 years ago, the Gu family and the Su family had a close partnership in numerous projects, so we speculate that marriage certificate should be a promise or agreement given by the Gu family to the Su family when the two sides exchanged resources in business at that time. Chapter, be prepared to meet my Su Yuli's wrath. 19. What do you mean should? Su Yuli's eyebrows slightly knitted, jade-like fingers gently tapping on the desktop. The sound of the crisp and rhythmic thud sound, echoing in the empty office, each time knocked on Chao Guanca's heart. The cold sweat that emerged on Chao Guanca's forehead became even denser, and he hurriedly said with trepidation, Mr. Su, don't be angry. I'll immediately arrange for manpower to investigate this matter clearly. As he spoke, he secretly raised his eyes and glanced at Su Yuli, who was sitting behind the desk, only to see that her stunningly beautiful face was currently shrouded in a layer of frost that made people shudder. Chao Guanca's heart muttered for a while. In order to compete for the opportunity to cooperate in the project between the big families, the use of marriage and other means has long been nothing new. How come Su Yuli just stares at this all the time? This leader's mind is really inscrutable. But spit to spit, Su Yuli's order Chao Guanca cannot dare to have the slightest negligence. Hurriedly took out the phone, ready to deploy the follow-up investigation work. As Chao Guanca, who started his career in intelligence gathering, he couldn't know the young and beautiful President Su better. At the age of early 20s, without any power behind him to rely on, he was able to navigate through the fish and dragons of Haidong and build Su's group into a business giant, relying on her thunderous and decisive iron hand. If anyone dared to play tricks or act perfunctorily in front of her, I'm afraid the end would be very miserable. Thinking of this, Chao Guanca couldn't help but shiver. He didn't want to lose sight of tomorrow's sun. What did you just say? There are actually people in Haidong investigating Gu Lichuan? Are you going to kill him? Have you found out what the other party's identity is yet? Chao Guanca had just come out of Su Yuri's office in fear, and before he had the chance to assign work tasks, he heard his subordinates hurriedly running to report to him. Chao Guanca, who got the news, was shocked and drew his legs and ran wildly towards Su Yuli's office. Gu Lichuan is so important to Su Yuli that he doesn't need to say much. If Gu Lichuan really has something happen in Haidong, Su Yuli will definitely have to let the whole group to accompany him. Mr. Su, we just received news that there. Chao Guanca rushed into Su Yuli's office. Panting before he could finish his sentence, he met Su Yuli's eyes that exuded killing intent. Chao Guanca instantly realized that he just seemed to have rushed in without knocking on the door, and the coldness emanating from the air hardened him to swallow the latter half of his sentence, weakly looking towards Su Yuli. Su Yuli frowned slightly as she looked at the adventurous Chao Guancu, an obvious displeasure showing on her face, her beautiful icy eyes staring at Chao Guancu as she coldly questioned, "What happened?" Seeing that Su Yuli didn't seem to want to blame herself, Chao Guancu was slightly relieved and finally dropped the heart that was hanging in his throat back into his stomach. raising his hand and wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead. After settling his nerves, he spoke in a panic. Mr. Su, we received news in the underworld that someone spent $2 million to buy Gu Lichuan's life. Snap. As Chao Guanca's last word fell, a crisp ringing sound suddenly rang out. The pen that Su Yuli was holding tightly in her hand was actually pinched off hard by Su Yuli. At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from Su Yuli's body in a steady stream. And even the long-experienced Chao Guanco was a bit scared and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gu Lichuan's life is only worth a mere $2 million? Su Yuli's voice was a little low and hoarse, and her face was hideous. These words caused Chao Guanca to be at a loss as to how to reply for a moment. Chao Guanca, isn't this the time for you to be obsessing about the price? Now is the time for someone to buy your old flame's life. Helplessly opening his mouth, Chao Guanca stated that he had said what he should and shouldn't have said, and then retreated to the side trembling, not even daring to let out a breath for fear that the slightest inadvertence of Su Yuli's wrath would involve him. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. After a long while, Su Yuli was able to slightly calm herself, but her eyes were still as cold as ice. She slightly narrowed her eyes and coldly opened her mouth to ask, "What kind of person is on the opposite side? Have you found out clearly?" Chao Guanca, as if amnestied, hastily raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly replied back, "The killer is local to Haidong, and is currently under control. The employer behind the scene is extremely well hidden, but according to the clues we have so far, we are basically sure that it is someone from the Su family in the city of Hong Kong." Good. Very good. Hearing the Hong Kong City Su family again, Su Yuli was first stunned, then a cold smile actually spread across her face. How could she not expect that a small Hong Kong City Su family would dare to buy Gu Lichuan's life? However, Su Yuli, who stabilized her emotions, quickly reacted that this was a good opportunity. Su Yuli raised her head, her gaze landing straight on Chao Guanco, who was not far away, gently beckoning at him, and spoke. "Come over here." The voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Looking at Su Yuli's summons, Chao Guanco looked a little hesitant, and extremely reluctantly slowly moved towards Su Yuli's side. "Why are standing so far away?" Seeing Chao Guanca dilly-dallying for half a day and still not approaching, Su Yuli could not help but frown slightly, narrowing her eyes vaguely exuding a slightly dangerous aura. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Chao Guanca gritted his teeth and could only walk stiffly to Su Yuli. "Aren't all those killers hired in Hong Kong City before now under your control? You go and arrange to tie up Gu Lichuan. Then find a suitable time to let the assassins make conditions with the Su family in front of him to go." After hearing Su Yuli's arrangement, Chao Guanca's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh. It's true that it's still the most poisonous woman's heart. According to this plan, it's simply killing two birds with one stone. The Su family bought the murderer, but also happened to coincidentally let Gu Lichuan know the employer behind the Su family. Simply Gu Lichuan to toy with a lot of. "Okay, General Manager Su, I will do as you wish." After receiving Su Yuli's nod, Chao Guanco didn't dare to have the slightest delay, immediately turned around and left Su Yuli's office with quick steps, quickly ordering down according to Su Yuli's plan. Su Yuli slowly stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, clasping her hands to her chest and looking at the bustling and noisy scene outside, a chilling cold light flashing in her eyes from time to time. This Hong Kong City Su family repeatedly targeting Gu Lichuan. Still really think he is still before that, as anyone can be bullied at will. The family bankruptcy, hiding around the debt of the wild boy? If you dare to make a move, you must be prepared to meet my Su Yuli's wrath. Chapter, Brother Xiaochuan, you can only be mine. 20. Where's Su Shueya? Where the hell did she go? Why hasn't she returned by now? The entire Hong Kong City Su family's magnificent manor echoed with Su Jinhe's furious roar everywhere. In the past 2 days, the Su family suddenly stopped injecting money into the Su family's cooperative projects without any warning, and now there have been many vicious incidents because of the shortage of funds. The anxious Su Jinhe angrily smashed the expensive teacup in his hand fiercely to the ground, accompanied by a crisp sound. The teacup instantly turned into countless fragments, splashing around. The Su family's old butler, facing Su Jinhe's questioning, was currently kneeling on both knees, trembling with fear and trembling as he cleaned up the broken ceramic tiles that littered the ground, while timidly returning. "Master, don't be anxious. Miss is now hiding over in Haidong, but all of our people in Haidong have already spread out. I believe that we will soon be able to bring Miss back." Hearing that Su Shueyo had dared to disobey her own orders and hid alone in Haidong, Su Jinhe's originally ugly face was now even more terribly gloomy. With the Su family cooperation project, Su Jinhe can be said to be the Su family's entire family base are invested in, counting on this to let the Su family turn around. But how could Su Jinhe not expect Su Shueya, this rebellious daughter, to go and take the initiative to upset the young master of the Su family, who had a crush on her? At this critical time, this was not putting him in his eyes at all. not putting the entire Su family in his eyes. Without the Su family's capital injection, the Su family's current financial situation cannot be maintained for a long time. Not only this project, and now even the entire Su family is facing a huge risk. In order for the project to continue to run, Su Jinha could only call Su Hongjun. Mr. Su, the phone just connected. Su Jinha licked his this old face. The words have not had time to export will be Su Hongjun to quickly hang up. Su Hongjun's this operation can be Su Jinha angry enough. Everyone is a businessman. Even if there is a contradiction between each other will not make it too ugly. But Su Hongjun did this as clearly the Su family offended the Su family. To him to set up a horse. Su Jinha carefully thought to think about it. Recently also did not offend the Su family. It cannot be that Su Shueao private meeting that wild boy thing was discovered by the Su family to provoke Su Hongjun so unhappy? Thinking about it, there is no way Su Jinha can only once again dial the phone to Su Chenyu. Want to take this opportunity to explore the Su family's mouth? To see in the end because of what happened. There is no room for redemption. Chenyu I'm your Uncle Su. Su Jinha said with a pleasing tone. Oh, Uncle Su, what can I do for you? Su Jinha listened to Su Chenyu's flat voice and cautiously tried. Chenyu you see that Yao Yao is coming back from vacation soon. Do you want to take the time to come and find Yao Yao? Oh no. You see, when you have the time, I'll let Yao Yao go and play with you. Su Chenyu on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, thinking about his father Su Hongjuan's warning, but facing this future Su Jinha, who had almost become his own old man, was still a bit too much. What happened to the Su family recently? Uncle Su, you should know it in your heart. Let Shueao contact me again when you've all dealt with it. Saying that, Su Chenyu then hung up the phone as well. Seeing Su Chenyu's attitude, Su Jinha was even more convinced that it was Su Shueao who secretly went to see Gu Lichuan, that wild boy, in private, and was discovered by the Su family that caused Su Chenyu to be unhappy, thus stopping the injection of capital to pressure him on project cooperation. And his heart couldn't help but be greatly infuriated. But looking at this tone of Su Chenyu's voice, there was still room for moderation. Now the priority is to hurry to find Su Shueao to Su Chenyu to send over, to calm the Su family's anger, so that the Su family continue to inject capital into the project before. Go, give me more manpower, dig up the ground and find that rebellious girl for me. Also, hurry up and let the people over at Haidong make their move. Deal with that wild boy and give the Su family an explanation. When he thought that Su Shueao dared to play disappearance for him at this time, putting the Su family at risk, Su Jinha was furious. In a remote corner of Haidong City, there was an extremely humble rental house. Gu Lizi hugged a stack of books stacked higher than herself, waddled out of the room, and grumbled at Su Shueao sitting on the worn-out sofa. I really can't understand why you have to come with me to suffer in this hellish place when you're not a good Su family, miss. This is the love treasures you've been longing for. Gu Lizi landed the mountain of books in her arms on the coffee table in front of Su Shueao, shrugged her shoulders, and muttered, you have to learn it well. These can be my secret collection. Su Shueao looked at the books above titled My Sick and Petite Girlfriend is Just Too Cute, The Marriage Before Love with My Sick and Petite Sister, and so on and so forth, and asked with a face full of skepticism, are you sure that I can make him fall in love with me if I learn these? Smiley face, book no store smash. Where's the book? Where's the author's book? If you can't write it, I'll smash my store for you. I don't think I'm going to be able to write it. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get a good review. In the face of Su Shueao's question, Gu Lizi is a face full of confidence, patting her breasts and swearing to guarantee, Yao Yao, you don't worry. You just don't have the experience. You believe me. Those stinky men like this bite. As long as you follow the inside heroine to learn a 7 or 8% of the power, but also not to your mysterious little lover fascinated by the spirit of the soul. Looking at Gu Lizi's fluttering eyebrows and face of excitement, Su Shueao always felt that she was a bit unreliable, but her own good girlfriend. Gu Lizi shouldn't be so bad as to lie to herself, right? Holding a skeptical mind, Su Shueao slowly stretched out her hand and picked out a book from the pile of books. What? My plum sister is a sickly girl? Then I love it too much. Tried to read it. It didn't take long for Su Shueao to become immersed in it, bringing herself into the book. Looking at the book where the male lead is in love with the female lead, Su Shueao gently bites her small hand and cannot help but sigh softly. Oh, so it is like this. No wonder brother Xiaochuan didn't have any feelings for me before. Then couldn't help but imitate the actions and looks of the heroine in the book. Squeezed her pink little fists, and secretly said in her heart, don't worry brother Xiaochuan, I'll never let you escape from me again. You can only be mine. After reading the pile of books that Gu Lizi carried over in one breath, looking at Gu Lizi who was smiling and brushing the brainless soap opera, Su Shueao asked with stars in her eyes in anticipation, is there more? Seeing Su Shueao this kind of active, thirsty for knowledge look, obviously has been enlightened. Gu Lizi very satisfied nodded. and rummaged through the box to find her a thick several books. I must become the look that brother Xiaochuan likes. After Su Shuiye gave herself a secret boost in her heart, she yanked over a copy of the book and studied it with full concentration. Not only that, but she also carefully made all kinds of notes in her notebook from time to time, fearing that she would miss any details that would prevent her from becoming as perfect as the heroine in the book. Chapter, How dare you willingly gag yourself and refuse to forgive Yuer. 21. Inside a dark and cramped basement somewhere in Haidong, Su Yuli's small face was red and full of apologies as she looked at Gu Lichuan, who was chained and unable to move. Brother, I'm sorry, it's all Yuer's fault. Yuer shouldn't have suspected brother and imprisoned him here. Brother, will you forgive Yuer? Su Yuli, covered in alcohol, staggered into Gu Lichuan's arms, whimpering and sobbing. She crouched in Gu Lichuan's arms and waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't make a sound and didn't reach out to appease her as usual, she nestled in his arms again and cried, Brother, are you still refusing to forgive Yuer? You said before that no matter what Yuer did, you would forgive Yuer. Gu Lichuan helplessly lowered his head and looked at Su Yuli. The problem is that he also wants to talk but Su Yuli, do you want to see what you have done yourself? Who was the one who said yesterday that he was afraid he'd run away, not only chained his hands to the wall, but taped his mouth shut? Gu Lichuan heart sad, I would like to forgive you, but you give me the opportunity to forgive you well. Gu Lichuan whimpered and tried to make a noise, trying to get her attention, letting her see her current situation, but the result was that it didn't work at all. Su Yuli only cared about her own crying, and refused to raise her head to look at him at all. Gu Lichuan thought that this would be outrageous enough, but what he really didn't expect was that Su Yuli cried for a while and got anxious herself first, while tearing her heart out, crying and shouting, Brother, why won't you forgive Yuer? Why? While using her small white hands to slap on his body carelessly. In the end, he even looked mad as he pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his arms and muttered, It's okay if brother doesn't forgive Yuer. Yuer will have a way to make brother forgive Yuer. Su Yuli raised her head and glared at him with hatred, but when her eyes touched Gu Lichuan's mouth that was taped shut, a trace of doubt and incomprehension flashed in her eyes, just as Gu Lichuan looked at her with anticipation, thinking that she was finally going to realize something was wrong and have a clear conscience to come and rescue him. Su Yuli's next words, however, caused Gu Lichuan to go straight to black. Brother, how dare you willingly lock yourself up and gag yourself, rather than forgive Yuer? In an instant, some of the doubts in her eyes dissipated, replaced by endless hatred. A tear Gu Lichuan mouth tape. Do not give him the opportunity to speak. Maniacally pry open his mouth, the hands of the bottle of mineral water pouring down. Gu Lichuan? Not again? Even brought something? I think it's clearly intentional. At hashtag UN% and star. Before losing consciousness, Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli in front of her eyes, has been completely crazy. Sort of figured out one thing. That is, in the future must not let Su Yuli touch the wine again. Every time she is drunk as this ghost, either become an extremely obedient good boy, or become with the presence so extremely sickly. When Gu Lichuan was awake again, Su Yuli had already disappeared, presumably realizing what she had done yesterday and temporarily not having the face to see him. Gu Lichuan looked at his own wrist. Above the lock, handcuffs have been unlocked by Su Yuli, scattered aside. Looks like she is already investigated clearly, willing to let themselves out. Gu Lichuan rubbed his red and swollen wrists and gently turned them, feeling the freedom that he had not felt for a long time, taking a long breath of relief as if he was relieved, putting on the clothes that Su Yuli had left for him, and pushed open the door to the basement that had imprisoned him for so long. Well, freedom just smells so sweet. As the door slowly opened, a dazzling light instantly poured down, and Gu Lichuan subconsciously squinted his eyes and raised his hand to shield himself from the intense light. Warm sunlight through the cracks of his fingers, sprinkled on his cheeks and body, bringing a warm touch. Perhaps the reason for being locked up for a long time. Gu Lichuan, this is the first time to feel that the sun is actually so warm and friendly. When he gradually adapted to the blinding light and slowly opened his eyes to see his surroundings, his entire being was dumbfounded. Presented in front of him was an endless expanse of deserted ruins, and in this dead environment, the only thing that could make him feel somewhat alive was the few small birds that occasionally flew by in the sky, as well as the weeds that had already withered and yellowed in the ruins. I'm going. Su Yuli, what are you doing to me? How can I go back? Su Yuri, at least leave me a car. Woohoo! Gu Lichuan helplessly looked around, froze and could not find a trace of someone who had lived, and he was left alone in the wind in the middle of the huge ruins. Thinking about it, Gu Lichuan finally decided to take his chances in one direction. He didn't think he'd be lucky, but he soon found a trail, and after following it for about a couple of minutes, there was a sound of a car behind him that, I go. Someone. At that moment, Gu Lichuan was simply so happy that he was about to cry out, rushing to the middle of the road and desperately waving his hand to signal for a stop. A minivan slowed to a stop in front of him as I intercepted it. The car window slowly rolled down, and the face of a middle-aged uncle was revealed. His face with some doubt and caution. His eyes looking up and down on Gu Lichuan. His eyes full of suspicion. "Young man, this neighborhood is very remote na. Why are you here?" The older man was the first to ask. Facing the driver uncle's inquiry, Gu Lichuan raised his hand and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, responding with a ragged breath. "Older brother, I'm really sorry. I'm lost and can't find my way back to the city. Can you show me the way?" Once the uncle heard that he was lost, his originally tense expression instantly loosened up, and he very bashfully waved at me and said with a smile, "Hey, so you're lost. You young people are really bold, and you dare to run blindly in such a remote place for fun. Count your kids' luck. I'm going to the city to make a delivery, so I'll give you a ride. Get in the car." After getting into the car, the uncle had a chat with Gu Lichuan, and from time to time, he also carefully observed him through the rearview mirror. By the time we drove to a more remote road, surrounded by overgrown grass, the uncle's small talk came to an abrupt end, and the atmosphere in the car became steeply eerie. Gu Lichuan subconsciously glanced at him, but saw the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, where in his eyes there was still half of the bravado of a moment ago, replaced by a cunningness that made people shudder. Before Gu Lichuan could react, the uncle slammed his foot on the brake, and the car shook violently before stopping. Gu Lichuan stared in horror, not knowing what had happened, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to ask, the driver's uncle quickly pulled out a handkerchief to mesmerize him and tied him up and threw him in the carriage. At this time, in the ruins where Gu Lichuan had just escaped, Chao Buanca anxiously shouted with his walkie-talkie, "What's going on? Have the people been found yet?" Listening to the voice coming from the walkie-talkie, Chao Buanca frowned and shouted, "How can such a big person be lost? Grab it and find it for me. Mr. Chao, do you want to take a look at this?" A young man in charge of the perimeter surveillance, pointing to the surveillance screen on the laptop weekly, said to Chao Buanca, "Chapter, this is a gift from heaven." 22. Chao Buanca stared at the monitoring screen, saw Gu Lichuan got into an unfamiliar car, and immediately changed his expression, hurriedly grabbed the intercom, and asked loudly at the top of his voice, "East AE86 is which cruise car?" When told that the car is not at all they brought, Chao Buanca only felt a chill leaping up the back, cold sweat rustling straight down, as if countless ice ballast sliding down the spine. He knew in his heart that if he still lost Gu Lichuan under such a strict deployment, he would not think of going back to Suyuri and really find a place close by and dig a pit to bury himself, which might be a little less painful. Catch up with that car. Snatch the people back for me immediately. Chao Buanca anxiously leapt into a nearby car, grabbed the steering wheel and roared angrily into the intercom. At this moment, the driver uncle who kidnapped Gu Lichuan was leisurely holding a toothpick, dialing a phone, his face full of smiles, and said, "You're really well informed. This kid is really hanging around here. Are you sure that as long as you kidnap this guy, that woman will obediently pay out money to ransom him?" The phone came from the other end of a voice full of venom. "You put 100 hearts. This little white man is now my sister's heartmeat. My sister now rare tight. No matter how much money." She guaranteed that the eyes do not blink a bit on the shelling out. "If you do not believe that you first chopped off one of his hands, send it to my sister. First ask for a few tens of millions of dollars to try." After hearing Su Hanyu's words, the driver uncle laughed even more recklessly and responded unhurriedly, "Yo, this guy is so valuable. Then naturally he has to raise the price little by little to sell to that. I think it would be better to dismantle one of his hands first, then increase the price to sell a leg." Jia. Su Hanyu put down a sentence full of concern. "Whatever you toss, as long as the matter is accomplished. Remember to call my share of the money to me." Su Hanyu thought of Gu Lichuan, this white boy. The heart is straight nausea, simply will not put his death on the heart, and even hope that he died as ugly as possible. He Jews also want to not understand. Gu Lichuan actually exerted what magic? Actually can Suyuli that cold as ice frost iceberg beauty charm dizzy, so that in order to him, Suyuli will be mercilessly expelled from Haidong, causing himself now by the casino debt collectors like whisked like a lost dog, all day hiding. Just when the driver uncle was still beautifully fantasizing about which part of Gu Lichuan to knock off first, so that he could go to Suyuli to exchange money to be able to ask for more, a sudden sound of a car whistling came from behind him, making him feel that the big thing was not good. A quick glance in the rearview mirror showed that several cars behind him were hurrying toward him. Chasing in the forefront of Chao Buanca poked his head out of the car window, holding a megaphone in his hand, shouting at the top of his voice, the front of the East AE86 minivan, "Hurry up and pull over." The driver's uncle's face suddenly changed. Looking at this battle, it was obvious that they were coming at this kid. He cursed in a low voice and fiercely stepped on the gas pedal, instantly throwing away the frontmost car by several body lengths. the speeding car violently ran over a pile of gravel, violently bumped up. Gu Lichuan in the carriage like a ball rolled several times. This toss, directly from unconsciousness to slightly awake, and then bumped his head full of bags, and finally knocked out again. Chao Buanca saw such a dilapidated minivan, but can be thrown off his own old driver with more than 20 years of driving experience. Suddenly fire, followed by a foot throttle to the end, rushed up. You guys, hurry up and split up to block him. If we can't save Gu Lichuan today, we'll all have to accompany him. Chao Buanca gritted his teeth and hissed with his walkie-talkie. Several cars heard the instruction, quickly acted, according to Chao Buanca's arrangement to change the formation. In the blink of an eye on the driver's uncle's car to form a closed circle. I'm going? Is this kid that important? The driver's uncle looked at the car behind him in hot pursuit, and the greed in his heart swelled up. Originally he intended to chop off one of Gu Lichuan's hands to find Suyuli for money. Now he temporarily changed his mind, decided to send his fingers one by one to Suyuli. A finger is not too much to ask for, almost a $50 million on the line. After a fierce chase, the sky was gradually covered by night, and the originally bright sky began to become increasingly dim. And at this time, Chao Buanca also successfully forced the driver uncle within the confines of Haidong city center. Fortunately, the edge of the city is not yet developed. Basically no one. Several cars were able to left and right on the street, weaving around, start a thrilling chase battle. Damn, the chase is really tight. The driver uncle cursed secretly, and while desperately driving the vehicle to avoid Chao Buanca and the others who were in hot pursuit behind him, he was anxiously thinking of a plan to get away. In his heart, he knew very well that the city was not like the suburbs. If he ran on like this, he would be caught up by the other side sooner or later. Just as the driver's uncle was speeding through an intersection, a huge truck suddenly came out of the side, right in the middle of several of their vehicles. This sudden turn of events made the driver uncle's heart instantly flash to flash of light, and suddenly had a plan. When passing through a dark alley, the driver uncle saw the right moment, violently pulled the car door open, flew up and kicked Gu Lichuan out of the car, and then quickly closed the door again. Once again increased the gas pedal, and took off. As the huge van happened to block the line of sight of Chao Buanca and the others, it made it impossible for them to realize that Gu Lichuan had already been mercilessly abandoned by the driver's uncle in the middle of this dark and deep alleyway, and was still chasing after the direction the minivan drove off in a brainstorming manner. Not long after Gu Lichuan was thrown down, a beautiful figure turned from under the dimly lit road and walked into the gray alley. Suddenly she felt as if she had kicked something under her feet, and was so frightened that she let out a pouty exclamation of surprise. Her heart pounded as she fumbled to pull out her cell phone and quickly turned on her flashlight, shining it down at her feet by the faint light. Surprisingly, there was a man lying on the cold ground, bound and knocked unconscious. Seeing this scene, her originally beautiful eyebrows tightly knitted together. Her heart is full of fear. This area, although I have long heard that the security here is not too good, often there are fights and brawls happen, but when she first encountered this kind of situation, the heart is inevitably a little afraid. After hesitating for a long time, she still decided to take a look at the situation, and when she squatted down and carefully turned him over to get a clear look at Gu Lichuan's face, an ecstatic smile immediately blossomed on that delicate face instead. This was simply a gift from heaven. In the darkness of the night, a petite woman did not hesitate to use all her strength, using all her body's strength to drag the tired Gu Lichuan step by step towards the not far away rental building that has long been rotten and moved slowly. When the driver uncle had managed to abandon the car and get away from Chao Buanca and the others, he grabbed back to find Gu Lichuan, the money tree. But when he returned to the place where he had thrown down Gu Lichuan before, he realized that Gu Lichuan, who should have been lying on the ground, was long gone at the moment. Where is he? How is this possible? Obviously thrown here. He did not expect that the pot of treasure that came to hand. How did it disappear? Chapter, make sure you get the raw rice before it's too late. 23. When Gu Lichuan woke up leisurely again, he realized that he had been tied up in a dark hut again. Gu Lichuan was speechless, not understanding what kind of sin he had created, being tied up like this every day. After a long time, there was a creak and the door to the small dark room was slowly pushed open. Although Gu Lichuan was blindfolded by a black cloth, he was still able to feel a faint glimmer of light shining through the blindfold into the room. Immediately afterward, a light sound of footsteps gradually approached, eventually stopping in front of the chair he was tied to. In a blur, Gu Lichuan saw a figure walk in front of him and slowly crouch down, and his heart couldn't help but become more and more nervous, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Squatting in front of Gu Lichuan is precisely to drag him back from the street Su Shuao. At this time she tilted her head to look at the panicked Gu Lichuan with interest. The corners of her mouth is holding a smile if nothing else, as if the conspiracy succeeded. Originally, she had learned all her skills from the contents of the book given by Gu Lizzie. and was worried that she couldn't find a chance to go and show them to Gu Lichuan due to the Su family's pursuit of her. Unexpectedly, God had favored her extraordinarily and sent Gu Lichuan directly to her. Everything was so wonderful. Who are you and why did you kidnap me? Gu Lichuan looked at the dark shadow in front of him, panicked and eagerly asked. Gu Lichuan had just gone over it in his mind, and this time it couldn't have been Su Yuli who had arranged to kidnap him. Su Yuli gas has just been eliminated. He did not invite her to provoke her. It is impossible to turn around and turn the other cheek, and Su Yuli Titan has always been open and aboveboard. Unless you want to play a little bit of stimulation with him to increase a little bit of interest outside, there is no need to have to blindfold him. Since Su Yuli didn't do it, there was only robbing money and sex left. If it was a simple robbery of money, it didn't matter. Anyway, no matter how much Su Yuli could afford to pay and was willing to pay. But what Gu Lichuan doesn't know is that just now there can be an uncle who wants to chop off his fingers one by one to find Su Yuli for money. Robbery of wealth is okay, but if the robbery of color? Gu Lichuan hit a jolt. Really do not dare to think about it. Just not long Su Yuli because of an inexplicable marriage book to their own imprisonment and torture for so many days. If you dare to let Su Yuli know that he is not clean. Ooh-hoo, help! Looking at Gu Lichuan's panicked appearance, Su Shueyao couldn't help but gently laugh out loud. It really is exactly the same as what the book depicts. Those male protagonists who have been tied up by the female protagonist. Xiao Zi really didn't lie to me. At the moment, Gu Lichuan was blindfolded. Only the dark figure in front of him, coupled with the sound of that light laughter, if anything, made Gu Lichuan feel that it was even more eerie than the cries of the midnight ghosts. What do you want? If you just want money. Gu Lichuan's voice trembled with undisguised horror. Money? You think I would care about money? Su Shueyao mimicked the high and cold look of the heroine in the book, raising her chin slightly and letting out a cold laugh as she grimly interrupted Gu Lichuan's words. No. No money. You. What do you want? Hearing that the other party does not want money, this voice is still a female kidnapper. Gu Lichuan was scared by the once-in-a-millennium female flower picker. This kind of good fortune can really turn to their own head? It can't be that coincidental, right? Just as Gu Lichuan was imagining things, he only heard Su Shueyao's icy and charming voice ringing out once again. Don't be afraid. As long as can you listen obediently. I can't afford to hurt you. After saying that, she slowly approached Gu Lichuan's ear again and gently blew a breath on it, then murmured in a cold tone that was enough to make one's bones tingle away. After all, you can only be sisters. Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled. How is this so much like Su Yuli's words at the beginning? It can't be that he really met a female pervert, right? Su Shueyao stretched out her delicate jade hand and slowly caressed Gu Lichuan's face. Gu Lichuan hurriedly dodged to the side like an electric shock and struggled to get up. Just kidding. Just in case if Su Yuli smashes the door and comes in later. Seeing herself willingly tied up there, Gu Lichuan doesn't even dare to think back. Looking at Gu Lichuan's struggling appearance, Su Shueyao's smile on her face became even more intense. This is not clearly the book depicted the desire to refuse to welcome it. Gu Lizi honestly, those books look like they must go back and come over and read them a few more times. But what's going on back there? Su Shueyao hurriedly flipped open her own notebook to check it out. When she saw what she had recorded, her little face couldn't help but blush, gently biting her finger, considering whether or not she should do as it was written. After all, the ones depicted later in the book are a bit too shameful. After a long time, Su Shueyao finally made up her mind. She remembered that every book has a similar plot. Then this step must be extremely important. Otherwise it is impossible to write in every book, right? Su Shueyao didn't want to lose brother Xiaochuan because of her wild thoughts. Since you've decided that you'll only have Ogawa brother for the rest of your life, it shouldn't matter if it's that, even if it's that, in advance, right? After all, on Su Shueyao's notebook summarized one of the most important features of those books. That is, make sure to cook the raw rice before it's too late. Su Shueyao reddened with a small face, and remained the notebook on one side, just reaching out to make a move, but was forced to interrupt by a knock on the door. Su Shueyao frowned, secretly annoyed in her heart. Who would be so blinkered as to come over and make trouble at this time? Originally, she didn't want to pay any attention to it, but listening to that continuous knocking sound, Su Shueyao could only stand up and shouted towards the door. Who is it? At that moment a man's voice came from outside the door and said, "Delivery, the address shows here." Su Shueyao froze for a moment. Which person in the middle of nowhere ordered takeout? And at that moment also said in a bad mood, "Delivered the wrong one." When Gu Lichuan heard that there was someone outside the door, it was as if he had grabbed a lifesaver at the moment, and his mouth kept making whimpering noises, hoping that the person outside the door would find him. Su Shueyao looked at the constantly struggling Gu Lichuan in front of her, frowned, and stuffed the cloth that was blocking his mouth in further, so that he couldn't make a single sound at all. Su Shueyo was glad that she had just gagged him, or else it would have been really bad if someone had found out. And at this time, the man outside the door slumped in the doorway, making sure he didn't hear a second person's voice in the house before he snapped and left, his mouth still chagrined. Damn! Where on earth did this kid run off to? Chapter, What Should I Do Next 24? Being disturbed like this, the calm Su Shueyo suddenly felt that it was not a bit wrong to do so, and that she didn't have much experience in this area. Thinking of this, Su Shueyo couldn't help but bite her lips, her eyes becoming more and more complicated. Her gaze locked onto Gu Lichuan, who was struggling hard. After some intense thought struggle, Su Shueyo finally decided that it would be better to ask her best friend Gu Lizi for help first. After all, she was experienced and might be able to give herself a good idea. In order to avoid Gu Lichuan, who was struggling from overhearing what they were talking about, Su Shueyo also purposely walked out and closed the door before dialing Gu Lizi's phone. Hey, Xiao Zi, Yao, you really tied up that little lover of yours. Gu Lizi was incredibly shocked by the fact that Su Shueyo had tied someone up, not expecting Su Shueyo, a good girl, to actually dare to do it. Immediately after that, as if she had realized something interesting, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile, and she couldn't wait to follow up. Quickly tell me, just how far have you and him progressed up to now? Gu Lizi's astringent laughter clearly penetrated into Su Shueyo's ears through the earpiece, and in an instant, Su Shueyo's pretty face swished red, and she couldn't help but complain poutingly. Don't laugh. Just about to reach the most crucial step. Su Shueyo became more and more shy as she spoke, and her voice became smaller and smaller. When she said the last few words, Su Shueyo's voice unconsciously lowered, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. I'm not asking you what I should do next. Gu Lizi listened to Su Shueyo's shy tone. Her heart couldn't help but be playful. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, deliberately teasing Su Shueyo. What else can I do? Of course it's to firmly grasp this opportunity, and cook the rice with him before it's too late. It's best to have a baby while you're at it, so that you can keep him on a leash and also make your family completely dead. Hearing these words, Su Shueyo's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her fingers twisted together uneasily, so shy that even her speech became stuttering. But, this kind of thing, how can I be too good to take the initiative to do it? What if he thinks I'm that kind of casual girl and doesn't like me anymore? Towards the end, Su Shueyo's voice became smaller and smaller, and only a humming sound could be heard. Seeing this, Gu Lizi couldn't help but laugh out softly. I really didn't expect that our family's always gentle, generous and confident Yao actually has such times of suffering. Being teased by her best friend like this, Su Shueyo's small mouth immediately pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. She stomped her foot petulantly and shouted at Gu Lizi on the phone. Xiao Zi, you're too much. People are getting annoyed. Not only are you not helping me, you're still making fun of me. After listening to Su Shueyo's angry tone and molesting Su Shueyo for half a day, Gu Lizi was satisfied and closed her hand, hurriedly stopping her laughter. Gu Lizi put on a serious look, cleared her throat and said, alright, then I'll begrudgingly and mercifully give our family's lovely Yao a chance to make a move. First of all, does he have that special feeling for you or not? Gu Lizi asked a very important question. I don't know. Hearing this, Su Shueyo couldn't help but lower her head and mumbled weakly. She definitely had it for Gu Lichuan, but Gu Lichuan for her, she really didn't know. She is not sure. Seeing this, Gu Lizi helplessly held her forehead with her hand, practically on the verge of being speechless, and couldn't help but complain. Hey, you don't even know if he has feelings for you or not, and you just tied someone up alive? Gu Lizi, Su Shueyo, you big puddle of. I can't take it. I really can't take it. How come everything has to be on the military advisor? Is it you or the military advisor who has to talk about it? Su Shueyo timidly responded to Gu Lizi's questioning. That, when I just came back, I found that he had already been tied up and thrown at the door. Immediately after, as if she suddenly thought of a certain exciting possibility, Su Shueyo's eyes instantly flashed with excitement, and she couldn't wait to analyze it to Gu Lizi. Xiao Zi, do you think he could have intentionally tied himself up and sent him to the door? Just to. Gu Lizi listened to Su Shueyo's outrageous analysis, and really wanted to crack her brain open. Usually such a docile and clever little girl. Now what are the things loaded in her head? Gu Lizi helplessly sighed, to Su Shueyo bitterly teaching. Yao, you think about it, you and he have not seen for so long. He may be now early on, you do not feel. Now the most important thing is to cultivate feelings. Cultivate feelings, understand? Aha. Su Shueyo nodded her head plausibly, but soon frowned again, biting her lips lightly and falling into deep thought. obviously as the feelings of idiots she for how to cultivate feelings and do not understand. Efforts in the mind to think about some fruitless. Su Shueyo to Gu Lizi inquiry timidly asked, that to how to cultivate feelings. Su Shueyo surprisingly even do not understand this. Gu Lizi looked at her that does not compete with the appearance, gritted his teeth without good breath replied, of course, go to see a movie together. Eat, in short, go to do those small couples will be a piece of things to do. Understand, but the books didn't teach this. Listening to the reprimanding tone of Gu Lizi, Su Shueyo was a little aggrieved. The books that Gu Lizi showed her, indeed did not talk about these, are directly pushed. How would she know this? Hearing that Su Shueyo was still aggravated on, Gu Lizi sighed quietly, suddenly feeling that she was not a bit too harsh. After all, Su Shueyo was a little white man with feelings, but she was really exasperated like this. Forget it, it's better for me to personally get on the horse to teach you. Gu Lizi couldn't stand to see Su Shueyo's look that was full of aggravation, and decided to guide her properly. Listen, it can be like this, and then. Su Shueyo listened attentively to Gu Lizi's instruction, quickly recording it in her notebook while still unable to resist nodding frequently. Su Shueyo now only felt that Gu Lizi's good girlfriend was too reliable. With her around, she wasn't afraid of not being able to get Gu Lichuan. Yao you remember, the steps must be gradual, from shallow to deep. This kind of relationship thing can't be rushed. After giving Su Shueyo tips, Gu Lizi once again urged. She was really afraid that Su Shueyo, the emotional idiot, would mess up. After hanging up the phone, Su Shueyo took a deep breath, turned around and opened the door to her room. Looking at Gu Lichuan who was still struggling, a hint of anticipation surfaced on her face. Chapter, Brother Xiaochuan, Yao has found you. 25. When Su Shueyo followed Gu Lizi's instructions to carry back a large pile of snacks and drinks from outside, she was full of joy and ready to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Lichuan. When she returned to the small dark room but found that Gu Lichuan, who was originally supposed to be tied to the chair, had disappeared at the moment, leaving only the rope that had been wrenched free and was lying alone on the ground. Su Shueyo stared at the empty chair, her small mouth unconsciously biting her small hand, tilting her head and blinking her big soulful eyes. She tried to think hard, and suddenly came to a realization. Brother Ogawa is trying to play hide and seek with himself, just like when I was a child. Every time I secretly hid and cried, Xiaochuan's brother would find comfort and would even stuff a candy into his hand. Ogawa brother must have wanted to use the game to cultivate a relationship with himself. This was brother Xiaochuan testing himself to see if he could find him and tie him back without any problems like he did when he was a child. Su Shueyo bit her small hand, then picked up the rope that Gu Lichuan had broken away from and carefully held it in her hand, murmuring, Brother Xiaochuan, Yao will definitely find you as soon as possible and tie you back. Su Shueyo tightly gripped the rope in her hand, and thought in her little head, since brother Xiaochuan also has feelings for himself, then is it possible to not have to listen to Xiao Zi's to cultivate feelings with brother Xiaochuan again? Just grab it back and push it straight out of the book. Seeing that there was surprisingly no one guarding him, Gu Lichuan desperately wore away the ropes on his hands and rolled and crawled to escape from Su Shueyo's small dark room. After running for several blocks in one breath until it felt like his lungs were going to explode, Gu Lichuan stopped panting. Phew after running so far, I should get rid of it now, right? Gu Lichuan bent over and took a big breath of the damp, cold night air. Just when Gu Lichuan thought that he had gotten rid of his pursuers and was finally safe, a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind him. Brother Xiaochuan, Yao found you. Gu Lichuan twisted his head in horror, only to see that under the flickering street lamps, there stood a woman dressed in a long white dress, her waist-length hair falling down wantonly, fluttering gently with the breeze, and a pale and incomparable arm, like a female ghost asking for her life, reaching straight toward him. Ah, Gu Lichuan, who had already been frightened many times in succession today, where else could he stand such stimulation? And after screaming out in terror, his eyes went black and he fainted straight to the ground. Su Shueyo looked at the candy she had reached out and handed out, and then looked at Gu Lichuan who had fainted, frowning a bit in confusion, before revealing a look of sudden realization. He must have found brother Xiaochuan too quickly, which made brother Xiaochuan so moved that he fainted. Su Shueyo quickly took out the rope in her other hand behind her back, and after tying Gu Lichuan in an extremely seductive position, she hummed and dragged Gu Lichuan back. Smiley face, Gu Lizi. Speak up, what on earth have you been showing our little white flower? How did she know this technique? After laboriously dragging Gu Lichuan back, Su Shueyo looked at the handsome face lying quietly on the chair, still in a coma, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Su Shueyo gently bit her small pink hand, finally deciding that it was better not to wake him up. Gently picking up the blanket on the side, she slowly covered Gu Lichuan's body. After completing all of this, Su Shueo quietly gazed at Gu Lichuan's slightly trembling eyelashes for a while longer before she tiptoed out of the room. Just at the moment when she had just closed the door of her room, the beep 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 cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. This sudden sound broke the surrounding tranquility, causing Su Shueo's heart to tighten violently. Panically took out the cell phone from his pocket and quickly pressed the mute. When Su Shueo saw the familiar number on the screen, only then did she put her heart down, uneasily glanced at the sleeping Gu Lichuan in the small dark room again, and quickly stepped towards the rooftop. "Miss, what you want?" Su Shueo couldn't help but frown when she heard the voice coming from the phone. After a whole day of careful preparation, Su Yuli finally set up a romantic and cozy candlelight dinner table at home. The table was filled with exquisite and delicious dishes, and the flickering candlelight illuminated the entire room, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Now we're just waiting for Gu Lichuan to come back and have dinner with her. Su Yuli flicked a glance at the clock on the wall, and the hands were pointing right at the time she had prearranged with Chao Guanca. An imperceptible smile of triumphant intrigue quietly crept onto the corners of Su Yuli's mouth as she slightly narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of cunning. Afterwards, she quickly opened her cell phone to check Gu Lichuan's real-time positioning. After confirming the location, Su Yuli walked to the door with elegant steps, put on her high heels, picked up the car keys, and then got into the red sports car. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car sped off in the direction where Gu Lichuan was. Along the way, Su Yuli's mind constantly floated various images. When she succeeded in rescuing Gu Lichuan from those vicious thugs, how grateful Gu Lichuan should be to herself. Thinking of this, Su Yuli couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and her foot stepped on the gas even deeper. Bang, a loud bang. The hidden door was Su Yuli violently kicked open. Wood shavings splattered in all directions. Su Yuli waved her arms with a disgusted face, trying to disperse the dust that came to her face and choked her nose. She couldn't help but knit up her eyebrows and complained. "Didn't I tell Chao Guanca to find a better place before? How come it's still so dirty? Now I have to go home and give Gu Lichuan a good wash. This is not a delay." Only after the dust settled a bit did Su Yuli step forward and drop the blanket covering Gu Lichuan. However, just at the moment the blanket was lifted, the sight in front of her made her suck in a breath of cold air. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and her heartbeat steeply accelerated. In a panic, Su Yuli hurriedly put the blanket back over Gu Lichuan's body again, and her breathing became rapid, as if she was afraid of being seen by others. Looking at Su Yuli's expression, she could tell that she was satisfied with Chao Guanca's behavior of giving full play to his subjective initiative. After all, she had long wanted to play with Gu Lichuan in this way, only that she had always been in the way of rusty techniques before giving up. After carefully carrying Gu Lichuan into her own sports car, Su Yuli was satisfied as she kicked the gas and raised the dust. "Su Shueo, are you saying that I just went out to take a phone call and then my house was stolen? Is that right?" Chao Guanca and his party saw that the time agreed with Su Yuli was getting closer and closer, and there was not the slightest clue of Gu Lichuan, so they could only tremblingly call Su Yuli to report. Mr. Su." Before Chao Guanca could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Su Yuli. "You've done a great job. I'm very satisfied." Then they quickly hung up and turned off the phone. After all, a beautiful happy time. Su Yuli did not want anyone to disturb her and Gu Lichuan. Chao Guanca listened to Su Yuli's slightly hurried tone and the roar of the sports car. Cold sweat came down. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates, "Grab hold of it and find it for me. If you can't find it, everyone will wait for the end." Chapter, Gu Lichuan, do I look good? 26. When Gu Lichuan violently woke up from his sleep, the first thing that came into his eyes in his blurry vision was Su Yuli's face that could be called absolutely beautiful. His head was dizzy, and he felt as if he had been beaten up by many people, and his thinking was chaotic. For a while, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but begin to wonder if everything that happened before was a dream. Slowly lifting off Su Yuli, who was pressing down on him, Gu Lichuan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. A tingling sensation in his hand suddenly came, causing him to freeze. Looking down at his wrist, the rope marks on it that hadn't yet faded told him that it had all really happened. It was Su Yuli who saved herself. Thinking of this, Gu Lichuan turned his head to look at Su Yuli, who was still asleep beside him. Unexpectedly, due to his movement amplitude is a little big, but accidentally woke up Su Yuli, who was immersed in the dreamland, only to see Su Yuli subconsciously stretch out a hand, quickly and forcefully pressing down on the restless Gu Lichuan, and ordering in a daze, "Don't move, sleep a little longer." Last night, Su Yuli seemed to have played too much and devotedly, so much so that the current her didn't have the energy to get up at all. Being pressed by Su Yuli like this, Gu Lichuan could not move at once, so he could only lie there honestly. At this time, Su Yuli was still half asleep and half awake. The whole person was like a lazy little sloth, hanging tightly on Gu Lichuan's body, and even moved her hand against him from time to time. The warm and soft sunlight shone on the two of them as the sun rose. Suyuli gently trembled those slightly curled eyelashes, which slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was staring at himself in a daze, Suyuli first froze for a moment, and then the corner of her mouth rippled with a light smile, gently stretching her body like a lazy kitten, slowly stretching out a big lazy waist. While stretching, Suyuli also purposely lifted up her chest and unreservedly displayed her delicate figure in front of Gu Lichuan's eyes, and then asked in a slightly mischievous and delicate voice, "Gu Lichuan, do I look good?" In the face of such a direct inquiry and that beautiful face close at hand, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but be flustered for a moment. He hastily averted his eyes. That handsome face instantly reddened, lowered his head and mumbled in a small voice, Thank you. People went through so much trouble to find you and all they get is a thank you? People are so sad." Hearing Gu Lichuan's simple thank you, Suyuli couldn't help but give him a blank look, pinching Gu Lichuan's cheeks, forcing him to twist his head over to face herself, a hint of flirtatiousness spreading across her face as she pouted. "Quickly say that people look good?" Gu Lichuan was more and more embarrassed by Suyuli's behavior, and in a panic, he nodded his head, looking at Suyuli in front of him hand and foot, stuttering and asking, Then what do you want?" Seeing this, Suyuli snorted a smile, ambiguously gently hooked Gu Lichuan's chin with her finger, looked at him with mesmerized eyes, and softly said, "Don't you know what I want?" Speaking here, she paused slightly, seemingly to whet Gu Lichuan's appetite. Immediately afterward, her vermilion lips lightly opened, revealing a bad smile as she slowly spat out a few words. "Of course it's going to be a good punishment for you." After teasing Gu Lichuan, Suyuli lightly sat up from the bed and began to slowly and methodically put on her clothes. Her graceful figure looked more and more charming under the sunlight, and her every move exuded a unique charm that seduced people's hearts. After being fully dressed, Suyuli turned around and faintly instructed Gu Lichuan, "I'm going out to take care of some things. Be good and wait for me at home. Don't run around." Oh, good. Gu Lichuan was a bit aggravated. It was clear that he was the one who was tied up. Suyuli even wanted to punish himself. Suyuli is also too unreasonable. Looking at Gu Lichuan obediently, that little expression like a little grudge, Suyuli smiled with satisfaction, obviously satisfied with her own means of conditioning. Gu Lichuan looked at the back of Suyuli's departure, his heart mixed feelings. Why is it that every time he faces Suyuli, he seems to have become a small sufferer? After lying around the house for a while in boredom, Gu Lichuan decided to clean up the room. After all, Suyuli messed up the house every time after she went crazy with herself. Just as he was almost done cleaning, the doorbell suddenly rang. Gu Lichuan is a little puzzled. Suyuli's manner is generally very few people to guests. There is something Suyuli generally let go to the company to find her. After staying here for so long, Gu Lichuan hadn't seen anyone else visit other than Suyuli's brother, who wasn't a very good person, who had looked for her. Originally Gu Lichuan wanted to let the housekeeper sent away. Did not expect Suyuli in order not to be disturbed last night. The entire manor in addition to the two of them were all sent away by Suyuli to arrange a vacation. There was no way. Gu Lichuan had to press the button to open the door to let the opposite side in. It didn't take long for an unfamiliar man to come in the living room, his eyes surveying Gu Lichuan in an unkind manner. "Who are you? Why are you in Xiao Yu's house?" Saying that without waiting for Gu Lichuan to reply, he wanted to rush into the bedroom to find Suyuli. At this time, Gu Lichuan also remembered. This is not when he and Suyuli Collateral's day in the underground parking lot encountered that goods? How dare he still have a heart for Suyuli? Originally, Gu Lichuan was still worried about what Suyuli's big customers. Hospitality is not good. The moment he remembered that it was this goods, the hand is no longer merciful. A grip on his collar to drag him back. "How dare you drag me? Your ass? Do you know who I am not?" The man who was almost yanked one over suddenly froze, then viciously turned to Gu Lichuan and said, as the youngest member of the Haidong Wang family, he had never been treated like this in his life. "Whoever you like is whoever you like, but here you better behave yourself." Gu Lichuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. There was no way he was doing whatever he wanted based on Suyuli's favoritism. Well, it seems that you really don't know me, Wang Jinlong, who in Haidong must not call me Brother Long. Am I also something that can be touched by an adopted white boy like you?" Wang Jinlong inadvertently saw the hickey on Gu Lichuan's neck under his shirt that hadn't been wiped clean, and immediately erupted. He had chased Suyuli for so many years, and hadn't even touched Suyuli's hand. Why should he, a white boy, be favored by Suyuli? Wang Zhendong, who was furious, was about to make a move against Gu Lichuan, but was held down by Gu Lichuan. "I'm kidding. I've been moving bricks in the construction site for a few years. I can't deal with a rich kid who's been emptied out by alcohol and sex without having a hand on him." You, seeing Gu Lichuan, this little white boy, even dare to take a shot at himself, Wang Zhenlong was so angry that his face turned green, and just when he wanted to put in a harsh word, he was thrown by Gu Lichuan and flew to the doorway, and fell into a dog's poop. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Yuli pushed the door in and saw this scene. Chapter, Good Girl, Does It Still Hurt? 27. What are you doing? Su Yuli's willow eyebrows rose up. Her beautiful eyes contained frost, staring coldly at the two people in the room, her tone icy and questioning. As soon as Wang Zhenlong saw Su Yuli coming, he immediately put away the sinister aura that he had just revealed, and put on a look of being on the receiving end, curling up on the ground and pretending to be in a great deal of pain, and crying out to Su Yuli about Gu Lichuan's atrocities. Yuli, I just came to look for you, and as soon as I walked in the door, he slapped me indiscriminately. Wang Zhenlong covered his face with tears and looked at Su Yuli, and deliberately squeezed out a few tears to increase his misery. I didn't want to get into it with him. I didn't expect him to see that I didn't fight back, but he also intensified his efforts to beat me up. Wang Zhenlong cried out in aggravation while stealing a glance at Su Yuri's reaction. Looking at Wang Zhenlong's pathetic appearance, Su Yuli slightly frowned and said with a gloomy face, You've gone too far. Looking at Su Yuli's angry look, at this moment, Wang Zhenlong was secretly pleased in his heart. How dare you be so arrogant? You're just an adopted white boy. Wait and see if your master doesn't punish you severely for being a little white boy who doesn't know what's good for him. Wang Zhenlong turned to Gu Lichuan and smiled grimly. That provocative gesture seemed to be saying, You're just a little white boy who's been adopted by his master. You don't eat your soft rice in peace, and you still dare to eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall to touch me. Can you afford the consequences? Now that your master is angry, be sensible and grab the initiative to kneel down and beg me. I might even be able to put in a good word for you, so that your master won't abandon you so quickly. When Gu Lichuan saw Wang Zhenlong's provocative eyes, he shrugged indifferently and looked at Su Yuli with clear eyes. Su Yuli walked quickly to Gu Lichuan. Just when Wang Zhenlong thought Su Yuli would angrily slap him, he only saw Su Yuli gently grabbing his hand and gently asking towards Gu Lichuan. It didn't hurt you, did it? This scene is simply shocked Wang Zhenlong dumbfounded. There is no mistake. I'm the one who was beaten, right? This action, this tone, how to feel that he is the one being beaten. It hurts. It hurts. You see it's all swollen. Gu Lichuan immediately put on a green tea look, softly begging for comfort to Su Yuli. The way to treat others. This kind of thing, as a small green tea Gu Lichuan do the most skillful. Good girl, is fine. Let sister look at. Next time you can't hit it with your hand. Hit the broken sister will be heartbroken. Su Yuli picked up Gu Lichuan's palm and put it in front of her to gently rub it with her cold and slender fingers, and from time to time she also blew a breath on it, and then mischievously raised her head and asked, Good boy, does it still hurt? Gu Lichuan was tickled by Su Yuli's hand, hurriedly retracted his hand and snapped, It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. Looking at Su Yuli's intimate movements and doting tone, Wang Zhenlong felt that the world was too crazy. He really couldn't figure out why an adopted white boy could make Su Yuli dote on him so much. As the Wang family's great young man of Haidong, he has money, status, figure, and learning, so what point is he inferior to this little white boy? Wang Zhenlong looked at Gu Lichuan with eyes that were simply crazy with jealousy at this time, and the jealousy that flowed from his gaze seemed as if he wanted to burn the other person to the ground. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it was estimated that everything that should have been done and shouldn't have been done had been done. Su Yuli has been Wang Zhenlong regarded as his forbidden domain, where to allow others to die half a point on weekdays, and now even let a little white boy what all accounted for in front of him. How can not let him nest fire? Gu Lichuan looked at Wang Zhenlong's eyes that wanted to eat him disdainfully skimmed his mouth. The look as if saying again, What? You don't like it? If you don't want to, hold it in. Yuli. The furious Wang Zhenlong seemed to want to say something else to try to salvage the situation. Unexpectedly, his words had only just left his mouth when they were interrupted unceremoniously by the bored-looking Su Yuli. Do we know each other well? Just call me that. What if my husband misunderstands me? Su Yuli's eyebrows knit tightly and she glared fiercely at Wang Zhenlong. Her eyes filled with dislike, and she said in a bad mood, while her body rubbed hard into Gu Lichuan's arms again. Seeing this, Gu Lichuan cooperated and stretched out a hand, gently wrapping his arm around Su Yuli's slender waist in an extremely ambiguous position, while the other hand slowly lifted and hooked Su Yuli's delicate chin, saying quietly, Look at all the good things you do outside every day. I'm sorry husband, I'm wrong. Su Yuli ambushed in Gu Lichuan's arms, like a small rabbit doing something wrong, biting her lip. A grieved Baba looked at Gu Lichuan begging for forgiveness. Tonight, people casually husband how to punish can. Husband you forgive people well. Okay well. Looking at the two of them in front of him, Wang Zhenlong was so angry that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage, and said with a trembling body, Su Yuli, for the sake of a little white boy, Do you not want to cooperate with my Wang family anymore? Do you still want that $3 billion? Su Yuli gently pushed Gu Lichuan away. The delicate look on her face instantly disappeared. Looking at the exasperated Wang Zhenlong, and let out a cold laugh. Wang Dazhou is afraid to forget that this 3 billion is still your father. Wang Jinfu, begging for me to get into the stock. Could it be that you really think that I, Su Group, can't take out a mere $3 billion for a project? Wang Zhenlong almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard Su Yuli's words. As a rich second generation who would only eat, drink and have fun, he only knew that his old man bragged to others every day that his family had invested $3 billion to do a project with the Su's Group, and he still really didn't know the other details. Su Yuli glanced at Wang Zhenlong, who had an iron face, and took Gu Lichuan's arm and was about to head for the bedroom. Hubby, let's go. Let's ignore this person. Let's go back to our room to rest and play games. Su Yuli said daintily. This is not good, right? After all, there are still outsiders at home. How inconvenient this is. Gu Lichuan, who sensed that things were going a little wrong, said with all resistance. Accompanying Su Yuli acted out. Gu Lichuan do not want to take himself in. After all, his body is getting more and more weak. In the morning drank several cups of Chinese wolfberry water have not slowed down. Hubby, what are you afraid of? If he's willing to stay here and watch while we do the game, then just let him yell cheer next to us. Su Yuli shook Gu Lichuan's arm and said poutingly, Zhenlong Wang, I thank you for keeping me somewhat engaged. Star. Oh, Gu Lichuan was convinced, although he knew that Su Yuli said this to intentionally disgust Wang Zhenlong, but this was too disgusting. It even sickened him. If his back wasn't turned to Wang Zhenlong, Gu Lichuan really wanted to see what expression was on Wang Zhenlong's face right now. Come on honey. P.S. I admit that the next few chapters are a little water, a little blood. Logic is a little messy. Do not can jump to about 40 chapters to see. I beg you do not run off. After these chapters I'll pack no water. Chapter, what? Are you scared? 28. Gu Lichuan, who was pulled back to his room stiffly, realized that Su Yuli had no intention of making a move on him before he let go of his heart and flirted. You're so hard on me with that comment. It's making me sick to my stomach. Su Yuli, who was rummaging through the clothes in the closet, heard Gu Lichuan's words and let out a giggle, poutingly giving Gu Lichuan a blank look and saying, who let him harass me every day? Immediately afterward, Su Yuli casually grabbed a pile of clothes and unceremoniously threw them all in front of Gu Lichuan like garbage, ordering, change into them and get ready to go out with me later. Gu Lichuan looked at the clothes in front of him that were piled into a small mountain by Su Yuli, and immediately felt some headaches, and weakly asked, where is this going? This. Su Yuli picked up a piece of clothing and compared it to his chest, but soon she seemed to be not too satisfied with this piece of clothing, and after casually throwing it away, she quickly yanked another piece and continued to gesticulate, her mouth faintly saying, Grandma wants to see you. Gu Lichuan's hands, which were still hanging in midair trying to catch the clothes, gave a violent start. He knew that Su Yuli had come out of an orphanage, and there was only one person who could make her call her grandmother. He had previously promised the dean's grandmother that he would take care of Su Yuli for the rest of his life, but within 2 days his family had gone bankrupt and disappeared, and now looking at this situation, it couldn't be that he was going to raise hell, could it? Su Yuli saw through the concern in Gu Lichuan's eyes at a glance, tidied up the collar of the clothes Gu Lichuan had just changed into, and comforted. It's fine. Grandma doesn't know about your disappearance. I've been hiding it from Grandma. Her old man should just be thinking about you, and want to find you to talk to. Oh, after Su Yuli said so, Gu Lichuan instead more nervous. How does this feel like there is a sense of urgency to go to meet the parents? This kind of thing he is not prepared at all. I haven't been to the office for a long time. Why don't I go back to the office today and take a look around? Let's get ready today, and then we'll go see Grandma after a while. How about that? Su Yuli clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Gu Lichuan with a smile on her face. What? Are you afraid? Gu Lichuan hardened his mouth. How could I be afraid? It's just that the problems with Lichuan Media have been dragging on for quite a while. Su Yuli came closer to him, her warm breath sprayed on his face, ginning and laughing, lying to ghosts. You're just scared. Su Yuli reached out and tended to Gu Lichuan's hair, saying with satisfaction, don't worry, Grandma likes you a lot. She chants about you every time I go. Oh, does that have to be today? What? You got a problem with that? Or are you saying all those things you said before? Watching a hint of coldness emerge from Su Yuli's good-looking eyes, Gu Lichuan immediately became honest and conceited. No, I just wasn't ready. Su Yuli touched Gu Lichuan's handsome face and said, it's just to accompany Grandma to say a few words. There's no need to be nervous when you have me with you. Oh, then what things should I prepare? Gu Lichuan scratched his head, thinking that he couldn't just come to the door empty-handed, but he didn't know what would be good to bring. so he could only ask Su Yuli. It's fine. I'm all set. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan favorably, clearly satisfied with his consideration. Her finger gently tapped on the tip of his nose and pushed him back a bit. Alright. Gu Lichuan no longer insisted. Since Su Yuli had prepared one, there was no need for him to prepare another one. After all, Gu Lichuan really didn't have any money on him right now. Only Su Yuli gave him 100,000 yuan, and most of it he called Gu Lizzie. He really cannot get much money to buy a decent gift. At the orphanage's main entrance, Gu Lichuan carried heavy bags in both hands, gazing with a stunned expression at the glorious, imposing manor in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes that this could be the dilapidated and shaky orphanage he once remembered. With this level of luxury, uninformed people were afraid to think that this was a private manor crafted by a certain super-rich man. Looking at Gu Lichuan's unseen appearance, Su Yuli smiled lightly and reached out to push open the manor's gate. On the spacious lawn, a group of innocent and lovely children were gleefully playing. When the group of children saw Su Yuli walk in, they immediately flew like a flock of happy birds, and their mouths kept shouting, "Sister Yuli! Sister Yuli is here!" In the blink of an eye, the children surrounded Su Yuli and pulled her tightly by the corner of her coat, begging for her to join in the game. At this time, Su Yuli completely lost her usual high and cold posture. She squatted down with a smile on her face and interacted cordially with the children. Soon, she blended in among the children and played with everyone. Looking at Su Yuli, who was mingling with the children, Gu Lichuan was left out in the cold and stood alone, somewhat at a loss. But looking at Su Yuli cast off the cold side, to release the childish innocence deep inside, Gu Lichuan's face cannot help but emerge a trace of gratification smile. Perhaps this is the most real Su Yuli. Hello, may I ask if you are Gu Lichuan? Mr. Gu, right? Just as Gu Lichuan's gaze fell dully on Su Yuli out of his mind, a clear and pleasant voice entered his ears. Gu Lichuan turned around, and a 20-something, pretty-faced volunteer lady was looking at him with a smile and reached out to accept the exquisite gift in his hand. Well, it's me. Gu Lichuan nodded gently. Lord Dean is waiting for you inside. Please follow me, the volunteer young lady said while curiously looking Gu Lichuan up and down. This is still the first time she came so many years to see Su Yuli bring others to the orphanage. But also the dean of the grandmother specially explained that later we'll meet the person. Cannot help but some curiosity in front of the handsome Gu Lichuan. Heart secretly guessed that he is in fact which Haidong luxury family's son. Gu Lichuan wanted to call on Su Yuli, but seeing how happy she was having fun, he didn't have the heart to open his mouth. And in the spirit of the ugly daughter-in-law always has to see her mother-in-law, he quickly followed the volunteer young lady's steps. When I came to the hall, the grandmother was sitting on the sofa, gently and skillfully combing the braids of a lovely little girl beside her. The little girl sat obediently with a happy and satisfied smile on her face. Right at this moment, the dean's grandmother inadvertently raised her head, and her gaze happened to fall on Gu Lichuan, who had just walked into the hall, and her eyes instantly flashed with a flash of pleasant surprise. And then she smiled and beckoned to Gu Lichuan, calling out affectionately, "Child, come over and sit over here." Chapter, okay, let's play together 29. Looking at the Grandma Dean's kind summons, Gu Lichuan still felt a little constrained. After a slight hesitation, he slowly walked forward with a slightly nervous step, politely greeted the Grandmother Dean, and quietly stood aside. However, the Grandmother Dean was clearly extraordinarily pleased with Gu Lichuan's arrival, and she freed up a hand to gently pull Gu Lichuan's arm, pulling him to sit beside her. Grandmother Superintendent said in an incomparably gentle tone, "Child, come here as if you were in your own home. There is no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, it's thanks to you that our orphanage has been able to continue." Ha! Gu Lichuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned at his words, his face full of doubt, not understanding why Grandmother Dean said that. Grandma Dean smoothly tied the little girl's beautiful braid and lovingly touched her head, signaling that she could go out and play with her buddies. After the little girl bounced away, Grandma Dean smiled and reached out her other hand, groping behind her for a moment before pulling out a thick photo album. She carefully placed the album on the coffee table between her and Gu Lichuan, and gently flipped open the cover and began to show Gu Lichuan the photos in it. Gu Lichuan looked over curiously and found that it was full of pictures of Su Yuli as a child. It was then that Grandmother Dean spoke up. "I've heard some of the things you and Xiaoli have been doing over the years. This child Xiaoli has been stubborn since she was a child, and you can feel it when you look at the picture." Dean grandmother put on the presbyopia. "We'll turn up the photo album in front of him pointing to see, every time the hospital organization to take pictures. Other small children, one by one are all happy, scrambling to be the first to want to seize the camera. But you see Xiaoli, always a reluctant look." Gu Lichuan looked over toward where the dean's grandmother's finger was pointing, his gaze falling on those photos. In the slightly yellowed photo, Su Yuli is in stark contrast to the other children, and a layer of gloom hangs over her tender little face all the time, so gloomy that it makes people feel heartbroken. Grandmother Mother Superior touched the photo, somewhat caught up in her memories, and murmured, "Perhaps, little Yuli is the most special one among this group of children, because she is the only one who was heartlessly abandoned by her own biological parents and then sent to us." Looking at the photo of Suyuli's pursed lips, her eyes revealing a kind of indifference and stubbornness that was extremely disproportionate to her age, Gu Lichuan was a little heartbroken. These things were like a scar in Suyuli's heart. He had never heard Suyuli mention them. He never thought that she would have such a tragic experience, being abandoned by her own parents to an orphanage. How much of a shadow must this have left on Suyuli as a child? No wonder Suyuli always said to herself that what she hated most in her life was when others abandoned her. Recalling Suyuli's almost paranoid appearance when she first found herself, Gu Lichuan's heart clenched violently, suddenly feeling that what she had done was not that excessive. If I had met these myself, I'm afraid I would have gone even further than he did. Thinking of when the Gu family bankruptcy, he did not say a word to play disappeared. Suyuli must have thought he was mercilessly abandoned again. Right, that time her heart, how painful. The more Gu Lichuan thought about it, the harder it became in his heart, and he even began to hate himself at that time. How can you be so irresponsible and selfish? Gu Lichuan simply didn't dare to imagine how much pain Suyuli's heart was suffering at that time. Abandoned by his parents, he was left alone to muddle through for more than a decade, and it was not easy to meet someone he loved and pulled himself out, not realizing that what he was waiting for was another merciless abandonment. Thinking of these, Gu Lichuan really hate to severely slap himself a few times. He is also a little bit too not a person. Grandma Dean held Gu Lichuan's hand and said earnestly, "Child, Grandma doesn't care what unpleasant things happened to you guys before. Since you can come to see Grandma today, I'm sure you guys made up. Can you promise Grandma that you won't let Shaoli be sad again in the future? Even if you guys really can't get together in the end, can you still talk to Lee and not let her do those stupid things that hurt her anymore? Hurting yourself?" Listening to the words of the Dean's grandmother, Gu Lichuan instantly thought of the hideous scar on Suyuli's wrist, quietly feeling the warmth coming from Grandma Dean's hand. Thinking of all the harm Suyuli had suffered, Gu Lichuan's heart couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain. He looked at Grandma Dean with a firm gaze, nodded heavily and said, "Grandma, don't worry, I won't be hurting her in the same way as I did before." Gu Lichuan chatted with the Dean's grandmother for a while longer, learning more about Suyuli. Before getting up to bid farewell, Grandma Dean smiled and sent him out the door, her eyes full of expectations. After that, with him accompanying Shaoli should not do those stupid things that hurt herself. Gu Lichuan came to the courtyard. The sunlight sprinkled on the ground. A warmth. Suyuli was having fun with the kids. Suyuli was like a child king, leading the children to play games, her silver bell laughter echoing in the courtyard. Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli, who was mingling with the children with some difficulty. Even though Suyuli was wearing a smile on her face, Gu Lichuan could still feel that if anything, the aversion to the world under the mask of Suyuli's smile. Suyuli inadvertently turned her head and saw Gu Lichuan standing on the sidelines, and surprise flashed in her eyes. She waved her hand at Gu Lichuan, then bounced over with a bunch of kids, pulling up his hand and saying, "What are you waiting for? Come and play with us." When the children saw Suyuli pulling Gu Lichuan over, they began to coo. "Wow! Sister Li has a boyfriend." Listening to the children's voices, Suyuli's face flushed slightly, but she didn't let go of Gu Lichuan's hand. Instead, she held it a little tighter and smiled, looking at Gu Lichuan with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli's childish and soulful eyes, his heart filled with tenderness. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's play together." Chapter, I don't even need your cheap sympathy. 30. After a crazy day at the orphanage, the two returned home exhausted, and as soon as they pushed open the door, Gu Lichuan couldn't wait to hug Suyuli. Suyuli was startled by the sudden embrace, and a trace of surprise instantly flashed in her beautiful eyes. She originally wanted to break away, but before she could make any movement, Gu Lichuan's low and slightly choked voice entered her ears. "I'm sorry, really sorry." Feeling the warm breath coming from her neck and the incomparably sincere words of apology, Suyuli couldn't help but tremble slightly. For some reason, at this moment, her heartstrings seemed to have been gently plucked by something, and she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and tenderly hug Gu Lichuan, who was sobbing in a low voice. This is still the first time Suyuli saw Gu Lichuan crying in front of him. For a moment, surprisingly still a little overwhelmed, completely do not know how to deal with crying like a child. Gu Lichuan. "Alright, don't cry." Perhaps it was because Suyuli was really not good at comforting people, and the words of comfort came out coldly, somewhat like an order. "I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will tell you, and I definitely won't suddenly disappear into thin air without saying a word like before." Gu Lichuan remembered those encounters of Suyuli, somewhat choked, and said, "Can you forgive me?" Gu Lichuan knew that Su Yuli was still hiding herself in a dark corner like a wounded kitten, and that he had once accidentally tricked her out, not realizing that he was the one who had hurt her once again, causing her to fear the sunlight and no longer trust anyone, especially himself. He could feel how Su Yuli was scared in her perverted desire to control him. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Su Yuli was first slightly stunned. She thought Gu Lichuan had suffered something, but it turned out to be because of this. Pushing Gu Lichuan away slowly and looking at him flatly. In silence for a moment, Su Yuli reached out and wiped away the tears hanging on his face. I hope you this time you say is true. Su Yuli finished. The corner of her mouth showed a touch of imperceptible bitter smile. Obviously will not be so easy to put down those things. Well, stop crying. Woohoo. Stop crying and I'll get mad. Woohoo. No more crying. I'll get really mad if you cry again. Does it still hurt? Gu Lichuan stopped crying. Slightly trembling, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the shocking scar on Su Yuli's white wrist, his voice filled with endless heartache and remorse. Thinking back to the time when he learned that Su Yuli slit her wrists and mutilated herself, he even thought for a while that this was just a means she used to force her disappeared self to show up. But he really didn't think that Su Yuli at that time really wanted to seek death, if not happened to be bumped into and saved. Gu Lichuan simply do not dare to think. Looking at Su Yuli's white wrist that is like a centipede like hideous and horrible scars, Gu Lichuan is very self-blame. If he could have given Su Yuli a word before he disappeared in the first place, would she not have done the kind of stupid things that hurt her? By Gu Lichuan so, Su Yuli was a little embarrassed, quickly drew back her arm, subconsciously hiding the wound at her wrist into her sleeve. It doesn't hurt. Su Yuli raised her head and looked at Gu Lichuan, inexplicably adding a touch of unspeakable complexity in her eyes. Gu Lichuan, however, reached out and grabbed her sleeve tightly, not allowing her to avoid it. I'm sorry, Yuer. It was all my fault in the past. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings, but from now on, I will never let you suffer even the slightest bit of harm. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's eyes and said with full sincerity. Hearing these words, Su Yuli couldn't help but slightly hang her head, as if she wanted to avoid that blazing line of sight. Only after a moment did she softly say, "Don't mention the past anymore." Gu Lichuan raised his head, looked straight into Su Yuli's eyes, and said with incomparable seriousness, "But I want to make it up to you. Somehow." These words actually seemed to have touched Su Yuli's inner scales, instantly provoking a strong reaction from her. At the orphanage, she had seen countless times parents picking up their children with a guilty conscience, saying they would make it up to them, and then dropping them back into the orphanage like garbage not long after. In Su Yuli's eyes, those who do not move to make amends, compensate for these words hanging on their lips are simply the most hypocritical people in the world. It's about making comforting excuses for what you could have done in the first place, but didn't, and finding comfort in the aftermath. Violently and forcefully breaking away from Gu Lichuan's tightly gripped hand, Su Yuli took a slight step back, looking at him with a few moments of mocking and teasing laughter, questioning without mercy, "How can you make up for it? What can you use to make up for it? Still flinging money in my face for moral damages like you always do?" said Su Yuli backhandedly cupping Gu Lichuan's chin, her eyes as cold as frost, her tone equally cold to the extreme. "Oh, I forgot. Gu Lichuan, you don't even have any money now. Don't think that because you've heard something about me from grandma that you presume to know me, sympathize with me, and even try to change me. Do I need you to sympathize? To pity? Why didn't you say you sympathized with me and pitied me when you left me alone? And now here what is this pretending to me?" Looking at Su Yuli, who seemed like a fried hedgehog, Gu Lichuan reddened his eyes and tried to pull Su Yuli. "I didn't expect to be thrown away by her," and angrily shouted. "Gu Lichuan, are you finished?" Su Yuli grabbed Gu Lichuan's collar with a deadly grip and growled. "I'm telling you, you're going to stay good now until I get tired of playing with you and then throw you away." Gu Lichuan let her grab the collar. Looking at the furious Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan knew that it was all because he had hurt her too much that she had turned into such a paranoid appearance now. Gu Lichuan said with some self-reproach, No, Yuer. I'm not sympathizing with you. I just don't want you to get hurt." Hearing Gu Lichuan say this, the strength in Su Yuli's hands unconsciously loosened a bit. Gu Lichuan continued, "Once upon a time it was all because I was too naive. At that time I just didn't want to drag you down. Now I realize that nothing else matters. Only being with you is the most important thing. This scar is a mistake I made, and I want to spend my life paying for it. Is that okay?" Moon, Su Yuli's eyes flashed a trace of movement, but quickly returned to indifference. The current Gu Lichuan was simply exactly the same as the faces of those hypocritical parents back then. "Do I dare believe your words? Make me trust you again before you unceremoniously abandon me? Is this fun, Gu Lichuan?" No. Gu Lichuan lowered his head and mumbled, instead of apologizing to Su Yuli. It was more like saying it to himself. He knew that Su Yuli wouldn't believe him in anything he said now, Su Yuli glanced at the disheveled Gu Lichuan and turned around to go back to the bedroom, not wanting to care about him anymore. Looking at Su Yuli's exploding appearance, Gu Lichuan was a little hard to bear, and fell back to his room to lie on the bed. How could not sleep? What went over and over in his mind was Su Yuli's tragic situation as a child. Looking at the dark environment, Gu Lichuan hugged himself into a ball, curled up on the bed to sit in a daze. When he just did not want to drag her, he really did too much. Gu Lichuan felt a little cold and hugged himself aggressively. And in a trance, a sizzling sound rang out, and a wonderful figure took advantage of the cover of darkness to climb onto Gu Lichuan's bed. After groping for a while, a smooth, warm arm pressed Gu Lichuan onto the bed without reason. Chapter, Gu Lichuan, I want to try it. 31. In the next few days, Su Yuli in addition to the night will be like a dexterous cat, tiptoeing into Gu Lichuan's room to cuddle him to sleep. The daytime as if it was like a different face. Gu Lichuan's curt favor is familiar with the oblivious, and even a sentence of superfluous words are stingy to give. Whenever Gu Lichuan tried to get close to Su Yuli, he was always greeted with that bored to death, cold as ice gaze. Su Yuli's attitude was like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into the softest part of Gu Lichuan's heart, making him speechless. Gu Lichuan looked at the plate of his carefully cooked breakfast in front of him, which was once again unceremoniously discarded by Su Yuli into the trash can. His heart was full of sourness and aggression. If you have anger in your heart, you can hit me and scold me. Can you stop punishing yourself? Gu Lichuan pulled Su Yuli's arm and said with red eyes. Gu Lichuan stretched out his trembling hands and pulled Su Yuli's slender arm. His eyes reddened, tears swirling in them, his tone full of pleading. These days Su Yuli would rather starve than eat a mouthful of Gu Lichuan's cooking. Looking at the increasingly thin Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan is very heartbroken, but Su Yuli seems to be determined to go against him. The more Gu Lichuan shows his heartache and concern for her, the more Su Yuli intensifies her torture. Su Yuli coldly glanced at Gu Lichuan standing in front of her, and without hesitation, she forcefully shook off the hand that was tightly grasped by Gu Lichuan, and coldly said, "What? Feeling sorry for me again?" This time, unlike in the past, Su Yuli did not turn around and leave resolutely like in the past. Instead, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a teasing and cold smile, slowly extending her slender and long fingers to gently tickle Gu Lichuan's chin. Su Yuli came close to Gu Lichuan and exhaled like an orchid. "Gu Lichuan, you know what? This look of yours nowadays really seems to let me see the silly, innocent self I once had." After saying that, Su Yuli stuck out her tongue and lightly licked her rosy lips. The action was both enticing and carried a hint of danger. "You know what? I feel an unspeakable joy whenever I see you so hard now. Gu Lichuan, I can't wait for you to also personally experience the kind of biting pain I experienced at that time." Speaking here, Su Yuli's gaze fell on her white wrist, where there was a faint scar that resembled a hideous little snake coiled around it. She lifted her hand and gently scratched her sharp nails across the scar, then thoughtfully, softly asked, "Gu Lichuan, do you think that if I were to ruthlessly make another cut here right now, would you die in agony due to heartache and guilt? Don't you look like that?" Hearing this, Gu Lichuan's face instantly turned pale and subconsciously reached out to stop it, but in his panic, his hand impartially happened to hold the scar on Su Yuli's wrist. Gu Lichuan withdrew his hand somewhat electrically, afraid that his grip would hurt Su Yuli, but what he didn't expect was that his actions instead caused the coldness in Su Yuli's eyes to intensify, as if it could condense the air around him into ice. "What? You think it's ugly too, don't you?" Su Yuli stared at Gu Lichuan dead in the face, her gaze revealing a hint of despair and anger. Su Yuli reached out and grabbed Gu Lichuan's palm and pressed it hard against the scar at her wrist. Her voice was low and trembling, as if every word was squeezed out from between her teeth. "Gu Lichuan, guess which point on my body actually hurt the most at that time?" Gu Lichuan looked at the nearly maniacal Su Yuli in front of him, a stabbing pain in his heart. Su Yuli then continued on her own, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. You don't have a heart. Of course you can't feel heartache." Speaking here, Su Yuli paused slightly, the corner of her mouth raising a mocking smile. "Since that's the case, I'll begrudgingly tell you." Looking at Su Yuli's hideous appearance, her ears echoed those words in her mouth like sharp blades that hurt. At this time Gu Lichuan could no longer endure, painfully broke away from Su Yuli's restraints, hands covering his head, painfully shouted, "Do not say it again. I beg you, do not say it again." Su Yuli coldly looked at Gu Lichuan's wretched appearance and had no intention of letting him go. "What? Just this pain can't bear it? Gu Lichuan, you really disappointing it. You do not even know when I went through the pain, but then now you are sad on the ground 100 times, 1,000 times it." Looking at the endless coldness and determination in Su Yuli's eyes, Gu Lichuan didn't know why Su Yuli would become like this now. Obviously everything was fine before. Why has everything changed since he tried to make up for the hurt Su Yuli suffered? "What do you want? What exactly do you want before you let yourself go? Before you let me go?" Gu Lichuan angrily pressed Su Yuli fiercely onto the sofa. His eyes red, like a maddened beast. He hissed and yelled towards her. Su Yuli, you've served your purpose? You say. What exactly do you want me to do to make you let yourself go? Looking at Gu Lichuan's scarlet eyes, Su Yuli gently raised her hand to caress the scar on her wrist, the corner of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a chilling smile. Gu Lichuan, in the beginning, I did simply want to keep you tightly circled around me, to make you a plaything in my hands, to be at my mercy. At that time, I naively thought that only in this way would I be able to achieve true happiness. But then, I realized that it seemed to be a more exciting, pleasurable feeling for me than taking control of your body, making you fall in love with me, and then watching you ache and die because you love me. Speaking here, Su Yuli paused, a hint of cunning and cruelty flashing in her eyes. Gu Lichuan, you were not thinking the same thing at first, you just secretly hid in the sidelines, cold-eyed watching me cry, watching me make a scene, watching me away from you, dying to live. Look, heart is not particularly happy, particularly satisfied. Then, after you're done enjoying my pain, you just let me be tossed away like a piece of trash, and you act like I was never here. Gu Lichuan, it's like I suddenly felt the joy you felt at that time. Su Yuli murmured softly, tilting her head slightly, her gaze falling straight onto Gu Lichuan's face, the corners of her mouth lifting into a rueful smile. It's just that it seems like the only way I can hurt myself is if you're upset as hell. Gu Lichuan, tell me, if one day you don't love me anymore and I die in front of you, will you secretly feel sad? If there really is such a day, Gu Lichuan, I want to try it yet. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was about to go crazy, Su Yuli kept irritating him and 2 lines of clear tears slipped down her own face. Enough! You stop it! Stop it! It's all my fault! Everything is my fault! What do you want? Su Yuli, what do you want from me? Gu Lichuan glanced at the fruit knife on the coffee table. A hand reached out and snatched it. Shouted at Su Yuli, I return you. I'll return you can. Satisfied. Su Yuli, are you satisfied? Chapter, if you dare to seek death, I will never be able to forgive you in my life. 32. A splash of scarlet blood suddenly exploded in front of Su Yuli's eyes, as if a blooming blood-colored flower, instantly dyeing her vision red. Su Yuli stared in shock, incredulously looking at the scene in front of her. The sharp blade in Gu Lichuan's hand unexpectedly slashed across her own wrist without hesitation, and blood instantly gurgled out, splattering on the surrounding ground. Su Yuli's entire body froze. For a moment she didn't even know how to react. Her eyes flickered with a mixture of anger and panic, anger and shock surging through her heart. Su Yuli violently raised her hand and fiercely slapped Gu Lichuan's cheek, trying to slap the crazy Gu Lichuan awake. Slap! The crisp slap echoed through the silent air. Are you crazy? Su Yuli looked angrily at Gu Lichuan, who had fallen into a frenzy, and quickly reached out to tightly press his blood-spattered wrist in an attempt to stop the blood from continuing to flow. But no matter how much she pressed, blood continued to spray from her fingers. In the face of Su Yuli's rebuke, Gu Lichuan, however, seemed to be oblivious to his bleeding and shocking wounds. His eyes filled with pain and remorse as tears slid down his cheeks. It was just a one-track mind that kept apologizing to Su Yuli. Sorry, Moon. It's my bad. It's all my bad. I beg you. Forgive me. Don't ignore me. Crazy. What a lunatic. Su Yuli gritted her teeth and cursed. Looking at the wound that kept gushing out blood, Su Yuli felt a deep wave of fear and helplessness. She didn't expect Gu Lichuan to be this crazy. He had only provoked him a little with his words, but he had never imagined that he would go so far as to act in such a way. Su Yuli's hands were in a flurry as she quickly and forcefully tore off a larger piece of fabric from the clothes she was wearing, and then tightly wrapped it around Gu Lichuan's injured area in an attempt to stop the blood that was constantly pouring out. After doing so, Su Yuli did not hesitate to reach out and pull Gu Lichuan, wanting to take him to the hospital immediately. Please forgive me. Gu Lichuan stood in place. Let Su Yuli how hard to drag and pull. He is always immobile. Quite a Su Yuli today if not to forgive him. If Su Yuri doesn't forgive him today, he will die to show Su Yuri's posture. Gu Lichuan, hurry up and follow me. If you dare to seek death, I will never be able to forgive you in my entire life. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was full of stubbornness, Su Yuli was so angry and anxious that she couldn't help but roar loudly towards him. Moon, I'm sorry. Gu Lichuan just wanted to open his mouth to say something else, but suddenly he only felt a strong sense of dizziness, like the sky spinning and the earth violently attacked. His feet were soft, and the whole person uncontrollably fell straight forward. Gu Lichuan. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who had fallen heavily to the ground, Su Yuli let out a frightened cry of alarm. Gu Lichuan, wake up! I forgive you. Wake up! Wake up! The early morning sunlight filtered through the dense, mottled foliage and silken golden threads, softly spilling onto the large bed that was as white as snow. Gu Lichuan slowly opened his eyes, his vision somewhat blurred. Su Yuli was quietly curling up, snuggling up next to him like a well-behaved kitten, her slender arms tightly encircling his wrists that were tightly wrapped in white gauze, and just drifting off to sleep. Perhaps sensing Gu Lichuan's slight movement, Su Yuli instantly awoke from her sleep. When her beautiful eyes met Gu Lichuan's already awake gaze, they first flashed with a hint of surprise, but in a split second they were replaced by burning anger. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Su Yuli angrily grabbed Gu Lichuan and questioned, her voice trembling slightly from excitement. In the face of Su Yuli's rebuke, Gu Lichuan just mumbled and repeated the words of apology. I'm sorry, you error. This knife is considered to be my return to you. Can you stop hurting yourself in the future? Looking at Gu Lichuan, still looking like he was seeking death, Su Yuli, instead of being angry, was so angry that she laughed out loud. At this moment, Su Yuli's eyes seemed to ignite two clouds of blazing anger, fiercely stretching out her hands, forcefully pressing down on Gu Lichuan's neck, pressing him to death on the bed, glaring straight at the man underneath her, and roaring through clenched teeth. Gu Lichuan, is it true that you just want to seek death? And then so that you can then leave me all alone in this world? It's not. Gu Lichuan revealed a painful look. His face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A pair of eyes covered with blood. His eyes revealed despair and helplessness. Su Yuli grabbed Gu Lichuan's wrist and placed it in front of him, saying icily, how dare you say otherwise? If you scratch it this deep, you'll really die. You know? Gu Lichuan tossed his head to the side in aggravation and didn't respond. Looking at Gu Lichuan's misery, Su Yuli couldn't help but soften her heart, and the force on her hands slowly decreased, eventually releasing Gu Lichuan. Originally, Su Yuli still wanted to say something, but looking at Gu Lichuan's now nearly collapsed mental state, Su Yuli was afraid that if he was a little more stimulated, he would do something stupid to hurt himself. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was lying on the bed somewhat demented, Su Yuli couldn't help but sigh. She had only wanted to give Gu Lichuan a little punishment, so that he would know how much he had suffered when he had abandoned her. I just didn't realize it had gotten into this situation. She did not expect that Gu Lichuan, who usually looks heartless on the surface, is also so paranoid inside. Gazing at the wretched Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli's heart rippled. The more Gu Lichuan was like this, did it mean that he loved himself more deeply? Thinking of this, Su Yuli glanced again at Gu Lichuan lying on the bed. Her gaze became somewhat gentle, and a trace of imperceptible smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Gently touching Gu Lichuan's head, Su Yuli called the housekeeper and instructed, keep an eye on him, don't let him do anything stupid again. Chapter, what's the difference between this and a robbery? 33. Manager Lee, do you think you can give us 2 more days of grace? Our cooperation project with the Su family will start making profits soon. Do you think we can extend this account for a few more months? Hong Kong City Su family? Su Jinha's face was piled with fawning smiles at the moment. Nodding his head in welcoming Li Sherbin from the Hong Kong City Bank and the several middle-aged men with briefcases and serious looks behind him into the house. Mr. Su, you can never blame us for urgency. Mainly this bank. You also know what a situation. We are also taking money to do the work of. Li Sherbin said the scene while leading a few other people to walk into the living room in a big way, and then unceremoniously sat on the sofa with his butt, as if he had arrived at his own home, completely disregarding Su Jinha's feelings. Looking at the several people like no one else, Su Jinha's mouth cannot help but slightly twitch a bit, forced to not have a seizure. A few small managers of the bank only. This if put aside the Su family did not fall when they cannot even see to see their own. But now, for the sake of the company's accounts, Su Jinha had to hold his tongue and begged lowly for these little caramels that he could have crushed with one hand before. Su Jinha's face was full of fawning colors, quickly pulling out several bulging red envelopes from his pockets and handing them to everyone present, then locking his eyes on Manager Lee, piling up smiles and opening his mouth. Manager Lee, don't worry about it, our Su family will definitely not rely on this account. You just do us a favor and give us a few more days of grace. As long as this project is profitable, I guarantee that I will immediately pay back all of our bank accounts. Hearing this, Li Sherbin slightly narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth spread a smirk if any, and seemingly casually took the red envelope handed over by Su Jinha, saying, Mr. Su, I heard that the Su family has withdrawn from the project of the harbor waterbay of yours. When are you going to be able to make a profit here? Said Li Sherbin casually flicked the ashes of the hand to the coffee table Su Jinha's special cup of tea. See Su Jinha's eyelids are aburst, to know that the teacup but he spent a lot of money with a good Hatian jade customized. Weekdays are precious not, and now even be used as an ashtray by others. Su Jinha knew that this time Li Sherbin gave him a downward spiral, but even if the heart is not happy, at this moment Su Jinha can only force down the anger of the heart, continue to accompany the smile to please said, Manager Lee, You can rest assured that this Harbor Water Bay project is certainly a steady profit, or our bank would not have approved to give me a loan in the beginning, said Su Junha, slightly paused to observe the reaction of Lee Sherbin. See, the other side is still expressionless, then gritted his teeth and then added, this is good, and then a few days of grace, the loan interest rate and then raise a point. Do you think it's a success or not? Add another point? Manager Lee spoke while gently picking up the string that was placed on Su Junha's desk and rubbing it in his hand to play with it. Deliberately, he pretended to look like he was in a difficult and hesitant situation, and sitting opposite the Su Junha saw the situation, and hastened to speak with a smile on his face. Manager Lee, you see, if you like this string, you take it to wear. This is the authentic ice jade. It is said to cultivate the heart and nourish the nature of the. Oh yeah? This is a good thing. After hearing Su Junha's words, Lee Sherbin nonchalantly slipped the string onto his wrist and raised his hand to scrutinize and admire it. Su Junha took the opportunity to hurry to strike while the iron is hot and asked, Manager Lee, do you see this loan matter? Good to say. Good to say. Collected something. Lee Sherbin immediately, like a different person, quickly replaced with a warm smile, very quickly replied, Mr. Su, you are so generous, then I will not hide with you. My authority is limited. Why don't we do this? I will lend you an additional $1 billion as a bridge toll, together with the $2 billion you have already borrowed from us before, and counting the interest, the total will be counted as $3.5 billion. As for the interest rate, it remains unchanged, and the repayment cycle is still set at half a year. Mr. Su, you think? At the end, Lee Sherbin also did not forget to emphasize a sentence, Mr. Su, this is the biggest concession I can make within my authority. Su Junha stared wide-eyed at the lionized Lee Sherbin in front of him, only to see that the other party's brazen face made the corners of his mouth unable to resist twitching fiercely for a few moments. $500 million? What's the difference between that and a blatant money grab? Lee Sherbin stared at the unpredictable Su Junha with a smile on his face, and had a good idea of the conditions he proposed. He knew that today Su family was in deep financial trouble and simply could not get more money. If Su Junha still wanted to undertake the project of Harbor Water Bay, he had to agree to his proposal. Su Junha heart quickly calculated. Harbor Water Bay project, the initial projected profit of nearly $5 billion. If you do go on and earn, if the hand, then the initial investment is all a waste of water. Su Junha gritted his teeth. 500 million on 500 million. This project is related to the life and death of the Su family, no matter what he must do. Manager Lee, look, this 500 million is too much. You raise your hand. When the favor fee absolutely cannot lose you. Hearing these words from Su Junha, the smile on Lee Sherbin's face became even more intense. He knew that this big fish had finally taken the bait, so smiled and said, 300 million, Mr. Su, the minimum 300 million. You also know that this is really my limited ability. Any less I really cannot help. Su Junha originally did not. Lee Sherbin will easily give in to hold too much expectation. Hurt all of a sudden less 200 million. Su Junha also do not ink, or Lee total bold. Then when we, the words still fell. Lee Sherbin casually waved his hand, and a man behind him wearing a straight suit with a respectful look immediately stepped forward and presented a contract with both hands. After receiving the contract, Lee Sherbin expressionlessly handed it to Su Junha while saying in a flat tone, Mr. Su, you also know the rules of the bank. Those projects and commercial streets you have now? No problem. Su Junha is very confident. After all, the Harbor Water Bay is the key project of the port city. He simply did not expect this project can lose money. After sending away the great Buddha, Lee Sherbin, Su Junha's face only clouded over as he glared at his subordinates. Where's Su Shuaya? Su Shuaya hasn't been found yet. The old butler knelt on the ground and trembled as he said, Master, Miss is really hiding too deeply. Additional manpower has been sent to find her. Where the hell is hiding? Has he taken my words seriously or not? And dares to run away? This, Su Junha is now very angry. If it wasn't for Su Shuao sneaking off to meet Gu Lichuan, that wild boy upsetting the Su family, would he used to be called in by the bank's door every day? Now also took in 300 million for nothing. Su Junha is simply angry to vomit blood. Looking at the Hatian jade teacup that was used as an ashtray by Lee Sherbin, Su Junha was so angry that he directly threw it on the ground and smashed it to smithereens, cursing angrily with his mouth. What are all these things? Chapter, you accompany me 34. Mr. Su, what you explained has already been done. It won't take half a year's time. I can definitely make the Hong Kong City Su family get rid of their name. Su Hongjun learned that Su Junha has been done and Lee Sherbin that loan into the set, then rushed to Su Yuli called to report the progress. And look at the hand to see if you can then fish a little bit of the benefit fee. Mr. Su, that. Before Su Hongjun even opened his mouth, Su Yuli knew what was on his mind. Putting the pile of documents on hand aside, Suyuli said in a cold and unquestionable tone. Got it. After you take over the project in Harbor Water Bay, I will arrange for the branch in Harbor City to cooperate with you. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. In the future you have something in Hong Kong City. You just command to arrange me to do it. Hearing Suyuli's words, Su Hongjun was simply ecstatic, the smile on his face so bright that it was almost about to burst open. To know Harbor Water Bay of this project, he has long been coveted for a long time, but it is a pity that the Su family's own strength is limited in the past, cannot undertake such a huge project alone, so it will pull the Hong Kong City Su family into the game. Now well, the Hong Kong City Su family kicked out, not to mention, there is Su Yuli, the powerful Haidong Su group as a support, and still only care about the injection of dividends. This project is equivalent to all fall into his hands. How can he not be happy? After hanging up the phone, Su Yuli gently sighed, then slowly leaned back on the office chair. Her eyes fell on the desk piled with papers. Su Yuli slightly frowned, only to feel a swelling pain in her head. These documents seemed to be pressed there like a small mountain, making her feel a little breathless. Just a few days without coming to the group. How could there be so many matters accumulated waiting to be dealt with? She really doesn't know how she usually gets through this much paperwork. Now her heart was in turmoil, and when she worked, all she could think of was Gu Lichuan. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Suyuli simply reached out and pushed all the documents in front of her to the side in a brainwave, gently opening the exquisite lunchbox that she had brought to the company. Looking at those meals inside that were carefully cooked, with excellent color and flavor, Suyuli's mouth finally couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a faint smile. When she thought of Gu Lichuan's pitiful, disoriented appearance these past few days, Suyuli's heart couldn't help but surge with an uncontrollable laughter. Unexpectedly, from the orphanage back, he only slightly gave him so a little bit of small stimulation. I did not expect to instead let this guy become more obedient and obedient it. Suyuli decided that she would take the opportunity to add fire to the fire, and while Gu Lichuan's guilt towards her hadn't dissipated in the past few days, she would have to teach him a good lesson, so that he would become even more inseparable from herself. Suyuli ate the rice in her lunchbox, a dangerous smile on her face, her mind already thinking about how she would temper Gu Lichuan tonight. At that moment, there was a slight but sharp thump. Thump, thump, thump knock on the door. Enter. Suyuli put away the smile on her face and raised her head to look in the direction of the doorway. Suyuli's secretary was carefully pushing open the door of the room, stepped into the room, softly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Su, you have not been coming to the company in the past few days. I can't get in touch with you. There's a charity gala in Haidong tonight. Do you need to let me help you to turn it down? Tonight? After hearing this news, Suyuli couldn't help but slightly wrinkle those willow-like eyebrows, somewhat complaining about how the secretary had informed her so late. What a time to be telling her such important news now. You know, this kind of charity party is not compared to ordinary business parties, can participate or best to participate in. After all, to establish a good positive image of the company absolutely has a great help. Besides, Suyuli herself was also a child who came out from an orphanage. If she was absent, there would definitely be countless media reporters with a keen sense of smell who would grasp onto this point and make a fuss. However, it was not easy for her to conceptualize what she wanted to play with Gu Lichuan tonight, but she did not expect her plans to be disrupted so quickly. Suyuli was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, Suyuli finally decided to bring Gu Lichuan along. First, Suyuli thought that it would be better to take this opportunity to publicize Gu Lichuan's identity directly, so as not to have some cats and dogs who don't know what they are doing hiding downstairs in the group, lest every day there are some who do not know the sky high, no long eyes of the cats and dogs, all day to do nothing to hide in the group downstairs, blocking to send flowers to their own attentiveness. Secondly, it was because Suyuli had heard that this party would be attended by many young ladies from the powerful families of Haidong. Suyuli wanted to take this opportunity to test whether Gu Lichuan would be seduced away by those demonic ES who had never seen a man before. If Gu Lichuan could easily be fooled by those demonic ES, Suyuli didn't think she had to go through all the trouble of trying to temper Gu Lichuan. Why don't we just turn him into a mannequin doll? It would save us both effort and worry. Not only would he obediently listen to himself, but he wouldn't have to worry at any time that he would be tricked by someone else and mercilessly leave himself behind. Ultimately the purpose is the same both ways anyway, except that the latter is nothing but a lot less fun. Suyuli's slender and elongated fingers gently tapped the desktop, making a rhythmic sound. Looking up to the secretary who stood by the side waiting for instructions, her vermilion lips gently opened, and instructed, "Forget it, go and get ready. I'm going to bring someone over at night." After saying that, he lowered his head once again and hurried towards home after quickly handling the work at hand. As soon as she entered the house, Suyuli watched Gu Lichuan busy preparing dinner for himself in the kitchen. Looking at that tall and familiar figure, Su Yuli's heart couldn't help but surge with a trace of warmth. Lightened her steps, quietly approached behind Gu Lichuan, stretched out her hands, and gently encircled his waist. Gu Lichuan suddenly felt the warm touch coming from his waist, and could not help but be startled. He violently turned his head. When he saw that the person coming was actually Su Yuli, the original slightly aggrieved look on his face because he had not been able to get a response for a long time instantly dissipated without a trace, and was replaced by eyes full of the color of surprise. Since the last time he came back from the orphanage, no matter how hard Gu Lichuan tried to please and change his ways to compensate Su Yuli never gave him a good look. Gu Lichuan even began to doubt Su Yuli will not forgive himself. Did not expect Su Yuli actually now take the initiative to give him a step down, so that Gu Lichuan touched or about to cry, reached out and hugged Su Yuli tightly and refused to let go. There's a charity party tonight, you accompany me. Su Yuli, who was being held domineeringly by Gu Lichuan, gently pinched the soft flesh on his waist and said. Gu Lichuan froze for a moment, then nodded happily. Chapter, Sister Won't Eat You 35. Inside the most luxurious hotel in Haidong, Su Yuli, dressed in a gorgeous evening gown and holding Gu Lichuan's arm, elegantly walked into the scene of this charity dinner, which had been the top charity dinner in Haidong in recent years. Mr. Su, who is this? A new boyfriend? Quite handsome. As soon as they entered the venue, there were quite a few of Su Yuli's partners who gathered around to greet her, their eyes unconsciously sizing up Gu Lichuan, who was on Su Yuli's arm. Well, yes it is. Su Yuli was smiling. Her demeanor was elegant and generous as she introduced Gu Lichuan to the bosses of various enterprises in Haidong, exchanging cordial and natural exchanges with each other, obviously comfortable in handling this kind of high-profile social occasion. On the contrary, it was Gu Lichuan, who was following her, who looked a little uneasy being sized up by so many big bosses. Although his family did not go bankrupt in the past, he often followed his father to this kind of banquet to eat and drink, but at that time he did not have to be like now. Following Su Yuli's side carefully to deal with the surrounding resumed to deal with miscellaneous interpersonal relations. What? Not used to it? As if she could see Gu Lichuan's embarrassment, Su Yuli slightly tilted her head sideways and whispered in his ear, her eyes full of tenderness. Gu Lichuan didn't say anything. He was afraid that he would inadvertently upset Su Yuli again. Now he would rather aggravate himself than upset Su Yuli. It's fine. Then I'll go meet a few partners myself. Just wait for me here. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's cautious appearance and guffawed. Picking up a glass of champagne, she walked towards the few partners not far away, leaving Gu Lichuan alone. Looking at Su Yuli's back disappeared in the crowd. Gu Lichuan appeared to be more a little bit at a loss, in line with the principle of less action, less error. Not moving is not good. Gu Lichuan in the side of the sofa provided to the guests to rest quietly sat down and waited for Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan had just sat down when a woman in a bright and colorful red strapless evening gown was walking straight towards him. This young woman with a tall and hot figure, pretty face, and exuding a cold and noble temperament, coming towards Gu Lichuan, was none other than Su Yuli's nemesis in Haidong, known as the Haidong twins with Su Yuli, and the president of the Haidong Jiang Style Group, Jiang Xinu. Originally Jiang Xinyue for this kind of party filled with false feelings, full of resistance and disgust, but in order to establish the company's image and had to come, boredom. She can only carelessly scanning with the eyes of all the guests present, to see if there is anything interesting, as a way to pass the time. She didn't expect to find a surprise today. The iceberg cold beauty Su Yuli, who had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, had unexpectedly brought an unfamiliar man to the party for the first time in an unprecedented manner today, and from their mannerisms and demeanor, it seemed that the relationship between the two of them was quite intimate. Jiang Xinu, who knew some of the secrets about Su Yuli's emotions, immediately realized that this man was definitely not simple after seeing this scene. This was definitely Su Yuli's rumored relationship. The ex-boyfriend who had abandoned her, or the gigolo she had secretly adopted. But with Jiang Xinu's understanding of Su Yuli, the heavily emotionally cleansed Su Yuli shouldn't be able to harbor a white boy on her own and still bring it out brightly. Then the man in front of me, 80% is Su Yuli that loved to love the ex-boyfriend. Jiang Xinu, who had always liked to fight with Su Yuli no matter what, called out that she had picked up a treasure. He couldn't beat Su Yuli in business, but if he could suppress her in her most important emotion, it would be a much higher sense of accomplishment than winning over her in anything else. Seeing Gu Lichuan's rather handsome face, Jiang Xinyue licked the corners of her mouth, a trace of uncontrollable desire rising in the bottom of her heart. If she could snatch this little brother into her hands, she didn't know if that haughty and unbeatable Su Yuli would break down and cry. Su Yuli could win over her Jiang Xinu countless times, while she Jiang Xinu only needed to win over Su Yuli this once. Just this once, she would be able to see the miserable look of Su Yuli, this iceberg cold beauty, kneeling at her feet, crying and begging for her to return this stinking man to her. Thinking of this, Jiang Xinyue cannot help but a little heartbeat faster. Cannot wait it, little brother? By yourself? Jiang Xinyue, like a cunning fox, sat lightly beside Gu Lichuan. Her delicate and seductive voice seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul, causing one's heart to ripple. At the same time, her shapely body slowly approached towards Gu Lichuan without realizing it, emitting a charming aroma. Gu Lichuan frowned slightly, quickly sweeping the delicate-looking Jiang Xinyue with a scrutinizing gaze, moving backward without a trace so that the two of them remained at a safe distance at all times. Jiang Xinyue didn't seem to be concerned about Gu Lichuan's evasive behavior. Instead, like a persistent snake, she stuck close to Gu Lichuan and continued to ask, "Little brother, don't be shy, quickly tell my sister, what's your name? How come I've never seen you before?" In the face of Jiang Xinyue's questioning one after another, Gu Lichuan was unmoved and stared at the other party with a guarded face. He thought to himself that he was not a celebrity, and basically had no advantages except for an okay-looking face, which was not at all the dish of these young beautiful rich women. Gu Lichuan now reasonably suspected that this woman was approaching him with impure intentions. At this moment, a bold idea popped into Gu Lichuan's mind. This woman couldn't be some Su Yuli's competitor, sent to deliberately seduce herself, wanting to take the opportunity to bring down Su Yuli's company, right? Looking at Gu Lichuan's guarded face, Jiang Xinu smiled lightly. She was now 100% sure that this raw little brother in front of her was definitely the ex-boyfriend who had abandoned Su Yuli. Aya, little brother, don't be afraid. Sister won't eat you. He. Since little brother is so shy, then sister will do a self-introduction first. Jiang Xinyue smiled daintily as she came closer to Gu Lichuan, her large, watery eyes blinking as she stared at him, as if she wanted to see through his entire being. Sister is called Jiang Xinu. How is it? Isn't it very nice? So now it's your turn to tell your sister your name, little brother. Saying that, Jiang Xinyue stretched out a jade hand and made a gesture to caress Gu Lichuan's handsome face. Her movements were light and provocative, and her seductive posture gave people a feeling of wanting to get into trouble. However, in the face of Jiang Xinyue's sudden move, Gu Lichuan's face darkened as he violently bounced up from his seat, nimbly avoiding Jiang Xinyue's outstretched hand. Joking, he has just made up with Su Yuli. If he dares to let her see himself and other women so ambiguously pulling and tugging, is it because you think Su Yuli is too easy to coax? Or do you think your life is too long? Chapter, I like her just the way she is 36. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who instantly jumped away, Jiang Xinyue couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes, but then it turned into a touch of delicate smile. Her clear and pleasant laughter was like a silver bell rippling through the air. Gently raising her jade hand, Jiang Xinyue elegantly teased the few strands of hair scattered around her ears, her movements charming and moving, her vermilion lips gently opened. What a cute little brother. It's really interesting. Immediately after that, Jiang Xinyue followed suit and got up to look at Gu Lichuan, her eyes flowing, seemingly angry and happy, as if she could seduce people's hearts. This was the first time since Jiang Xinu had grown up that she had been rejected by a man so neatly. In the past, as long as she is a little twisted to do some, those stinking men will be like a swarm of bees that have smelled the nectar, scrambling to gather together, willingly for her to go through fire, to fall under her gorgeous garnet skirt. Now that she had deliberately tried to please him with such a gesture, she could still be rejected by him? This caused a strong curiosity and desire to challenge to surge in the heart of Jiang Xinyue, who had always been high-minded and proud. Now Jiang Xinu was interested in the man in front of her. It was true that what is less than is always the best. Jiang Xinu felt that she had to conquer this kind of youthful and stubborn, principled little brother in order to gain a sense of fulfillment. Jiang Xinu's gaze toward Gu Lichuan also grew hotter, as if she wanted to eat him up. Gu Lichuan frowned, looking at the goblin-like woman in front of him with a wary face, and said coldly, "Don't come any closer to me. I'm not interested in you." After saying that, Gu Lichuan was going to turn around and leave to find Su Yuli. This outside world is too scary. Gu Lichuan felt that it is better to stay by Su Yuli's side to be safe. At the very least, we'll not encounter this kind of thing, come back to say. Looking at Gu Lichuan about to walk away, Jiang Xinyue was not willing to let him go so easily, and quickly stepped forward and reached out to pull Gu Lichuan's arm. Jiang Xinyue slightly tilted her head up. The pair of seductive eyes looked straight at Gu Lichuan. Holding his hand, said in a coquettish voice, "Aya, little brother, sister just want to make friends with you. You don't have to be so scared. Sister didn't mean any harm." But Gu Lichuan didn't eat this set of Jiang Xinyue's. He shook off Jiang Xinyue's hand forcefully. His footsteps didn't stop, and his mouth responded indifferently. No need. At this time Su Yuli just happened to come back. Her pair of beautiful eyes happened to catch the picture of Gu Lichuan mercilessly shaking off Jiang Xinu's jade hand. After watching Gu Lichuan's cold and unsympathetic, rejecting Jiang Xinyu's appearance, the corner of Su Yuli's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of imperceptible light smile. Fortunately, Gu Lichuan was quite obedient, and he hadn't tempered himself in vain these days, which prevented him from being mesmerized by that demonic Jiang Xinyue. However, when she saw Jiang Xinu that actually dared to cling to and pestered Gu Lichuan not to let go, Su Yuli's face was instantly gloomy, walked quickly towards Gu Lichuan and did not hesitate to reach out and take his arm as a way of declaring sovereignty to Jiang Xinu. Looking at Su Yuli that protects the chickens to protect Gu Lichuan, Jiang Xinu face smile does not diminish, not because Su Yuli's behavior no difficult to retreat, but instead provocative again will be the slender jade hand across Su Yuli, stretching to Gu Lichuan that handsome face. Oh, little brother, what is your relationship with this sister? Sister told you, this sister you don't see people look pretty, but in fact can be malicious. The most will play you this kind of worldly little brother feelings. You must not be her to deceive. Why don't you take a look at your sister, and she won't cheat and play with your feelings. Besides, sister, I'm not that bad, am I? Looking at Jiang Xinu who even dared to get her hands on her, Su Yuli's willow eyebrows rose up, and without hesitation, she reached out and forcefully slapped away Jiang Xinu's delicate hand that was reaching out to Gu Lichuan. Letting out a cold snort from her agitated nose, she said in a cold and contemptuous tone, Jiang Xinu, do you think everyone is as shameless as you? It's not your turn to worry about what kind of relationship we have. Can you put your dog's paw farther away? Don't reach up and rub yourself against a man when you see him. Jiang Xinu looked at Su Yuli's delicate face that had turned red from anger. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous snort. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Lichuan, who was standing by the side. Little brother, you see, my sister is right, right? She's a complete violent maniac. Or you'd better obediently follow sister. Sister is very gentle and considerate, yo. After saying that, Jiang Xinyue even intentionally straightened her breasts and put on a flirtatious stance. As long as you are willing to follow the sister guarantees that she can give you the sister or double to give you. Besides, the sister will not be like her. All day long just know to board a cold and icy smelly face. What's so rare? Well, as long as you obediently follow my sister will surely go out of her way to please you. Whatever you like, my sister will become. Really don't think about it? Jiang Xinu said, while ignoring Su Yuli's eyes that wanted to knife people, throwing winks towards Gu Lichuan, trying to talk about the conditions to tempt Gu Lichuan to abandon Su Yuli and turn to her own pomegranate skirt. Gu Lichuan had to admit that these conditions offered by Jiang Xinyue were indeed extremely tempting, but he was still unmoved, hiding behind Su Yuli, poking out half of his head, and speaking with some boredom. Don't need to be bothered by you. I like her just the way she is. Oh, so you like this type, little brother? But it doesn't matter. My sister can also do it. Sure, you don't want to try it with my sister before making a decision. She will. She won't. Sister, I'm all about it. Oh. Jiang Xinu continued to pester Gu Lichuan without dying, seemingly determined to snatch him away from Su Yuli. Enough. Looking at Jiang Xinu still showing off there, Su Yuli couldn't bear it anymore. She glared at Jiang Xinu with wide eyes and rebuked loudly. Su Yuli really didn't think that Jiang Xinu could do such a thing without a bottom line just to disgust herself. Su Yuli coldly sneered at Jiang Xinu without mercy. If you're unbearably horny, go find yourself a man to solve it. Don't stare at other people's men all day long like a hungry wolf. Jiang Xinu, however, did not care about Su Yuli's words at all. Instead, she giggled. In Jiang Xinu's opinion, the more Su Yuli showed her anger, it meant that this man's position in her heart became more and more important, and the more Su Yuli truly loved something, the more she, Jiang Xinu, wanted to snatch it for herself. No matter what, this stinky man in front of her, Jiang Xinu, she will take it. Chapter, I'll be good from now on. 37. Wife. I didn't pay any attention to her. She was the one who pestered me. Gu Lichuan, who was quickly pulled away by Su Yuli, looked flustered and explained eagerly to Su Yuli, deeply afraid that Su Yuli would once again misunderstand herself once again. I know. Su Yuli stopped her steps and turned around, her watery eyes gazing at Gu Lichuan. Then she stretched out her slender jade hand and gently nudged him on the forehead, softly whispering, that woman isn't a good thing. Stay away from her in the future, you hear me? I don't know if it is affected by Jiang Xinyue's influence. At this moment Su Yuli is obviously much gentler than before. If this is placed in the usual, Su Yuli will seldom take the initiative to do this kind of gentle little action with Gu Lichuan, usually directly on the hand to go to the unreasonable overbearing demand. In the face of Su Yuli's sudden change, Gu Lichuan froze for a moment, his gaze falling straight onto Su Yuli's delicate face before saying weakly, well, don't worry, I'll be very good in the future. At this moment, in the crowd not far from Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli, A gaze fell straight onto the two Gu Lichuan men. Looking at her brother Xiaochuan's condescending appearance, Su Shuiao's heart clenched and she almost didn't crush the wine glass in her hand. His own so cute and sunny and cheerful brother Xiaochuan. When did he become this coy? Su Shuiao's eyes widened as she stared dead at the scene in front of her, anger instantly surging to her heart. She didn't need to think about it. She also knew that it must be the woman beside Xiaochuan's brother who did the good deed. After all, Su Shuiao was strong as hell the last time she saw her. An arrogant, domineering, overbearing look, and also moving inexplicably angry at her own Xiaochuan's brother. Su Shuiao hated her silver teeth so much that she couldn't wait to rush forward right now to rescue her brother Xiaochuan from the fire. But as soon as she remembered that she was still wanted by the Su family, she could only unwillingly retract her gaze. She was afraid that if she took one more look at Xiaochuan brother's groveling, lowly appearance, she would completely lose her mind and couldn't help but rush up to give that vicious woman 2 slaps. As a leader, can you bully at will PUA employees? Is there any humanity left in this? After Gu Lizi these days of continuous cultivation, Su Shuiao has gradually faded away the initial trace of youthfulness, body also more a set of lonely and cold unique temperament. In the past, she might not know what to do and would only cry helplessly, but now she would never allow her brother Xiaochuan to be bullied by anyone. She had to grasp enough capital as soon as possible to protect her brother Xiaochuan from being bullied. Su Shuiao had planned to gradually take control of the Su family in a gentler manner. However, the way she looks now makes her realize that if she continues to follow the steps, and waits until she has smoothly straightened out the Su family before coming back, Xiaochuan's brother might still be bullied into what kind of situation. Thinking of this, Su Shuiao couldn't help but put down the wine glass in her hand with some exasperation. The red wine in the glass swayed slightly due to her sudden movement, flashing with a charming luster under the light. She lightly bit her lower lip, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her mind rapidly pondering over the methods and strategies to be able to quickly take control of the Su family. Right at this moment, a slightly frivolous voice rang out beside her. How are you, beautiful? Why are you drinking alone here? Su Shuiao turned her head to look at the sound, only to see a young man dressed in a gorgeous suit with a greasy head looking at her with a smile on his face. After seeing the visitor clearly, the corner of Su Shuiao's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a meaningful smile. Wife, when can we go home? Gu Lichuan timidly followed behind Su Yuli's buttocks and asked. The Gu family's bankruptcy has made him not be able to dabble in such luxurious occasions for a long time, and everything here makes him feel a wave of unrealistic sense of fear, especially since Jiang Xinu was always following him not far away. As long as he slightly left Su Yuli's line of sight, Jiang Xinu would immediately seize the opportunity to rush up and pester him, using every means to make him leave Su Yuli's side. Good boy, there will be a charity auction soon. When this event is over we'll go home. Oh, if you see anything you like in here, I'll shoot it down and send it to you. Su Yuli stopped her footsteps, turned around and gently looked at Gu Lichuan, stretched out her slender jade hand to gently straighten Gu Lichuan's slightly messy collar, and softly comforted. It's fine, it'll be over soon. No need, I don't have a favorite. Hearing Su Yuli want to shoot auction items to give him as a gift, Gu Lichuan hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head to refuse. Just now he can see, this inside any ordinary auction items are tens of millions of starting. He also owed Su Yuli nearly 10 million cannot pay back. He does not want to owe Su Yuli more. Moreover, those things are still not worth that price at all. Su Yuli, even if she is rich, she is not burning like this. It's okay. Anyway, every year the company has to donate some money to charity. What's your favorite you give me? Just say it. If you don't say it I can just pick it out for you myself. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan who was full of rejection. Her heart was a little dissatisfied. She gave him money to spend. How come he was still unhappy? Then where is the motivation to earn money for herself? Gu Lichuan still wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Su Yuli, who declared with a wave of her small hand in a decisive manner. It's a deal. At least one thing will be auctioned away tonight. This is the mission. Not long after, only to hear the clang of a clear bell suddenly rang, instantly spread throughout the venue. Immediately after, accompanied by flickering, dazzling colorful lights, dressed in gorgeous dresses host debut. This can be called the most luxurious charity auction in recent years in Haidong. This officially opened the curtain. Because this auction is a charity auction, all the amount of the auction will be donated to the many welfare organizations in Haidong without reservation. So the organizers carefully prepared a large number of various types of lots. And in order to improve the bidding efficiency and activity, the whole auction process is arranged in an exceptionally tight and fast pace. Most of the previous auction is some porcelain antiques, celebrity calligraphy and painting. This kind of popular mob boss's favorite things. Not only no genre, bidding is also very high. Let look at Gu Lichuan is a burst of neat pain. However, Su Yuli also knew that Gu Lichuan did not have much interest in this kind of thing, and did not make a move to snatch it. which more or less allowed Gu Lichuan's hanging heart to settle down a little. It wasn't until a piano was brought out onto the field that Su Yuli's eyes visibly lit up. Chapter, Shut Up If You're Not 38. Su Yuri quietly gazed at the delicate and gorgeous piano in front of her, listening to the host's gushing and slightly exaggerated introduction. Her thoughts have long drifted back to the youthful and beautiful college years. At that time, Gu Lichuan, always in the sunshine, is always particularly bright, pulling her to the piano room to play the piano for her to listen to. At that time Gu Lichuan can always use his long fingers lightly fall on the black and white keys, playing a series of wonderful moving notes, but also always patiently hand in hand to teach her to play the simplest tracks, over and over again, never tired. Those days were the most precious and sweet time that Su Yuli buried in the depths of her memory. If it wasn't for the sudden sight of this piano today, perhaps she would really be on the verge of forgetting this beautiful period in the depths of her memory. Su Yuli twisted her head and looked at Gu Lichuan beside her. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a shallow smile. Something else Su Yuli didn't know, but the piano Gu Lichuan was sure to like it. Perhaps it would be a good gift. 7 million. Su Yuli's vermilion lips lightly opened, her clear and pleasant voice rang out, directly adding $2 million to the original $5 million base price. Hearing Su Yuli's sudden bid, Gu Lichuan could not help but be surprised. He slowly turned his head, and his line of sight happened to meet Su Yuli's eyes that were blazing like fire. In 1,000 words, he immediately realized the deep meaning in Su Yuli's eyes, and a warm current surged to his heart like a tidal wave. He could not help but reach out and gently hold Su Yuli's hand. 7 million. Is there any more to raise the price? The auctioneer shouted, but the stage was silent. Obviously the crowd present for this elegant musical instrument interest is not high. In contrast, they are more keen on those with the value of the collection of antiques and paintings. After a moment of silence, just as the host was about to announce the deal and congratulate Su Yuli, suddenly, a charming and slightly provocative voice came out leisurely. $10 million. The one who voiced the bidding was none other than Jiang Xinyue, and at this moment, the corners of her mouth rose as she gazed at Gu Lichuan, who was not far away, with a smile on her face. As Su Yuli's nemesis, she could know too well what Su Yuli was thinking in her heart. Since Su Yuli could shoot a piano and give it to that little brother, why couldn't she? Jiang Xinu. And this amount of money was nothing to her. When Gu Lichuan and Jiang Xinyue's unsuspecting gaze met, he instantly realized that the situation was not good, and hastily reached out his hand in an attempt to stop Su Yuli beside him from continuing to raise the price. The piano is nice, though, and $7 million is a pretty high price. If it was 10 million upwards, it would be sky high. Gu Lichuan said nothing could make Su Yuli so defeated to fight with Jiang Xinu. Unfortunately, despite Gu Lichuan's quick reaction, he was ultimately a step too slow. Only Su Yuli's cold and firm voice could be heard suddenly ringing out. $15 million, accompanied by the fall of the words. Her eyes were as cold as ice as they shot across to Jiang Xinu, looking at Su Yuli's eyes that were as clear as autumn water, but at the moment, they were flashing with chilling killing intent. Jiang Xinu slightly lowered her head, revealing a pitiful and harmless appearance. Yuli's sister, this piano sister, a little friend, is also like tight. Just do not know sister cannot bear to love a little. Let it to sister it. $20 million. After saying those words, Jiang Xinyue once again quoted a price. As soon as this number was exported, the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Many people's gazes gathered over, although everyone knew that the Haidong twins were not dealing with each other. But looking at the current situation, it was obvious that it was a bit of a battle of wills. Seeing Jiang Xinyue bidding again, Gu Lichuan hurriedly pressed Su Yuli's hand and urged in an eager tone, "Forget it, we'll come back outside and buy another one just like it. There's no need to have to fight with her." Gu Lichuan spoke while nervously observing the change of expression on Su Yuli's face. Looking at Jiang Xinu's provocative gaze, and hearing Gu Lichuan's persuasion, Su Yuli's temper also came up. She didn't expect that these two people could stand on the same line. Fiercely turning her head, her eyes coldly looking straight at Gu Lichuan, squeezing a sentence out from between her teeth. "What? You are thinking that I am not as good as her, are you?" "No, no." Faced with such a stern questioning from Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan panicked and explained, "The price is too high now. It's too much of a waste of money. Shut up if you're not." Su Yuli didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and shook off his hand with some slight anger. Gu Lichuan saw Su Yuli that angry appearance, was stunned, for a moment did not know what to say to persuade Su Yuli. $30 million. With Su Yuli's chirpy rebuke, the entire auction venue instantly fell into a dead silence, with everyone's eyes darting back and forth between them like lightning. At this moment, the corners of Jiang Xinu's mouth rose slightly as she gazed at Su Yuli with interest, seemingly feeling very novel about her reaction. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed this iceberg beauty lose her temper and sanity in such a manner. 35 million. Jang Xin opened her mouth unhurriedly, her tone relaxed and casual, as if she wanted to see if Su Yuli would continue to raise the price up. $50 million. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuli's voice rang out immediately after. It was clearly an attempt to kill the match in one fell swoop. Gu Lichuan at the moment are numb. A few million things, by these two people directly called to the tens of millions of dollars. Is all crazy? This is going to be real money out of pocket later. Jiang Xinu at this moment has been completely sure, no matter how much she bids, Su Yuli will certainly not hesitate to overpower her head, and with interest is ready to continue to play with Su Yuli. After all, this is still the first time that she has won over Su Yuli. Seeing that Jiang Xinu was about to raise the price again, Gu Lichuan was anxious but could do nothing about it. The current Su Yuli completely ignored herself. He had no choice but to cast a gaze full of pleading towards Jiang Xinu, using his eyes to convey his deepest desire, praying that she would be merciful and not continue to raise the price. Jiang Xinhua was first slightly stunned when she noticed the gaze cast by Gu Lichuan. Then she laughed softly. Only the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a slightly contemptuous smile as she said, "Sister Yuli, since this cute little brother beside you is so sincerely requesting me, then fine, I'll let you guys have this piano. I bought it to give it to him anyway." After saying that, Jiang Xinu also provocatively raised her eyebrows towards Su Yuli. That look as if she was mocking Su Yuli. It was at this time that Su Yuli noticed Gu Lichuan and Jiang Xinu's eyebrow-to-eyebrow gaze. Su Yuli's face instantly became gloomy. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anger and disappointment intertwined, her eyes staring at Gu Lichuan with a deadly glare. At the same time, the others present were also in shock because of Jiang Xinu's words. Everyone's attention was unanimously focused on these three people, and they all sized up these three people. Chapter, what did you say? You're telling me again. 39. Back home, Gu Lichuan took a deep breath and opened the door. Looking at Su Yuli, whose face was so gloomy that it was about to freeze into ice, he took the lead in opening his mouth and explaining. Listen to me. Just after the charity dinner, Su Yuli didn't even let Gu Lichuan get into her car, or Gu Lichuan took a taxi back on his own, so it was obvious how annoyed she was about this matter. What? Could it be that you are thinking that I can't even take out a mere tens of millions of dollars? Su Yuli fiercely took a step forward, pressed Gu Lichuan to pin him against the door, and continued in a low, hoarse voice, "Say, why are you going to beg that? You calm down." Looking at Su Yuli who was in full fury, Gu Lichuan tried to speak out to appease, not realizing that his words were instead like pouring oil on the fire, further enraging Su Yuli. "Gu Lichuan, I'm asking you." Su Yuli's voice tone became more and more cold and hoarse. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Gu Lichuan's move to change the topic, and her anger was already on the verge of making her unable to speak. Gu Lichuan didn't want to dwell too much on this topic with Su Yuli who was in the middle of her anger, so he gently pushed away her hand that was tightly pressed against his own, turned around and walked towards the table, picked up the kettle and slowly poured a cup of water into the cup, handing it over to her and said, "Drink some water first, look at what your throat has become." Su Yuli coldly looked at Gu Lichuan. A hand knocked off the water cup in his hand. Bang! The water cup filled with water exploded on the white smooth floor. The sound of glass shattering resonated throughout the entire room. Countless tiny glass fragments accompanied by the warm water flow was splashing around. One of the sharp glass shards quickly cut across Su Yuli's exposed white and delicate neck of her foot, instantly leaving a shocking bloodstain on it. Gu Lichuan's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly as he looked at the shards of glass and the water stains that flowed everywhere on the messy ground. He was most annoyed by people dropping and smashing things in front of him, which always reminded him of that nightmare when the Gu family went bankrupt and a group of fierce people rushed to their house to smash things as they saw them, forcing them to pay back the money. But when he glanced at the wound on Su Yuli's neck that was oozing blood due to a glass scratch, the anger in his heart was immediately forced down. Although he was still annoyed inwardly, he still did not show it and slowly squatted down, wanting to take a closer look at how Su Yuli's injuries actually were. Unexpectedly, just as Gu Lichuan was about to touch Su Yuli's slender neck, Su Yuli quickly dodged backward. "Don't move around. Let me see if it's hurt." Gu Lichuan, seeing Su Yuli reacting in such a manner, couldn't help but frown slightly. Even his words unconsciously showed some impatience. However, at this moment, Su Yuli was like a young lion that had lost its mind, completely ignoring Gu Lichuan's concern. Reaching out with her hand, she pushed hard, pushing Gu Lichuan back a few steps, and with her bloodshot, scarlet eyes that were so red that they were almost ready to ooze blood, she stared at Gu Lichuan with a deadly glare, gritting her teeth as she questioned, "Gu Lichuan, you answer my words first. What exactly is it that I can't satisfy you, that I want you to go so far as to beg that? Su Yuli, can you collect your temperament?" In the face of Su Yuli's hysterical questioning, Gu Lichuan slowly stood up straight and without flinching met her fierce gaze that seemed to want to eat people, his tone cold to the extreme. Now Gu Lichuan felt that Su Yuli's heart seemed like a stone that couldn't be warmed up no matter how he covered it. These days they should obey her, also obey her. Should pretend to be soft, also pretend to be soft. What soft means and methods have been tried, just to be able to change Su Yuli's perverse and violent character, so that she gradually returned to normal. How he did not expect his own compromise indulgence, but let Su Yuli now even more and more paranoid. Gu Lichuan think his too spoiled her, are to her spoiled stink. Looking at Su Yuli's almost maniacal eyes, Gu Lichuan decided to give her a hard lesson on her. The corners of Gu Lichuan's mouth revealed a cold smile as he mocked at Su Yuli. Su Yuli, on your appearance, worthy of being a child whose father doesn't hurt and mother doesn't love. It is estimated that the most correct choice your parents made in this life is to throw you into an orphanage to fend for yourself. Immediately afterward, Gu Lichuan continued to be mercilessly sarcastic. Su Yuli, you say, with this nature of yours, whose love do you deserve? When Su Yuli heard these vitriolic words from Gu Lichuan, her entire body trembled violently and she fiercely slapped Gu Lichuan's face, her face becoming distorted and hissing. What did you say? You're telling me again. Gu Lichuan's words undoubtedly pierced Su Yuli's deepest, most secret and fragile forbidden land, and the icy words even irritated her to the point that she could hardly breathe. Grabbing Su Yuli's shoulders, Gu Lichuan looked at her coldly against half of his rapidly swelling cheeks and said again, Su Yuli, I'd say you're just an orphan that no one wants. What? Didn't you claim to hate people abandoning you the most? Then haven't you ever wondered why you were abandoned? Su Yuli, who do you think can tolerate your temperamental nature? It's all your own fault for being abandoned. Gu Lichuan had wanted to say something even more vicious, but looking at Su Yuli's near collapse, he finally swallowed those hurtful words hard. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan incredulously. Every word Gu Lichuan said was like a sharp dagger, stabbing straight into Su Yuli's heart. Su Yuli's body gradually lost the power to support, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground helplessly. Those beautiful eyes became empty and lifeless at the moment. Her lips trembled slightly, and tears gushed out of her eyes uncontrollably, slid down her cheeks, and dripped onto her trembling hands. She subconsciously raised her hands to cover her face, not wanting Gu Lichuan to see her in such a sorry state. However, those painful memories that she had once desperately wanted to forget were like a surging tide, flooding her heart, hitting her heart, which was already full of holes, so hard again and again that she couldn't even lift her hand. Looking at Su Yuli's heartbreaking appearance, Gu Lichuan's heart felt like it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and a trace of unspeakable remorse flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but begin to reflect on whether the words he just uttered were a little too heavy-handed. They shouldn't spur her on to do something stupid, should they? There was no way around it. For Su Yuli's safety, Gu Lichuan could only stand his ground and watch her. A moment later, Su Yuli raised her head extremely slowly, her eyes filled with tears, looking at Gu Lichuan in despair, her mouth constantly shouting, Gu Lichuan, I don't want to be like this. I really don't want to be like this. It's all because you forced me to be like this. It's all because you forced me to be like this. Saying that, Su Yuli struggled to get up, her eyes filled with endless sadness and determination, staggered into the bedroom, and in a short while there was an extra bottle of familiar mineral water in her hand, and she rushed towards Gu Lichuan like crazy again. Chapter, Gu Lichuan, I beg you to open the door. 40. Before the mad Su Yuli wanted to make any move against Gu Lichuan, the mineral water in her hand was violently snatched away by him. In the past, the reason why Su Yuli was able to get it repeatedly, either by taking advantage of Gu Lichuan's inattention, or Gu Lichuan didn't want to hurt her. I didn't expect that Su Yuli was actually naive enough to think that she could do it, and that with her strength she could easily hold Gu Lichuan down. Su Yuli froze in place, looking at the empty hands, tears could not be held back, reaching out and then frantically knocked Gu Lichuan. After determining that the mad Su Yuli wouldn't hurt herself, Gu Lichuan didn't hesitate to press her hard on top of the sofa and quickly collected away everything that might hurt her herself before turning back slightly, glancing at her faintly and turning around to walk into the room to close the door. Looking at the departing Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli subconsciously wanted to reach out to stop it, but her hand stopped halfway, accompanied by a muffled. The door of the room closed tightly in front of Su Yuli's eyes. Bang! With the words Gu Lichuan just said ringing in her ears, Su Yuli began to constantly ask herself if she was really annoying. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Why did Gu Lichuan talk about her like that? It wasn't her fault that she was abandoned by her parents. Did she just like being an orphan? Is it her fault she's the way she is? Wouldn't she have wanted to be born and loved by her mom and dad like any other child? Why did Gu Lichuan say it was all her fault? She obviously loved Gu Lichuan so much and wanted to give him everything. Why did he still say that about himself? Su Yuli, who could no longer restrain her emotions, like an enraged beast, waved her hands frantically. grabbed all the items that could be reached by her hands and smashed them fiercely to the ground. The coffee table was overturned by her. Cups, vases, books, and other objects were shattered and scattered in a mess. Suyuli sat paralyzed in the midst of this ruin created by her own hands, tears pouring out of her eyes like a flood that broke the dike, sliding down her cheeks and soaking her bodice. Suyuli let out a loud bawling cry. For a time, the entire world was drowned in her heartbreaking cries. I don't know how much time had passed, perhaps because she had been crying for too long and was too tired. Suyuli finally gradually stopped crying. She slowly raised her head, her eyes empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. Her body trembling slightly, she struggled to support herself to stand up, her feet staggering towards the guest room Gu Lichuan had just entered. Suyuli felt so tired and wretched. All she wanted to do now was hide in Gu Lichuan's arms and sleep. Coming to the door of the room, Suyuli tremblingly reached out her hand to hold the door handle and gently twisted it, but the door was motionless. An ominous premonition surged in Suyuli's heart, so she once again increased her strength to twist the handle, but the door lock still didn't move. It was only then that Suyuli reacted to the fact that Gu Lichuan had unlocked the door on the inside. Gu Lichuan, you open the door! Suyuli angrily yelled loudly at the door of the room. She kept slapping the door panel with her hand while continuing to shout. Gu Lichuan, you open the door quickly! If you don't come out, do you believe that I'll really break your legs and make it so that you'll never be able to run away from me in this life? Seeing that there was never any response from inside the room, Suyuli's tone became more and more ferocious. Gu Lichuan, aren't you clear about what happens when you piss me off? Do you want to become a doll that can only obediently follow my orders? Just like this. Suyuli stood outside the door and continued to threaten for a long period of time, yet the house was always quiet, and there was never the slightest sound coming out. Suyuli also slowly softened from the tough attitude she had at the beginning. Her voice was no longer as harsh and sharp as it was at first, but gradually turned into a kind of crying with a pleading meaning. Gu Lichuan, open the door. I beg you to open the door. I won't turn you into a doll. You open the door. You don't dislike me. You don't like my character. I'll change. I'll definitely change still. Gu Lichuan, I beg you to open the door. Suyuli begged bitterly outside the door for a long time, her voice with a sobbing tone echoed in the silent air. Looking at the door that was still tightly closed, her heart sank a little bit, and eventually gradually swallowed by despair. Suyuli ambled to the door, helplessly slid down to the ground, messy hair like a waterfall scattered down. Many of them stained with her cheeks rolled down tears. Wet, sticky pasted on her pale as a paper face. The body that was originally as white as snow on the dress is stained with mud and dirt. Ankles and wrists, and blood seeped out. The whole person looks very miserable. Suyuli sat on her knees, staring blankly at the closed door in front of her. Her mouth kept chanting, Gu Lichuan, you're right. I'm just an orphan that no one likes. It was a mistake for me to be born, and I'll only bring endless trouble to others. I'm sorry Gu Lichuan. I won't bother you anymore, since even you don't like me. I'm afraid that no one in this world will truly like me, so there's nothing for me to live for. A look of determination appeared on Suyuli's face as she bit her lips hard, muttering those words of despair. Before Suyuli's words fell, only to hear a pop sound, the door that had been tightly closed was suddenly opened violently. Suyuli raised her head at the sound of the voice, and what met her eyes was Gu Lichuan's face that was red with anger and his scarlet eyes that were full of anger, as if they were burning with a blazing flame. Suyuli, what are you doing? Accompanied by Gu Lichuan's furious roar. His handsome face twisted slightly. Looking at Gu Lichuan's angry appearance, Suyuli laughed. Not having time to wipe away the tears on her face, she jumped into Gu Lichuan's arms at once, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and refusing to let go, as if as soon as she let go, Gu Lichuan would completely disappear. Suyuli sobbed and begged, Gu Lichuan, I know you will not look at me regardless. You must still have me in your heart. Is not it? I beg you. You do not leave me behind. Let go. Gu Lichuan's face was ironic as he forcefully broke Suyuli's hand and pushed her aside without a good look. There is no way. Gu Lichuan knows that this is Suyuli's trap, but he had to jump into it. Suyuli this crazy. He really can't get Suyuli will do something outrageous. Suyuli, who was pushed away, looked at Gu Lichuan's gloomy face and somewhat aggressively tried to jump into his arms again, not expecting that the hand she had just stretched out would be mercilessly knocked down by him. Suyuli bit her lip, a little wanting to cry, and once again stretched out her hand to him, only to be sidestepped by him again. Chapter, Let's Play Fair 41. Suyuli had a stubborn little face, her eyes looking straight at Gu Lichuan in front of her. The pair of big eyes filled with aggrieved tears were filled with the pitiful color of begging for comfort and hugs. Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli's appearance, but after all, he was a bit unable to bear it, although he still had a stern face on the surface, trying to maintain a serious image to scare her. In reality, His heart had already been shaken, and he didn't even dare to look at her directly with his eyes. Seeing that Gu Lichuan didn't get angry again, Su Yuli naively mistakenly thought that he had forgiven herself. Trembling, she stretched out her hands and attempted to jump into Gu Lichuan's warm embrace again. Gu Lichuan, however, quickly pressed down on Su Yuli's small head and pushed with a forceful push, rigidly separating her from himself at a relatively safe distance. Immediately afterward, Gu Lichuan said in an unquestionable tone, as if issuing an order, "Go to bed obediently by yourself." Hearing these words, Su Yuli's original joy-filled expression instantly solidified, replaced by a face of resignation and loss. Unwillingly, she answered in a low voice, and only then did she obediently climb onto the bed. Originally, she wanted to beg Gu Lichuan to hold her in sleep, but when her eyes touched Gu Lichuan's face that was so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water, Su Yuli couldn't help but shrink her head, and in the end she didn't dare to say anything, for fear that Gu Lichuan would lock himself out of the door again. After a bout of crying and thrashing just now, Su Yuli was really too tired, and her body had just laid down on the bed when an irresistible tiredness came rushing in like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen into a deep slumber. In her sleep, Su Yuli was still frowning tightly, muttering some words vaguely under her breath. "Don't abandon your." That looked heartbreaking. Gu Lichuan quietly gazed at Su Yuli, who was curled up in a ball on the bed, like a poor abandoned kitten, and let out a soft sigh. Finding the medicine box, he lifted Su Yuli's injured ankle, carefully applying ointment and bandaging it before stuffing it back under the covers again. Calling a basin of warm water, Gu Lichuan soaked and wrung out the towel, then gently wiped away the remaining tear tracks on Su Yuli's cheeks. Only after this was done did he stand up and begin to work on cleaning up the mess that was all over the living room outside the house. In the early morning, the warm and soft sunlight through the light curtains gently sprinkled on Su Yuli's face. Only then did Su Yuli wake up leisurely, subconsciously stretching out her hand, wanting to touch the familiar figure beside her. However, the only thing her fingertips touched was a cold and empty sheet, and in that instant, a look of resignation spread across Su Yuli's face. "Gu Lichuan, this is do not want their own?" Su Yuli rubbed her somewhat sore eyes and slowly turned her head to look at the neatly folded bedding next to her, and her eyes became dull. Su Yuli is aggrieved. Now he doesn't even want to sleep with himself. Su Yuli couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance well up in her heart, pounding the quilt on her body with all her might before lifting it off with an irritated hand. But when she saw the gauze wrapped around her ankles and the clean pajamas on her body, her originally dull eyes regained a light of surprise. She knew that Gu Lichuan definitely wouldn't leave her alone. Gu Lichuan was just angry with her, and that's why he punished her like this. Su Yuli gently shook her still somewhat dazed head, got up and took a shower. Her eyes gradually regained their usual coldness, picked up the cell phone placed on the nightstand, dialed a number without hesitation, and said in an emotionless but chilling voice, "Come out and meet me." Half an hour later, in a cafe in Haidong that was filled with a rich coffee aroma, Jiang Xinyue took a light and slow pace and leisurely sat down opposite Su Yuli. "Sister Yuli, why does your complexion look so bad today?" The corners of Jiang Xinyu's mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile that appeared to have a slight hint of cunning, smilingly gazing at Su Yuli's slightly haggard and pale face. While Jiang Xinu was speaking, she also did not forget to lightly cover her vermilion lips with her hand, letting out a slight laugh that sounded as if it carried some derision. Immediately after, as if she suddenly thought of something interesting, her eyes lit up and she continued to open her mouth to flirt. Sister Yuli couldn't have fallen out with your little boyfriend last night? It can't be true, right? That little brother seems to be very well behaved. Could it be that Yuli's sister is too overbearing?" Su Yuli's face instantly grew more and more gloomy, but she still forced herself to hold back the anger within her and did not immediately snap. However, Jiang Xinu clearly did not intend to stop there, but instead intensified the situation and continued. TSK, I say Yuli's sister, your little boyfriend is also too unkind. Last night Yuli's sister only spent $50 million to buy him a gift. How can you say that you have to pretend and please Yuli's sister happy? Speaking of which, he's really too unruly. Why don't you, Yuli's sister, let me have him, and when I've properly coached and tempered him, I promise to return him to you after he's obedient." Jiang Xinu shook her head in mock regret, but the teasing smile that disgusted Su Yuli to the core remained on her face. Looking at Jiang Xinu's teasing smile, Su Yuli was furious, tightly biting the straw in her mouth as if she could only vent her anger through this behavior. As usual, this woman, Jiang Xinu, was so annoying to her. "Say, what do you want before you'll let go of pestering him?" Su Yuli loosened the straw that had already been bitten flat and filled with teeth marks and asked coldly. Although Su Yuli believes that Gu Lichuan will not leave himself behind, but after yesterday so a mess. Su Yuli remembered yesterday Gu Lichuan yesterday said those words, And see Jiang Xinu, this kind of looks and not much worse than their own. The character of the woman is good to grab Gu Lichuan with himself. The heart is inevitably a little shaken. She was really afraid that one day Gu Lichuan would really get tired of herself and mercilessly leave her behind for someone else's arms. Since she couldn't make up her mind to hurt Gu Lichuan, she could only erase all potential threats that could become her rivals to ensure that Gu Lichuan would only be good to her alone. Hearing this, Jiang Xinu was a bit surprised. In the past, she used these small means of agitation. Su Yuli was not to take care of her, but today she was so abnormal to talk about conditions with herself. It seems that her heart is really messed up. Jiang Xinyu smiled and said, "But, that little brother of your family, I also like it very much. Yuli's sister, why don't you just give me a chance? Let's have a fair competition. Well, chapter, or neither one of us will have a good time." 42. Jiang Xinu, do you have to be like this? What? You don't want that little boy who saved you from the fire in the first place? Su Yuli originally wanted to talk to Jiang Xinu properly, but looking at her attitude, Su Yuli felt that there was no need to talk about it, so she sneered unmercifully. Su Yuli knew that Jiang Xinu could not really like Gu Lichuan, but was only trying to stimulate herself by seducing Gu Lichuan, so that she could appreciate the look of her heartbreak. Jiang Xinu heard Su Yuli's words. Her face couldn't help but change slightly, but still forced to calm down and said, "Yuli's sister. That is how many years ago the old calendar. Besides, people looking for him so long have not found. Maybe people can long ago do not like him. Now people look at your side of the little brother. Eyebrow clear and pretty is very good. Jiang Xinyue heart has always lived a white moonlight. This is not a secret. We all know that you're Jiang's building that shocking fire. In the others are panicked to escape. Is a little boy hard to hide under the table refused to come out of the Jiang Xinyue dragged out, carrying her in the smoke rolling with the raging tongues of fire to escape. Jiang Xinu regrets that she was too scared at the time, causing herself not to remember what he looked like, only vaguely remembered that he had a strange jade pendant hanging around his neck, but there were only so many clues, which also led to the fact that Jiang Xinu had been sparing no effort to find him for so many years, but she had not been able to find any useful information about the little boy at the time. Looking at the tough-talking Jiang Xinu, Su Yuli's autumn water-like eyes instantly flashed with a trace of imperceptible coldness, and said in a tone filled with disdain and provocation, "Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't find it either." Su Yuli's slender fingers casually played with the straw in her hand, completely disregarding Jiang Xinu's increasingly ugly face, and said to herself, "If you dare to pester Gu Lichuan again, don't worry, I'll find him myself, and then make him disappear completely and utterly." Su Yuli, how dare you? Facing Su Yuli's threat, Jiang Xinu was so angry that her face turned red. Her eyes widened as she stared angrily at Su Yuli in front of her. The position of that little boy who had saved him in her heart was no worse than the position of Gu Lichuan in Su Yuli's heart. At this moment, however, Jiang Xinyue suddenly realized how the scenario at hand was a bit different from what she had thought. Shouldn't Su Yuli be crying and begging herself to stop pestering her so-called boyfriend? Even tearfully pleaded with herself to be merciful and give her beloved boyfriend back to her. How come Su Yuli is still threatening herself against the Big Dipper now? Although Jiang Xinu knew that it was unlikely that Su Yuli would be able to find the one in her heart, the feeling of being threatened by Su Yuli with the one in her heart was still very unpleasant. Jiang Xinu couldn't help but raise a nameless fire in her heart, only to see her raise her chin without showing any weakness, and disliked back in a tone full of provocation and sarcasm. "Humph, Sister Yuli, what do you say is whether or not it's actually you who can find that little boy who saved me in the first place first? Or can I seduce your little boyfriend away first? Oh, if you don't say it I still don't know it. So that ex-boyfriend who abandoned you in the beginning and caused you to almost die turned out to be called Gu Lichuan. Ah, it's really a good name." Jiang Xinyue proudly picked up the coffee cup on the table and gently stirred the dark brown liquid in the cup, a cold smile if any hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Why do you think he abandoned you in the first place?" Jiang Xinyue deliberately dragged out her tone, and her eyes flashed with a cunning light. "Is it possible that he doesn't even like you at all? Just using money to deadbeat people into forcing them to stay by his side?" Then Jiang Xinyue revealed a despondent expression and said quietly, "Yuli's sister, you can't get true love this way." Jiang Xinu, who was threatened by Su Yuli, was very upset in her heart, but she couldn't do anything. She could only provoke Su Yuli's relationship with Gu Lichuan with her mouth, wanting to use it to provoke Su Yuli. After all, Jiang Xinu had now discovered that as long as she was involved with Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli was particularly prone to losing her mind. In the face of Jiang Xinu's successive sneering and aggressiveness, Su Yuli was so angry that she was trembling. She knew that saying any more now would be like talking to a cow, so she simply stopped paying attention to him and grabbed her bag to get up. "Jiang Xinu, you'd better not touch my bottom line, or neither of us will have a good time." Su Yuli coldly dropped a vicious sentence, then violently turned around, only leaving Jiang Xin with a back shadow. Che, who is afraid of who? When I am scared. Jiang Xin heavily slammed the small spoon in her hand on the bottom of the cup. Her eyes were a bit cold. Suyuli dared to threaten her with her white moonlight? She had to make Suyuli kneel in front of herself and beg herself to give her little boyfriend back to her. Who doesn't have a bottom line anymore? Su's group building. Lichuan Media General Manager's office. Gu Lichuan cocked his leg onto the desk, staring with furrowed brows at the various statements that had just been collected, only to feel that his head was about to explode in general. He hasn't been here for a few days, but the company's revenue is getting worse. He didn't want to go back and have a baby with Suyuli. Thinking of Suyuli's bet, Gu Lichuan simply regretted. I knew Suyuli would be so tricky to toss himself. At the beginning should not be with Suyuli on the bet. Simply let Suyuli. Lichuan Media disbanded and reconstructed. Forget it. He also felt a worry. Now it's good. Not to mention the fact that there's no time to solve any problems. The situation of this crappy company is getting worse and worse. This is not forcing himself to go with Suyuli to have a child. Gu Lichuan rubbed his swollen temples in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort caused by the headache, while turning his head towards Xingjin Yang, who stood by the side like an overseer monitoring his every move, and instructed in a somewhat impatient tone. Go, call Su Jinyan and Lin Xiao over. Gu Lichuan was tossed by Suyuli for so many days, has not been able to deal with these two people suspected of subterfuge. In order to prevent the back of the Suyuli again tossed himself so that he cannot come to the company, Gu Lichuan decided to still first take care of this problem before saying, after all, Gu Lichuan has determined that this is some Lichuan Media, and even Su Group upper to him to hand performance. As for these two people perform what the subterfuge matter, is simply acting to him to see. Fortunately, at first, before he was captured by Suyuli, he instructed Xingjin Yang to evidence in the dark, or else he would still have to worry about the lack of evidence now. When Gu Lichuan thought that these people didn't even make up a script, and used this poor script in acting to fool themselves and Suyuli, Gu Lichuan's head was spinning with anger. This is still a media company. To scripts without scripts. To acting without acting. If this can earn money, Gu Lichuan not say anything directly to the company to eat. Watching Xingjin Yang lead the terrified Su Jinyan and Lin Xiao, whose face was covered with tears, into the office, Gu Lichuan's eyes instantly chilled, and an iffy aura emanated from his body. Chapter, Jiang Xinyue came to the door. 43. Manager Gu. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the door, her tears were like a flood that broke the dike, and she sobbed and bawled. Tears and snot mixed together and smeared all over that otherwise delicate face. She wiped her face with her hands while vaguely accusing Su Jinyan of all the atrocities he had inflicted on her. Gu Lichuan, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned, full of impatience as he looked at Lin Xiao, who was crying in front of him and yet looked incomparably pompous, and with a burst of headache, he violently slammed the table and angrily bellowed, "That's enough! That's overacting! What kind of girl meets something like that and hates for the whole world to know about it?" When Lin Xiao was roared at by Gu Lichuan like this, Lin Xiao was so frightened that she trembled, instantly stopped crying, and involuntarily took 2 steps backwards. A trace of bewilderment passed through her eyes as she stared blankly at Gu Lichuan, whose face was grim in front of her. This script is not acting wrong. According to her preconceived idea of the plot, Manager Gu should not hesitate to fire that abominable Su Jinyan at this moment, and immediately ordered him to disappear from the company, and preferably in the entire industry will be blocked. Why was he yelling at her? The victim, instead? Could it be that Manager Gu sensed that there was something wrong with it? Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's heart couldn't help but tighten, but she soon dismissed this possibility in her mind. Gu Lichuan was nothing more than a little white boy that Suyuli had adopted. How much could he know about those intricate plots and tricks in the shopping mall? It must have been because his own acting was too good just now, and his crying was just too loud, pissing off Manager Gu. Gu Lichuan stared at these two people in front of him with a grim expression, seeing that Lin Xiao was still pretending there, and even trying to cry to herself to gain sympathy. He couldn't help but sneer out, not bothering to talk nonsense with these two people, directly and mercilessly slamming the thick piece of information in his hand hard at their feet. As the information fell to the ground and spread out, a clearly visible photo, detailed bank flow records, and all sorts of other incriminating evidence sufficient to convict the two of them were exposed. Manager Gu. The two men looked in horror at the evidence scattered on the ground that was enough to send them into squat for several years, their faces turning as white as paper in an instant. They had never dreamed that Gu Lichuan, who had always seemed harmless, had unknowingly grasped so much information about their illegal and disorderly behavior. At this moment, Gu Lichuan's gloomy face, tone of voice coldly spoke, "Now in front of you there are only 2 road options. 1. Honestly, Lichuan Media and Su Group all involved in these things within the list of personnel all give me a clear explanation. Wait until after this matter is completely resolved. Their own packing things roll cover away, too well. Speaking here, Gu Lichuan's face surfaced a ghastly smile, pointed his finger at the incriminating evidence scattered on the ground, and continued to say unhurriedly, I'm not a very good student of law, and I'd like to know, with these things, will it be possible to send you guys to stay inside the prison for a decade or 8 years? Or 20 years or 30 years? Listening to Gu Lichuan's naked threat, the two of them, Lin Xiao and Su Jinyan, instantly dripped cold sweat from their foreheads. When Su Jinyan and the two of them walked out of Gu Lichuan's office with their heads hanging down, Xin Jinyang, who had been waiting anxiously outside the door, hurriedly dashed into it with big steps in haste. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was lying on the boss chair, in a good mood and enjoying the sunshine, Xin Jinyang quickly walked to the front of the desk, slightly bent down, and respectfully opened his mouth and said, Mr. Gu, the president of Zhang's group, Zhang Xinu, has specially come to find you to talk about the cooperation, and now the person is in the parlor. Do you need me to help you reject it? Who did you say came to us to talk about cooperation? Gu Lichuan's face was bewildered as he raised his head and asked back in confusion. Just now he was sending a message to Su Yuli, reporting the list of people Lin Xiao and Su Jinyan had confessed to who might be involved in the corruption of the Su Group's top management. So for Xin Jinyang's words, it was completely in his left ear and out of his right ear, and he didn't hear the specifics at all. Xin Jinyang couldn't help but be slightly stunned, but quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly repeated again. The president of Zhang Group, Zhang Xinu. Xin Jinyang is Su Yuli secretly arranged in Lichuan Media specifically responsible for monitoring Gu Lichuan's every move of the undercover. Naturally know that Zhang Xinu and Su Yuli has never dealt with. At this time the heart is secretly muttering, this cannot be Zhang Xinu door to steal the man's dog blood drama, right? Thinking of this, Xin Jinyang's heart staged a dog blood story of up to 100 episodes, and he couldn't help but let him silently pray in the bottom of his heart, hoping that Gu Lichuan would be able to resist the temptation, and never anger Su Yuli and kick him out in a fit of anger because of Zhang Xinu. After all, he is responsible for monitoring Gu Lichuan's work in the company is simply too good to be true. He came to work in Lichuan Media for so long just to see Gu Lichuan 2 or 3 times. People are not in the company, so he is still monitoring the hair every day. He touches the fish until he feels good, and his life is not too moist. If Gu Lichuan was kicked by Su Yuli, then he would have to go back to Su's group to work as a cow for the other bosses, and he couldn't help but shiver just by imagining that miserable scene. If Gu Lichuan insisted on seeing Zhang Xinyu, Xin Jinyang felt that if nothing of principle happened later, she could still help Gu Lichuan hide it. If there really was some unforgivable problem of principle, then I'm afraid I could only honestly report everything I saw to Su Yuli. After all, as much as he wanted to keep the job, he preferred not to lose sight of the sun tomorrow. It was only when Gu Lichuan knocked on the table for the 3rd time, which awakened Xin Jinyang, who was still tangled up inside. Ha? What did you say, Mr. Gu? Gu Lichuan rolled his eyes helplessly. I said, you go wait for a while at Zhang Xinyu, I'll go over later. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Xin Jinyang's eyes widened, his heart screamed bad. His second boss really did not withstand the temptation. No matter what, he is estimated to be miserable. Mr. Gu, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? After all, Xin Jinyang still wanted to save the misguided Gu Lichuan again. Gu Lichuan glanced at Xin Jinyang and said faintly, consider what? Are you going to pull investment for the company and talk about projects? Understand General Manager Gu. I'll go now. Walking out the door, Xin Jinyang hesitated for half a day, but still sent a message to Su Yuli. Chapter, Badass Husband 44. Ooh-hoo. The sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor, forming a patchwork of light and shadow. Su Yuli stood in the center of the living room, excited like a child, dancing with her hands and directing the workers to carefully move the exquisite piano that had been auctioned at the charity dinner into the house. Just as she was immersed in the joy of being able to hear Gu Lichuan play a song for her again, she suddenly heard a crisp coming from her pocket ding-dong sound. Su Yuli hurriedly put down her hands and pulled out her cell phone to check, but when she looked at the message displayed on the screen, the smile that was originally overflowing on her face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a somber color. Zhang Xinu even dared to run to Lichuan Media to look for Gu Lichuan without knowing what to do. It seems that she is completely not taking what she warned her to heart. At this moment, Su Yuli was so angry that she was shaking all over, gripping her cell phone tightly. Her fingers pinched hard and turned white. Since Zhang Xinu had challenged her bottom line so repeatedly, there was no need for her to keep her hands off Zhang Xinu. Since she wanted to tear her face off, she herself would follow her to the end. Su Yuli picked up the cell phone before any action was taken, but the cell phone in her hand rang first. Looking at that appeared on the caller ID 4 words. Su Yuli's face instantly underwent a dramatic change. Kissing husband. She, who had just been full of anger, quickly put away her anger and dissatisfaction and changed into a gentle and sweet appearance. Hey, hubby. Yuli deliberately lowered her voice tone so that her voice line no longer sounded as cold and raw as before. That, Jiang Xin, you came to the company to look for me, saying that she wants to cooperate with Lichuan Media. However, I'm not too sure what exactly she wants to do for the time being. If you feel unsure and uneasy in your heart, why don't you come over to the company? Yuli? When she heard Gu Lichuan report to herself that he was going to meet Jiang Xinu, Su Yuli's heart was initially filled with joy. However, when she heard Gu Lichuan no longer call himself as intimately as before, wife or Yuer, but rather in such a rusty and rigid manner, Yuli, an unspeakable grievance instantly surged to her heart when Gu Lichuan called herself wife or Yuer, but instead called herself Yuli in such a rustic and rigid manner. An unspeakable grievance instantly surged to her heart, and she couldn't help but subconsciously bite her lips gently. Gu Lichuan really hasn't forgiven her. There was no response coming from the other end of the phone for a long time. Gu Lichuan looked down at the screen of the cell phone held in his hand with some suspicion and realized that the call didn't hang up. So he opened his mouth again and asked, "Hello, are you listening, Su Yuli?" Unexpectedly the phone suddenly came out a wow cry, followed by Su Yuli's complaining voice with a sobbing tone. Oh, badass husband. Why do you refuse to call Yuer anymore now, wife? Are you still angry with Yuer? Obviously when Yuer was angry she took the initiative to give her badass husband a step down. Why is it now that her badass husband refuses to give Yuer a step down, but also so rusty to call Yuer? Ooh-hoo. Badass husband. Badass. Oh. Gu Lichuan listening to the phone. Su Yuli's crying feel a little funny. Do not understand, Su Yuli, this is in which out. Cannot help but out of the voice to comfort said, well, do not cry. The future also call you Moon, okay? Whoa, good. Whoa, so is you going to come over? Go, I definitely want to go. I want to see what Jiang Xinu she is up to. Su Yuli immediately stopped crying, switching from the soft and cute state she had just been in back to the state of a high and cold president, saying in a stern voice, no, where did this woman learn to change her face? This speed. For a moment even Gu Lichuan almost didn't react. Gu Lichuan stepped into the parlor with no expression on his face and found Jiang Xinyu sitting leisurely on the sofa, stoned on melon seeds, her look as if no one else was there, as if this was her home. When she saw Gu Lichuan walk in, the corners of Jiang Xinyue's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smirk. Her eyes stared straight at him and said, Manager Gu, you can really let people have a good time waiting for it. That tone full of ambiguous meaning was like a current hitting the heart of everyone present. When Shin Jin Yang, who was standing beside Gu Lichuan, heard these words, a layer of fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and he secretly grumbled in his heart as he hurriedly retreated and closed the door in passing. No way, Mr. Gu, you guys are playing so hard to get? At least get me out of the way. I can't listen to this kind of talk. What am I going to tell Mr. Su when I get back? If you want to die, don't take me with you. Don't you know that when Mr. Su gets angry, it's a group injury? In the face of Jiang Xinyue's undisguised teasing and innuendo, Gu Lichuan only frowned slightly, his face still without any ripples, and coldly responded, Ms. Jiang, please show some self-respect. Let's talk about the cooperation that you said before. However, Jiang Xinu does not seem to intend to enter the main topic so easily, but instead pretended to be pouting attitude said, Aya, little brother, why so anxious? I have been through a great deal of trouble to find you. Immediately afterward, she turned her words around and continued with a slight mockery, but then again, Su Yuli just gave you such a crappy company to keep you chained to her side. What's wrong with such a shabby company? Jiang Xinyue's words had just fallen when a cold voice rang out from the doorway. Su Yuli sneered and pushed open the door, walked to Gu Lichuan and held his arm. The corner of her mouth hung a disdainful sneer and said, speaking ill of people behind their backs is not a good habit. The moment Jiang Xinu saw Su Yuli appear, her pupils involuntarily shrunk violently, and her heart surged with a sense of panic and embarrassment like a mistress being caught on the spot by the original spouse. She still specifically inquired about Su Yuli's absence from the company this time before she dared to strut to the door, not expecting Gu Lichuan to take the initiative to report even this small matter to Su Yuli. Looking at Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan intimate moves, Jiang Xinu's eyes flashed a trace of jealousy. If not, her heart already cannot tolerate others. She is afraid that she really cannot help but want to be in front of this both obedient and understanding, but also let a person feel at ease. And a few points of the small handsome Gu Lichuan from the hands of Su Yuli snatched in their own good. However, she soon calmed down and continued to provoke the relationship between Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan, only to see the corners of her mouth rise slightly, revealing a look that seemed to be a smile or a laugh. She delicately said, Sister Yuli, look at what you're saying, like Gu Lichuan's little brother is such a talented person. You're not condescending to him by giving him such a raggedy company. When she finished speaking, she even deliberately blinked, her gaze flicking to Gu Lichuan. How about you come to elder sister? As long as you obey elder sister won't be as petty as Yuli's sister. Elder sister can even give all Zhang's group to you to manage. Chapter, Just a Single Dog on the Roadside 45. Listening to the words of Jiang Xinu, Su Yuli held Gu Lichuan's arm tightly, raised her eyes to Jiang Xinu. The cold and disdain in her eyes unreservedly poured out, gently opened her lips. Her voice was clear and crisp, but with a few points of ridicule. Is that so? But I don't want my husband to be so tired. It. Company matters have me to take care of it is good. Sister Yuli, your words are wrong. Such an excellent talent like little brother Gu Lichuan, putting him in this small and shabby company is really condescending. Sister, I'm just trying to give him a bigger space to develop. Jiang Xinu gently crossed her legs, playing with a strand of her hair in her hands, her eyes provocatively looking at Su Yuli, and then looked at Gu Lichuan somewhat flirtatiously said, What do you say, Gu Lichuan little brother? Do you want to consider coming to your sister's company? Looking at Jiang Xinu provoking his and Su Yuli's feelings in this way, Gu Lichuan touched Su Yuli's arm that was tightly hugging his own to indicate that she should not be nervous, and then faintly opened his mouthy. I remember that Miss Jiang wanted to come and talk about cooperation with us, Lichuan Media, right? If this is the cooperation that Miss Jiang wants to talk about, then I don't see any need for us to talk anymore. I don't want to control any group. I think it's good to stay by your side so plainly. Gu Lichuan reached out and stroked Su Yuli's somewhat messy hair around her ear, and said coldly, So Miss Jiang shouldn't use those have-nots to provoke me and use feelings. I don't care about any of the things you said. I just need to have you. Hearing these affectionate words from Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli couldn't help but feel her heart surge. Gazing at Gu Lichuan's tenderness in the depths of his eyes, Su Yuli was even more mesmerized. At this moment, she did not care about the eyes of the people present. Gently stood on her tiptoes and gently printed her lips on Gu Lichuan's lips, watching Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli kissing in front of her and showing off their love. Jiang Xinu couldn't help but feel the corners of her mouth twitching, her face turning green with anger. What do these two mean? Do they think she doesn't exist? Or is it that this room doesn't exist? No. Why did Jiang Xinu now suddenly feel that she was not here to provoke their feelings, but instead had become a their part of? Play. Enough. Watching these two hugging and kissing endlessly, Jiang Xinu violently stood up, interrupting the two people who were in love with each other, the chair scratching out a piercing sound on the floor. She turned her head to look at Su Yuli, her eyes filled with resentment. Su Yuli, don't be complacent too early. You can stop me today. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? You'd better not give me any chances, or I'll be sure to take him away from you. Hearing Jiang Xinu's threat, Gu Lichuan let go of Su Yuli, pretending to be puzzled and asked softly, Wife, what just kept making noise there? Su Yuli glanced at Jiang Xinu, who was standing aside gnashing her teeth, reached out and tenderly wiped off the lipstick on Gu Lichuan's mouth, and said faintly, Husband, don't care about it, but it's just a single dog on the side of the road who can't see other people's happiness, and can only be impotent and furious on the side of the road. Su Yuli, Jiang Xinu heard Su Yuli mocked her as a dog, or an incompetent and furious single dog, can no longer hold back, pick up the bench to fight with Su Yuli. Fortunately, was stopped in time by an assistant, whispered and persuaded, Jiang, don't be angry Jiang, plan, we still have plan B. Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath, forced down the anger in her heart, her eyes flashed with sparks of anger, glaring viciously at Su Yuli who was still being cozy with Gu Lichuan as if no one else was there, reaching out to snatch a copy of the planning book from the hands of the assistant beside her, and with a forceful fling, she threw the book heavily on the top of the table. Seeing Jiang Xinu in such an annoyed state, Su Yuli was very happy. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile, smilingly stretching out her own slender jade hand, attempting to grab the copy of the planning book that Jiang Xinu had just thrown out. Seeing Su Yuli's hand reaching out, Jiang Xinu violently knocked it away. Her originally delicate face was now covered in frost, and she coldly spoke, Are you the person in charge of Lichuan Media? Let Gu Lichuan see it. A trace of displeasure surfaced on Su Yuli's face, muttering her mouth, while withdrawing her hand that was knocked off. She glanced at Jiang Xinu with dissatisfaction, muttering under her breath, Humph, if you don't give it a look then you don't give it a look. What's the point of being fierce After saying that, she turned her head towards Gu Lichuan and stretched out the small hand that had just been mercilessly slapped away by Jiang Xinyu, and began to pamper Gu Lichuan. Hubby, she's so fierce. She doesn't even show it to me. Seeing this, Gu Lichuan tenderly rubbed Su Yuri's small hand, and generally reached out his other hand to fish over the planning book in front of Jiang Xinyu, and softly comforted, It's okay wife, let's ignore her. Come here, Come to watch with your husband. Looking at all the time in front of Jiang Xinyue show love to those two people. Jiang Xinyue only feel a surge in the chest, almost did not have a mouthful of old blood directly sprayed out. Early to know that the two of them in front of their own so tired. They should not come here, and now this is purely licking their own face door to find abuse to come. Have you finished reading? Do you need to take so long to read just a few pieces of paper? Are you Sue's group's errands also inked? Looking at the two people snuggling closely together, talking and laughing. So sweet. Jiang Xin couldn't bear it anymore, and with a face full of impatience, she stretched out her hand and knocked on the table with force, making a dong 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 sound, trying to make these two people a little bit more restrained. Originally, Jiang Xin was calculating to snatch Gu Lichuan from Su Yuli's hands, so that she could witness that Su Yuli, who had suppressed her head in every way, crumbling and begging for forgiveness and crying bitterly to herself, but never expected. After their own series of careful planning and tossing, Su Yuli not only did not as she expected that kneeling and begging, but now looks more and more happy and fulfilled. This feeling of rushing up to eat was simply more unbearable for Jiang Xinyue than killing her. Hearing Jiang Xinu's urging, Su Yuli slowly poked her head out of Gu Lichuan's arms, fiercely blanked Jiang Xinu, and retorted in a bad mood. What's the rush? Who knows if you have any traps in here? Of course we have to take a good look. After disliking Jiang Xinu, Su Yuli simply ignored Jiang Xinu's angry and green face, once again burying her head deep into Gu Lichuan's broad chest, gently wriggling her body like a pampered kitten. She poutingly asked Gu Lichuan, "Hubby, do you think there's something wrong here?" Chapter, just about 46. Just about. Gu Lichuan looked over the planning book given by Jiang Xinyue carefully for several times, confirming that there were no omissions or questions before slowly nodding and speaking. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. When is Miss Jiang going to sign the contract? After receiving Gu Lichuan's affirmation, Jiang Xinyue unhappily threw a contract heavily on the table in front of her, looked at the two people who were still there like no one else, hugging each other, and said coldly, "I'm all set with the contract, but I still have an additional condition." Che, hubby, I knew she'd have to make conditions. Hubby, don't agree to her. What she can give Moon can give too. Su Yuli hugged Gu Lichuan's neck and stared at Jiang Xinu with an unkind gaze, letting out a disdainful light laugh. Jiang Xinu snorted coldly, her tone contemptuous retaliated. "Humph. Do you have the resources of the entertainment industry you? Also what I can give you can also give. How do you have the face to say that? Oh, honey, she's mean to people." Gu Lichuan touched Su Yuli's head, softly consoled, "Good girl, don't cry. Wait for my husband to come back to make some effort, and strive to come back to also let you so fiercer." "Good. Husband, go for it." Su Yuli clenched her small pink fist and made a cheering gesture towards Gu Lichuan while looking at Jiang Xinu provocatively. Jiang Xinu looked at the two people who were like glue, cuddling together, then a burst of fire. "Also no longer nonsense." Coldly spoke, "This planning book you two also read. This love variety activity. I can do my best to help you to promote the two pairs of newcomers. I only have one condition, and that is that in addition to these two couples, Gu Lichuan must also attend, or everything is off the table." Hearing Jiang Xinu's request, Su Yuli's face instantly grimaced, glaring viciously at Jiang Xinu, gritting her teeth and snapping her teeth. "Hubby, don't promise her." Jiang Xinu even wanted her to watch Gu Lichuan on TV with other women and talk about love. She saw that this Jiang Xinu now has a way to take death. "Are you sure it's just two random pairs of Lichuan Media's artists?" Gu Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a quiet voice, clearly having a plan in mind. As soon as Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan ask this question, she felt that something bad was happening, and wanted to rush to stop Gu Lichuan, but she didn't expect to be stopped by Gu Lichuan reaching out, so her face became even darker, and her whole person stood in place like a volcano that was about to erupt, with her eyes staring deathly at Jiang Xinyue, and her resentful little eyes as if she wanted to give her 1,000 cuts to vent the hate in her heart. Seeing Su Yuli's deflated look finally let Jiang Xinu, who had been holding back her anger for so long, get a mouthful of bad breath out of her heart. In the face of Gu Lichuan question, Jiang Xinyue disdainfully skimmed his mouth, raised his chin and said with a proud face, "Of course, any two pairs can be, with our Jiang's group's influence in the entertainment industry, not to mention the popularity of two pairs of newcomers, or two ordinary pigs, after our Jiang's group's operation, can also be cited as a household name in Haidong, the net red pig." At the same time, she threw out an even more attractive condition. "When the program is over, I promise to give them the best resource tilt in the entertainment circle. Our Jiang Group's variety show, film and television resources can be prioritized for them to choose. How about it?" After hearing these conditions offered by Jiang Xinyue, Gu Lichuan pondered for a moment, and only after a while did he leisurely say, "It does sound like the conditions are very tempting, but letting me fall in love with someone else on the show, My family's Yuer will be heartbroken. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Su Yuli's eyes lit up and hugged Gu Lichuan tightly without letting go of her hand. She knew that Gu Lichuan definitely wouldn't go on TV to play a couple with someone else to make himself sad. However, Gu Lichuan's next words made her entire body instantly freeze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. If Ms. Jiang is really sincere, then how about adding another pair, and helping my Lichuan media to promote 2 more newcomers? The corners of Gu Lichuan's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Jiang Xinyue with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't worried at all that she would reject this request he had made. Gu Lichuan, don't you know Su Yuli is my wife? You want me to betray my wife on this condition? You have to add money. When she heard that Gu Lichuan had actually made such a simple request, Jiang Xinyue could not help but be slightly stunned. Originally, she had already prepared herself mentally and planned to make greater concessions, but she didn't expect Gu Lichuan to take the initiative to raise such a trivial condition and sell Su Yuli so easily. For a moment, it even gave her a sense of unrealistic unreality. Looking at Su Yuli's look of anger and despair intertwined together, the corner of Jiang Xinyue's mouth raised a mocking-like cold smile, and said to Gu Lichuan, "No problem. Since Mr. Gu has said so, let's make it so. Later, I'll have my assistant bring the printed contract to sign, and here's wishing us a happy cooperation in advance." After saying that, Jiang Xinyue did not give Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan the slightest chance to rebuff, and disappeared into the parlor in the blink of an eye. Gu Lichuan, what do you mean? Why did you agree to her? Su Yuli, who had just been soft and gentle, instantly changed her face, in an instant as if she had changed her face, fiercely pushing Gu Lichuan away fiercely with a hand. That originally delicate and lovely face was now enveloped by anger, eagerly expecting to get a reason from him that would convince her. Before Gu Lichuan opened his mouth to explain half a sentence, Su Yuli's face that was originally red from anger changed into a pitiful and aggrieved look, her lips trembling slightly, choking and crying off and on. Bad husband, are you not forgiving Yuer until now? That's why you're doing this on purpose. You want to see Yuer in pain and sadness because of her jealousy, right? Woo woo. Gu Lichuan put Su Yuli in his arms, wiped away the tear stains on her face, and softly consoled. I don't want to see you sadness. Don't worry about it. Jiang Xinyue dug such a big hole for me. I also dug a big hole for her by the way. Yuer, just watch, and come back to surely be able to piss her off. Su Yuli tilted a small face, tearful eyes looking at Gu Lichuan, full of suspicion and asked, really? Don't worry, Yuer, the package is real. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli who was crying like a kitten in his arms and smiled and said, then is Yuer willing to sign with our Lichuan media now? Hearing these words from Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli instantly understood Gu Lichuan's intentions, and with her small fist she fought to pound Gu Lichuan and said, bad husband, knowingly know that the moon is stupid and still bullying the moon. Bad egg. Tonight Moon wants to punish her badass husband for playing the piano for Moon to listen to. Good. Seeing Gu Lichuan agree so easily, Su Yuli turned her eyes to get an inch, and punish badass husband for sleeping with Moon in his arms. No. Chapter, Moon wants to learn to spit bubbles too. 47. As night fell, along with the last note falling, Gu Lichuan slowly withdrew his hand, looking down at the girl who was clinging to him like an octopus, a little helpless, gently reaching out his hand, trying to pull Su Yuli off of himself. Don't. Brother, don't. Su Yuli closed her small eyes tightly, felt Gu Lichuan's movements, and said vaguely in her mouth, and the force on her hand was unconsciously a few points harder. Looking at Su Yuli, who had already fallen asleep and still refused to let go of herself, Gu Lichuan smiled helplessly, carefully lifted Su Yuli, and slowly collapsed onto that big soft bed with her. Looking at Su Yuli's face, which even had a small expression of sultriness on it, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but feel amused and gently kissed her on the forehead. In passing, he helped her slightly straighten out the few strands of broken hair on her forehead. Since she was so good today and was able to patiently listen to her explanation, let's reluctantly reward her this time tonight as a small reward for her. Reaching out, he pressed off the dim nightlight at the foot of the bed, and in the pitch blackness, all that was quiet was the sound of the two men's soft breathing. A night without incident. Time passes quietly. In the morning, Su Yuli confusedly opened her eyes, a glance to see that by her tightly embraced in the arms, like a big pillow like Gu Lichuan. At that moment, her pair of curved like the crescent moon in the beautiful eyes, full of laughter as if it is about to inhibit the flow out, the heart secretly snickering up. Last night on the mouth said not aloud. The body is still very honest well. Su Yuli stared at the quiet sleeping face, her heart was overjoyed. Suddenly a naughty thought came to her mind, and with great interest she stretched out her white and delicate hand to tease him. Su Yuli had intended to touch all the way down the knot of his throat, but she didn't expect that. Just as her upper hand touched Gu Lichuan, she was pressed down on the bed by his big, unconscious hand. Suddenly feel the pressure coming from a certain part of the body. Cannot help but let Su Yuli's small face a red. In the past is her initiative. Now this is still a feeling she has never tried. Panicked, Su Yuli yelled and stomped Gu Lichuan off the bed with one foot. Ha! His Gu Lichuan, who fell on the floor, was a bit confused. Opened his eyes and looked at Su Yuli on the bed, who was hugging the quilt and looking at himself with a bewildered look on his face, and asked, "What's wrong, wife? How did I fall on the floor?" "Well, it's okay, hubby. You just had a nightmare. Screamed and then rolled down on your own. You don't know. You scared me to death with that look." Su Yuli dumped the pot all over him, describing it in a colorful manner. That panting look was indeed like she was in shock. Gu Lichuan scratched his head and crawled back to the bed from the floor, muttering, "Oh yeah? But why does it seem like I'm dreaming that I'm catching balloons?" "Don't say it again." Hearing Gu Lichuan say this, Su Yuli's little face turned even redder and hurriedly reached out to cover Gu Lichuan's mouth and said, "Saying that nightmare is going to come true." After saying that, Su Yuli no longer dared to look at Gu Lichuan's eyes and slipped out of the bedroom in a puff of smoke. "I got up early today and accidentally kicked my husband out of bed by accident." Su Yuli decided to personally get on with it and make up for it by making a breakfast for Gu Lichuan. Tiptoeing to the kitchen, Su Yuli was excited. In the past this place Gu Lichuan strictly forbade her to enter, but today she wanted to give Gu Lichuan a surprise. Su Yuli wanted to let Gu Lichuan know that she could also be a good and gentle wife. "Wow, it's okay to have a little extra salt. Just add a spoonful of sugar later. Soy sauce, sriracha? It doesn't seem like it makes a difference. So put a little bit of both regardless. Goji berries, good stuff, all in the pot. Leeks, oysters, good stuff, all good stuff. Down river, all down river." Looking at the bowl of colorful porridge she had boiled out, Su Yuli was satisfied and hurriedly served it to Gu Lichuan while it was still hot. Just as Gu Lichuan was still pondering, it was clear that he had just dreamed that he was pinching balloons. So how come Su Yuli had to say that he was having a nightmare? Is it hard to scare yourself by popping a balloon? Shouldn't be. Gu Lichuan thought for half a day and did not think of a reason. Looked down to see who did not know who put a bowl of xiang served in front of him. Scared him, yelled, shrinking back. When Gu Lichuan saw that Su Yuli was holding this bowl of xiang and was looking at himself with a smile, his face twitched and he asked weakly, "Wife, is this what you made?" Seeing Gu Lichuan reveal this kind of expression, Su Yuli is very flattered. A look at Gu Lichuan, this small appearance, this is being moved by their own carefully crafted surprise. Su Yuli gently placed the bowl in her hand into Gu Lichuan's hand and leaned on his shoulder, her tone full of loss. "Husband, you're right. Yue used to have a bad character. She couldn't take care of people. She would only threaten her husband coldly. Yue was an incompetent wife. Now Yue is willing to try to be then gentle for her husband." As she spoke, Su Yuli became more and more aggrieved. Her eyes slightly reddened, and crystalline tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes. Yue doesn't know how to express herself in other ways, so she can only try to make breakfast for her husband first. "So don't mind Yue, husband." Gu Lichuan listened to Su Yuli's words and knew that today this bowl of he would have to eat even if he didn't eat it. But there are still some things that need to be taken care of before eating it. "Xiang, fool, how could hubby dislike you? But Yue really doesn't need to do all this to please hubby. It's fine to have hubby do these small things. Yue doesn't need to work so hard." "Really? You don't mind, Moon? Really?" Gu Lichuan nodded without hesitation and said with a solemn face, "How could I dislike Yue? After all, he didn't want to get up in the morning and eat another bowl of show. Hubby is the best." Hearing this, Su Yuli was like a cheerful kitten, lying down in Gu Lichuan's warm embrace and snuggling up to him. "Hubby, drink it while it's hot and taste how Yue's handiwork is," Su Yuli urged with a heart full of joy, looking at Gu Lichuan with an expectant face. Well, unable to resist Su Yuli's gracious invitation, Gu Lichuan stiffly picked up the small spoon, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stiffly stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly Gu Lichuan felt that his entire soul was out of his body, and in a trance, a kind-faced grandmother actually appeared in front of his eyes and waved towards him. "It's delicious, hubby." Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan, who was enjoying the delicious food with his eyes closed, and asked with some excitement, "Hubby, if you like it, Yue will get up every morning and make it for you." Hubby, when did you learn to spit bubbles? Yue wants to learn too." Chapter, Don't even act anymore, right? 48. John's group. In the president's office, Jiang Xianyu raised her head and looked at the assistant who had just pushed the door and walked in, asking, "Is the contract for Lichuan Media signed?" "Mr. Jiang, it's already signed," the assistant said respectfully, quickly pulling out a contract from the folder he was holding in his hand and handing it to Jiang Xianyu. Jiang Xinyue lazily stretched out her white and slender fingers to take the contract over, and saw Gu Lichuan's signature, which surprised Jiang Xinyue. who had originally thought there might be some twists and turns. Did Suyuli just let Gu Lichuan sign the contract? Didn't Gu Lichuan try to push back a bit or offer any other additional conditions? Jiang Xianyu frowned as she looked at the contract in her hand, instinctively making her feel that there was something wrong with this. But for a moment she couldn't find what the problem was. In the face of Jiang Xinyue's inquiry, the assistant paused slightly for a moment, weakly glanced at Jiang Xinyue, not quite sure to open his mouth to answer. Jiang, how can I say? When Mr. Gu signed, it seems that there were still a few moments of happiness? Happy? Are you sure? Jiang Xianyu looked at the assistant who showed a difficult face, and didn't press him any further, faintly commanded down. Forget it, remember to leave me a spot in that variety show. I'd like to see if Suyuli will cry and kneel down and beg me this time or not. Haidong, let's fall in love together. On the shooting set, Jiang Xianyu's head exploded with rage as she watched Suyuli, who was holding Gu Lichuan, enter the set as a guest. How could she not have imagined that Gu Lichuan would sign Suyuli as an artist of Lichuan media? She said how Gu Lichuan would be so quick to sign the contract in the first place, and Suyuli didn't cry and didn't make a fuss. So it turned out that this little couple was digging a pit here and waiting for her. Looking at the two Suyuli who were acting as if no one else was around and getting cozy together, the angry Jiang Xianyu was so enraged that she immediately shouted over the chief director of the program. Not long after, a slightly blonde program director hurriedly ran to Jiang Xinyue, bending his waist, head lowered, his two hands constantly rubbing each other as a way to hide his inner nervousness, and cautiously opened his mouth to ask, President Jiang, may I ask what your orders are? Later, you immediately go and change the rules of the program. No matter what means you use, you must make sure that Gu Lichuan and I are put in the same group. Jiang Xinyue angrily withdrew her gaze from the two and turned her head, gritting her teeth as she instructed the program's chief director. When the chief director heard the request made by Jiang Xinyue, a look of difficulty instantly appeared on his face. He raised his head and timidly glanced at Jiang Xianyu, then stammered in response. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. After all, the program is about to officially start filming, so if we change the rules temporarily, it might cause a lot of unnecessary trouble and confusion, Mr. Jiang. Hearing that the chief director was even trying to shrug it off, Jiang Xinyue's stunningly beautiful face instantly sank, staring coldly at him as she said in an icy tone, I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Figure out your position. If you can't do it, there are plenty of people who want to take your position. This threat from Jiang Xianyu was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit the chief director's heart, and beads of sweat continued to roll off his forehead. He just made a suggestion and did not say cannot do. A wine are not allowed to send it. I understand. Mr. Jiang, please calm your anger. I promise that I will definitely follow your instructions and there will definitely be no mistakes. The chief director's hands were busy wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his face full of fawning colors, nodding his head to Jiang Xinyue repeatedly, his mouth constantly responding. He knew that if he didn't serve well, this biggest gold master of the Haidong entertainment industry, then his life as a director would be over. Originally, the Let's Fall in Love. The program was originally intended to be a double selection system for both men and women to combine couples. Jiang Xianyu thought that even if Gu Lichuan didn't choose himself, then he would have to choose someone else. As long as she could discuss Suyuli and make her watch Gu Lichuan interacting intimately with another woman on the show, then her goal would be achieved. But how could she not expect? Gu Lichuan even took advantage of his own momentary negligence, and directly brought Suyuli in. Then she could no longer follow the previous plan. Otherwise it was not purely for herself to find abuse. Gu Lichuan looked down at the in his hand a one number plate. His gaze shifted slightly and landed on that Jiang Xinyue was casually flinging between her slender fingers top of the number plate. And he couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw that his number plate was actually paired with Jiang Xinyue's number plate. He does not believe that it is so coincidental. 8 men and 8 women. He just happened to be paired with Jiang Xinyue. The dog does not believe that Jiang Xinyue did not tamper with it. At this moment, holding Suyuli, who was number plate, had a gloomy face as if water could drip out of her face, and glared at Jiang Xianyu, who was looking at her with a smirk on her face, snatched from Gu Lichuan's hand the D2 the A1 number plate, and quickly walked over to holding the side of the boy who was number plate. The D1. Suyuli whispered something to the boy with the number plate, and that boy then hurriedly and fearfully the D1 presented number plate in his hands to Suyuli with both hands, as if he wanted to hurry up and send it out with a hot potato, and then took the throne by Suyuli with joy. D1A1 number plate. Suyuli holding D1, D2 number plate, the corner of her mouth slightly up, showing a touch of contemptuous smile, full of provocation, looking at the face of Jiang Xinyue, as if in the silent language to Jiang Xinyue declared, put away your small mind. On your little unimpressive small means, In the old lady here is not enough. Suyuli then snuggled into Gu Lichuan's arms, fiddling with the two paired number plates in her hands as if she was showing off something to Jiang Xinu. Seeing Suyuli's smug look, Jiang Xinu was about to explode with anger. She also deliberately arranged for the director to make it impossible for Suyuli's number plate to be paired with the two male actors from Lichuan Media, just because she was afraid that she would privately switch her number plate so that she could be with Gu Lichuan. I didn't expect Suyuli to even stop acting in front of the entire audience of the live broadcast and directly grab someone else's number plate. Okay. That's the way to play it, right? At this point the viewers watching the program live exploded in their lords, and a pop-up screen quickly floated by. Wow. This is just my favorite bossy sister forced love. This pair of I'll kowtow to first. CP. See, this is true love. If my girlfriend had this kind of realization, I wouldn't have to wait this long. I'm a kobold. Don't even bother me. I'm going back to my cave to sleep. Ooh. Chapter, Sister is going to get rid of all those pesky love rivals 49. Watching the chief director look anxious, constantly handing him a wink, signaling Suyuli violated the law, demanding to let her change the number plate back. The host could not help but draw the corners of his mouth. Fooling around, this is not Jiang Xinu. His chief director can't afford to offend. So Suyuli, a small host, can afford to offend him? For the sake of the fact that he could still see the son of Haidong, the host decisively ignored the gaze of the general director and pushed ahead with the next part of the program in a hard way. Here we have our 16 male and female guests to introduce themselves first. The host adjusted his mood and cheerfully gathered the guests all together and said to the camera. After listening to the guests, the pop-ups went crazy once again. Holy, so that beautiful bossy sister is the president of Su Group. Love. Wow, a two young lady sister is actually the same Zhang's group president. Hey, I'd rather kowtow to of the two beautiful president's sister the CP. The host looked at the live pop-up screen, smiled heartily, walked straight towards Gu Lichuan and Suyuli who were standing together, turned his body towards the camera, and opened his mouth. It seems that these two guests from group are incredibly popular. Now, I would like to ask our handsome and charming male guest, what do you think about the fact that the beautiful female guest of the same group just now deliberately switched her number plate in order to be in the same group with you? This host was worthy of being a seasoned veteran, and in one fell swoop, he took himself off the hook and threw the question directly to Gu Lichuan, so that he didn't have to offend anyone. Gu Lichuan took the host's microphone, warmly smiled warmly at the camera, gently pulled up Suyuli's soft and slender little hand beside him, and slowly said, in fact, the reason why I will come to participate in this program this time is entirely because of her, and even if she doesn't do it I will do it as well. So well, my heart is really very happy. After Gu Lichuan finished speaking, he turned his head to gaze affectionately at Suyuli by his side, only to see Suyuli just quietly stand on her tiptoes, and without any fear, in front of the millions of netizen viewers in the live broadcasting room. She imprinted her pink lips on top of Gu Lichuan's lips. The pop-ups, unsurprisingly, blew up again. Gosh. What a goddamned couple. It's still a two-way run. Ooh, gonna cry. Growing up, it's the first time I've seen a cabbage arching over a pig. Beautiful sister. You really good like this. Have you considered our feelings? Only to see the host looked at the scene in front of him. His face showed a trace of embarrassment. He did not expect these two people have the guts to be so big. In front of the camera on the face of the kiss-up, which completely exceeded his expectations. In the past, the male and female guests in front of the camera are wriggling in front of the death. Even a little bit of intimacy refused to do, which will appear in front of the camera on the face of the two people on the face of the situation of the kiss-up. The host's mouth snapped as he casually spat out a couple of words congratulating the two, wanting to change the subject, but when his eyes touched Jiang Xinu's frosty face, he silently retracted his words, thinking that it would be better if he didn't take the initiative to touch General Manager Zhang's bad luck. Looking at Suyuli and the two of them again like no one else, unscrupulously hugged together. Unable to bear the Jiang Xinyue directly rushed to the host side, violently snatched the microphone in his hand. Gu Lichuan was supposed to team up with me according to the rules. What's with this now? Besides, I also like him very much. No way. I strongly request the program to give me a chance so that I can start a fair and just competition with her. Jiang Xinu turned to the camera with a look of watering eyes, packaging herself as an aggrieved victim, crying about the show's unfairness. Steeply, the live broadcast pop-up screen stopped violently for a moment. And the crowd was shocked and confused by these words from the beautiful president of the Jiang Group. What's going on here? It's a script I haven't seen before. Then reacted to the crowd. Instantly let the pop-up screen full screen floated up. Densely packed simply cannot see the pop-up screen or sent what? At this time the host is simply difficult. He is a little regret to take this program. No one told him that this is not according to the script to go This is just less than 10 minutes of shooting. Are so many moths. This will not be overturned. The host, who had been held up to the fire, had no choice but to put a professional smile back on his face, take another microphone, and clear his throat. Since the two female guests are both in love with our male guest, why don't we hold a small game to compete for tacit understanding, to see which of the two female guests is more compatible with our male guest? Let's say it's okay. Although the host was facing the camera and speaking to the audience in the live broadcast room, he was in fact constantly checking Jiang Xinu and Su Yuli's faces, fearing that the suggestions he made would cause the two bigwigs to be dissatisfied. Sister Yuli, what do you say? Jiang Xinu looked at Su Yuli, sparks in her eyes. She has long arranged for someone to investigate Gu Lichuan's bottom in these days. Plus she still has the inner circle of the program team. She still doesn't believe that this can lose to Su Yuli. Even if Su Yuli knew Gu Lichuan better, then it was impossible that she, Jiang Xinu, could still be inferior to her if she copied from the correct answer. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Xinu, took the microphone handed over by the program team, and said with a smile, "Good. Since Sister Xinu wants to compare, then of course my sister will have some fun with her. I'll show my sister that I'm the only one in the world who knows him best," said Su Yuli, loosened her grip on Gu Lichuan's small hand, and in front of the camera, gently pinched his handsome face, and tenderly said to him, "Wait for my sister. Oh, my sister will go to take care of all of those nasty love rivals, and then come back to stay with you, okay?" Gu Lichuan doted on Su Yuli. His eyes vaguely revealed a hint of helplessness. How big of an individual he was, but he was still being pinched in the face by Su Yuli in front of so many people as if he were a little kid, making him feel very faceless. So, he backhanded Su Yuli tightly in his arms, leaned down and slowly approached her delicate face, said slightly evilly, "Then sister, let me wait for so long." "Sister will wait how?" Warm nostrils sprayed on Su Yuli's neck, instantly shamed her into a blush. Somewhat flustered, she tried to push Gu Lichuan away, murmuring, "That would have to wait for sister to finish her work." Looked at the arms of Su Yuli as like a scared kitten. Gu Lichuan, only satisfied to let go of her, now gradually lost the initiative of Su Yuli, more and more like a paper tiger. Gu Lichuan, as long as a little bit of tactics, can easily take her pinch. Don't want. Chapter, Unwanted Old Woman 50. Escaping the confinement of Gu Lichuan's arm, Su Yuli elegantly walked to the center of the stage. Her delicate posture and slightly cool temperament instantly caused the live broadcast pop-ups to boil. Su Yuli slightly hooked up the corners of her mouth, revealing a smirk and not a smile as she looked at Jiang Xinu, who was already on the verge of freaking out, her beautiful eyes gently blinking as if she was already winning. Immediately, Su Yuli ignored Jiang Xinu's gaze that was filled with jealousy and turned her sight to the host on the side, gently opening her mouth with a soft and pleasant voice. "I just don't know. What's this little game of comparing taciturnity going to be? It can't be that this game will require two people to make some overly intimate gestures as a way to test the level of understanding between each other, right?" When she said this, a hint of imperceptible coldness quietly flashed under her eyes, and although her tone was still soft, the threat it contained was self-evident. For Su Yuli, it's fine to make games, but if Su Yuli is allowed to share Gu Lichuan out, that's never possible. Su Yuli has to cut off those unrealistic thoughts of Jiang Xinu as soon as possible. The host, listening to Su Yuli's threat, felt the pressure, and hurriedly explained the rules of the game. "Miss Su, don't worry, this little game of ours is very simple. The program team will ask questions, and collect the male guests' answers in advance. The two contenders, Miss Su and Miss Jiang, only need to write down the answers on the answer board, and the party whose answer is closest to the male guest's answer will win." After listening to the host's introduction, Su Yuli then smiled with satisfaction, bright and charming. On the contrary, Jiang Xinu was black in the face, a bit unwilling to be preempted by Su Yuli again. "Male guest, please follow me." Looking at the rules of the game, Su Yuli and Jiang Xinu had no objections to each other. The host then took a long breath and started the following process. The next question and answer session consisted of a total of 5 questions, all of which centered around some of Gu Lichuan's small habits in his daily life. For these questions, Su Yuli seemed to have already had a good idea of what to expect, and before some of the questions were even asked, she had already quickly given the correct answers. Jiang Xinu, on the other hand, under the tireless efforts of the program staff, finally barely managed to answer all the questions correctly. As the result of the tie was revealed, it instantly ignited the atmosphere in the broadcast room. Countless pop-ups like a tidal wave on the screen. Netizens have heatedly discussed, "This Gu Lichuan, in the end, what kind of magic? Surprisingly, he can make our Haidong city only to such outstanding beautiful president of his favor, and even go so far as to fight for the sake of competing to be his couple." Seeing that it was a draw, the host looked a little embarrassed, fearing that these two tit-for-tat big brothers would remove any more situations that they could not control, and hurriedly intervened to mediate in advance. Since there is a tie, then today's competition will end here. Tomorrow we will have an outdoor activity. At that time our program team will not be restricting the grouping. You can bind your own partners to complete the required tasks. That's all for today's program. All the guests can go back to the hotel and rest on their own first. Seeing that she barely managed to tie with Suyuli through cheating, Jang Xinyu's face became more and more ugly, and there was a trace of unexplained jealousy in her gaze towards Suyuli. She began to envy Suyuli a little. Why she was able to get back the person she loved in the first place? Why not herself? Why Suyuli want to get what the god will give her? And they just want to re-meet the desperate to save themselves out of that little boy cannot. The more Jang Xinu thought about it, the more angry she became. She secretly vowed in her heart to destroy Suyuli's happiness. What she Jang Xinu couldn't get, Suyuli wouldn't be able to get it either. Suyuli, however, looked as if she didn't see Jang Xinu's gaze at all, still maintaining her elegant posture, gently straightening the hair that fell by her earlobes, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, showing her elegant and gentle side to the camera. Although Gu Lichuan wasn't here, since Gu Lichuan liked the gentle and lovely her, Suyuli felt it was still necessary to keep it up at all times. When the program team cut off the live broadcast, Jiang Xinyue finally couldn't help herself and took the lead, her tone full of resentment and anger. Suyuli, don't be complacent. I will definitely snatch Gu Lichuan. What I can't get, you can't get either. Hearing these threatening words from Jiang Xinu, Suyuli slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Jiang Xinu, a hint of disdain in her cool eyes as she said softly, "Oh, then feel free to try and see if you can snatch him from my hands. Old woman that no one wants." Suyuli's voice was soft, but it was as if it carried ice ballast, piercing Jiang Xinu's heart word by word. Smiley face, busted, busted, it's totally busted. Suyuli, what did you say? Jiang Xinu's sharp voice instantly rang out, and for a moment, the air around her seemed to freeze. I say, old women that nobody wants, don't try to come out and seduce other people's men. Suyuli slowed down her tone, fearing that Jiang Xinu could not hear clearly, said slowly, word by word, finished, without looking back, turned around to find Gu Lichuan went. Suyuli, I'll fight with you. Jiang Xinu heard Suyuli even mocked herself. Jiang Xinu no longer care about their own image. Crazy like want to rush up and beat up Suyuli. Was quick to the staff quickly pulled back, afraid that these two beautiful president really directly on the spot to fight. Seeing such an out-of-control Jiang Xinyue, the host rushed out to say a lot of good words, and repeatedly guarantee that tomorrow's outdoor activities, we will find a way to support Suyuli away from her, leaving her enough time to get along with Gu Lichuan alone, which barely stabilized the emotionally out-of-control Jiang Xinyue. Backstage of the program, Suyuli found Gu Lichuan and hugged his arm and pampered him, looking like she was begging for praise and rewards. Hubby, people got all those questions right? Is there a reward for that? Gu Lichuan looked at Suyuli's lovely appearance, and couldn't help but reach out and cut her little nose, saying, of course not. If you answer correctly and want me to give a reward, then later Jiang Xinu will find me to ask for a reward how to do. Hearing Gu Lichuan say this, Suyuli pinched Gu Lichuan's arm with an aggrieved face, indicating that she was very disapproving of the lack of rewards, and at the same time, a hint of coldness quickly surfaced appearing in her eyes. This Jiang Xinyue, trying to steal their own husbands, they repeatedly tolerate her, really think they are afraid of her not. It is time to let her pay a price. Yuer, what are you thinking about? Noticing Suyuli's sudden lack of movement, Gu Lichuan looked down at her and gently inquired. Oh, no. Suyuli, who was awakened, raised her head and looked up to meet Gu Lichuan's slightly concerned gaze, blinking somewhat mischievously. I was thinking about. Suyuli giggled before she could finish her sentence. Chapter, Husband, Let Go of Me First 51. At night, in the Jiang family manor, the old master of the Jiang family sitting on a high seat, his face sank, the cane in his hand slammed on the ground. Looking at Jiang Xinyue, he shouted sternly, kneel down. Jiang Xinu just stood in the center of the hall, coldly staring straight at such a large family of the Jiang family in front of her, and did not say anything, the corners of her mouth showing a trace of disdainful smile. Your grandfather told you to kneel down. You rebellious daughter didn't hear? Looking at Jiang Xinu's unruly appearance, Jiang father on the side couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and pointed at Jiang Xinu's nose and scolded. Today, Jiang Xinyue's actions on the program as simply the face of the Jiang family are lost. The major self-media platforms are reported crazy. How the heat pressure cannot be suppressed. Angry Jiang old master overnight Jiang Xinyue summoned back to the Jiang family to be accountable. Jiang Xinu gazed expressionlessly at the room of angry Jiang family members, her icy voice echoing in the hall. What? Now that you think I'm a Jiang family member, do you think I've disgraced you? Did any of you give a damn about me and that fire at the John's building? The fire has become a pain in Jiang Xinyue's heart that can never be erased. When the fire first started, the young Jiang Xinyue originally had the opportunity to escape along the escape channel, but when she had just escaped to the door, she was hugged by Jiang father, who held Jiang Yichen, and yanked her back, flinging her back into the office like a piece of garbage, just because she was blocking Jiang father's path to escape with Jiang Yichen. This was also the reason why Jiang Xinyue preferred to curl up under the table in that fire rather than come out again. Seeing Jiang Xin mention that fire again, Jiang father was so angry that he was trembling, and his fingers pointing at her were involuntarily trembling, his voice full of anger. You actually have the face to mention this matter. If not because of you, how could your brother he become the current appearance? Hearing Jiang father's words, Jiang Xinyue's heart was completely cold. Sweeping a glance at these so-called relatives, Jiang Xinyue's heart could no longer afford a trace of wanting to argue with them to justify the idea. What are you going to do? Don't you dare take another step. Looking at Jiang Xinyue's back that didn't put herself in her eyes and turned around to leave, Jiang's father jumped out of his skin and roared loudly at Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Yifeng, stop her for me. Seeing that his words didn't have the slightest effect, Jiang father shouted furiously. Jiang Yifeng, who got the order, did not know where to find a short stick, gripped it tightly in his hand, quickly stepped to catch up with Jiang Xinyue's footsteps, and without hesitation smashed down hard towards his sister's calf. With a sound, Jiang Xinyue, who had received a heavy blow, fell heavily to her knees on the ground, her forehead pressed against the cold floor, gritting her teeth, her body twitching continuously. Plop. However, in the face of Jiang Xinyue, who had fallen to the ground and was in great pain, the room full of Jiang's family members not only didn't show the slightest pity and sympathy, but instead, each one of them had a gloating smile on their faces, and were coldly and mercilessly watching Jiang Xinyue, who had fallen into a pool of blood and was struggling hard. Although Jiang Xinyue had created a lot of benefits for the Jiang family by virtue of her own talents over the years, what she had distributed to the Jiang family members was just a thumb-sized piece, and the Jiang family members had long been dissatisfied. Now that the guys saw Jiang Xinu in this sorry state, they were all gloating and laughing. Sitting on top of the high seat, Elder Master Jiang coldly and silently watched this farce underneath, and only after seeing Jiang Xinyue being knocked over on the ground, did he satisfactorily turn around and leave. Icy coldly leaving behind a sentence. Tomorrow, let Xiaofeng take over the Jiang's group. When the Jiang family members at the bottom heard this news, they immediately flocked to Jiang Yifeng's side with joyful smiles and congratulations, but none of them were willing to take a glance at Jiang Xinyue, who was lying on the ground on the verge of suffocating in pain. I don't know how long it took. There was no one left in the hall of the Jiang family, and in the silence, Jiang Xinyue clenched her teeth tightly and used all her strength to support herself to stand up, but after taking only a small step, the pain in her legs caused her to fall to the ground again. Her originally slender legs have now swollen beyond recognition. A slight movement will trigger a sharp pain that will tear the heart and lungs. Her knees were also unfortunately knocked. Blood slowly seeped out, and the hem of the skirt stuck together, gradually blotting out a large area. Until this moment, tears could not be held back from flowing down from her eyes, and endless sadness, anger, and despair spread in her heart. She hated herself for even will be born in this kind of cold-blooded family. She hated why Su Yuli can have no relatives, why she cannot have to bear this kind of pain. Haidong Hotel. Just when Su Yuli quietly touched into Gu Lichuan's room, the cell phone drop suddenly rang, instantly exposed her whereabouts. Seeing that she had been discovered, Su Yuli simply stopped pretending and made a flying leap to lie in Gu Lichuan's arms, grabbed his hands and pressed them against the top of the bed, and asked in a cold voice, "Husband, did you miss me?" Due to the movement is too large, the cell phone happens to be from Su Yuli's pocket-slipped Gu Lichuan body. Su Yuli would like to free a hand will be dialing it away. Did not expect. Su Yuli's one hand just let go by Gu Lichuan counterguests. Their own was pressed on the bed. "Wife, you say, you sneak into my room so late. In the end what do you want to do?" Gu Lichuan revealed a bad smile, condescendingly looked at the small face has been a little red. Su Yuli slightly evilly asked, "Honey, let go of me for a second. I'll read the message first." The sudden reversal of offense and defense over the past 2 days had made Su Yuli very uncomfortable. Clearly she had come with a purpose, but now she was shy and only wanted to find an excuse to hurry and escape. Looking at the flustered and overwhelmed Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan is a little funny. This little thing. Originally, he didn't intend to do anything, and after slightly teasing Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan let go of her hand and walked towards the outside with a quilt in his own arms. Su Yuli, on the other hand, sat on her knees on the bed as if she was gambling, her small hand pressing the cell phone hard. Tonight, he was supposed to be the strong one. I don't know which one of them, who didn't know how to die. had sent a message to himself at this critical time, and he had gotten himself into a passive situation. When Su Yuli remembered all the things Gu Lichuan had just done to her, she was so ashamed that she wanted to drop this broken cell phone, all because it had ruined her good deed. It also caused herself to be molested by her husband. In the end, which do not know how to die. Harmed by tonight's husband cannot hold their own sleep. Su Yuli angry must be pulled out of this black hand behind the scenes to teach a good lesson. Su Yuli opened her cell phone. A message from Jiang Xinu instantly popped up, immediately making Su Yuli's face a little gloomy. Chapter, At Your Wife's Mercy 52. Jiang Xinu. What exactly do you want? On the Haidong Cross River Bridge, the cold wind whistled past, messing up the few strands of hair on Su Yuli's forehead. Su Yuli slightly frowned, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xinu, who was kneeling on the periphery of the fence and had somewhat broken down emotionally. In the middle of the night, not only delayed their own good things, but also put on a dying look. Su Yuli did not have the leisure to accompany her in this nonsense, coldly glanced at her and then prepared to return to the car. Su Yuli, why is your life so good? Just at the moment Su Yuli turned around somewhat impatiently, Jiang Xinu suddenly spoke up, tears surging out of her eyes and flowing down her cheeks non-stop. Why is it so easy for you to find someone you love and not me? Those originally clear and bright eyes were now flooded with tears, red and swollen. Through the hazy tearful eyes, Jiang Xinu gazed at Su Yuli in front of her, her voice trembling a little. I envy you. I envy you. Hearing these words, Su Yuli couldn't help but stop her steps and slowly turned back. Her eyes were gloomy and uncertain as she quietly gazed at Jiang Xinu, wondering what she was mad about again in the middle of the night. The piercing cold wind like a harsh whip mercilessly beat on Jiang Xinua's delicate body. The biting wind whistled past, carrying her long silky hair flying recklessly in the air. The whole person looked extraordinarily miserable. No one knew how she came to be here, and she wouldn't have thought that the only person she could find to confide in was Su Yuli, who had always been treated as her rival. You say, will I be able to live a life like yours in my next life? Jiang Xinu lifted her own trembling hand and wiped it haphazardly on her tear-stained cheeks, revealing a miserable to the core smile muttered. Su Yuli was just more tired of Jiang Xinu. At this time also noticed that her state was a bit off, frowned and reached forward to try to tug her. Just at the moment when Su Yuli's hand was about to touch the corner of Jiang Xinu's coat, Jiang Xinu suddenly lay straight towards the choppy river behind her. I'm sorry. I won't steal him from you anymore. Su Yuli, I wish you happiness. Jiang Xinu's body in midair was rapidly falling downwards, as if she had finally gotten rid of all the pain and bondage, completely letting go of her defenses, looking at the smaller and smaller Su Yuli, and constantly apologizing to her. Looking at Jiang Xinu who fell from her hands, Su Yuli's pupils suddenly contracted, her brain went blank, the whole person froze in place. She really didn't expect. Jiang Xinu just jumped down. Just as Su Yuli was still in a daze, a black shadow swept past her like lightning, and without hesitation jumped into the water with a long leap right after Jiang Xinu. Sinking in the water, Jiang Xinua's vision steeply became blurred, her body was wrapped in a flood of warmth, and the fiery pain in her calves subsided by a large margin. It's so good. It's just a pity that she can't see him anymore. Jiang Xinu didn't struggle, she just let her body slowly sink towards the bottom of the water, her heart surging with a burst of unspeakable regret and sorrow. I don't know if God heard her cry. Just a few seconds before she was about to lose consciousness, the jade pendant that had been lingering in her heart, making her long for it, suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Jiang Xinua's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of surprise, and she wanted to reach out and grab it joyfully, but her consciousness blurred a step ahead of her. Are you crazy? In front of the emergency department of Haidong Hospital, Su Yuli rushed in with her heart racing. At a glance, she saw Gu Lichuan, who was dripping wet and in a sorry state, and raised her hand, not hesitating to slap Gu Lichuan fiercely towards his cheeks, which were still covered in beads of water. Slap! The clear and loud sound of a slap echoed in the air. Gu Lichuan was a little dazed by the blow, and a red and swollen handprint quickly appeared on his face. Su Yuli, however, as if she had lost her mind, did not give Gu Lichuan a chance to react at all, and immediately afterward, she violently jumped into his arms like a wounded beast and let out a loud cry. Oh, you bastard! What are you going to make me do if you die like that? If it is not Gu Lichuan luck, pulling unconscious Jiang Xinue, in the river met rowing boat night fishing man, Su Yuli do not dare to think that the consequences of. After crying for a while, Su Yuli still found it hard to quell the anger in her heart, and raised her head, staring viciously at Gu Lichuan before opening her mouth and biting his shoulder with all her might, vowing to give him a lesson that would last a lifetime. As this bite went down, Gu Lichuan wailed in pain, but Su Yuli did not have the slightest intention of letting go of her mouth. Instead, she bit tighter and tighter. as if she wanted to vent all her fear and worry through this bite. Finally, after making sure that she had left a deep, lifelong tooth mark on Gu Lichuan's shoulder that would never dissipate, Su Yuli slowly let go of her mouth. At this moment, her face was covered in tear stains and her eyes were red as she stared angrily at the man in front of her and roared, "Do you know you're wrong now?" Gu Lichuan, while rubbing his aching shoulder, nodded his head repeatedly, pretending to look pitiful, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. I know, Your Honor wife. I really don't dare anymore. Please spare me. What's wrong?" Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan, with no intention of letting him go. He didn't even realize that he was about to die of worry just now. If not for the phone call from the hospital, Su Yuli had just thought of jumping off the bridge to martyr herself with him, and seeing that he even dared to be playful in front of herself now, Su Yuli couldn't wait to give him another slap to make him remember. Which is wrong, wife? Gu Lichuan knows that this is a life-giving question. Looking at the fuming Su Yuli, he can only speak weakly and uncertainly. How about, just let your wife chastise you for the next 2 days? Looking at Su Yuli, whose anger was unabated, he had no choice but to offer his own killer weapon. Don't think I'll let you go just like that. Su Yuli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked coldly at Gu Lichuan, pulling him along to inspect him carefully all over his body, realizing that there were no other injuries on his body other than the teeth marks she had just bitten on, and only then did she let go of her heart. Su Yuli let go of her hand, looked at Gu Lichuan who was just like a fallen chicken, quickly ran back to the car, found him a clean and tidy dress and threw it to him, coldly ordering, "Change into it, we'll settle the score with you later." Gu Lichuan, who knew he was in the wrong, obediently took the clothes that Su Yuli threw at him, like a child who had done something wrong, and was somewhat afraid to look directly into Su Yuli's eyes. Soon after Gu Lichuan left, Jiang Xinyue on the hospital bed opened her eyes violently and whimpered loudly. Su Yuli glanced at Jiang Xinyue in disgust and was ready to leave. Su Yuli felt that it was really unlucky to have her in her life and vowed to stay as far away from her as possible in the future. I found him. I beg you, please tell me who saved me." Jiang Xinyue pulled Su Yuli's arm and said with a sobbing voice in delight, "Ooh, he saved my life again. P.S. I was wrong. No more fancy stuff." Chapter, Did you two kiss or not? 53. Let go. Su Yuli spelled fiercely and forcefully shook off Jiang Xinyue's arm that was tightly gripping her, coldly looking at her who was sitting on the hospital bed crying and laughing. A trace of ominous foreboding flooded in her heart. Ignoring Jiang Xinyue who was still mad, Su Yuli found Gu Lichuan and pressed him against the wall. Her pupils contracted violently when she saw a thin red rope hanging from his neck. What? Wife? Gu Lichuan some puzzled. Thought Su Yuli gas has not been eliminated. Just want to beg for forgiveness. Only to feel his chest came from a hiss crunch. Su Yuli hard to tear his shirt just changed. Hissing crunch. Su Yuli hard tore open the shirt he just changed into. Wife. Here. Not too good right? Gu Lichuan was Su Yuli this sudden move scared to great shock. This is still in the hospital. This to be photographed. That tomorrow large and small websites will have to circulate the video of the two of them. Hurriedly breaking free of Su Yuli's restraints, Gu Lichuan hurriedly wrapped himself up tightly with his hands and feet, not giving Su Yuli a chance to mess around. Seeing the dark green jade pendant on Gu Lichuan's chest, Su Yuli froze. Her mind went blank. The words Jiang Xinyue had just said kept echoing in her ears, and her face instantly became as white as snow. Su Yuli took 2 steps back in shock, her figure swaying a bit. Gu Lichuan's heart was startled, and he hastily stretched out his hands, steadily pulling her back in his arms. Before Gu Lichuan had time to open his mouth to speak, Su Yuli violently reached out and yanked the red rope tied around Gu Lichuan's neck, and because the action was too hasty, the red rope was deeply strangled into the skin of Gu Lichuan's neck. Jade pendant. Where did you get it? Su Yuli's voice trembled slightly, and her tone was filled with tension that was hard to hide. Wife, what's the matter with you? Are you not feeling well? Don't scare me. Looking at Su Yuli whose face was pale and whose body could not help but tremble, Gu Lichuan was a little worried and reached out to touch Su Yuli's forehead. Answer me where the hell the jade pendant came from. Su Yuli pushed away Gu Lichuan's hand reaching for her forehead. Looking at the jade pendant on Gu Lichuan's chest there was some panic in her eyes. At the moment she only wanted to figure out if the person Jiang Xinyue was looking for was him or not. She was so scared that the person Jiang Xinyue was looking for was really Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan was a bit overwhelmed by Su Yuli's such an abnormal behavior. He froze and looked at Su Yuli in his arms for a moment, and explained, you said this this seems to be what my mom gave me before, a few days ago. I don't know where I rummaged it out, so I just casually wore it on my body. Honey, what's wrong with this jade pendant? If you like it, I'll give it to you, okay? If you are afraid of it, then smash it. Gu Lichuan could see as if Su Yuli was very afraid of this jade pendant she was wearing, and freeing up a hand, He removed the jade pendant from his neck and gently put it into Suyuli's slightly cold and slightly trembling hand, holding her tightly and comforting her. Suyuli looked at the jade pendant in her hand and suddenly developed an urge to smash it, as long as the jade pendant disappeared. Then Jiang Xianyu could never know that the person she was looking for was Gu Lichuan. As long as she didn't know, then she could never fall in love with Gu Lichuan. With a thought in mind, just as Suyuli reached out her hand to smash the jade pendant on the ground, her hand violently hung in mid-air. A trace of pain appeared on her face, and she eventually slowly lowered her arm. Are you alright? Gu Lichuan was a bit unable to understand Suyuli's maneuvering, and with his arms encircling over her waist and the bend of her knees, he picked her up in a princess carry, letting her cheek rest against his chest. Gu Lichuan could see that Suyuli was very scared right now, and although he didn't know what she was afraid of, he still tried to give her as much security as he could. Come here, I want to tell you something. Suyuli twisted up in Gu Lichuan's arms, pulled down his head, and came to his ear. The Gu family had gone bankrupt. There was nothing left for Gu Lichuan. She couldn't destroy the few things that Gu's mother had left for Gu Lichuan as well. Even though Gu Lichuan had allowed her to do so, she couldn't be so unintelligent. What did you say? After listening to the words of Suyuli ambling in his ear, Gu Lichuan was shocked. This life of his is also too fantastical, too dog-blooded. This life trajectory is exactly the configuration of the hero of a cool novel. But he didn't want it. Wife. Then what should I do? Gu Lichuan was a little worried. He didn't want to get involved with Zhang Xinyue, and his eyes were full of sorrow when he looked at Suyuli. Suyuli stared at Gu Lichuan for a long time, and only after she was sure that after he knew about all this, he didn't have any indecent thoughts about Jiang Xianyu, did she finally let out a sigh of relief? She didn't want to share Gu Lichuan with anyone else, and if Gu Lichuan really moved those crooked thoughts that he shouldn't have, then she would have to take a bit of coercion. Gu Lichuan could only be hers. She wouldn't allow anyone to take him away. Honey, just listen to me. I'll help you get rid of her. A bright smile bloomed on Suyuli's face. Learning that Gu Lichuan only had her in his heart, Suyuli was very happy, and her small hands unconsciously began to wander haphazardly on Gu Lichuan's chest. Looking at the arms of some not too peaceful Suyuli, Gu Lichuan is very helpless. He really cannot figure out where Suyuli in fact so much energy. Now obviously should be worried about how to get rid of Zhang Xinyue to the right it. Back at the hotel, Gu Lichuan had just finished rinsing off when he was pressed onto the bed by Suyuli, who tortured him in a fox-like manner. Hubby, you say, did you save her? Did you give her artificial respiration? Did you two kiss or not? Your honor, wife, unjustly, I fainted when I was fished onto the boat. Gu Lichuan didn't expect Suyuli to start settling scores so quickly. He quickly raised his hands and let Suyuli control him, his mouth constantly shouting injustice, hoping Suyuli would spare himself. That means someone else is giving you artificial respiration. A dangerous glint flashed in Suyuli's eyes as she came up to Gu Lichuan's face and said quietly, Good, hubby, you dare to secretly kiss someone else behind my back. I think you really don't want to live. No, wife, that I fainted do not know. Gu Lichuan that how well expression. See Suyuli heart straight fire, reached out and pinched in the soft flesh of his waist on the ruthless twist. Hissa Gu Lichuan let out a wail. Wrong, wife, never dare again. Looking at Gu Lichuan who begged for mercy repeatedly underneath her, Suyuli then clapped her hands in satisfaction. This feeling of regaining the initiative was really wonderful. Chapter, hubby, you've been talking a little too close to me lately. 54. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I promise. I'll never steal him from you again. I beg you to tell me, who really saved me that day. Suyuli just stood in front of Jiang Xianyu's hospital bed. She was hugged by her thighs and died, bitterly begging Suyuli to tell her who that person really is. Looking at Jiang Xianyu's wretched appearance of self-******ing and self-abandonment, Suyuli couldn't help but raise her hand and slap her on the face, hoping to wake her up slightly. I didn't expect to be beaten. Jiang Xianyu didn't resist. Instead, she grabbed Suyuli's hand and kept smacking it towards her face. I know you're angry. Hit me as hard as you can. All I ask is that you tell me who he is. Enough. Stop going crazy. Suyuli shouted angrily, flinging away Jiang Xianyu's arm and pressing her down on the hospital bed, staring at her closely with eyes full of anger and contempt. What? Even if you know, what can you do? Do you think you're still the same high and mighty president of Zhang Group? A mere waste abandoned by the family. Even if you know who he is, what qualifications do you have to stand by his side? Jiang Xianyu heard Suyuli these words, froze. Now everything she had before is gone. Their own, even if they really know who he is, that he can accept nothing of their own. Jiang Xianyu covered her face tightly with her hands and whimpered. She didn't understand why God was doing this to her. Looking at Jiang Xianyu's crying appearance, Yuli couldn't help but feel upset. This is simply not like a person with Jiang Xinu who liked to fight against her everywhere in the past and was cunning and intelligent. Yuli pinched Jiang Xinu's face, forcing her to look at herself, and coldly questioned, "What? All you can do is cry now, is it?" Jiang Xinu looked up at Yuli with a tear-stained face, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety, as if she was grabbing the last straw to save her life. She asked in a trembling voice, "What should I do? What should I do?" Yuli snorted coldly and increased the strength of her hand, sternly saying, "You wake up a bit. What should you do now? Do you still need me to teach you?" Looking at Jiang Xinu, whose eyes gradually became clear, Yuli then withdrew her hand and casually threw a jade pendant in front of her. "This is..." Jiang Xinu held the jade pendant that she had been thinking about for a long time. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and she bowed her head and slowed down for a long time before she summoned up the courage to look at Yuri and asked, "Where is he?" Yuli sneered, snatched back the jade and wore it around her neck, glanced at Jiang Xinu, and said faintly, "So, up to now you think there was someone else on that day, right? Teddy bears, blankets, pencils." Hearing Yuli say the most familiar thing in her memory, Jiang Xinu was struck by lightning. The whole person completely froze, as if she was back in the fire, holding her favorite plush bear tightly in her hand, draped in a blanket, shivering and hiding under the table. Watching Yuli's figure gradually overlap with the one in her memory, Jiang Xinu stared incredulously, her lips trembling slightly. "No, no, you must be lying to me. You must have forced all this out. What have you done with him?" Jiang Xinu wanted to stand up to stop Yuli to ask for clarification, but the pain in her calf caused her to fall on the bed just as she stood up. Looking at Jiang Xinu's frightened appearance, Yuli's mouth hooked out a cold smile, walked to the door, turned back to look at Jiang Xinu. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. "Jiang Xinu, you disappoint me too much." Looking at the back of Yuli left, Jiang Xinu disheveled sitting on the hospital bed. Her mind is blank. Did not expect that she looked for so long for the person who has been right beside her. They not only did not recognize, not to say, but also 100 times against her, trying to destroy her happiness. She must be so disappointed in herself. "Wife, is everything still going well?" Gu Lichuan, who was standing outside the hospital room, watched Yuli walk out from inside and rushed forward to inquire. "Don't worry, she definitely won't pester you in the future." Looking at Gu Lichuan in front of her, Yuli stretched out her jade hand and gently hooked Gu Lichuan's chin, looking left and right, and said, "Hubby, you're really charismatic, actually daring to dabble with women everywhere outside." First, a fiancé with a marriage contract inexplicably appeared, and then a Jiang family's eldest lady who had saved her life appeared. "How many more surprises do you have in store for me next?" Facing Yuli's gaze that was filled with a dangerous aura, Gu Lichuan only felt his scalp numb and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Wife, it's gone. I swear it's really gone. Besides, is it gone? Or are you not going to let me know after that?" Yuli pinched Gu Lichuan's cheeks, no longer letting him speak, and without hesitation, she bit down hard on his lips until she tasted the fishy sweet flavor, before releasing her mouth with satisfaction. "Come here, go home. It's time to fulfill your promise." Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan expressionlessly, threw the car keys to him and said quietly, "Wife, last night was not already." Gu Lichuan tried to explain, but when he touched Yuli's gaze that was full of murderous intent, he stiffly swallowed back the latter half of the sentence. Gu Lichuan drooped his head and slowly followed behind Yuli, weakly opening his mouth and proposing, "Wife, there is still a program to be filmed today. Can we not be so?" Yuli stopped and turned around, staring at Gu Lichuan. The corners of her mouth rose to reveal a dangerous smile, looking at Gu Lichuan's heart. "With Jiang Xinu, the gold master, being like this, do you think the program can continue to be recorded?" Yes, lesser a little light bulb is just right. "Wife, you put in some money, just as," Gu Lichuan busily replied, his face piled up with a pleasing smile. Before Gu Lichuan could finish his sentence, Yuli yanked him by the collar and dragged him in front of her. Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura as she slowly said, "Hubby, you've been talking a bit too closely lately. I don't like it. You'd better be good and go home with me to receive your punishment. And if you dare to think of those crooked ideas to avoid punishment, you won't blame me for not being polite." Gu Lichuan afraid of swallowed his mouth. How this unconsciously they seem to fall into passive vulnerability again it. P.S. There are prizes for guessing whether Firm River is going to follow up with all-out efforts to bring the male and female leads together, or whether it's going to snatch the female lead from the male lead. O.D. Chapter, The Boss Shouldn't Be a Same, right? 55. Hey, Yao, it's time for your graduation defense. Have you taken care of things at home yet? Gu Lizi looked at her full schedule and somewhat helplessly called towards Su Shuiyao to inquire. She hadn't seen her good best friend for more than 10 days. Su Shueao sat on the highest office floor of the Hong Kong City building, looking down at the entire Hong Kong City below through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and after signing the last document in her hand, she put down the pen in her hand, which revealed a smile. Alright, Z, stop rushing. You're so annoying, like a granny, mother-in-law. Looking at Su Shueao's appearance, but the side of the assistant was startled. This period of time who does not know that this cold-faced beauty to Hong Kong City stirred up the sky, with a thunderous means whale swallowed the decline of the Su family, who did not have a good face. Now that he's on the phone with a girl, showing this pouty look, the boss can't be a homo, can he? A bold idea instantly surfaced in the little assistant's mind. At this moment, she was looking at Su Shueao with some fear in her gaze, afraid that her boss would accidentally look at her. Then wouldn't she be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? The little assistant instantly hid far away. Gu Lizhi and Su Shueao chatted a little bit about the graduation defense, and then began to gossip. Yao Yao, do you know, my brother, he's on TV. There are even 2 big beauties chasing after him, so it's a good thing he's got a reputation. I don't know how. Gu Lizhi suddenly chatted about this topic, and laughed delicately. Yao Yao, have you cheated on that little boyfriend of yours yet? If not, I'll go back and beg my brother to teach you a couple of tricks. Hearing Gu Lizhi suddenly mention Gu Lichuan, Su Shueao's beautiful eyes darkened, remembering when she saw Gu Lichuan's humble and pleasing appearance to his female boss at the Haidong charity dinner. She couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Now that she's established herself in Hong Kong City, it's time to consider tying Gu Lichuan to her side brightly and squarely to cultivate her feelings. Half a day could not hear Su Shueao's voice. Gu Lizhi looked at the cell phone with some doubt. Yao Yao, are you listening? Yao Yao, I'm in. After being called back to her senses by Gu Lizhi, Su Shueao's fair little face quickly surfaced a blush, and she was still unconsciously a little shy at the thought of Gu Lichuan. Xiao Zi, your brother is so powerful. Su Shueao laughed lightly, and 2 big beauties chasing him. Really? Of course it's true. Gu Lizhi couldn't wait to show off her excellent brother, and seeing that Su Shueao actually didn't trust her, she hurriedly proved herself. Humph. I'll send you the link to the program later on, so don't be charmed by my brother when you watch it, and then turn your head around and leave behind that mysterious little boyfriend of yours. That's definitely not going to happen. I won't abandon him for anyone. Su Shueao laughed softly at Gu Lizhi on the phone. So Xiaoji, don't even think about making me your sister-in-law. Gu Lizhi skimmed her mouth. Humph. Yao Yao. I didn't want you to be my sister-in-law, but Yao Yao I do want. Gu Lizhi Gigi laughed evilly, causing Su Shueao's already reddened cheeks to completely redden. Su Shueao, who was molested by Gu Lizhi, was a bit annoyed and pouted. Xiao Zi. Alright, Yao Yao. If that mysterious little boyfriend of yours hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have really wanted to take you down. I'm so envious of him. Why is it that he can get your heart so easily? Ooh-hoo. Looking at Gu Lizhi who was still molesting herself, Su Shueao would have designated to give her good juice if it wasn't for the fact that she was her bosom friend plus her military advisor. Well, not to tease you Yao Yao. Remember to hurry to deal with back to school to participate in the defense tutor every day to read you. Read my head is fried. Gu Lizhi was so happy to see Su Shueao's little look of wanting to be angry but not being able to get angry that she let her go for a long time. Got it. I'll go back once my side is taken care of. Don't worry. The tutor won't be able to toss you around for a few days. The two made small talk about school for a while longer before hanging up. Su Shueao smiled and turned her head to look at the assistant standing in the doorway. The frightened assistant had a jolt and weakly asked, Su, is there something wrong? How is the reception of the project at Harbor Water Bay going? Talking about work? Su Shueao instantly resumed her icy look and faintly opened her mouth to inquire. It's still being talked about, but there's still a lot of resistance from the Su family's side. Seeing her boss resuming that high and cold look, the little assistant then put her heart down. Remembering Su Shueao's unintentional smile just now, she felt a pang of hair in her heart. This if the boss looked at their own that can be how to get. The small assistant decided from tomorrow onwards they do not make up, as far as possible with a plain face, determined not to be broken by the boss. Hearing that there was resistance to the project, Su Shueao's brows frowned. She shouldn't be able to spare any time to deal with the Harbor Water Bay project. After pondering for a while she faintly instructed, come back and arrange for the project team, and when my brother comes back, butt heads with my brother. I should be leaving Hong Kong City in the next 2 days. Book me a ticket to fly to Haidong in 2 days. The little assistant heard the boss to leave Hong Kong City. The heart is smiling flowers. Look at this situation, boss should be going to see the girl on the phone to go. As long as the boss is not in she will not have to worry all day long afraid of their own boss bent, and then rushed to respond to the promise down. After the little assistant left, Su Shuiao's cell phone ding-dong rang. Su Shuiao picked up a look as Gu Lizi forwarded over the video link. Originally, Su Shuiao had little interest and wanted to put down her cell phone to continue working, but when she turned her eyes and saw that she had finished approving the documents on her desk, she ghostly clicked on the link. When the all-too-familiar voice came from the other end of the cell phone, Su Shuiao's entire body froze, her face instantly turning pale. There can't be such a coincidence in this world, can there? Su Shuiao's hand holding the cell phone trembled slightly uncontrollably, and due to too much force, the white color had already begun to flood the knuckles of her fingers. Gu Lichuan, Gu Lizi, just one word difference. How did he not think that Brother Xiaochuan would be Xiao Zi's brother in the first place? It turned out that Brother Xiaochuan had been by his side for a long time, only that he had never realized it. Thinking of this, Su Shuiao's heart was a stabbing pain. How many good times did she really miss with Brother Xiaochuan? Su Shuiao stared blankly at the cell phone screen. In the picture, Su Yuli and Jiang Xian, two people were fighting over Gu Lichuan. Looking at those two women fighting over the appearance of jealousy, Su Shuiao, a nameless anger from the bottom of the heart bare burning. Hate to rush into the screen now to kill them all. Is Brother Ogawa a plaything? Let them go out of their way to rob him like this. Have they ever considered Xiaochuan's feelings? Su Shuiao held back her anger and continued to watch, until the screen turned. Brother Xiaochuan was actually forced to kiss by his damn female boss. At this moment Su Shuiao could no longer hold back. A cell phone smashed into the wall. Book me a ticket to fly to Haidong now. Now! The roar that suddenly came out of the office startled the crowd, and the little assistant's face instantly turned pale as if she had thought of something. It can't be your own boss who's been dumped when you're fuming like that, can it? Then wouldn't he himself be in danger? Don't want to be broken. Well, today a chapter, New Year's Eve festival, family reunion. I hope you put down the phone. More with the family. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy New Year to all. Xiao Chen to all readers greatly to pay tribute to the new year. Don't act. A chapter of 2 minutes to read. Poor you that 2 minutes. I think you just don't want to code words to find excuses. I think you're just looking for an excuse for not wanting to write. Extra, New Year's Eve special, family reunion episode. Note, this chapter does not represent the final ending. Oh, do not ask me why. Ask is that I have not figured out how to round underscore. You error. It's better for me to do it. Gu Lichuan looked helplessly at Su Yuli's hands and feet as she pressed a fish that was alive on the counter, and smiled to try to drive her out of the kitchen. No, husband, you agreed last year that I would be allowed to cook New Year's Eve dinner with you this year. You can't kick me out again. Su Yuli protested, and called for helpers in passing. De Bao, Xiao Bao, you guys say, did your daddy promise mommy last year? Gu Xiaoli and Su Xiaochuan, who were standing in front of the kitchen playing with toys, gave Su Yuli a somewhat disgusted look, and the two of them tacitly threw down their toys and cooperated with Gu Lichuan to pull Su Yuli out of the kitchen. Mommy, if you're interrupting Daddy's New Year's Eve dinner like this, we're really going to be hungry tonight. Su Xiaochuan shook Su Yuli's hand and begged for forgiveness. Ever since the last time Daddy got sick and Mommy took on the heavy responsibility of taking care of him and his sister, he understood why Daddy wouldn't let Mommy set foot in the kitchen half a step again. Looking at Su Xiaochuan, who rebelled so quickly, Su Yuli was helpless, reached out and gave him a brain bounce, picked up Gu Xiaoli and placed her on her lap, pinched her little face and asked, Xiao Bao, do you like Daddy's cooking or Mommy's cooking? Gu Xiaoli timidly glanced at Su Yuli and whispered, Xiaoli likes Daddy's cooking. Mommy's cooking, brother said he can't eat. Su Xiaochuan. Su Yuli grabbed Su Xiaochuan's ear and yanked him over. Is this how you teach your sister? Mommy, wrong, pain. Su Xiaochuan, who was grabbed by the ear, hurriedly begged for mercy. After teaching Su Xiaochuan, Su Yuli then gently turned to Gu Xiaoli and asked, Xiao Bao, later on Mom will show her hand to Xiao Bao to taste it, okay? Don't. Gu Xiaoli instantly showed her face and looked at Su Yuli pitifully. Mommy bought the newest doll for Xiao Bao, so Xiao Bao can taste it, okay? Hearing that if she ate a bite of Mommy's cooking, she would have the latest model of dolls to play with. Gu Xiaoli's complexion instantly struggled, and after half a day of hesitation, she still shook her head. Seeing Gu Xiaoli that refused to look, Su Yuli laid on the sofa like a pendulum. People are born with a small undershirt, a small cotton jacket. How to their own this all changed. When she came back, she had to support Gu Lichuan for a while. She had to find a way to make Debao, Xiao Bao fall in love with her cooking like Gu Lichuan did. Ding dong! Seeing Gu Lizi come in with a big bag, Su Xiaochuan and Gu Xiaoli quickly pounced on her, clamoring for gifts. Sister-in-law, look at them. Su Xiaochuan and Gu Xiaoli hung on her body. How can they refuse to come down? There is no way. Gu Lizi had to turn to Su Yuli for help. Debao, Xiao Bao, quickly let go of Auntie. Looking at Su Xiaochuan and Gu Xiaoli's mischievous appearance, Su Yuli pretended to frown. directly frightening the two children to scatter their hands and run into the kitchen. Daddy, get a grip on mommy. Mommy's mad again. Auntie, you're posting it crooked. A little more to the left. Su Xiaochuan couldn't help but command Gu Lizhi as he looked at the crooked Spring Festival couplets she had pasted. Gu Lizhi appreciated her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at Su Xiaochuan and gently nudged his forehead. What do you know? You little kid. This year it's all the rage, get it? Che, a crooked sticker is a crooked sticker. What a fad. No talking. You've lost your New Year's money this year. Gu Lizhi saw Su Xiaochuan expose himself so mercilessly and threatened him. Auntie, you don't want to be urged to marry by daddy and mommy on New Year's Eve, right? Who would have thought? Su Xiaochuan simply do not eat Gu Lizhi this set, but anti-Tian gang threatened her. Su Xiaochuan, you still dare to threaten me, right? Next time the school will call the parents. Gu Lizhi blinked her eyes and said innocently, Aunt, I was wrong. Su Xiaochuan, who was pinched for his lifeblood, immediately put away the unruly attitude that he had just had and pulled Gu Lizhi's arm to beg for mercy. That's right. Hey, but why did I hear that the spring scrolls are a bit crooked? It's not crooked. It's not crooked. I think it's just perfect. And only my lovely, beautiful, generous and kind aunt could have put it up. Su Xiaochuan shook Gu Lizhi's arm and complimented against his will. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Gu Lizhi had the sense to take Su Xiaochuan and Gu Xiuli to the riverside to watch the fireworks, leaving Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan with plenty of single space. Wife, it's good to meet you. Gu Lichuan hugged Su Yuli from behind, lying on her ear and said softly, even though they were both old wives and had 2 children, Su Yuli's cheeks couldn't help but blush when she felt the warm breath on her neck and Gu Lichuan's affectionate farewell. What's to say? It's me who's glad I met you. Su Yuli turned around, wrapped her arms around Gu Lichuan and said somewhat shyly, hubby, you know, meeting you is the biggest fortune of my life. Alright, enough of that. Honey, look at the gift I got for you. Gu Lichuan felt Su Yuli, who was like a kitten in his arms, carried her on the bed, took out a small red box, took out a carefully woven bracelet from it, gently set it on her wrist, replacing the previous bracelet that was washed almost white. It's nice, honey, it looks good. All the ones from my husband look good. Su Yuli raised her hand and looked at the delicate bracelet on her wrist that completely covered her scar, and said with delight, the bracelet was exquisite, the intricate patterns perfectly fitting the scars on her hands, and at a glance, it was clear that Gu Lichuan had gone to great lengths to weave it. Satisfied, she kissed Gu Lichuan's forehead and pushed him on the bed. Su Yuli thought for a moment and said, hubby, I forgot to prepare a gift. Why don't I give you another child? Well, don't. Can't bring the big baby and the little baby. It's okay, hubby. Dabao and Xiaobao are too disobedient. I'll give you another obedient one. P.S. Finished. Sprinkle flowers, not oh, ***, oh. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day is a time for family reunion. How can our Gu and Su be missing? Here's a special chapter. I made it up as I went along, so don't mind if it's a little short. Chapter, you're wrong. Brother Xiaochuan's first love is me. 56. Hey, what's wrong with Xiaozi? Gu Lichuan looked at the cell phone screen displaying his sister's name on the caller. His heart couldn't help but surge with a trace of surprise, and asked with some concern, is it not enough to pay for living expenses? Since the Gu family went bankrupt, Gu Lichuan, in addition to the fixed monthly living expenses to Gu Lizhi, has instructed her if there is nothing to take the initiative to contact him, just afraid of debt collectors to find her to her detriment. After Su Yuli to his debt all acquired, brother and sister contact this slowly more up, but maybe because too long not how to contact some rusty. The number of times the two people contact each other is still less poor. No, brother, do you have time this week? I'm about to graduate. Can you come to school and help me move my stuff? Gu Lizhi's sweet voice came from the microphone, completely unable to hear the slightest hint that she was being held hostage. Okay, when you're done packing, you call out to me. Gu Lichuan agreed in a single breath. Lately he didn't have much to do, and the program had stopped filming because Zhang Xinyue, the gold master, was injured, so he was so idle that he didn't know what he was going to do. Gu Lichuan was very happy that his sister could take the initiative to think of looking for his help, so he wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with her. Just Su Yuli once a month relief food also down. Gu Lichuan also thought of the sister to buy some cosmetics and so on. These years she also followed their own hide and seek a lot of suffering. Since I'm in a position to do so now, I'll make it up to her. What the other little girls had, I'll make up to her this time. After finishing their business, the two siblings chatted casually for a couple more sentences before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Gu Lizhi looked towards Su Shueya, who had her pinned down on the bed, held up her cell phone, and said weakly, Yao Yao, look at me, I've done this kind of selling my brother for glory. Can't you let go of me? Su Shueya slowly loosened her hand that was pressing on Gu Lizhi, slowly sat up straight. and sat on the edge of the bed as cold as ice, her eyes empty, not knowing what she was thinking about. Seeing Su Shueao this way, Gu Lizhi was instantly curious. She had never seen Su Shueao the good girl this way. Brushing up from the bed, she got up to Su Shueao's side, and asked curiously, Yao Yao, it won't be that little mysterious little boyfriend of yours, is really my brother, right? Facing such a straightforward inquiry from Gu Lizhi, and looking at Gu Lizhi's curious, gossip-filled gaze, Su Shueao nodded her head expressionlessly, her entire person exuding a chillingly grim aura. It's over. It's over. Yao Yao, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing Su Shueao's affirmative reply, Gu Lizhi immediately complained. Now a Su Group president and a Jiang Group president are both chasing after my brother. And it seems like that Su Group president is still my brother's first love. Gu Lizhi looked Su Shueao up and down. Well, the places that should be convex and curved are quite well developed, but still not as good as those two beautiful presidents with demonic figures. Gu Lizhi sighed a little, alas, looking at Su Shueao with more sympathy and regret in her gaze. Yao Yao, how do you see this as not very competitive? With those two rumored beautiful presidents with cold-faced and ruthless personalities, Gu Lizhi still felt that Su Shueao, a soft and cute girl who knew her roots and was innocent, was more suitable for his brother. Although she came back from Hong Kong City this time, it looks as if the whole person has changed a lot. A little bit of high-cold female president of that flavor, but it is still far from that kind of degree. It is in this kind of between high-cold and soft and cute feeling, so that Gu Lizhi thinks Su Shueao is more adorable. What did you say? The president of Su Group is brother Xiaochuan's first love? What's wrong? I remember when my brother went to college quite philandering. Girlfriend's a crop of change, but seems to meet this Su Yuli talked quite a long time. Then my family went bankrupt. This Su Yuli seems to be because my brother dumped her. Sad slit his wrists. Gu Lizhi kept shaking Gu Lichuan's black history out, and she didn't know if it was intentional or not, waiting for her mouth to get high and say almost as much as she wanted before she turned her head to meet Su Shueao's eyes that were full of murderous intent, and only then did she hasten to cover her mouth. You're wrong. Brother Ogawa's first love was me. Su Shueao's good-looking eyes stared at Gu Lizhi, seriously spat out such a sentence, and then no longer cared about Gu Lizhi, lowered her head as tears swirled in her eyes, and forced herself to hold them back so that they didn't fall. Yao Yao, are you okay? Looking at her good girlfriend unexpectedly so sad, Gu Lizhi rushed over to comfort her and help her analyze. Yao Yao, don't be sad. Maybe my brother was forced to be with that Su Yuli in order to pay off the debt owed by my family. My brother might not have feelings for her anymore. Yao Yao, think about it, like my brother is so shameless, if he still has feelings for someone else, not to mention bankruptcy, even karma had to drag them along, since he dumped them in the first place. It must be that he doesn't have any feelings anymore. Don't you think so? Yao Yao, don't look at the two of them fooling around together again now. It must be that Su Yuli must be the one who used our family's debt to threaten my brother to be with her, just to get back at my brother for dumping her back then. Hearing Gu Lizhi say this, and remembering the times she saw Xiaochuan's brother, Su Yuli's cold demeanor towards Xiaochuan's brother, moving in the tone of a leader reprimanding his subordinates, Su Shueao instantly felt that Gu Lizhi's analysis was so reasonable. It must be that brother Xiaochuan has some kind of handle in Su Yuli's hands before he has to settle for less. Su Shueao thought about it, and Xiaochuan's brother hadn't done anything illegal, so it must be because of the Gu family's bankruptcy and debts. Su Shueao, who figured it out, then revealed the first smile in the past 2 days. If Xiaochuan brother really had to do this because of the Gu family debt, then she directly helped Xiaochuan brother to pay back the good. Anyway, now Su Shueao herself has become a small rich woman of nearly $10 billion. When the Gu family's small company of that size, the debt cannot owe much money. When I come back and meet brother Xiaochuan, I must ask brother Xiaochuan how much money he needs to help brother Xiaochuan redeem himself. On the side, Gu Lizhi was still fretting about how she could turn Su Shueao into her sister-in-law. Yo, you really like my brother and want to be with him? Gu Lizhi suddenly took Su Shueao's hand and asked seriously. Aha. Su Shueao gently nodded. That would be great. Gu Lizhi's eyes flashed with a glint, and she came up with a bad idea. Yao, why don't you just take advantage of my brother coming over this week, and you can just do it for him. I know my brother's character. As long as you have that with him, he will definitely be responsible for you to the end. Chapter, it's over. The plan is scrapped. 57. That's not good, is it? Su Shueao frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. Ever since witnessing Xiaochuan brother's condescending appearance beside Su Yuli, Su Shueao's heart ached as if it had been stabbed by a needle, and instinctively didn't want to let Xiaochuan brother carry that big of a burden again. For Su Shueao, what she longed for was for her brother Xiaochuan to be able to sincerely accompany her, rather than being forced to be tied to her out of complicated emotions such as repayment or self-blame. In fact, even if Xiaochuan brother doesn't have any feelings for her anymore, it doesn't matter. She can lock up Xiaochuan brother after everything is taken care of. Anyway, she has enough time to slowly cultivate her feelings with Xiaochuan brother, as long as the means are used properly. Su Shuiyao firmly believes that one day, brother Xiaochuan will love himself wholeheartedly again. But at this moment, Gu Lizi didn't know what was going on in Su Shuiyao's mind. All she was thinking about was hurrying to turn Su Shuiyao into her dear sister-in-law. Seeing Su Shuiyao's hesitation, Gu Lizi tightly pulled Su Shuiyao's soft little hand. Her face revealed a look of seriousness, and she earnestly persuaded, Yao Yao ah, how could you think that this is not good? My brother used to regale me with how great his first love was, saying it was too bad the two of them didn't end up together. I really didn't think that my brother's first love would be you. You see, since you're willing and my brother is also interested in you, so what's the concern? Yao Yao. Think about it, right now there are still 2 women out there chasing after my brother. Even if you throw away the one that wants to get back at him, there's still another one. If she gets the jump on you, Yao Yao, then you won't have a chance at all. Gu Lizi, she stared at Su Shuiya with a burning gaze, her tone a little anxious, afraid that her sister-in-law who had arrived would not disappear. Just like this, under Gu Lizi's bitter persuasion, Su Shuiya began to gradually waver and finally slowly nodded her head, agreeing to this suggestion made by Gu Lizi. Su Shuiya knew very well in her heart that if there was really any unashamed and brazen woman who forced her brother Xiaochuan to have an intimate relationship with her, then brother Xiaochuan would surely always keep a piece of his heart for that woman because of his responsibility or some other reason. As soon as she thought of this, Su Shuiya felt a heart-wrenching pain. She would never allow such a thing to happen. In Su Shuiya's heart, brother Xiaochuan is her whole world. His heart can only completely belong to her alone. Upon seeing Su Shuiyao's agreement, Gu Lizi on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Su Shuiya, her sister-in-law, she could be considered to have saved her. Gu Lizi excitedly patted her own chest and swore to Su Shuiya to assure her up. Don't worry, my dear sister-in-law, as long as you listen to me, I guarantee that my brother will be devoted and loyal to you, and will follow you closely in this life, and will never have any second thoughts about you. Honey, Z called me and said she's graduating college soon and wants me to go to school this weekend to help move some stuff. Once you see Su Yuli open the door and walk into the house, Gu Lichuan hands and feet neatly will do a good job of cooking, and on the table neatly arranged, put out a look of inviting credit, and by the way, then with Su Yuli to report on the recent trip, to save the return to make unnecessary misunderstandings. Oh, really? Z is graduating so soon. Su Yuli heard Gu Lichuan said so cannot help but feel emotion. She last saw Gu Lizi years ago, when Gu Lizi is still a shy, green and tender little girl, will only timidly hide behind Gu Lichuan, tugging at the corner of his coat, and softly shouting brother. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, Gu Lizi was about to graduate and enter society. Honey, can you accompany me this time? Gu Lichuan gently scratched his hair and asked with a slight hint of embarrassment and an embarrassed smile. Honey, as you know, I haven't seen this sister of mine much since my family went bankrupt, and I always feel like she's a little rusty with me now. But Gu Lichuan just made this request after some regret. This period of time Su Yuli is always out early and return late, every day busy, so that the night tired are lazy to toss him. Now let her accompany him again seems to be a little excessive. Thinking of this, Gu Lichuan hurriedly changed his words again. Wife, if you're busy, it's fine. You're busy with your own business. I'll be fine on my own. Before the words fell, Gu Lichuan heard Su Yuli softly responded. It's not busy. When you need me, just call out to me. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Su Yuli couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Since Gu Lichuan can put forward this request, that is really treat her as a wife. Su Yuli and how to have the good sense to refuse him, even if it is busy. She will take the time out to meet Gu Lichuan this small wish. Wife, you're so nice. By the way hubby, it just so happens that Z is graduating. Why don't you just have her come to me? How about that? Su Yuli opened her mouth to inquire as if she suddenly remembered something. She planned to take the opportunity to buy off Gu Lizi, letting Gu Lichuan, his younger sister, to help watch over him and prevent him from dabbling with the womanizer again everywhere. It was really more than appropriate. Gu Lichuan didn't know these little thoughts of Su Yuli, and only thought that Su Yuli was really thinking about his sister's job. So he said, Wife, when the time comes, you can talk to Xiaozi, just see what she means. Haidong University, women's dormitory downstairs. Everything is ready. Only missing her brother's Gu Lizi to the phone constantly complaining. Hey, brother, have you come yet? I'm about to heat up. Before Gu Lizi could finish complaining, she saw a red sports car make a handsome drift to a steady stop in front of her. Such a colorful and high-end sports car instantly attracted the attention of the students, and they all looked towards Gu Lizi's direction. Gu Lizzie was a bit uncertain until she saw two figures, a man and a woman, coming down from the sports car, and her face instantly clouded over. She really did not expect. Gu Lichuan surprisingly Su Yuli also brought. Then she did all the preparations for today are not all in vain. Ziggy, come over here and say hello to your sister Li, who you've met before. P.S. Main mission, ensure that the hero and heroine are not torn apart. Select additional tasks. Task 1, Gu Lizzie helps Su Shueao to raid Gu Lichuan. Task 2, Jiang Xinyue raider Su Yuli. Nado, asterisk. Oh, it's fun to skin. Chapter, this burden of protecting her brother could only be borne by her. 58. Xiao Zi? Gu Lichuan looked at his sister Gu Lizzie, who was clearly lost in front of him, and walked up to her. Your sister Xiaoli. The two of us even took you out to play before. Don't you recognize her? Being awakened by her brother's voice, Gu Lizzie woke up as if from a dream. Oh, made two sounds before responding sluggishly. Good day, Sister Xiaoli. Her tone seemed extraordinarily cold, and there was even a hint of undetectable hostility. Su Yuli, who was standing on the side, naturally noticed the rustiness, and only thought that Gu Lizzie was a shy and scared little girl, so she didn't take it to heart. With a slight smile, taking the initiative to take a few steps forward, Su Yuli reached out and pulled Gu Lizzie's small hand, cordially opening her mouth to ask questions to Gu Lizzie, trying to close the distance between the two people. However, in the face of Su Yuli's enthusiasm, Gu Lizzie just absent-mindedly and casually perfunctory. Now her mind is full of, how can she support Su Yuli away, so that she won't destroy her carefully planned plan later. Today, no matter what, Gu Lizzie had to facilitate this beautiful affair between her brother and her best girlfriend. Just as Gu Lizzie was calculating how she could find a reasonable excuse to send Su Yuli away, she inadvertently glanced at Gu Lichuan's eyes that were looking at Su Yuli, and her heart immediately tightened. That gaze full of favor and tenderness. This stupid sweet brother of his couldn't really have fallen for this cold president who was ready to take revenge on him. Could he? Gu Lizzie only felt a violent shiver run through her body, a chill instantly running from her spine straight to her head. Finished. Why did she feel that this stupid brother of hers was about to completely sink into this human-faced, snake-hearted woman? Don't look at her present pathetic and gentle appearance. It was definitely all pretense. She was just preparing to use her body as bait, carefully weaving a trap waiting for her brother, the white rabbit, to take the bait. How is it that his own naive and foolish brother can't see it hard enough to bite the hook? Gu Lizzie was all convinced. Doesn't this simple stupid brother of hers know that when he falls deeply in love with her and can't pull himself out, this bad woman will definitely not hesitate to kick him away as hard as trash? Let him also taste that painful taste of life is worse than death. Gu Lizzie was simply anxious now, and an incomparably miserable picture had already surfaced in her mind. The stormy night, Gu Lichuan was mercilessly thrown out of the house. Let him kneel in the rain how to beg this bad woman not to abandon themselves, in exchange for this bad woman's great revenge of the laughter, and even to the end of this bad woman with a strange man, contemptuous of him a foot trampled to the ground, sneered and said, how, playing around you still take it seriously. Thinking of this, Gu Lizzie unconsciously winced, and the hand held by Su Yuli unconsciously clenched into a fist, her nails deeply embedded in her palm. No way. Absolutely not. As Gu Lichuan's closest sister, Gu Lizzie would never sit back and let this kind of tragedy happen to her brother. She must show her brother, her stupid white brother, the true face of this evil woman. Definitely won't let this bad woman have her way. This burden of protecting her brother could only be borne by her now. What's wrong, Xiao Zi? Is it that you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Su Yuli was keenly aware of Gu Lizzie's suddenly tightly clenched and even slightly trembling palms beside her, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at her with concern, softly inquiring. Oh, no la, Sister Xiaoli. I just had a sudden stomach that wasn't very comfortable just now. It's probably because I ate something bad. Gu Lizzie hurriedly hid her true inner emotions and casually made up an excuse to try to pass it off. She didn't dare to let the smart and clever Su Yuli find any traces, or else she would really die before she could get out. Su Yuli gently held Gu Lizzie's small hand. Feel the coolness coming from the palm. Frowned slightly. A worried face said, Xiao Zi or sister or take you to the hospital to check it better. In case it is the body is really out of any problem. Cannot be delayed. Seeing Gu Lizzie again after many years, Su Yuli tried her best to play the role of a caring big sister, wanting to take the opportunity to erase the bad impression left by her when she had approached her and threatened to hand over Gu Lijuan many times because of Gu Lijuan's disappearance. Looking at Su Yuli's fake and sympathetic appearance, Gu Lizzie was nauseated and was about to refuse, but on second thought, if she falsely agreed to go to the hospital with Su Yuli at this moment, wouldn't she be able to logically support her away? In this way, wouldn't brother and Yao Yao be able to have more time alone together? Although it wasn't clear whether Yao Yao would be able to successfully capture her brother's heart without the assistance of her ultimate wingman from the side, it was still better than not having any chance at all like now, right? Gu Lizhi decided to choose to believe Su Shuao. After all, this period of time this emotional master of his own, in order to completely put Su Shuao this prospective sister-in-law completely correct, cannot be less on her body to work, carefully teach by example, simply pouring out his life's work. It must be that now with Su Shuao's power nowadays, coaxing her own brother, who was as simple as a white rabbit, should still be a handful. Thinking of this, Gu Lizhi chose to pretend a little more. If she acted too easily and agreed, then it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of Su Yuli, the scheming woman. It was better to play it safe. Sister Shaoli, it's really fine. This is too much trouble for you. Gu Lizhi deliberately showed a difficult face and said softly to Su Yuli. Hearing Gu Lizhi's excuses, Gu Lichuan mistakenly thought that she was afraid of troubling Su Yuli to push back so much, so he opened his mouth and persuaded. Xiao Zi, listen to your sister Shaoli. Go and have your body checked properly. Brother will be here to help you move things, and it's not too convenient for brother to follow you girls when you go for a checkup, is it? No, it really doesn't have to be that much trouble. Before Gu Lizhi could finish her words of rejection, her hands tightly covered her stomach, her brow furrowed, a gurgling moan escaped from her mouth, and her entire body collapsed onto Su Yuli's body as if she had lost her support. At the same time, her originally clear face instantly became distorted and filled with pain. In order to make the scene look more realistic, Gu Lizhi even forced a few tears out of her eyes. Still say, it's fine. It hurts like hell. You kid, how come you're so incapable of taking care of your own body? Chapter number 59. Impossible. It's impossible. After Gu Lichuan carefully explained a few sentences, Gu Lizhi told him all the important information such as her dormitory number and the items she needed to carry. Only then did Gu Lizhi lie down on the soft and comfortable seat at the back of the car, continuing to pretend to be in great pain. After following Gu Lichuan to say goodbye, Su Yuli hurriedly got into the car, and with a kick of the gas, took Gu Lizhi to fly towards the hospital. In the car, Gu Lizhi continued to act hard while quietly observing Su Yuli, watching her occasionally turn her head and ask herself with concern, that nervous look. She couldn't help but secretly slander in her heart. Humph, acting quite like a thing, this meticulous care. If not at first Gu Lizhi witnessed her fierce and vicious, a blood feud forced her to hand over her brother, or the next second to cut her look. I'm afraid that Gu Lizhi was really fooled by her current appearance of being gentle, kind and considerate, almost believing that Su Yuli was really a good sister-in-law who was gentle, virtuous and thrifty. Thinking of this, Gu Lizhi couldn't help but deepen her vigilance and wariness of Su Yuli by a few more points. This acting skill, this tactic, no wonder she could charm her brother and willingly be played by her. Arriving at the hospital, finally waiting for Su Yuli to go ahead and pay the bill, the doctor came to do his own examination in between. Gu Lizhi quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen, grasping for Su Shuayao to ventilate the information. Yao Yao, I've managed to detach that bad woman by my brother's side for the time being. It's up to you next. Don't forget those methods I've taught you before later. Go for it and take my brother down. After watching this message being sent successfully, Gu Lizhi took a long breath as if she had completed a difficult task. As long as Yao Yao could successfully take Gu Lichuan today, then when Su Yuli went back, there was no way she could say anything to be able to completely take his brother's heart. Humph, that's all it takes to bully her brother. No way. Gu Lizhi, who had arranged everything properly, put on an incomparably weak appearance again, and lay on the hospital bed softly, with her mouth constantly emitting the moaning sound of ee-yo, ee-yo. At this moment, in the spacious and bright, crowded hall of the hospital, a gaze like a radar, full of suspicion stared at Su Yuli shuttling back and forth in the crowd. Looking at Su Yuli's figure that was busy paying the bills and picking up the lab results, Zhang Xian couldn't help but frown, wanting to probe clearly what was wrong with her. Ever since the last hospital farewell, Zhang Xian had developed an inexplicably strange and complex emotion towards Su Yuli, a feeling as if she had fallen in love with her. This makes Zhang Xian very bitter. Su Yuli loves Gu Lichuan. Herself and her is simply impossible. Zhang Xian kept telling herself that she loved the little white moonlight boy who had desperately tried to save her at a young age, and not Su Yuli. She wanted to forcefully separate the two of them, but she couldn't do it, and this strange and monstrous feeling gradually made her sink, even making Zhang Xinyue not dare to take the initiative to approach Su Yuli. In the midst of her wild thoughts, unconsciously Zhang Xian unexpectedly followed Su Yuli's pace in a ghostly manner. When Zhang Xian reacted, she had already made it all the way to the door of the doctor's office, and just as she was about to leave quietly, Zhang Xian caught a glimpse of the interior through the doorway. It instantly made her freeze in place. Su Yuli was sitting on the side of the hospital bed with an intimate face, caring for the strange and young girl on the bed in a soft voice. No. It can't be. It can't be. Zhang Xianyu was a bit incredulous. Why wasn't the person in here Gu Lichuan? Instead, it was a beautiful young girl? Why are the two people still so close? The sudden revelation made her mind go blank, causing her to stand still a bit at a loss for words. Could it be that Gu Lichuan is merely a front that Su Yuli has found to cover her tracks? In fact, deep down Su Yuli doesn't like him at all. Suddenly an extremely bold and shocking idea crossed Zhang Xianyu's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing her entire body to freeze. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. As soon as this thought arose, it drowned Zhang Xianyu in it, instantly causing her face to turn pale. Zhang Xianyu, you disappoint me too much. Memories came to her like a tidal wave. Su Yuli's disappointed tone and lost eyes surfaced in a flash, making it difficult for her to breathe. Zhang Xianyu had always simply thought that Su Yuli had said this because she was disappointed to see her disheveled appearance at that time, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. She must have silently liked herself, and the reason why she had been hiding her true identity for saving herself back then was that she wanted to use it to test when she would recognize her. But what about yourself? Not only did you not only fail to recognize her for so many years, but you also repeatedly went to her trouble and made her unhappy, and even, you ended up acting like you liked Gu Lichuan in front of her. Not only that, one even went to seek death in front of her because of the Jiang family. How could one's own doing this not make her feel disappointed? She must have loved herself too, and been disappointed in the end to say that. Because of all the things she had done before, she was completely disappointed in herself before she moved on to another girl. This thought in his heart seemed to instantly transform into a sharp dagger, stabbing straight into Zhang Xianyu's heart. No, no, she couldn't let someone else snatch Su Yuli. She had saved her life 3 times. And before that she was so deeply in love with herself. Zhang Xianyu didn't feel comfortable with someone else taking care of her by someone else. Most of all, Zhang Xianyu had to admit that she had fallen in love with her, and that she could no longer leave her. Zhang Xianyu hated to rush in right now to make her feelings known, but she still resisted the urge to back away. She knew that she couldn't do that now. Su Yuli had told her that she was now a waste of space abandoned by her family, and wasn't worthy to stand by her side at all. Now Zhang Xianyu vowed to take back everything that was once hers. Only then would she have the capital to make Su Yuli come back to her. Zhang Xianyu had searched for her for so many years, and now it was hard to find her. If she liked those smelly men, forget it, but since she had liked herself, there was no way she would just let go. Su Yuli's love? Only she deserves it. Turning back and taking another look at Su Yuli's caring appearance towards the girl on the bed in the clinic room, Zhang Xianyu withdrew her gaze, her eyes gradually becoming grim, her entire person exuding a strong aura. No matter who it was, there was no way Zhang Xianyu would let her snatch Su Yuli from her side again. P.S. I'm tired of finally creating another sickly girl, after which I'll start the Divine Council Chaos mode. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh. Chapter. It's really okay. I don't mind at all. 60. On the campus of Haidong University, Gu Lichuan sweated profusely as he moved all those boxes in Gu Lizi's dormitory room that had already been packed downstairs before taking a long, relieved breath. Rubbed the sore arm. Gu Lichuan some size. This time by Su Yuli to play. Move this thing or tired enough. Before the construction site where they are so bad, it seems to have to put the fitness program on the schedule. After wiping the sweat with his sleeve, Gu Lichuan sat down on his butt in front of the doorstep, intending to take a little breather. Looking at the pile of large bags of luggage on the ground, Gu Lichuan was a little worried, and did not know whether Su Yuli's small sports car could put down so many things. Just as Gu Lichuan was thinking about how to get rid of this huge pile of stuff, a small white and delicate hand suddenly appeared holding a clean and tidy towel, and after gently shaking it in front of him for a few moments, slowly passed it over towards him. At the same time a soft and sweet voice softly sounded in front of him. Brother Xiaochuan. Under this double attack, Gu Lichuan only felt his heart pounding, startled out of a cold sweat, instantly got up and took a few steps backward one after another, and in the panic, he was also almost tripped by the steps behind him to the ground. When Su Shuao saw Gu Lichuan's panicked appearance, her heart tingled for no reason. Her large, beautiful eyes had unconsciously become slightly teary, and her eyes were slightly reddened. She really couldn't imagine what kind of cruelty Su Yuli, that female devil, had used to torment her brother Xiaochuan to turn the once sunny, cheerful and confident brother Xiaochuan into this trembling and fearful appearance today. Brother Xiaochuan, don't be afraid. I am Yao Yao. Su Shuao looked at Gu Lichuan in front of her with some heartache, her voice full of concern and pain. She couldn't help but take a small step forward, stand on her tiptoes, and stretch out a small, white, jade-like hand. wanting to gently wipe away the sweat that continued to seep out from Gu Lichuan's forehead. Seeing Su Shuiyao's action, Gu Lichuan looked as if he had been greatly frightened, and once again quickly took a step back, avoiding Su Shuiyao's small hand that reached out. Gu Lichuan looked at the girl in front of him in a flawless white dress with long hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall, her eyes filled with caution and strangeness. After a long time, Gu Lichuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the girl in front of him who had tried to molest him. Finally remembering who she really was, she was the culprit who had chased her to her home, pitted herself in front of Su Yuli, causing her to be imprisoned by Su Yuli for several days and kidnapped by the female flower picker, the fiancé that her unreliable old man had found for herself, Su Shuiyao. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Lichuan only felt a numbness in his scalp, and subconsciously quickly retreated a few more steps backward, fearing that he would be pestered by Su Shuiyao again. After all, what happened to him after Su Shuiyao's appearance last time was simply like a nightmare, and he is now palpitating even when he thinks back on it. He doesn't want anything more to do with his nominal fiancé. When Su Shuiyao saw that Gu Lichuan was so alarmed that he dodged away from his outstretched hand and deliberately kept a considerable distance from himself, she couldn't help but feel an even stronger sense of stabbing pain welling up in her heart, especially when she noticed Gu Lichuan's eyes that were filled with panic. Su Shuiyao felt her heart ache as if it was being pierced by millions of needles at the same time. It must be Su Yuli that female devil does not allow Brother Xiaochuan to have contact with other girls, or else she will severely torture him, which will make Brother Xiaochuan so afraid to see himself. She can even see in Brother Xiaochuan's eyes pleading with her to leave quickly. Brother Xiaochuan. Su Shuiyao's face was full of pain, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her delicate body slightly leaned forward, wanting to hold the Brother Xiaochuan in front of her tightly into her arms to comfort him. Su Shuiyao wants to tell him, from now on, he no longer have to bear the torment from Su Yuli, that female devil. She will help him to pay off all the debts. He does not have to live that kind of commiseration. Life is worse than death. However, just as she was about to jump into Gu Lichuan's arms, Gu Lichuan reached out a hand in time to stop her. Yao Yao, there's something I have to make clear to you. Gu Lichuan looked at the face of aggrieved, pathetic Su Shuiyao. The heart cannot help but surge a trace of guilt. How to say that she has had a piece of paper with their own marriage contract? They are so to her is not a little too unsympathetic, but since he had already fallen in love with Su Yuli and married her, it was better to make it clear before it was too late and try not to hold people back. At this time, Su Shuiyao misunderstood that Gu Lichuan was trying to confess to her about him being burdened with a huge debt, so she hurriedly snatched the words and said, Brother Xiaochuan, you don't have to say anything. I've already known about all this for a long time now, and it's really okay, I won't mind at all. After hearing Su Shuiyao's words, Gu Lichuan's head suddenly buzzed, looking at Su Shuiyao in front of him with some disbelief. No, is she playing so fancy? She knows she's married to Su Yuli and still doesn't mind. What is she planning to do? Looking at the shy Su Shuiyao, Gu Lichuan fixed his mind and slowly advised after taking a deep breath. This thing, not you don't mind on the line. Let's not talk about other people. Let's just talk about me alone. I'm also reluctant. You know. Before Gu Lichuan could finish his words, they were once again cut off hard by Su Shuiyao. Su Shuiyao gazed at him with a serious face. Her gaze was firm and sincere, and she said softly, It's okay, Brother Xiaochuan. You don't need to worry about anything else. As for that bad woman Su Yuli, you just leave it to me to handle it. At this moment Su Shuiyao is very touched. His Xiaochuan brother is really too kind. He is willing to sell his body to pay off the debt, also refused to involve her. So good Xiaochuan brother where to find. The more Gu Lichuan thought about her like this, the more Su Shuiyao's heart ached for him. She must save Brother Xiaochuan from that demoness Su Yuli, and will never let him suffer a single bit of aggravation again. Such an understanding Brother Xiaochuan, who looked out for her in every way, was completely worthy of having her Su Shuiyao's wholehearted favoritism. However, Gu Lichuan was completely shocked and confused by Su Shuiyao's shocking remarks, looking at her like a little cutie, like looking at her. No, where's Big Sis playing? And fixing Su Yuli with herself. Why didn't she say she could build airplanes herself? This little cutie. You don't think you can hold Su Yuli just because you have a blank marriage certificate, do you? Chapter, that bad woman is just trying to get back at you. 61. She doesn't love you at all. Brother Xiaochuan, believe me, I really can. Su Shuiyao saw Gu Lichuan's somewhat distrustful eyes and hurriedly said, although I'm not as good as that bad woman Su Yuli right now. But, enough. Yao. Stop saying that. It's impossible between us. You should die this heart before it's too late. It's impossible for me to betray you in my generation. Gu Lichuan directly interrupted Su Shuiyao, frowning, his tone stern and unforgiving. Looking at Gu Lichuan's appearance, Su Shuiyao thought that Xiaochuan's brother was still thinking of her, and was so anxious to draw a line with himself for fear of dragging himself down. After all, he really didn't look as if he could come up with that huge sum of money before. This time Su Shueyo didn't open her mouth to defend herself. She just looked at Gu Lichuan with tearful eyes. She was so heartbroken for her little brother Chuan. Looking at Su Shueyo's aggrieved look, Gu Lichuan eventually softened his heart and explained to her, Yao Yao, although brother knows that you had a marriage contract with brother, but brother has already married sister Su Yuli, so it's no longer possible for you to be with brother. What? Brother Xiaochuan is already married to that bad woman Su Yuli. Su Shueya's head buzzed and exploded. Her body trembled slightly, incredulously shaking her head back and forth. Brother Xiaochuan, it's her who forced you, right? It must be her who forced you, right? Gu Lichuan did not intend to lie to her, and opened his mouth to say, at first, your Yuli's sister did use the debt owed by our family to force me to marry her, but then, hearing this, Su Shueyo had confirmed that it was what Xiao Zi had analyzed, that Su Yuli, the bad woman, was preparing to use the money owed by the Gu family to threaten to retaliate against Xiaochuan's brother. Since this bad woman had used such underhanded means to prepare to get back at brother Xiaochuan, she could only be forced to take some coercive measures. The money owed by the Gu family, Su Shueyo will help Xiaochuan brother to give back to that bad woman, but Xiaochuan brother, she is sure that she will not put back to let Su Yuli that bad woman continue to torture. She would never allow that bad woman to take Xiaochuan's brother's heart and then throw it on the ground and stomp on it hard. I know, brother Xiaochuan, I won't pester you anymore. Su Shueyo put on a very sad appearance. Tears instantly flowed down, soaking her fair face. She pursed her lips tightly, as if trying to restrain herself from crying out, her shoulders trembling slightly, slowly lifting her head and looking at Gu Lichuan somewhat pitifully. Brother Xiaochuan, when I first met you, this is how you gave me such a candy to eat, and now that you've eaten him, let's consider it a clean break, said Su Shueyo tremblingly pulled out a fruit candy wrapped in colorful sugar coating from her pocket, gently flicked open the sugar paper and sent it to Gu Lichuan's face. Hearing Su Shueyo no longer pestering himself, Gu Lichuan only slightly relaxed some, a long sigh of relief. Looking at Su Shueyo's hand of that fruit candy, Gu Lichuan some familiar, is his own often eat that one? But as for Su Shueyo said he had given her fruit candy, is completely no impression. After a moment of silence, Gu Lichuan said softly, good, in the end, this whole thing was done wrong by him and the Gu family, and Su Shueyo was just an innocent victim. Looking at Su Shueyo's pitiful appearance, Gu Lichuan's heart was filled with guilt. If he hadn't met Su Yuli first, then she wouldn't have to be so sad. There was no way around it. Gu Lichuan could only try to fulfill her requests that weren't excessive as much as possible, as a way to make up for and comfort her. Gu Lichuan picked up the fruit candies in Su Shueyo's hand and, without any doubt, put them directly into his mouth. It's just a candy. It can't hurt you. When Gu Lichuan slowly opened his eyes from a bout of vertigo, he realized that he was locked into a large room, surrounded by walls as white as snow. There was no decoration whatsoever, giving people a cold and icy feeling. Gu Lichuan's heart tightened, and he immediately looked down and realized that he didn't seem to have been violated in any way, and when the clothes on his body were intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. How could he have never imagined that the seemingly pitiful and harmless Su Shueyo would actually use such despicable means to imprison him as well? Brother Xiaochuan, you're awake? Let's eat something. Just as Gu Lichuan was still sitting on the bed thinking about how he could escape, a slight rattling sound suddenly came from the special titanium alloy door that was slowly opening with a dull friction sound. Su Shueyo's petite figure appeared in the doorway, a plate of carefully cooked rice in her hands, a gentle smile on her face as she looked towards Gu Lichuan on the bed. Looking at Su Shueyo who approached step by step, a cold light flashed in Gu Lichuan's eyes. Just as she was about to walk to the bedside, Gu Lichuan violently rolled over and leapt up, reaching out to grab the knife and the dinner plate in a lightning fast speed and quickly pressed it against Su Shueyo's snow-white and slender neck. Let me out. And what happened before can be forgiven. Otherwise, you won't blame me for being cruel. Gu Lichuan's urgent voice rang in Su Shueyo's ears. Gu Lichuan was in a hurry now. If Su Yuli realized that he was missing, then she mustn't go crazy in a hurry. Now he must seize this opportunity to escape. As if she had read Gu Lichuan's mind, Su Shueyo let out a bitter smile and asked softly, Brother Xiaochuan, are you worried because you're afraid that that bad woman won't be able to find you? Seeing that Gu Lichuan didn't reply and just kept asking her to open the door to her captivity, Su Shueyo ignored the table knife he had on her neck and directly turned her head to look at him. Instantly the dinner knife cut through the skin, making a thin scratch on Su Shueyo's snow-white neck, blotting out a small amount of blood. Brother Xiaochuan, do you know that I actually worry about you too? That bad woman is just trying to get back at you. She doesn't love you at all. Gu Lichuan sneered. Humph, is that your reason for locking me in here? Su Shueao met Gu Lichuan's somewhat disgusted eyes, knowing that Xiaochuan's brother's heart was already about to be taken away by that bad woman, and that she wouldn't believe anything Xiaochuan said now. So her hand directly grabbed onto the knife Gu Lichuan had placed against her neck and pressed it down hard in the direction of her neck. Su Shueao was betting that her brother Xiaochuan still retained so much affection for her, betting that she still had so much of a chance to win back her brother Xiaochuan's heart. If Xiaochuan brother has no feelings for her at all, then she would rather die under Xiaochuan brother's hands than live in this world. Brother Xiaochuan, since you don't believe that I love you too, then kill me. Su Shueao smiled miserably at Gu Lichuan and said, Brother Xiaochuan, as long as you kill me, you'll be able to take my fingerprints and unlock the door, and no one will know about what happened here. I'll never bother you again either. Chapter, say, what's the password? 62. Looking at Su Shueao's actions, the muscles on Gu Lichuan's face twitched slightly, his brows and eyes filled with the viciousness of being enraged. Deadly staring at Su Shueao in front of him, Gu Lichuan's cold voice rang out. What? You think I don't dare? After saying that, Gu Lichuan's hand gently loosened its strength, allowing the coldly glittering dinner knife in his hand to be propelled by Su Shueao by a few points. The sharp blade of the knife mercilessly embedded itself into Su Shueao's white, snow-like neck, and crimson blood began to slowly flow down her neck. But Su Shueao didn't seem to feel any pain at all. She just gazed at Gu Lichuan with tearful eyes, but her small, trembling hands continued to firmly press down on the table knife, little by little, and continued to approach towards her neck. Enough, crazy person. Faced with Su Shueao, this deadly stubborn girl, Gu Lichuan finally growled as he couldn't stand it anymore. In the face of Su Shueao's such life-threatening behavior, it simply made Gu Lichuan's previous words of threat sound like a childish joke. Gu Lichuan could only scare her to force her to comply, but it was impossible to actually do anything to hurt her. The helpless Gu Lichuan, with a few moments of anger and helplessness, violently flung his hand, throwing Su Shueao's hand, which was pressing hard on the table knife, ruthlessly to the side, and in the process, threw the bloodstained table knife far away to the corner. Immediately after, Gu Lichuan exerted force in his hand and pressed Su Shueao on her back on the table in front of him, his other hand feeling towards the hem of her clothes, his movements carrying a few points of eagerness and panic. Looking at Gu Lichuan not hurting himself, Su Shueao's face that was originally covered in tears instantly blossomed into a bright smile, carrying a hint of joy and satisfaction after the robbery. At this moment, all the fear dissipated, because she knew that brother Xiaochuan could not afford to hurt himself after all, even if it was for the sake of going to see that bad woman Su Yuli. As long as brother Xiaochuan still has her in his heart, that's enough. Then everything still has a chance. Gu Lichuan gazed down at Su Shueao, who was pressed down on the table by himself, only to see that she was currently half lying down, slightly tilting her head, and a faint light smile was currently hanging on her tear-stained little face. That smile looked especially bizarre in this depressing environment, making Gu Lichuan feel cold and creepy straight away. A chill spread quickly from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to his ceiling. Gu Lichuan trembled his hand and fumbled around Su Shueao's body for a while before finally feeling out Su Shueao's cell phone, and it took a lot of effort to press her hand to unlock it. When the unlock was successful, Gu Lichuan retreated quickly to the side, ready to ask Su Yuli for help. Surprisingly, in the face of her cell phone being snatched away, Su Shueao did not resist in the slightest. Instead, she very calmly pulled out a chair beside her and sat down. Watching Gu Lichuan take the phone and dial to Su Yuli. Hey, you where I was. Before Gu Lichuan had time to ask for help, he heard Su Yuli's unusually cold voice coming from the other end of the phone. That voice seemed as if it had completely grown tired of Gu Lichuan, with disdain and disgust in its tone. Not knowing what cruel words Su Yuli said on the phone, Gu Lichuan's face instantly turned white. His originally taut body froze at once, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief and shock, his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't make any sound. The phone slipped from his palm and fell heavily to the floor, lying on the ground with a busy sound. Su Shueao got up and walked to Gu Lichuan, who was frozen in place, opened her arms and tenderly hugged him comfortingly. Brother Xiaochuan, you've heard it all. That bad woman Su Yuli doesn't love you at all. It's okay, Yao Yao will accompany you. Fortunately, Su Shueao had long ago implanted a virus in her cell phone, and as long as she dialed out the phone, her voice would automatically be converted into the AI synthesized Su Yuli voice. No way, Yuer won't leave me alone. Gu Lichuan, who had come back to his senses, completely lost control of his emotions as he roughly dragged Su Shueao to the front door. His fingers were white from exertion, his knuckles pinched and cackled, directly leaving a red handprint on Su Shueao's arm. Gu Lichuan forcibly snapped her fingers apart and pressed on the fingerprint unlocker. Drop! A small screen popped up in front of the door, showing that a 6-digit code had to be entered. Gu Lichuan tugged at Su Shueao, his eyes covered in blood, like a frenzied beast, ordering her to grab the password. Su Shueya's red eyes didn't say a word, just looked at Gu Lichuan. Her heart was sad. This was the first time she had seen her brother Xiaochuan angry. Say, what's the password? Gu Lichuan tugged at Su Shueyo and pressed her hand against the screen. Right now he just wanted to hurry out and find Su Yuli to ask her whether the words she just said were angry or true. Su Shueyo retracted her hand, tears falling down, pursed her lips tightly, and put on an attitude of deadly disobedience. Gu Lichuan, who had no choice, shook off Su Shueyo and could only try it on his own haphazardly. After 3 failed attempts, the screen locked up and automatically activated the protection system, and the current released from the screen directly electrocuted Gu Lichuan. Su Shueyo looked at the electrocuted brother Xiaochuan with red eyes, and somewhat helplessly sat beside him and cried. She didn't know what that bad woman Su Yuli had done to brother Xiaochuan to make him like this. Xiaochuan brother obviously loves himself, but why does he still go to Su Yuli, that bad woman? Z, can you get your brother on the phone? At the Haidong hospital, when Su Yuli dialed Gu Lichuan for the 3rd time, and the same unanswered beep rang from her cell phone, she panicked a bit. Sister Xiaoli, I can't get through either. Gu Lizi took out her own cell phone, and after a moment helplessly shook the phone in her hand, signaling that she couldn't get through either. Looking at the panicked Su Yuli in front of her, Gu Lizi's heart is flooded with a trace of complacency. Look at this appearance. Yao Yao should be the hand of, as long as Yao Yao to do his brother, then Su Shueyao is her nailed sister-in-law. Seeing that Gu Lizi had similarly failed to dial Gu Lichuan's number, Su Yuli's heart sank violently, and a bad feeling of foreboding surged through her heart. She gripped her cell phone tightly and quickly opened the positioning system on it. Only when she saw that Gu Lichuan's signal had entered the building of Su Style Group not long ago did Su Yuli's hanging heart fall back into her stomach slightly. It should be that there was a sudden emergency on the side of Rikawa Media that he needed to deal with, so that's why he didn't answer the phone. Although Su Yuli had doubts in her mind as to why Gu Lichuan didn't answer the phone, but this did locate Gu Lichuan entering the Su Group building. Su Yuli could only use this reason to comfort herself. After understanding Gu Lichuan's movements, Su Yuli then turned her head to look at Gu Lizi by her side, squeezing out a smile and saying, "It's fine. Let's continue with the examination first. P.S. Brain is not enough. Who can lend me a love brain to write Su Shueyao? Chapter, I really can't stand you being with someone else 63. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuli returned at home to find that familiar figure did not come out to greet her. The heart cannot help but have some doubts. In the past, she came back Gu Lichuan will be good dinner, waiting for her to come back together. Today why did not see his figure? Trying to call out twice and realizing that no one was responding to her, and remembering that she hadn't been able to get through to him since today at the hospital. A hint of a bad premonition flooded Su Yuli's heart. Su Yuli inwardly picked up her cell phone with some anxiety and dialed Gu Lichuan's phone number. However, what came out of the receiver was a cold, emotionless unanswered tone. Once, twice, after making several calls in a row, the same disappointing results were still obtained. Su Yuli's frown grew tighter and tighter as an uneasy feeling began to spread in her heart. She began to worry. Had Gu Lichuan had some kind of accident? Could he be in danger? Su Yuli panicked to open the cell phone positioning to check his location. Positioning as in the hospital at that time, clearly shows that Gu Lichuan at this moment was exactly Su's group building. Su Yuli frowned. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuli hurriedly changed her shoes, took her jacket and rushed out of the house, heading straight to Su's group. She wanted to see what Gu Lichuan was up to. What kind of heavenly matter made him not answer his phone? When she rushed to the group building, she found that most of the departments had already finished their work for the day, and the lights in the office were out, leaving it dark and silent. Seeing this scene, the trace of bad premonition in Su Yuli's heart grew stronger. Su Yuli quickly searched for Gu Lichuan's trail according to the direction of the positioning indicated by the system. Finally, after she arrived at the location she had positioned herself at, the scene before her eyes caused her heart to sink violently. This scene made Su Yuli involuntarily recall those horrific scenes that often appeared in movies. The robbers brutally chopped off one of the hostages' hands and mailed it to the family as a way to blackmail them into paying a huge ransom. This terrifying image instantly filled her mind, causing her originally clear thinking to instantly become chaotic, and her brain went blank as if it had been emptied. An uncontrollable chill surged up from the bottom of her heart and quickly spread throughout her body, causing her body to tremble slightly without control. Gu Lichuan will not be targeted by robbers treated like this. Su Yuli looked at the constantly dripping express box in front of her with some fear, constantly praying not to let the movie shine into reality. She hoped that this was all a prank by Gu Lichuan. She didn't want Gu Lichuan to have anything to do. Now Su Yuli would rather have that box filled with her own hand than open it and see the pieces of Gu Lichuan's limbs inside. After some intense mental struggle, Su Yuli took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and with a trembling hand, plucked away the packaging on the box layer by layer. When Suyuli's fingertips touched the lid of the box, she could even feel a coolness passing down her fingers to her heart. Suyuli closed her eyes and violently lifted the lid of the box, and it took a long time before she dared to gather enough courage to open her eyes. Pop! After seeing what was inside, Suyuli's heart that had been taut relaxed a little and let out a long breath. Luckily, there wasn't as gory and horrific a sight inside as one might expect. Neither bloody severed limbs nor creepy organs. Thank God. Gu Lichuan is fine. Or Suyuli really don't know what she should do. Suyuli looked at the box and saw that besides the dripping locator, there was a brand new bank card as well as a white card. Suyuli slowly reached out her hand and gently picked up the card. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Where did Gu Lichuan go? Why would the locator be removed and put in a piece with these things to be sent back to the company? When Suyuli looked at the content presented on the card, her face suddenly changed drastically, tightly gripping the card in her hand. Her knuckles turned slightly white from the excessive force. The originally fair face seemed to be covered by a layer of frost at this moment, sending shivers down one's spine. In an instant, an extremely cold aura gushed out from Suyuli's body, sweeping through the entire room like a bitterly cold wind, causing the temperature inside the room to seemingly drop several degrees in an instant. Immediately after, Suyuli did not hesitate to grab the cell phone placed aside and quickly dialed Jiang Xianyu's number. Not only did she kidnap Gu Lichuan, but she also had to pay off all of Gu Lichuan's debts, ransom him, and threatened to make it impossible for him to ever return to her. So arrogant to come to her demonstration. Suyuli in this world, in addition to Jiang Xianyu, cannot think there will be a second person. Jiang Xianyu, what the hell do you want? Hearing Suyuli's questioning voice that clearly carried a chill, Jiang Xianyu could not help but tremble. Couldn't have realized that he spied her being intimate with another girl in the hospital at the time and came to the door. Thinking of this, Jiang Xianyu can't help but feel a heartache. Remembering the hospital, Suyuli and that girl's loving appearance, while she can only stand outside the door enviously looking at them, Jiang Xianyu no longer want to experience this feeling. So she didn't hesitate. She was going to express her feelings to Suyuli now. She was going to let Suyuli know that she loved her as well. Li, I like you. I really do. So I really can't stand to see you with someone else. Shali, me. After stammering for a long time, Jiang Xinyue finally summoned up the courage to timidly speak out the words that were full of deep love and confession of feelings. Slowly, hearing that Jiang Xianyu even dared to admit it herself, Suyuli's eyes became even colder. She really didn't expect Jiang Xianyu, this bold woman, to dare to tie up Gu Lichuan. So, you did this kind of thing? Suyuli's voice was already carrying a cold murderous intent. At this moment, she was burning with rage. She couldn't wait to tear Jiang Xianyu into pieces right now. Well, Rue, it's the only way I can stand by your side. In the face of Suyuli's questioning, Jiang Xianyu was first slightly stunned, and then she mistakenly thought that Suyuli was referring to her reclaiming power with the Jiang family. So, she took a deep breath and replied in a firm tone, Shaoli, I have to do this. Only by erasing them can I. P.S. Gu Lichuan, wife, you've got the wrong person. Come and save me. If you don't come, my innocence will be BAC. Suyuli, Jiang Xianyu, if you don't give my husband back to me, I'll have your ass later. Gu Lizi, brother, look at my plan. Compliment me. Su Shuao, brother Xiaochuan, look, I told you that bad woman didn't want you. Chapter, okay, I promise you 64. Hearing these words from Jiang Xianyu, Suyuli was about to go mad with anger. Gu Lichuan had saved her 3 times, and she had even presumed to kill Gu Lichuan. Suyuli had been completely disappointed in this woman. So, you have to do this? Suyuli forced down the anger in her heart and said, is there any room for discussion? Shaoli, Jiang Xianyu was impatiently interrupted by Suyuli before she could finish. In a word, how exactly can you let Gu Lichuan go? If you come at me with anything, you let him go. Suyuli didn't want to break up with Jiang Xianyu anymore. Now she only wanted Gu Lichuan to come back peacefully, as long as Jiang Xianyu could put forward the conditions. No matter what the requirements were, Suyuli would satisfy her for the sake of Gu Lichuan. Jiang Xianyu was completely dumbfounded by Suyuli's words. Shaoli just wasn't talking about herself and the Jiang family. Now how did she suddenly drag Gu Lichuan's body into this? Recalling the conversation she had just had with Suyuli, Jiang Xianyu's head buzzed, instantly blanked out. Just now Jiang Xianyu was still wondering why Suyuli would call over so angrily to question why she had taken action against the Jiang family. Now it seemed it couldn't be that Gu Lichuan had been kidnapped and Suyuli had misunderstood to her own head, right? If that's the case, it's a big misunderstanding. The reactive Jiang Xianyu didn't choose to clarify that Gu Lichuan didn't kidnap him by himself, but instead felt that this was a good opportunity. Liz, you want me to let him go, fine, but can you? The corner of Jiang Xinyu's mouth hooked out a hint of a dangerous smile, slightly sideways head, sidelong glance at the lights flickering night scene outside the window. The tone had changed from the careful and timid just now, to become calm and unhurried. You just have to let him go, and you can make whatever deal you want. Suyuli was too worried about Gu Lichuan, did not notice the change in Jiang Xinyu's attitude, and did not notice any problems. Heard Jiang Xinu finally willing to let Gu Lichuan go on terms, and only then breathed a little sigh of relief. Jiang Xinu, stop beating around the bush and just say it. Do you want the entire Su clan or something? Jiang Xinu heard Suyuli's words and her heart was shocked. Gu Lichuan is not Suyuli looking to put out a smokescreen to cover people's ears? How come Suyuli is willing to trade the entire Su clan for him now? Could it be? Xiaoli is not what he thought before, but a double. Jiang Xinu pursed her lips a little sad. If this is really the case, then there is no way for her to completely get Xiaoli's heart. But soon Jiang Xinu convinced herself again. No matter whether Xiaoli is double or not, she has to get Xiaoli's love, even if it's only half Xiaoli's heart, except for the half for Gu Lichuan. The remaining half must be hers. Jiang Xinyue took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell slightly, narrowed her eyes slightly, and slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was not high, but it was permeated with an unquestionable coldness. Good. I want you to not have any dealings with Gu Lichuan from now on, and as long as you promise, I'll make sure that I won't hurt him. When Suyuli heard the conditions Jiang Xinu put forward, her entire body instantly froze. The thought of making her a stranger to Gu Lichuan for the rest of her life was like her heart being run through by countless steel bars. It hurt so much that she almost suffocated. Jiang Xinu, can you change your condition? I really can't do it. I beg you. Jiang Xinu at this time but deliberately aggravated the tone of threat. Can't do it? It doesn't matter. You have 5 minutes to think about it. I will call you again after 5 minutes. In the middle of this I advise you better not to do those meaningless things, or the consequences you should know. Jiang Xinu said and then directly hung up Suyuli's phone, grasping towards the Haidong Police Department as senior called over. If not happened to have such a favor not used, Jiang Xinyue is certainly not dare to take this step of risky chess. Do not come to the time Suyuli was cheated by her to the side. Gu Lichuan she did not bring back. That can be really completely finished. Hanging up the phone, Suyuli looked like all her strength had been drained away, sitting paralyzed on the ground, her shoulders trembling violently, her hands covering her face, biting her lips to death, her mind projecting the good times she had with Gu Lichuan in these days, and the tears no longer came out of her eyes uncontrollably. Making it impossible for her to ever have a possibility with Gu Lichuan again in her life was simply more cruel than killing Gu Lichuan in front of her. But if she didn't do it herself, Jiang Xinyue would kill Gu Lichuan. No, it can't be like this. The helpless Suyuli's fingers gouged the cell phone tightly, as if it was the last straw that sustained life between her and Gu Lichuan. After the police station side guaranteed that they could bring back Lichuan before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Jiang Xinu then breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone to call Suyuli. Suyuli looked at the cell phone that lit up in her hand and grabbed and picked it up in a panic, fearing that a second later Jiang Xinu would hurt Gu Lichuan. The of Jiang Xinu's hand gently knocking on the desktop came out from the cell phone did a sound, and each time it hit Suyuli's heart hard, making her face constantly turn pale. Time's up. How are you considering it, Liz? Jiang Xinu's devil-like voice seemed like a stern ghost demanding for her life, causing Suyuli's soul to tremble. I promise you, please let him go. Suyuli wanted to agree to Jiang Xinu's conditions, but her throat was like being strangled by a pair of big invisible hands, so dry that she couldn't send out a single sound. The voice was so dry that she couldn't make a single sound, and only after a long time did she find her own voice, which was wrapped in endless pain and fatigue. Suyuli has not finished. Will be Jiang Xinu to interrupt. Well, Xiaoli, the previous condition I think there are still some wrong. Not so. I do not ask you to not allow with Gu Lichuan have dealings with, but I ask you not to be in the future with the other girls in addition to me. Not clear. I promise you. I promise you. Suyuli heard Jiang Xinu no longer let her and Gu Lichuan separate. Busy promised too. As for the second half of Jiang Xinu mentioned what conditions, she simply did not hear, also did not have the heart to listen. As long as she can be with Gu Lichuan together, everything else does not matter. When will you give him back to me? Suyuli's crying and hoarse voice carried a hint of elation. Right now she only wanted to hurry up and see Gu Lichuan. Li, get it straight. I said earlier that I wouldn't hurt him. I didn't say I'd just let him go. At this time, the corner of Jiang Xinu's mouth revealed a smile of conspiracy success. Slowly tempted. Tomorrow, you come to Zhang's group. Give me a week as an assistant. As long as you come, I'll let him go back. How about it? Okay, I promise you. Compared to not being able to see Gu Lichuan in this life, Suyuli would rather be publicly humiliated by Jiang Xinu. A woman who sees herself as an enemy. As long as it's about Gu Lichuan on the matter, she has no choice. P.S. In order to go with the plot, you also have to force the heroine to lower her intelligence. Ugh. Firm River. You're completely dead in the water. Chapter, Xiaoli. Why don't you understand me? 65. In Su Shuiyao's secret base, Su Shuiyao, who had slowed down, looked at her brother Xiaochuan, who had collapsed on the ground with his heart pounding. She anxiously approached Gu Lichuan, who was lying on the ground and had been electrocuted, and her hands trembled slightly as she checked to see if her brother Xiaochuan was injured. When she finally confirmed that Gu Lichuan was not in any serious trouble but was only electrocuted, her nerves that had been tightly tensed only slightly relaxed, and she let out a long breath of relief. If Xiaochuan's brother got hurt because of this, she would never be able to forgive herself in her life. She did not expect the security door of the autonomous security system will discharge. She only heard the business that the door of the security factor is very high. Really did not think that the password input error it will also discharge itself. After laboriously dragging brother Xiaochuan to the bed, Su Shuiao wiped clean the dust on Gu Lichuan's face, resting her chin on the bed and looking at Gu Lichuan's side face that hadn't changed much since she was a little girl. Slowly her thoughts drifted back to the old days, having lost the shelter of her mother since she was a child. She grew up lonely and vulnerable. Her father's strict and repressive education style made her feel no warmth and love at all. Growing up in such a high-pressure environment, her character gradually became timid and introverted, and she never resisted all the grievances in her life, but only bore them in silence. Perhaps it was because of her rebellious attitude that made those mischievous classmates become more and more unscrupulous, constantly bullying her who would not fight back and would only cry silently, as if they wanted to see where the limits of her patience actually lay. During that time, she could always even hear whispers from behind her as well as harsh jeers. After being intentionally pushed down by her classmates once again, and having her white and plain dress messed up by colorful watermarkers, she could no longer contain the surging sadness inside her, and went back to that cold and unattended corner of the school, hugged her knees tightly, and sobbed helplessly like a child. Su Shuiao could never forget that it was at that darkest, most desperate and helpless time in her life that she first met brother Xiaochuan. At that time she huddled alone in the corner to raise her head. Against the light of Xiaochuan brother stood in that piece of dazzling sunlight, filled with tears blurred vision. Xiaochuan brother like the story of the feet on the seven-colored clouds of the great sage of Qi Tian. Su Shuiao to this day clearly remembers the gentle voice of brother Xiaochuan comforting and persuading her at that moment. Those words were like a gentle breeze and a babbling brook on a spring day, flowing through her heart and gently soothing the holes that filled it. Later on, when she realized that her fiancé, whom she had never met before, was Xiaochuan's brother, who at that time was glowing with endless light, she had forgotten how happy she was at that time. But fate is always so tricky. Thinking of those things that made her a little sad later on, Su Shuiao's eyes would unconsciously flood with a thin layer of water mist, slowly pulling out 2 fruit candies wrapped in colorful sugar coats from her pocket, carefully plucking apart the sugar paper, putting one into her own mouth, and one into Xiaochuan's brother's mouth. As the candy gradually melted in her mouth, wisps of sweetness spread down her throat and into her heart, slowly washing away the bitterness that had coiled in her heart. Su Shuiao moved over and dropped a kiss on Gu Lichuan's bare forehead, quietly gazing at Gu Lichuan's slightly frowning face, murmuring softly, "Brother Xiaochuan, I'm really sorry. I actually didn't want to do this, but it was you who once taught me that I must learn to fight back and to fight for my own happiness." Carefully pulled the quilt for Gu Lichuan. Su Shuiao looked at Gu Lichuan's handsome side face for a while, before some reluctance to retrieve the knife that had been thrown in the corner, cleaned up the remnants of the meal that had fallen on the ground and opened the door, walking towards the outside. Although she didn't know when Xiaochuan brother would wake up, in order to have a hot meal when he woke up, she had to go and prepare another one now. What I didn't expect was that Su Shuiao had just left the house not long before, and a well-trained, heavily armed squad like ghosts silently sneaked in and took Gu Lichuan away. The next day when the sky just dawned, Jiang Xin Yu just came to the company, and at a glance, she saw Su Yuli was hugging her knees tightly, sitting curled up in the doorway of that own office. Messy hair fell unruly over her shoulders, and her eyes were red and puffy, obviously having been crying here all night. Looking at Su Yuli's miserable appearance, Jiang Xin Yu was immediately distressed and assisted her to sit on the sofa in her office. Jiang Xin Yu wanted to pour her a glass of water, but before she could turn around, Su Yuli grabbed her arm. "I'm coming, please, let him go." Su Yuli's face was full of tears, her lips were slightly trembling and her throat was so hoarse that she could barely speak. Jiang Xin Yu sighed helplessly and said with some reproach, "Look at what you are like. Can you care about yourself first?" Su Yuli, however, turned a deaf ear to her words, just stubbornly tugging at Jiang Xin Yu. Her fingers were a little white with force, Suyuli must be sure that Gu Lichuan was safe before she was willing to let go of her heart. Jiang Xianyu had no choice but to look at Suyuli's deadly stubborn appearance and could only tell her that Gu Lichuan had been safely sent back home under her arrangements. After a long time, after Suyuli finally confirmed that Gu Lichuan was already lying intact on the bed at home, in an instant, all the strength seemed to have been drained out of her, and the whole person instantly went limp on the sofa. And if it wasn't for Jiang Xinyue catching her in the process, she would have already slipped and fallen on the floor by now. Fortunately, Gu Lichuan is fine. Suyuli revealed a smile that appeared a little miserable. Looked at the front of the Jiang Xianyu some pity to organize up their hair. At this moment Suyuli with all her strength, trembling hands violently pushed away the Jiang Xianyu in their face of the jade hand. Coldly said, "You want to do what you want to do. Do not need to be here again to pretend to sympathize with the." Jiang Xianyu had done all of this, only wanting to force herself to succumb to her lustful authority, so that she could ruthlessly humiliate herself in front of everyone. Suyuli is very regretful of their own mercy and soft hands, at that time should be allowed to let her go to seek death. Otherwise it would not have happened today such a thing. Liz, why don't you understand me? P.S. Su Shueyao, no, I can't even leave after catching brother Xiaoshuan. Right? This is the second time I've stolen from home. How does this play out? I lost in the author of the old thief's plot to kill. Why do I have to cultivate feelings first? I don't care if you want me to cultivate my feelings. Just don't arrange to steal my house. Chapter, Don't Break Your Body 66. What the hell do you want? Is it fun for you to humiliate me like this? Suyuli's eyes reddened, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone as she angrily and despairingly roared at Jiang Xianyu, her body trembling slightly, completely and utterly wrapped up in the raging emotions. Jiang Xianyu sat beside Suyuli and reached out her hand to try to hold her hand, saying softly, "Shaoli, calm down, I really have no ill intentions." Suyuli, however, as if electrocuted, violently shook off Jiang Xianyu's hand, then curled her body into a ball, her eyes full of vigilance and disgust, staring at Jiang Xianyu with a deadly stare. Jiang Xianyu sighed helplessly, her brows tightly furrowed together, her eyes full of hurt and helplessness. She leaned towards Suyuli's side again and murmured softly, "Shaoli, listen to me, things are not what you think." Saying this, her hands slowly lifted up, wanting to gently caress and comfort the emotional Suyuli. But before her hand touched Suyuli, it was pushed away by Suyuli with force. This push caused Jiang Xianyu to stagger and almost fall. "Shaoli, don't be like this. Listen to my explanation. You saved me twice. How could I spare to hurt you and humiliate you?" Jiang Xianyu stabilized her stance. A hint of despondency flashed in her eyes, and she wanted to speak again, but Suyuli didn't give her a chance at all. "Explain? What else do you want to explain? What do you have to explain? Haven't you always wanted to see me like this? Now you have your wish." Suyuli's breathing was rapid, her chest rose and fell violently, and tears finally came out of her eyes and slid down her cheeks. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, as if this was the only way to slightly alleviate the pain within. After all, Suyuli is a rising star in Haidong. In addition to the company to do more big outside and no background and connections of the Jiang family, if it is not to take into account the safety of Gu Lichuan, she has long been with Jiang Xinyue fish death net broken. Jiang Xianyu looked at Suyuli's stressful appearance and opened her mouth. Her throat was like choked with something. Unable to speak, she silently turned her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Xianyu blamed herself. It was her failure to protect Suyuli and her beloved that made her so upset. After calming down her emotions, Jiang Xianyu looked at Suyuli whose face was pale and lips were dry and cracked. A trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly poured a cup of warm water and placed it in Suyuli's hand, and softly said, "Shaoli, drink some water first, don't spoil your body." Suyuli turned her head away and stopped looking at her, making it clear that she was not going to accept Jiang Xianyu's kindness. What Jiang Xianyu did was almost as ridiculous as a victor sympathizing with a loser. This time, Jiang Xianyu wasn't in a good mood. She was able to see that right now Suyuli didn't trust her at all, and was treating her as that evil person who had intentionally kidnapped Gu Lichuan in order to humiliate her, in order to threaten her into submission. Jiang Xianyu couldn't just stand by and watch her spoil her own body. The misunderstanding could be put on the back burner and explained later. Right now she had to let Suyuli drink the water and take a good rest. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Xianyu's eyes, and her tone was strong as she used Gu Lichuan to threaten up Suyuli. "Give me the water. If I can catch him once, I can catch him a second time. Moreover, you are not qualified to give me conditions now." Suyuli was startled by Jiang Xianyu's sudden forcefulness. She turned her head and just wanted to retort, but she met Jiang Xianyu's unquestionable gaze, forcing Suyuli's words to the edge of her mouth to be swallowed back. "Don't you forget what you're here for? grab me a drink. I don't want to say it a second time. Jiang Xinyue passed the water cup forward, a commanding tone in her voice, thinking of the fact that Gu Lichuan was still unconscious at home, and that if he didn't listen to her now, there was a real possibility that Jiang Xinyue might take action against him. Su Yuli hesitated for a moment, and after she saw Jiang Xinyue pick up the glass of water and take a shallow sip of it, she finally took the glass of water and drank it in small sips. A cup of warm water down. Su Yuli's pale face, which restored a little bit of blood color, highly tense nerves suddenly disconnected, paralyzed on the sofa. The body can no longer give birth to a trace of strength. But even so, Su Yuli still looked at Jiang Xinu with vigilant eyes. If she humiliated herself, she could, but if she wanted to make herself do something wrong to Gu Lichuan, she would definitely rather die than obey. Looking at Su Yuli's appearance like a frightened kitten, even if she is already fighting with her eyelids and is still wary of herself at all times, Jiang Xinu was very distressed, and as she pulled up her hand, she said, Shaoli, it's not comfortable here. Go home with me to rest. I only agreed to come and be your assistant. I didn't. As if Su Yuli thought of something frightening, she desperately shook Jiang Xinu's arm that was pulling her, wanting to shake her off, but was firmly clamped down by Jiang Xinu. All sorts of horrifying scenes kept surfacing in her mind, imagining the torture she might suffer after going back with Jiang Xinu. In the broad daylight of Jiang's group, Jiang Xinu couldn't do anything but humiliate herself. But if she followed Jiang Xinu back, Su Yuli didn't even know what she would be facing. Her heartbeat accelerated dramatically, fear spreading in the bottom of her heart. Looking at Su Yuli's terrified eyes, Jiang Xinu guessed what was going on and frowned. Was she even like this in Shaoli's heart now? She felt a pang of sadness, but now was obviously not the time to explain. She had to take Liz back to rest now. Jiang Xinu frowned, stepped forward and said in a forceful tone, I want to go home and work. Besides, as Jiang Group's assistant, going back with me to deal with work is what you should do. Su Yuli didn't listen to any of Jiang Xinu's explanations at all and struggled desperately. Jiang Xinu almost didn't even hold her down. Shaoli, if you make any more trouble, do you believe I'll make Gu Lichuan never wake up? Jiang Xinu, who had no choice but to use Gu Lichuan to threaten her again. Sure enough, Su Yuli gradually stopped struggling and looked at Jiang Xinu with a begging gaze, pleading in a small voice. No, don't. It was not clear whether Su Yuli was begging her not to hurt Gu Lichuan or begging her not to let herself go back with her. Looking at Su Yuli no longer struggling, Jiang Xinu directly picked Su Yuli up by the waist, kicked open the door of the office, and carried Su Yuli down the stairs under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. Originally, they as well as Jiang Xinu can overnight with thunderous means. Let the Jiang family assigned to Jiang Yifeng immediately rolled back to the Jiang family. No longer presumptuous attempt to meddle in the group thing has been very powerful, but now the immediate matter seems to be even more impact on them. However, Jiang Xinu didn't care about the crowd's comments and gazes. Ever since she realized that it was Shaoli who saved her, there was nothing more important than Shaoli in this world. Besides, it was just a group of subordinates. If Shaoli didn't like it, Jiang Xinu had 100 ways to shut them up. Chapter, what are you doing? Don't touch me. 67. Su Yuli was carried into the car by Jiang Xinu, causing her already uneasy heart to become more and more flustered. When she had wanted to struggle a little more and warn Jiang Xinu not to think of doing anything to herself, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, like a raging tide, completely drowned her, and in the blink of an eye, she involuntarily planted herself on the seat to fall into the bottomless darkness. After running around the hospital with Gu Lizi all day during the day, and then crying all night because of Gu Lichuan's matter, at this moment, she could no longer resist this feeling of exhaustion from the depths of her soul. Jiang Xinu looked at lying on the seat of the tired past Su Yuli, heart flooded a burst of sourness. All the way she will car speed or put extremely low, for fear of producing what violent bumps woke her. Jiang Xinu so carefully all the way back to Su Yuli brought their own home. After arriving home, Jiang Xinu gently picked up Su Yuli and placed her on her large soft bed, lighting a pillar of tranquilizing incense, with the light and elegant fragrance gradually permeating the entire room. Su Yuli's tightly frowned eyebrows, which only slightly relaxed, Jiang Xinu called a basin of hot water and gently sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to wipe her tear-stained face. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Perhaps Jiang Xinu's movements were a little too large. Su Yuli violently bounced up, fear and disgust written in her eyes, instinctively grabbing Jiang Xinu's hand that was holding the towel and hanging in midair, her body desperately shrinking back. Shaoli, don't move. Your face is covered in tears. Your makeup is blown. Let me help you wipe it off. Jiang Xinu tried to pacify Su Yuli with a gentle tone, but Su Yuli was like a cat with fried hair, not buying it at all. Don't be a hypocrite here. When did you become so kind? Haven't you always looked forward to seeing me in a state of disarray? Suyuli snatched the towel from Jiang Xianyu's hand and ruthlessly smashed it on Jiang Xianyu's body, then let out a cold laugh that was full of mockery and despair. Anyway, I'm powerless to resist now, so what's the point of acting in such a hypocritical manner as you are? I was so blind to attempt to save you in the first place. I really didn't think you were such a despicable villain. After saying that, Suyuli fiercely turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiang Xianyu, her body unable to stop trembling slightly due to her anger. Jiang Xianyu's patience was also worn out at this time. A hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes as she pressed Suyuli onto the bed, looking down on her condescendingly. What kind of person am I? Suyuli, don't forget your current status. What kind of assistant dares to disobey their boss's orders? Saying this, Jiang Xianyu pulled out a small pillbox from her pocket and waved it in front of Suyuli's eyes, her tone cold and cruel. I advise you to give me an honest and obedient listen to me during this period of time. Otherwise, the consequences should be clear to you again. Suyuli looked at the pillbox in Jiang Xianyu's hand in front of her, and reached out to grab it, but Jiang Xianyu was quick on her feet and raised the pillbox high, making it out of her reach no matter what. Jiang Xianyu shook the pillbox in her hand, and a sound of pills colliding came from inside. Shaoli, there are 7 of them in here. In this next week, I will only give you one if you satisfy me one day, but if you dare to make me angry, if I'm in a bad mood, maybe I'll destroy one. You have to realize that if any of them are missing, then Gu Lichuan will never wake up. Do you hear me, little Li? Jiang Xianyu reached out towards Suyuli's pretty face that was hung with tear stains and wiped away some of the tear stains on her face. After doing this, Jiang Xianyu ignored Suyuli, who was frozen on the bed and filled with despair, rolled over and got off the bed, picked up the towel that fell on the floor, re-washed it and shoved it into Suyuli's hands. Afterwards, she rinsed another cup of honey water at the bedside and coldly opened her mouth. Wipe your own face and drink the water. Suyuli clutched the towel in her hand, the towel that had already been wrung out by Jiang Xianyu. Under her vigorous squeezing, she actually squeezed out a lot of water droplets again, and along her fingers, drop by drop, it fell on the quilt, blotting out a patch of water stains. You're shameless. You promised me that you wouldn't hurt him again. Suyuli looked at Jiang Xianyu and said through clenched teeth. Right, I am shameless. Shaoli, what can you do to me? Jiang Xianyu leaned down and hooked Suyuli's chin, forcing her to raise her head, looking at her eyes that seemed to be spewing out fire, a slightly mocking smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she asked, What, Shaoli, do you still want to provoke me? Suyuli looked at Jiang Xianyu's roguish appearance, her silver teeth clenched, her hands squeezing the towel tightly, and when she thought of Gu Lichuan, who was still unconscious, she finally failed to gather the courage to resist. Suyuli had already made up her mind in her mind. As soon as she got the antidote, she would send Gu Lichuan abroad, and she would definitely fight Jiang Xianyu to the death. Shaking off her own head, Suyuli picked up a towel and wiped her face carelessly for a few times, then threw it aside with force, looking viciously at Jiang Xianyu and said, Alright, now you're satisfied, aren't you? Jiang Xianyu silently collected the towel that had been thrown beside the bed and raised her eyes to the cup of honey water on the table. The meaning in her eyes couldn't be more obvious. Suyuli gamely grabbed the cup of honey water and tilted her head back to drink it all in one go, then slapped the cup heavily on the small cabinet at the head of the bed, coldly stared at Jiang Xianyu and asked again, Satisfied now? Looking at Suyuli, who obediently drank the honey water, Jiang Xianyu's face showed a trace of satisfaction. She came to Suyuli's front, reached out and gently caressed her pretty but tear-stained face, gently straightened the messy hair around her ears, and said softly, Shaoli, this is the way to be a good boy. I'm very satisfied. Looking at Jiang Xianyu's appearance, Suyuli only felt her stomach turn over, nauseated to the extreme. She wanted to push Jiang Xianyu away, but once she thought that Gu Lichuan's life was still in her hands, she could only force herself to hold back, and let Jiang Xianyu caress her face with a tense body. It wasn't long before a strong feeling of exhaustion struck. Suyuli's consciousness suddenly began to blur a little, and before she could utter a single word, she fell headfirst onto the bed. Jiang Xianyu looked at the sleeping Suyuli. Her eyes were filled with compassion and tenderness, stroking a small child as she gently touched Suyuli's head, murmuring softly, Shaoli, I don't want to be like this, but right now you must rest. I hope that when all this is revealed, you can forgive me. Jiang Xianyu recovered Suyuli with a neat and dry quilt, and after quietly sitting by the bedside for a while, she gently sighed, stood up, and slowly walked out of the room. Surprisingly, someone dared to hurt Shaoli and Shaoli's beloved. She must find out who it was, and she would definitely not let her go. Chapter, So What Am I? 68. Haidong University. The sunlight sprinkled on the dark blackboard through the dappled leaves. The old professor was lowering his head, reading the text to himself, his voice echoing in the empty classroom. The students under the stage, sleeping, snapping cell phone. The whole classroom filled with a kind of drowsy atmosphere. Only the old professor alone is still self-absorbed, immersed in the sea of knowledge to swim. To the podium below, the situation of oblivious. Gulizi looked at Su Shuyo, who sneaked in through the back door and cheerfully lowered her voice to ask, Yao Yao, how was it? Did you take my brother? Hearing this, Su Shuyo's originally not so good-looking face became even more gloomy. She blackened her face and somewhat depressedly replied, No. Hearing Su Shuyo's answer, Gulizi couldn't help but feel very surprised. Her eyes widened somewhat unbelievably. Under her careful guidance for so many days, she could still miss? This shouldn't be. How could it be? Could it be that my brother would rather die than obey? Impossible. My brother is not the kind of scum who lifts up his pants and doesn't recognize him. Saying that, Gulizi lowered her head, her gaze secretly glancing at Su Shuyo's slightly icy face. After all, she was the one who had the bad idea of letting Su Shuyo go and forcefully push her brother in the first place. Now that things didn't work out, Gulizi was inevitably a little apprehensive in her heart, feeling that she was really sorry for Su Shuyo. Yao, don't be anxious. I really didn't think that brother of mine would actually turn out to be that kind of scum. It's really too much. Why don't you allow me to think of another way? I'll make sure to make my brother die to you. The thought of Gu Lichuan is a complete scum. Gulizi on a sting, did not expect that in the end, life will still grind her brother into her most. Alas, if the person Gu Lichuan slagged off wasn't his own best friend, Gulizi, as his own sister, would still be happy to see her brother branch out to the withered Gu family. It was just a pity that Gu Lichuan's scum was Su Shuyo, so she couldn't just ignore it. Yao, don't worry. I'll teach you my top secret killing moves from my box later. If I can't take my brother even like this, I will personally break my brother's legs, Gulizi said with righteous indignation. There was no way around it. Now she had to be responsible for Su Shuyo. She could only have Su Shuyo as a sister-in-law. At the very least, she had to give someone a name. Never mind. Su Shuyo gently shook her head inside. Her eyes gradually reddened and tears brushed down her face, looking at Gulizi for a moment of self-condemnation. Xiaochuan brother really loves Su Yuli, that bad woman. Should I not? Su Shuyo choked and said. Before the words were finished, they were forcefully interrupted by Gulizi. Not now that this matter has developed to this point. What should be done? What shouldn't be done? Have been done. How can one stop halfway? How can Yao meet people in the future? Gulizi grabbed Su Shuyo's hand and said in a firm tone, No Yao, my brother was just coaxed by that bad woman. Yao, believe me, my brother must have feelings for you. Just as Gulizi reached out her hand to gently wipe away the teardrops rolling down Su Shuyo's cheeks, her gaze inadvertently glanced over and saw a slender scar appear above Su Shuyo's snow-white and slender neck. When Gulizi saw this, her heart shook violently. Her face instantly turned white. Her voice trembled as she asked after her. Yao, on your neck. What the hell is going on here? No, it's fine. Su Shuyo panicked and raised her neckline upwards, trying to cover the scar with her clothes. Her mouth stuttered in response. Yao, you tell me, is this the work of that asshole brother of mine? Obviously it wasn't there yesterday morning. Gulizi already had a guess in her mind, but she only wanted an answer now. You don't have to ask. Su Shuyo remembered Gu Lichuan's fierce look yesterday, slowly lowered her head, buried her face between her arms, and lay on her desk whimpering and crying. Looking at Su Shuyo's aggrieved appearance, Gulizi felt a pang of heartache. She really hadn't expected Gu Lichuan to be able to do something so excessive. Simply scum. Gulizi couldn't wait to find Gu Lichuan right now and give this obsessive guy of hers 2 kicks to take it out on Su Shuyo. At Zhang Xinyu's home, Zhang Xinyu sat on the edge of the bed with a bowl of steaming porridge, looking at Su Yuli, who was still lying in bed asleep. The dim light, shining on Su Yuli's long eyelashes, occasionally fluttered gently as she breathed evenly, and her pale little face that had regained its blood color revealed a faint pink color. Looking at Su Yuli lying on the bed, like an exquisite doll lying in that fairy tale, Zhang Xinyu couldn't bear to wake her up. Sighing, Zhang Xinyu silently put the kanji away, tucked in the corner of the quilt that had been stomped open by Su Yuli, and carefully retreated out. Su Yuli slept this sleep directly from early morning to almost sunset. When she slowly opened her eyes and noticed the pain on her body, she unconsciously bit her lips dead center and a fishy sweetness spread in her mouth. Su Yuli grasped the quilt on her body. Her body was hot and painful. She did not dare to think about what had happened to her when she fainted, and she could not stop the tears from flowing downward. What have you done to me, you? Looking at Zhang Xinyu pushing the door in, Su Yuli's voice was filled with panic. At this time Zhang Xinyu in Su Yuli's eyes is simply a devil. She can do to kidnap Gu Lichuan to threaten their own thing. What else is she not do? Jiang Xinu frowned as she looked at the terrified Su Yuli and said flatly, what can I do to you? It's just letting you sleep and then. Don't say it. Don't say it. Su Yuli went crazy and threw everything she could grab in her hand. All of them threw a brain at Jiang Xinu, trying to stop Jiang Xinu from saying those cruel words behind. She would really go crazy if she knew. How do you let me still see him? How can I still see him? Oh. Su Yuli hugged the quilt and buried her head in it, emitting a whimpering voice. For a long time, Su Yuli seemed to think of something again, stumbled out of bed with bare feet, hugged Jiang Xinu and cried, I beg you to give me the antidote. I don't have anything now. I just beg you to spare him. Looking at Su Yuli in this state, Jiang Xinu didn't explain and directly carried her and flung her on the bed, pinching her face and questioning, Shaoli? How dare you think of seeing her in front of me? How come my house is dirty and can't be lived in? Jiang Xinu obviously thought that in Su Yuli's mouth he was the girl she saw in the hospital at the beginning, and the fire in her heart was also rising. Li, you've only known her for a few days? What? Are you so afraid of her misunderstanding? Then what am I? What do you think I am? Speak. Chapter, Gu Lichuan. We're done here 69. What you made me say? What else do you want me to say? Looking at Su Yuli whose eyes gradually became numb and desperate, Jiang Xinu pulled out the small pill box from her pocket and took one out of it in front of her face and crushed it directly. Liz, you're pissing me off, and this is punishment. No, don't. The medicinal powder was finally sprinkled and scattered on Su Yuli's face, melting into a ball with the tears, causing Su Yuli's only remaining spiritual pillar to completely collapse. Breaking away from Jiang Xinu's hand and overturning her to the side, Su Yuli panically reached out to collect the scattered medicinal powder from her face. But after finally realizing that it was only stained with a handful of tears, Su Yuli completely collapsed and yelled at Jiang Xinu, what more do you want? What more do you need to be satisfied? Why you still won't let him go? Why? Why on earth? Without Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli didn't know what was the point of living. She must personally kill Jiang Xinu, this devil, to avenge Gu Lichuan. Just when Su Yuli was about to rush in front of Jiang Xinu like crazy, the door was kicked open with and a pair of strong arms quickly wrapped around her from behind. Bang! Moon! It's okay, Moon. It's okay. I'm here. I'm here. Gu Lichuan's gentle voice rang in his ears. Su Yuli turned her head to look at him somewhat unbelievably, and tears came out of her eyes once again. Stretching out her trembling hand, she touched Gu Lichuan's face, and after confirming that what came from her was a real touch and not an illusion, Su Yuli cried out in joy. Still alive. Gu Lichuan is still alive. Su Yuli joyfully wanted to kiss up, but just as she was about to touch Gu Lichuan, she woke up with a start, pushing him away. No, she couldn't do that. She was long past the point of doing that now. Jiang Xinyue, it's all because of Jiang Xinyue. This is simply crueler than killing her. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli, who pushed himself away, and once again reached out to hold him in his arms, softly soothing, Yue, it's okay, Yue. Feeling the warmth of Gu Lichuan's chest, Su Yuli forced herself to hold back her reluctance and struggled in his arms. She was so dirty. She wouldn't allow Gu Lichuan to hold such a dirty self. Gu Lichuan didn't give her a chance to escape from himself, directly picked her up by the waist, and after glancing at Jiang Xinyue with complicated eyes, he straightly carried Su Yuli, who was constantly struggling, away. Returning home, Su Yuli rushed straight into the bathroom, desperately rinsing her body with the piercingly cool water in an attempt to rinse all of the filth that wasn't there in the first place out of her body. So dirty. Su Yuli felt so dirty that she could only keep rubbing herself over and over again, refusing to let go even when she rubbed her skin bloody. In the end, Su Yuli broke down and sat under the head of the drenching rain and cried out, and she had no face to see Gu Lichuan again in the future. Su Yuli so hate? She hated Jiang Xinu. Why did not kill herself in the first place? Why do you want to let yourself endure such torture? Su Yuli's eyes grew desperate as she reached out her hand and fumbled around on the sink in an attempt to find a tool that would end her suffering. What are you doing? Gu Lichuan crashed through the bathroom door to see Su Yuli sitting in a field of light red blood and water, and in her hand, she had fished out a razor blade from somewhere and was about to slash at her wrist. After snatching the blade from Su Yuli's hand, Gu Lichuan tugged at Su Yuli and stared at her with scarlet eyes and asked again, Yue, what do you want to do? Su Yuli didn't dare to look at Gu Lichuan's eyes, twisted her head to the side and said breathlessly, Gu Lichuan, let's break up. What? Say it again. Gu Lichuan was a bit incredulous, forcibly breaking over her head and saying, say it again for me. I said, let's break up. We'll get divorced tomorrow. I'm just playing with you. Wanted to get back at you. Now I'm tired. Understand? Su Yuli almost hissed these words. Her heart seemed to be cut like a knife-like pain. Her chest did not catch a breath. Fainted. Gu Lichuan looked at the fainting Su Yuli in his arms, and heartbrokenly yanked over a bath towel with his hand and wrapped Su Yuli up and carried her to the bed. All night long, Su Yuli was running a high fever, talking nonsense out of her delirious mouth, and her whole body was curled up in a ball of panic. The medicine that Gu Lichuan brought her was also thrown on the floor by her, and the whole person hid under the quilt and refused to come out. There is no way Gu Lichuan can only dead embrace her. Give her dead embrace her to give her as a human ice pack to cool her down. Early in the morning, Su Yuli awoke and saw Gu Lichuan, who was hugging her, and hurriedly hid to the side. Yuer, how are you? Seeing her awake, Gu Lichuan's hoarse voice couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. I said let's break up. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli. This look is very difficult. Reached out to hold her hand and said, Yuer, I do not know what happened to you in Jiang Xinu, but there is something we face together can. Su Yuli pulled her hand out of Gu Lichuan's and said coldly, I'm just tired of playing with you and don't want to play anymore. Is that okay? Moon, don't. You don't. Looking at Gu Lichuan's hurt eyes, Su Yuli's heart was dripping blood, but she had no choice. She had to do it. There was no way she could tolerate this dirty, unpleasant body of hers to accompany Gu Lichuan anymore. Su Yuli thought, rather than let Gu Lichuan hate himself, it is better than letting him know the truth. Gu Lichuan, you don't understand when I say I'm tired of it, do you? If you don't want to divorce it's fine. I can sue for divorce. The end result is the same anyway. Looking at the oil and saltless Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan angrily pounced on her. Am I your plaything? You want to throw me away when you say you're tired of me? I'm telling you Su Yuli, I'm just relying on you. You can't get rid of me for the rest of your life. In the face of Gu Lichuan's brutality, Su Yuli bit on his arm, leaving a deep blood-red mouth mark, not realizing that this instead angered him even more. Splat! A crunching sound came from the air, and a red, swollen palm print instantly surfaced on Gu Lichuan's face, causing him to completely freeze in place. Su Yuli took the opportunity to get out from under him, put on her clothes, and looked at Gu Lichuan, who was frozen on the bed, and said coldly, get things ready. When the door opens, we'll go and get the divorce done. I'm not going to make you pay back any more of that money you owe, and I'm going to give you another sum for emotional distress, and I'll have my lawyer send the contract over later. Gu Lichuan, we're done here. Chapter, don't you 70, don't want me. No, can't. Seeing Su Yuli want to leave, Gu Lichuan rushed to the door in an arrow step, opened his arms, deadlocked that door, his eyes filled with almost pleading look. He didn't believe that Su Yuli was really so desperate. Looking at Gu Lichuan's begging gaze, Su Yuli's heart ached so much, but she still said coldly as if it were ice, get up. I don't want to say it a second time. Su Yuli went forward and tried to push him away, but she didn't expect Gu Lichuan to just block the door and not move. Suddenly Gu Lichuan backhanded Su Yuli and tried to embrace her in his arms. Su Yuli dodged Gu Lichuan's palm towards her in time, but she was still pulled by his arm. Gu Lichuan yanked hard, and after losing her center of gravity, Su Yuli, the whole person fell on Gu Lichuan's chest. Gu Lichuan did not hesitate to clamp down on Su Yuli's petite body and refused to let go no matter how much she struggled and resisted. You let go of me. Oh. Su Yuli was like a wounded little beast, tearing and pounding in Gu Lichuan's arms, even scratching him viciously with her nails. Gu Lichuan always clenched his teeth and refused to let go by half. When Su Yuli gradually calmed down, after seeing the shocking scratches left on Gu Lichuan's body, she kept crying and apologizing to Gu Lichuan. Looking at such a careful and pitiful Su Yuli in front of him, Gu Lichuan's heart was about to break. His arms holding her tightly slowly contracted, as if he wanted to completely integrate her into his body and never separate. No, don't. Feeling the strength on Gu Lichuan's arm gradually increasing, Su Yuli became a little panicked, subconsciously desperately twisting her body, trying to get rid of Gu Lichuan's binding. But what ushered in was Gu Lichuan's even more domineering, unreasonable love. Don't you touch me. Su Yuli's voice carried a sobbing tone, almost pleading. She never could bear to tell that cruel truth. She only wanted Gu Lichuan to remember her best side. Yuer, will you stop torturing me like this? Gu Lichuan pressed his head against Su Yuli's slender neck and sobbed in a low voice. Didn't you say I'll never want to abandon you again? I won't abandon you, and you shouldn't leave me, no matter what happens. Let's face it together. Okay. Feeling Gu Lichuan's warm tears sliding silently down her neck, constantly burning her heart, Su Yuli could no longer suppress the grievance and pain in her heart and finally let out a loud cry. I'm dirty. Don't you want me? Su Yuli murmured in a trembling voice, turning around and hugging Gu Lichuan tightly, burying her head deeply into his chest, not daring to meet his eyes. She was afraid that if she looked up, she would see Gu Lichuan's eyes of disappointment and disgust, and then be mercilessly pushed away. Gu Lichuan didn't open his mouth to speak, but only hugged the shivering little person in his arms even harder and lowered his head to kiss her hair. I don't know how long. Suyuli finally gathered the courage to raise her head slightly. At this time, her stunning face was full of tear marks, but her eyes revealed a touch of determination. Slowly opened her pale lips and slowly said, "You go, I don't blame you. It's me who doesn't deserve you anymore." Hearing these words, Gu Lichuan's heart trembled violently, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to try to explain something, but for a moment he didn't know how to express himself. Thus, he directly leaned down and kissed Suyuli's delicate lips. This sudden move caused Suyuli to instantly widen her eyes. Her entire body froze and her mind went blank. But soon, a strong, hot wave of love flowed through the long, lingering kiss, melting away all her defenses and concerns. After regaining her senses, Suyuli began to passionately respond to Gu Lichuan's deep love, and their lips and tongues intertwined. You really don't mind me." After releasing her hand, Suyuli tilted her head slightly to look at Gu Lichuan, her tear-filled eyes glittering with uneasiness, as if she wanted to find even the slightest hint of deception or hesitation through his eyes. But all she saw in Gu Lichuan's clear, warm eyes was that endless love. Suyuli's heart was instantly melted by this deep love, and she fiercely jumped into Gu Lichuan's wide embrace, hugging him tightly and greedily drawing on the unique scent of his body. Suddenly Suyuli quickly left Gu Lichuan's embrace as if she had remembered something important and quickly checked Gu Lichuan's body. "Are you alright? Jiang Xinyue destroyed the antidote. How did you wake up? Did you suffer from being tied up by her?" Suyuli seemed to have endless questions for Gu Lichuan, and for a while she was somewhat incoherent. "Yue, what are you talking about? What antidote or whatever?" Gu Lichuan hugged Suyuli lying on the bed, for eyes facing each other. Gu Lichuan gently smoothed the scattered broken hair in front of her forehead, some doubts in his eyes. "It is Jiang Xinyue who gave you after tying you up," Suyuli stammered, using her hands to continuously gesture. The successive strikes of the past 2 days have made her thinking a little chaotic. Gu Lichuan took her in his arms and gently patted and caressed Suyuli's back and said, "Yue, what are you talking about? I wasn't tied up by her." "No, not?" Gu Lichuan clearly felt Suyuli tremble in his arms for a moment before raising slightly confused and dismayed eyes to look at himself. Gu Lichuan held Suyuli's soft, boneless hand and explained, "Yue, do you still remember that Su Shuiyao who said she was my fiancé when she first found our home?" Suyuli's eyes instantly darkened when she heard Gu Lichuan suddenly bring up this matter. Was Gu Lichuan finally going to show his cards and leave himself behind to find her? It turned out that he was all pretending before. Thinking of this, Suyuli couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in her heart. But soon, she secretly laughed bitterly. Maybe it's better this way. It's better to be with a clean and innocent girl than to guard her broken self. Suyuli gently drew her hand that was held by Gu Lichuan, and out of the corner of her eye, an aggrieved teardrop slid down her fair cheeks. Gu Lichuan noticed Suyuli's small movements and hurriedly explained to her, "Yue, it's not what you think. She's the one who kidnapped me." Suyuli at the moment but immersed in grief, the latter words did not listen to it at all, choked and said, "You go to her. I will let the Hong Kong city side to withdraw the suppression of their family." Gu Lichuan frowned when he heard Suyuli's words. "What are you saying, Yue? I said I'd leave the family alone. You're still willing to beg here and pretend to be unfailingly devoted to me now. Isn't that what this is all about?" Suyuli exerted all her strength and violently pushed Gu Lichuan away, her eyes filled with anger and despair as she yelled, "What else is there? You can leave after you finish." "No, Yue, listen to me." Faced with such an emotional Suyuli, Gu Lichuan knew that she was misunderstanding herself again, and ignoring Suyuli's resistance, he forced her to embrace her tightly into his arms in an attempt to give her enough security. Chapter, Xiaoli, it's really not what you think. 71. Are you saying it wasn't Jiang Xinu who kidnapped you? The calm Suyuli's brain went blank after hearing Gu Lichuan's explanation. No, how could it be like this? Why Jiang Xinu didn't deny it at that time, and even threatened herself in return. Why in the world is this? Suyuli tightly bit her lips, her body constantly trembling. Yue, don't think about it. We don't think about it. Seeing Suyuli's struggling look, Gu Lichuan was heartbroken and kept gently patting her back to appease her. No, I must find her and ask her. Too many questions were in Suyuli's mind. She couldn't let her innocence be lost in such an unexplained manner. She must find Jiang Xinu and ask for clarification. Just as Gu Lichuan was about to reach out his hand to stop her, suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness swept over him like a raging tide, and before he had time to react more, the sky spun up in front of his eyes, and his entire body instantly lost its center of gravity, falling heavily onto the bed. And Suyuli, who left angrily, was full of anger, only wanting to go and find Jiang Xinu to ask for a clear answer right now. Not noticing in the slightest the change that was happening behind her at this moment, In the spacious and bright presidential office of Zhang's group, a loud bang suddenly came out, only to see Su Yuli forcefully slamming open the door, her face full of anger. Rushing straight to Zhang Xinu, who was sitting on the office chair, she slammed her hands on the table. Her eyes were like flames as she stared at Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinu, however, raised her head unhurriedly and faintly signaled with her eyes to the assistant at the side. The assistant who received the instruction understood and hurriedly exited the office with quick steps, and closed the door tightly with his hand, not forgetting to disperse those employees who attempted to lie on the corners of the walls to eavesdrop on the movements inside. Only after making sure that there were no more bystanders around to disturb her did Zhang Xinu slowly open her mouth. Shaoli, finally remembering your promise? Su Yuli didn't even want to listen to Zhang Xinu say these irrelevant words at this time. She directly and coldly questioned, why did you lie to me and say that you kidnapped Gu Lichuan? In the face of Su Yuli's accusation, Zhang Xinu, but with an innocent look on her face, she lightly responded, did I say such a thing? Oops, why do I remember that I didn't say that? It seems like it was you, Shaoli, who questioned me as soon as you came up as to why I refused to let him go, right? Zhang Xinu wore a smile on her face, thinking that Su Yuli had already understood the truth of the matter, so smilingly she slowly moved her hand closer towards Su Yuli's fair and delicate face, wanting to gently caress her delicate face. Su Yuli looked at Zhang Xinu's hand reaching out to her, and disgustedly and without mercy smacked it away fiercely. However, Zhang Xinu seemed to have already expected this result. Without the slightest bit of anger, gently shook her hand, and then slowly said, Shaoli, didn't you beg me to let him go before? You see, I really don't pester him now. On the contrary, it's you, Shaoli. I kindly helped you rescue him from the kidnappers, and this is how you treat me? What do you want me to do to you? You found someone to ruin my innocence. What else do you want me to do to you? Su Yuli, that pair of originally slender jade hands at the moment tightly pressed on the desktop. Due to excessive force, the knuckles have been white, and even vaguely translucent, a few points of hideous color. Looks as if the next second will be the hard desktop to hard press out a hole. Hearing Su Yuli's words, Zhang Xinu's was no longer as playful as she was just now, only to see her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her gaze locked tightly on Su Yuli, her tone serious. Shaoli, are you misunderstanding something? Su Yuli let out a cold laugh and glared fiercely at Zhang Xinu, her eyes filled with mockery and contempt. Which simply useless antidote is used to blackmail me into drinking water with medicine? What can I misunderstand about you? No, Rue, I just saw that you were too tired and wanted you to get a good night's sleep. It really wasn't what you said. Zhang Xinu explained in a panic. She wouldn't dare to joke with Su Yuli on this matter. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead anxiously. You really make me sick. Facing Zhang Xinu's pale and feeble explanation, Su Yuli glanced at her in disgust before preparing to leave. Since she knew that Gu Lichuan was kidnapped by Su Shuiyao, she really didn't want to spend one more second with this woman who had ruined her innocence. Seeing that Su Yuli did not believe herself, Zhang Xinu was even more anxious and hurriedly got up and pulled her arm to try to explain. Shaoli, it's really not what you think. My house has surveillance. Don't believe me, you go back with me to see the surveillance. Su Yuli violently shook off Zhang Xinu's arm that was tightly pulling her, followed by raising her hand and without hesitation slapped it fiercely towards Zhang Xinu's white and delicate face. What? Still want me to go back with you and then continue to let you find people to humiliate and torture me? Su Yuli's voice became a bit hoarse due to her anger, and the hatred contained within it was chilling. Faced with such a fierce reaction from Su Yuli, Zhang Xinu completely froze. She stood frozen in place, one hand covering her cheeks which had begun to rapidly redden and swell, tears sliding uncontrollably down the corners of her eyes. Zhang Xinu's eyes were filled with aggrievement and pain. Her lips trembled slightly, and her mouth kept explaining. No, it's really not true. Shaoli, you believe me. I like you so much. How could I possibly do such a thing to hurt you? Su Yuli was unmoved by Zhang Xinu's sincere explanation, and turned around to leave after pushing Zhang Xinu hard to the side. Su Yuli, you go? If you go, Gu Lichuan won't want to wake up again. Zhang Xinu looked at Su Yuli, who had already walked to the door, and shouted towards her. There was a tone of begging in all of these words that were supposed to be threatening. Su Yuli turned her head back and glanced indifferently at Zhang Xinu, smiling self-deprecatingly. What? You think I'll still believe these little tricks of yours? I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. Zhang Xinu did not want to deepen the misunderstanding with Su Yuli again, panicked and threw out a small pill box from her pocket, threw it in front of Su Yuli, and said aggrievedly, Shaoli, I really haven't lied to you. Gu Lichuan really needs these medicines. Su Yuli, however, did not even look at it and pushed the door away without hesitation. Chapter, Husband, Don't Scare Me. Don't Scare Me. 72. Haidong Hospital. In the quiet ward, Gu Lichuan opened his eyes from the hospital bed in a daze, and the first thing he saw was Su Yuli lying beside him. There was no telling how long she had been lying here. Her snow-white, delicate cheeks were streaked with tears as they dried. Gu Lichuan was a little lost in thought and wanted to gently reach out and stroke the top of her head, but for fear of waking her up, he could only timidly shrink back again. With such a subtle movement, Su Yuli was awakened all of a sudden, and when she saw Gu Lichuan open his eyes, she was surprised and said, "You're awake." Then the tears flowed out again indisputably. Earlier when the doctor told her that Gu Lichuan might never wake up, she didn't even know how desperate she was. "Do you feel sick anywhere? I'll go get the doctor." Su Yuli got up and was about to go find a doctor to check Gu Lichuan again, but he gave him a hand. "It's okay, you accompany me." Gu Lichuan pulled her back to the bed and sat down. His body moved to the edge of the bed, and his head rested on Su Yuri's white and smooth thighs. When Su Yuli saw Gu Lichuan's movements, she instinctively wanted to refuse, but eventually restrained her inner urges, and finally reached out and gently rested her hand on the top of Gu Lichuan's head like a young couple in love. "How long have I been sleeping here?" Feeling Su Yuli's touch, Gu Lichuan tilted his head to look at Su Yuli's somewhat reddened earlobes and asked with a smile, "It's been a day. I thought you would never wake up again." Su Yuli whispered, her tears falling again, dripping onto Gu Lichuan's face. Don't cry. I'm not doing well." Gu Lichuan got up and wanted to wipe away the tears on Su Yuli's face, but was unreasonably pressed back onto his lap by Su Yuli, not allowing him to move around. Watching Su Yuli wipe away the teardrops on her face by herself, Gu Lichuan then let out a long sigh of relief, reaching out and grabbing her palm, secretly tickling her soft palm in an attempt to amuse her. "You do not move." Su Yuli gently patted Gu Lichuan's restless little hand, and then held it tightly. Looking down at Gu Lichuan's face, some melancholy said, "You say that if all this did not happen to the how good. If only your family hadn't gone bankrupt, if only you hadn't left me behind, or if only I had found you sooner. Do you think we have several children?" Su Yuli lowered her head, fuming, but there were no ifs in reality, and those could only be beautiful dreams that she fantasized about and could never realize. "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? You want a baby?" Looking at Su Yuli's slightly lost in thought, Gu Lichuan gently asked. "No, not." Su Yuli hurriedly refused. Before she did want to raise a cute little baby with Gu Lichuan, but now that such a thing had happened, it was considered to have completely and utterly crushed her intentions. All is that hateful Jiang Xinu harmed. Su Yuli now regretted to death. If not in the beginning he thought of pulling her a hand, which will appear now such a thing. "Honey, that said, I remember we had a bet, and you're going to have to help me if I don't want kids." Poor mouth. Su Yuli gently pinched Gu Lichuan, instantly causing him to bare his teeth in pain, followed by another wave of dizziness. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who was lying on his lap and not moving, Su Yuli instantly panicked and kept shaking him. "Honey, don't scare me. Don't scare me. Doctor. Doctor." At the entrance of the emergency room of the Haidong hospital, doctors in white coats came out from inside, and Su Yuli hurriedly wiped a handful of tears from her face to welcome her. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. At the moment it seems that the patient should have been poisoned with a special kind of ecstasy to cause this, and with the level of medicine that we have now, there is no way to develop a specific antidote," the doctor said with some regret. "Mr. Su, we really tried our best." Su Yuli froze in place, only to come back to her senses after a long time, and rushed over to Zhang's group like crazy. "Liz, believe me, I really didn't do that to you. I can swear to God." In the Zhang group president's office, Jiang Xinu pulled Su Yuli's hand and said in a somewhat humble tone. The redness and swelling on her face had not completely subsided. At this moment, Su Yuli simply did not have the heart to listen to Jiang Xinu explain so much, and only wanted to focus on getting the antidote. However, Jiang Xinu was indeed unforgiving at the moment, and had to make Su Yuli believe in herself before she would give her the antidote. "Fine, I believe you didn't do it. Can you give me the antidote now?" Su Yuli shook off Jiang Xinu's grip on her hand and said in an icy tone, her eyes filled with intense disgust. "Li, believe me, I really didn't. I really didn't. Look, this is the surveillance video from that day." Seeing that Su Yuli still refused to believe herself, Jiang Xinu hurriedly took out her cell phone and called up the surveillance video in her bedroom that day to show Su Yuli. Su Yuli smacked away the cell phone that Jiang Xinu handed to her, grabbed her hand and growled, "What the hell will you do to give me the antidote? Still thinking of humiliating me? Need I get down on my knees and beg you? You can open the door right now for everyone outside to see." "No, Rue. No, I have no such intentions at all. You misunderstand me." At this exact moment, Su Yuli's cell phone rang, interrupting the tense atmosphere of the moment. Su Yuli had no intention of picking it up, but the phone kept on twittering and thinking, Su Yuli let go of Jiang Xianyu's hand and took out her cell phone ready to turn it off. But after seeing the memo, her face suddenly turned slightly white. After glaring at Jiang Xianyu, Su Yuli stepped to the side to make sure Jiang Xianyu couldn't hear her before she pressed the answer button with a trembling hand. Sister Xiaoli, do you know where my brother has gone? How come no one answered his phone when I called him these days? The phone came Gu Lizi's slightly complaining voice. Since Gu Lichuan this scum Su Shuayo. Gu Lizi but held a bellyful of anger has no place to spread. Now all she wanted to do was hurry up and find her brother who had lifted his pants to teach him a good lesson. But for so many days Gu Lichuan was too weak to take her call. She had no choice but to call Su Yuli to take the opportunity to ask about her brother's movements, so she could take Su Shuayo to block Gu Lichuan. Xiao Zi, your brother, he, seems to be because of the company's business trip, maybe the cell phone is out of battery, did not receive the call it. In a panic, Su Yuli made up a flawed blind story to try to deceive Gu Lizi. Su Yuli couldn't tell her that something had happened to Gu Lichuan, so that she would be as worried about Gu Lichuan as she was. Chapter, Su Yuli, tell me why. 73. Sister Xiaoli, it can't be that my brother has done something bad and is secretly hiding, right? Gu Lizi said tentatively. After all, now Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli are wearing the same pants. Su Yuli help him to hide it is more than reasonable, and Su Yuli just that words are simply full of loopholes. It is no wonder that Gu Lizi has doubts. How could I? Xiao Zi, are you still not assured of your brother's character? He can do anything bad. Let's do it this way. When your brother comes back, I'll have him call you back the first time, okay? Su Yuli forced down her sadness and squeezed out a smile as she joked to Gu Lizi, trying to dispel her doubts. At this time, Jiang Xianyu attempted to come over, but when she saw the smile on Su Yuli's face and the phone in Su Yuli's hand faintly emitting a girl's voice, she instantly changed her face. After her sneaky approaching move was discovered by Su Yuli who glared at her, Jiang Xianyu silently retreated to the wall, her face already so gloomy that it could drip water. Jiang Xianyu didn't need to think to know that the one who was talking to Su Yuli on the phone right now was the girl she had bumped into at the hospital when she was with Su Yuli. Su Yuli's piercing smile and warm and soft tone cut into Jiang Xianyu's heart one by one. She could not go and fight with Gu Lichuan for the half of Su Yuli's heart that had been given to him, but she would never allow the other half of Su Yuli's heart to be taken away by a woman other than herself. Jiang Xianyu's hands were clenched into fists nervously, her nails embedded into her palms, but the pain coming from her hands was far less than the pain in her heart. Sister Xiaoli, then ask my brother to call me back as soon as possible. I have something urgent to find him. Hearing Su Yuli say this, Gu Lizi couldn't say anything more, but with her sharp intuition, she knew Su Yuli was lying. This deepened even more her opinion that Gu Lichuan was a scum, and she decided to go to Su Group to block him when she was free. Gu Lizi had to make a claim for Su Shuayo, her good best friend, and say whatever it took to get her brother to marry Su Shuayo. Hearing that Gu Lizi no longer pressed for Gu Lichuan's whereabouts, Su Yuli then let out a sigh of relief and said, Good Xiao Zi, as soon as I have news of your brother, I'll have him call you back. After Su Yuli hung up the phone as if she was relieved, Jiang Xianyu had impatiently rushed to Su Yuli's side, grabbed her hand that was about to put down the phone and questioned, Who is she? After Su Yuli broke away from Jiang Xianyu's hand, she once again resumed her icy appearance and said in an icy tone, None of your business. You can start now if you want to humiliate me, and if you still have your conscience in mind, you'll give me the antidote now. Jiang Xianyu looked at Su Yuli's look of loathing herself and thought of the gentle look she just gave to the girl on the phone. She could no longer restrain herself and yelled at Su Yuli. Why? Su Yuli, are you happy to see me being fooled by you? After all these years, look at me like a little cutie, like it's fun to look around for you? Jiang Xianyu directly pressed Su Yuli against the wall, forcing her to look at her eyes, then spoke to herself. Su Yuli, why have you refused to believe me since the beginning? I would really like to travel back now and do the things you said out of your mouth to you. You know I love you now, so much that I can't help it. So why did you find her to irritate me? Why? Is it because I didn't recognize that it was you who saved me in the first place? Why are you punishing me like this? Su Yuli, tell me why. Jiang Xianyu is a little hysterical. Pressing Su Yuli will be forced to kiss up. Want to through this kiss to these days repressed aggression are vented. Want to through this kiss to tell Su Yuli how much he loves her. Looking at Jiang Xianyu who was constantly close to her. At this moment, Su Yuli didn't know where to generate a force, directly overturning Jiang Xianyu on the ground, then slowly sliding against the wall. Su Yuli was shocked, dumbfounded by Jiang Xianyu's words. She actually liked herself and didn't do those nasty things to herself. Su Yuli squatted and sat on the ground, recalling what happened that day. It suddenly occurred to her that all her clothes were still intact on her body, and there were no obvious injuries on her body other than some pain. After half a day of reminiscing, Su Yuli was so elated that she let out a loud cry. Great, great. You haven't lost your innocence. You're still clean. You're clean. After crying for a long time, Jiang Xianyu threw out a round pill box and rolled it to Su Yuli's hand. Take it. The antidote you want. Jiang Xianyu twisted her head to the side, no longer letting Su Yuli see herself crying. Su Yuli picked up the medicine bottle that Jiang Xianyu threw out with a trembling hand, looked at the flat pill inside with delight, and carefully put it away. Hearing Su Yuli put the medicine bottle away, Jiang Xianyu mocked. What? You're not afraid that it's fake now? Aren't you afraid that I'll poison Gu Lichuan? You. Hearing Jiang Xianyu utter these words, Su Yuli's face instantly turned pale, not knowing what to say. Jiang Xianyu smiled to herself. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid to give you poison. Then what is this? Su Yuli pursued for insurance purposes. Jiang Xianyu wiped her tears and stood up, her face complex as she looked at Su Yuli and said, Do you think that just by me I can find Gu Lichuan and rescue him from the kidnappers overnight? Su's group building. Gu Lizzie, hiding in the roadside cafe, her eyes looking at Su's group's door from time to time, trying to catch her bereaved brother in the act. I did not expect her to wait until dark did not see Gu Lichuan from the inside out. Hit him on the phone or is always off. Which can be Gu Lizzie angry enough. Su Shuya was going back to Hong Kong City in 2 days. Gu Lizzie said that she had to catch Gu Lichuan before Su Shuya went back to Hong Kong City and escort him to Su Shuya to make amends. By the way, he threatened him again that if he dared to not get along with Su Shuya, he would sever his brother-sister relationship with her. When she thought of Gu Lichuan now avoiding her everywhere and refusing to see her, Gu Lizzie was furious and directly rushed into the Su Group's building wanting to pull him out. Smiley face, the antidote thing. Zhang Xinyue looking for the police department high-level relations. Private use of the special squad rescued Gu Lichuan, in order not to disclose information. Even if Gu Lichuan at that time has been electrocuted, the special squad added a layer of insurance, which is the reason that the Haidong hospital cannot be solved. And then at the beginning of the Zhang Xinyue sent to receive the Gu Lichuan sent him directly home. I did not expect that there is this, the antidote to send to her hands. Indeed, there is a selfish desire to use it to threaten Su Yuli to stay by his side for a period of time, with love to sensitize her. I did not expect a greater misunderstanding. Smiley face, as for why I do not bring water word count, because I do not know how to round back how to write. Anyway, the next chapter will skip the explanation of the plot. Go back to normal plot. Start Gu Lizzie's pit brother journey. It is time to let Jiang Xinyue and Gu Lizzie, a good sister of the assist, so that the main female character black an incarnation of a sickly girl. Chapter, Husband. This kind of thing is not something you can just work on 74. Su Yuli carefully put the antidote in her hand and gently stuffed it into Gu Lichuan's mouth, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Gu Lichuan, until she saw his original tightly closed eyes begin to slowly open before she let go of her heart. At this moment, Su Yuli was secretly happy in her heart. It seemed that Jiang Xianyu really didn't lie to her. What happened? Gu Lichuan, who had just awakened, was still a bit confused. He only felt that he had always fainted for some time inexplicably, completely unaware of what was going on. It's okay, husband. Su Yuli flung herself into Gu Lichuan's arms, and immediately afterward, she came close to Gu Lichuan's long and slender neck, continuously spitting out warm breath, and that gentle haze blew by, causing Gu Lichuan to itch. Without those knots in her heart, Su Yuli changed her previous refusal attitude and took the initiative to tease Gu Lichuan. Su Yuli suddenly reached out and pushed Gu Lichuan, who had just sat up, violently onto the hospital bed. Afterwards, Su Yuli lightly rolled over onto her back, and the whole person, like a sexy and charming little wildcat, steadily pressed on Gu Lichuan's body, reaching out and tugging at his collar, pouting and geologically asking, Hubby, are your words before still true? At this moment, Gu Lichuan was in a daze, having just awakened. His mind was still in a state of confusion, and he had no idea what Su Yuli was referring to now. He blinked those slightly confused eyes and asked blankly, what words? Seeing Gu Lichuan's play dumb look, Su Yuli pouted in dissatisfaction. Her cheeks slightly flushed, lifted her small pink fist and gently pounded it on Gu Lichuan's broad and sturdy chest, blaming, of course it's to have a child with me. It's not that you said no. Gu Lichuan just wanted to explain something. The words came to his mouth but was quickly interrupted by Su Yuli. Su Yuli stretched out a slender white jade hand and covered Gu Lichuan's mouth without hesitation, gazing at him with icy eyes as she said coldly, Husband, can't it be that you want to back out? I don't care. You're responsible for what you said. Now. Right now. I want you to honor your word. Seeing that Gu Lichuan didn't seem to be very cooperative, Su Yuli's face became slightly furious, and after finishing those words in a strong tone that didn't allow for the slightest questioning, she then unceremoniously went on the offensive against Gu Lichuan. In an instant, Su Yuli's small hands wandered up and down Gu Lichuan's robust body, exploring every inch of skin with impunity. Don, TB like this. Let's go home first and talk about it. Okay. Gu Lichuan tried to catch Su Yuli's restless little hand while trying to stop her atrocities. Unexpectedly, but with Su Yuli easily break away. Backhanded then pressed herself on the bed unable to move. Su Yuli flung her hair, face slightly wry said, "It's okay, husband, just now I've already locked the door. Now no one can disturb us." After a sound rain and clouds, Su Yuli seemed to pour out all the grievances and pain she had suffered over the past few days onto Gu Lichuan's body. After finishing, she was exhausted and paralyzed in Gu Lichuan's warm and broad embrace, her chest heaving violently, gasping for air. Gu Lichuan looked at the little person in his arms, although he didn't know what had happened to make her change back to her previous appearance, but this was always a good thing, and the arm around her unconsciously grew tighter. After resting for a while, Su Yuli, who was originally quietly nestled in Gu Lichuan's arms, seemed to have suddenly remembered something important, only to see that she reached out her small hand and gently stroked Gu Lichuan's sturdy chest, and then raised her delicate and slightly angry little face, lifting up her eyes to look straight at Gu Lichuan. "Hubby, tell me, why don't we have a little baby by now? Is there something wrong with your body?" Ming Jidu did not do any safety measures, but this is a few months. Why is not pregnant? Which makes Su Yuli cannot help but doubt. Looking at Gu Lichuan who tried to talk tough, Su Yuli didn't intend to stop there, gently pulling over his hand, tenderly saying, "It's okay, husband, I won't mind you, we'll find a doctor to take a look later. I'm sure I'll stay with you until you're recovered." Su Yuli's words almost didn't choke Gu Lichuan to death. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just woken up now and was being tossed around by Su Yuli, he would have wanted to let Su Yuli see if there was a problem with him or not. Looking at Gu Lichuan's eyes that were filled with anger, Su Yuli acted unusually innocent, only to see her blinking those big watery eyes, poutingly said, "Husband, don't be angry. There is a disease we will see, nothing to be embarrassed about." Hearing this, Gu Lichuan, who couldn't stand it anymore, finally exploded and raised his spirit, rolled over and pressed Su Yuli underneath her body, gritting his teeth. "Okay, I'll let you see if your husband has a problem with me or not." Looking at Gu Lichuan's infuriated appearance, Su Yuli twisted her body in an attempt to break free from her bonds while the corner of her mouth sketched out a smile of conspiratorial triumph, muttering, hubby, this kind of thing isn't something you can do with effort." After another messy battle, both of them lay exhausted on the bed not wanting to move. It was only then that Su Yuli remembered that today it seemed like Gu Lizi was looking for Gu Lichuan for something, which is why she weakly told Gu Lichuan about it. But the current Gu Lichuan simply did not have the strength to care about those other things. He now just wanted to rest. And at this time our Miss Gu has turned the whole Su's group upside down. If it is not she took Su Yuli before giving her a special license, no one dares to mess with her. Otherwise I am afraid that has long been the security guards as what lawlessness to the police station to go. After Gu Lizi took her work badge and swiped open the door to the Su Group president's office and still didn't find her scummy brother inside, she was then willing to believe that Gu Lichuan really wasn't at the company. Since Gu Lichuan is not in the company, then Gu Lizi decided to go to his home to block him. No matter what, she these days is sure to find her. This lifting up the pants do not recognize the person of the scum of the brother. Give Su Shueyo a good outlet for the anger, and then think of a way to make the two of them lock up completely together. But Gu Lizi turned over half a day of chat records, and did not find Gu Lichuan gave her said where he lived. No way. Gu Lizi had to call again to help Su Yuli. Tick, tick, tick dash. A sharp cell phone ringtone came from the quiet ward. Su Yuli frowned and hurriedly fumbled to touch the cell phone to mute it, which did not wake up Gu Lichuan, who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Originally, Su Yuli wanted to hang up directly, but when she saw clearly that it was Gu Lizi calling, she still pushed Gu Lichuan, who was sleeping like a dead pig beside her, extremely reluctantly. Chapter, you can call her sister-in-law directly. 75. In a daze, Gu Lichuan was pushed awake by Su Yuli, who laboriously opened his eyes, his face full of sleepiness, and muttered, "Don't make a fuss, let me sleep some more." Su Yuli ignored his protests and shook him again, waiting for him to wake up a little before stiffly shoving the cell phone into his hand and saying, "Xiao Zi's phone. Looking for you." Only then did Gu Lichuan take the call with extreme reluctance, casually connecting it, and before Gu Lizi could speak, she impatiently snatched it up and said, "Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing, hang up." "Gu Lichuan, you asshole, do you still have me as your sister in your eyes?" Hearing this, Gu Lizi instantly exploded, and was outputting into the phone, and when she turned her head and was ready to start properly educating her scummy brother, she found that the phone had long since been hung up by Gu Lichuan. This is not good. In case Xiao Zi really has something urgent. Su Yuli helplessly glanced at Gu Lichuan's move and said softly, Gu Lichuan wrapped his arms around Su Yuli and brought her towards his arms, then closed his eyes and said, "What can she be doing? It's fine. Sleep." Tick, tick, tick dash when the phone rang for the second time. Before Su Yuli could react to pick it up, Gu Lichuan rolled over and sat up, quickly snatching the phone from her hands. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he directly long pressed the power button to turn the phone off, and then threw the phone onto the bedside like a piece of trash. Su Yuli helplessly glanced at Gu Lichuan, wanting to take back her cell phone and give Gu Lizzie back, but she was clamped in Gu Lichuan's arms, and soon the exhaustion on her body made her not have the heart to think about these things anymore, and she sank into sleep following Gu Lichuan's light snoring. At this time, Gu Lizzie's face was gloomy to the extreme. She decided to stay here for one night, and wait for Gu Lichuan to come to work tomorrow to properly torture and interrogate her brother who has no conscience, and if he doesn't come tomorrow, he'll follow and secretly follow Su Yuri back to catch him. The night passed quietly, and in the morning when the various departments of the hospital had just begun to work, Su Yuli couldn't wait to drag Gu Lichuan up from the hospital bed, and pulled him towards some unknown department without saying a word. Along the way, despite Gu Lichuan's strong objections, claiming that there was no problem with his decision, Su Yuli simply didn't listen to his side of the story, forcibly pressing him down in front of the doctor until after checking everything inside and out, Su Yuli was willing to let him go. Looking at the time has reached noon. The test report will take some time to come out. Su Yuli simply also no longer go to the company, directly with Gu Lichuan home. This can be still in the office waiting to catch the two of them. Gu Lizzie angry enough. Yesterday still just hang up her phone. Well, today directly began to avoid her. Gu Lichuan a few days to do is simply show all the scum of the nature of the man. After asking Su Yuli's assistant for the address of Su Yuli's house, Gu Lizzie was thinking of killing her directly, but a phone call made her face change slightly and she quickly rushed back to the school. Yao Yao, why are you suddenly leaving? In the dormitory, Gu Lizzie pulled Su Shuio, who was packing up her things, and asked, "Didn't you say before that it would take a few more days to go back? Don't be discouraged. Wait for me. I'll have my brother in no time." "No Xiaozi." Su Shuio interrupted Gu Lizzie's words and said, "There's something going on in Hong Kong City. I need to go back and deal with it. It's not what you think." Hearing that Su Shuio didn't give up, Gu Lizzie then breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as this sister-in-law to be of hers didn't back down, then she would definitely be able to make her scummy brother welcome Su Shuio into his home, and then cut off his ties with those unsavory women outside. "Yao Yao, you're going for a few days this time?" Gu Lizzie asked with concern as she pulled Su Shuio's hand. "Don't know yet. How it is estimated that it will take a while." Su Shuio contemplated a somewhat uncertain opening. Looking at Gu Lizzie's somewhat disheveled appearance, Su Shuio gently spoke again. "It's okay Xiuji, I'll be back after I've taken care of it. This time I am mainly going back to organize the remaining bit of resources in my house, and then I plan to come to Haidong to develop. After all, brother Xiaochuan is also in Haidong, isn't it?" Hearing that Su Shuio was going to open a company in Haidong in the future, Gu Lizzie asked in surprise. "Really, Yao Yao? If Su Shuio was really going to be based in Haidong in the future, then wouldn't she be able to use a long line to catch a big fish, and slowly have to find a chance to wear down her and Gu Lichuan's relationship?" Su Shuio smiled and patted the back of Gu Lizzie's hand. "Flirting? Really? Should I give you a vice president when the time comes?" Vice president is not necessary. You just wait for my good news. When you come back, I will definitely clean up my one. Come back to ensure that you are satisfied." Gu Lizzie immediately patted her chest and guaranteed. After sending Su Shuio away, Gu Lizzie rushed to Su Yuli's home at a rapid pace, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw that Gu Lichuan was lying on the sofa, his hands and feet wiping the lipstick marks on his face. Gu Lizzie's face clouded over on the spot, and without saying a word, she rushed to him and questioned, "Brother, why did you hang up on me yesterday? And why don't you go to work today?" Gu Lichuan reclined on top of the sofa, slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Lizzie, asking, "What's wrong? Something wrong?" Gu Lichuan's tone was slightly rusty. Since the last time he was kidnapped by Su Shuio, Gu Lichuan's mind had already roughly guessed that this matter must have nothing to do with Gu Lizzie. This sister of his, although he hadn't seen much of her for so long, Gu Lichuan still knew her well. Gu Lizzie saw Gu Lichuan put on such a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, angry, her teeth itchy, and without saying, went up to the front and reached out to drag him to one side, and lowered her voice to ask, "Why do you live here? How come I can't live here? What's wrong with your sister Xiuli's house?" In the face of Gu Lizzie's aggressive stance, Gu Lichuan was frank, and directly hung his soft food and hard-eating stance on his face. "Besides, your sister Xiaoli and we're legally married. What's wrong with that?" "What? How come you are legally married to her?" Gu Lizzie was a bit unbelievable. If Gu Lichuan really married Su Yuli and treated Su Shuya like that, then he was really scum to the core. Gu Lizzie now felt a bit unworthy for Su Shuiyao. Gu Lichuan had a cloudy look on his face. Oh, I didn't tell you? Then I guess I forgot. Now I'm officially informing you that in the future, when you see your sister Xiaoli again, you can directly call her sister-in-law. Chapter, is this an attempt at denial? 76. Brother, by what right do I have to call her sister-in-law? Gu Lizzie was furious when she heard that Su Yuli had already taken Gu Lichuan one step ahead of Su Shuya, and angrily questioned Gu Lichuan. Then why did you treat Yao Yao that way? Gu Lizzie's voice was so loud that even Su Yuli, who was washing fruits in the kitchen, noticed it and looked this way with some suspicion. Hearing Gu Lizzie say this, Gu Lichuan's eyes turned cold. Gu Lizzie really did have an inextricable relationship with Su Shuya, so he slowly said, Xiao Zi, it's really you. What is me? You first say why did you do that to Yao Yao? Gu Lizzie was first stunned, then reacted to the run-on topic and hurriedly chased after the questioning. Looking at Gu Lichuan half a day without saying anything, with a look of indifference, Gu Lizzie couldn't hold back any longer and loudly reprimanded. Brother, I really didn't expect you to be such a scum. After saying that, Gu Lizzie cried and ran out. She really felt unworthy for Su Shuya. How could she like this human-faced and beastly brother of hers? And most importantly, she pushed her to the side of this beast, which was not pushing her into the fire pit. Su Yuli carried the washed fruits and looked at Gu Lizzie, who cursed Gu Lichuan's beast and ran out with some puzzlement. Su Yuli then put down the fruit plate and looked at Gu Lichuan with a puzzled expression. Her luxuriant jade hand rested on Gu Lichuan's shoulder and encircled him from behind, her eyes revealing a hint of danger as she gently inquired at his mouth. Husband? Confess from leniency, resist from severity. What did you say you did again that was worse than a beast? Let Xiao Zi talk about you like that. Gu Lichuan helplessly pulled down Su Yuli's hand on his shoulder and pulled her to sit beside him to explain his suspicions and what he had just verified. Su Yuli's smiling face was suddenly gloomy. The recent series of events had left her with no time to care about who actually kidnapped Gu Lichuan in the first place. But when she heard Su Shuiyao's name, her eyes were suddenly cold. If Su Yuli did not remember wrongly, the Hong Kong City Su family had been annexed by the Hong Kong City Su family. Remembering the bank card that was sent to the Su group for demonstration, Su Yuli did not understand where Su Shuiyao got so much money from. Could it be that Su Hongjun was cheating himself? Looking at Su Yuli's face that was somewhat slightly angry, Gu Lichuan was afraid that he had said which sentence incorrectly and had angered Su Yuli. So he carefully asked, Wife, are you alright? Looking at Su Yuli, who didn't say anything for half a day, the cold sweat on Gu Lichuan's head was almost flowing into a river. He could clearly feel in the past 2 days that Su Yuli's control over him had risen to an outrageous height. Just when Gu Lichuan thought he couldn't escape today, Su Yuli spoke. It's okay, honey, I'm going to take care of a little something. And one of these days, you're going to stay at home and not go out without my permission. In the gentle words, Gu Lichuan heard the slightest chill and shrank back, nodding his head in a hurry. Only after watching Su Yuli go out fully dressed did Gu Lichuan dare to climb up from the fluffy sofa. It couldn't be helped. It was really Su Yuli's recent aura that was too powerful. Gu Lichuan, who was pressed at home, really couldn't find anything to do, and could only cast his eyes on the piano that Su Yuli had spent a heavenly sum of money to auction off, which was placed in the bedroom. Since this zither was carried home, Gu Lichuan basically had little time to touch it, except for the occasional request from Su Yuli to play it. The idle Gu Lichuan walked to the piano stool and sat down, dropped the piano cloth, lifted the piano cover, and gently struck his fingers on the keys, and at once a pleasant piano sound echoed in the empty bedroom. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Gu Lichuan's mind. Since Lichuan Media's artists who signed up can't be helped, Gu Lichuan might as well go on his own, rubbing his hands on Su Yuli's resources and completing his dream. Thinking of this, Gu Lichuan could not help but surge in his heart, stretching out his slender fingers to fly on the keys. After half a day, Gu Lichuan frowned. A storm sonata was played by him in a mess, totally like a beginner. Not even a tenth of the caliber he had when he was in college. Gu Lichuan sighed. These few years of running around had really caused his zither skills to drop to a level that he himself could hardly tolerate. If he were to perform on stage at his current level, he'd be unceremoniously kicked off the stage by an audience that knows a little bit about music, I'm sure. Gathering up his disheveled mood, Gu Lichuan's fingers gently stroked the keys again. He decided it would be better to practice with the song he had written in the first place. After all, he had composed it himself and recovered a bit faster. When Su Yuli returned to Su Group, the first thing she did was to call Su Hongjun. Before Su Yuli could open her mouth to question, she was cut off by Su Hongjun's sobbing voice. Mr. Su you can have to do for our Su family to do the Lord I was according to your instructions to squeeze the Su family, but the benefits of the Su family we are a little bit did not get the project of the harbor water bay, not only did not get their hands on the project, but also lost several tens of millions of dollars. Mr. Soo Hongjun crying on the phone that call a miserable do not know also thought that he sue family bankruptcy. Enough. Soo Yuri's cold and icy tone instantly stopped Soo Hongjun's voice and asked, Mr. Soo, why does the Soo family still have the funds to dare to come to my Haidong to cause trouble? I need an explanation from you. Listening to Soo Yuli's tone of voice that brooked no argument, it instantly confused Soo Hongjun. No, Soo Yuli, this is not trying to deny the account. The Soo family cannot be dead. The head of the Soo family, Soo Jinha, has been driven by the bank to sleep in a bridge hole. The Soo family can still have any money. Even if Soo Hongjun hard again how cricket Soo Yuli mouth is not dare to show out. After all, the people of Haidong Soo group, the family is big. Casually move a finger can let the Soo family bankruptcy. Mr. Soo, you say this matter is not there any misunderstanding My side is indeed doing the bureau to bring down the Soo family Do not believe you can search the internet Soo Jinha are sleeping in a bridge hole. He is absolutely impossible to trip you again. Soo Hongjun weakly laid out the facts. Want to see if there is any misunderstanding in the middle of this matter. The main thing is that this time, his Soo family in order to mess up the Soo family. That is the blood money. And now a little bit of benefit did not get. He is really not willing Oh yeah? Then what's going on with Soo Shueao? Soo Yuli coldly questioned. Hearing Soo Shueao, Soo Hongjun immediately came into the spirit and immediately began to channel Soo Yuli's bitterness. Mr. Soo you also know this Soo Shueao it's her. Not only the broken Soo family's resources are all eaten not to mention, the project of the harbor water bay is also her to snatch away Mr. Soo, you have to give me the main chapter, notice of resumption of shooting 77. Hearing Soo Hongjun's shameless and bottomless words, Soo Yuli was first stunned, and then she was actually so infuriated that she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Soo Yuli's face was gloomy as she said coldly, what's wrong? Soo Shueao is not a member of the Soo family anymore? Allowing a left hand like the Soo family to pour out the right hand. Is this what you call letting the Soo family perish? As soon as the words fell, the voice of Soo Hongjun immediately came from the other end of the phone, which was justified and vibrant. Mr. Soo, don't get excited yet. How can this be considered left hand to right hand? Who in Hong Kong City doesn't know that Soo Shueao has long since severed her relationship with the Soo family? Since the relationship has been severed, then Soo Shueao can't be considered the Soo family anymore. Hearing Soo Hongjun's brazen to the extreme, Soo Yuli only felt a wave of nausea in her heart, and was no longer willing to talk more nonsense with this scoundrel. Directly put down the phone, and then quickly toward the Soo Group Hong Kong City branch called. In fact, at the beginning, Soo Yuli thought in her heart, the Soo family is, after all, the oldest family in Hong Kong City, even if its power is not as strong as it was before, but there are still some contacts and resources. In line with the code of conduct that a strong dragon does not suppress a snake, Soo Yuli had originally sincerely hoped to be able to work together with them, but this attitude of Soo Hongjun's office was really too disappointing for her. It seemed that dealing with the Hong Kong City Soo family could only be done by her personally. After a long time, Soo Yuli looked at the information sent over from the Hong Kong City side, her brows wrinkled together. Soo Shueao did not know whose power, quickly annexed the entire Soo family, and took many important projects in Hong Kong City. According to this momentum, Soo's Group Hong Kong side of the branch simply does not pose any threat to her business. Moreover, according to Soo Yuli's speculation, Soo Shueao could stir up a bloody storm in Hong Kong City in such a short period of time, and there must be no lack of assistance from the top management of Hong Kong City behind it. This made Soo Yuli not able to think of a good countermeasure for a while, and the boredom in her heart caused her fingers to gently tap on the desktop in a disorderly manner. After practicing the piano alone at home for a while, Gu Lichuan felt that he was almost recovered. So he set up his phone and played a self-composed song. The melodious and ambiguous melody rang out, and with Gu Lichuan's unique voice, coupled with the lyrics that poured out love, Gu Lichuan recorded it several times in a row before he was satisfied. Gu Lichuan wanted to first that his original, the most skillful song, sent to the internet to see how the reaction. If they are all scolded him, then he decided to honestly eat Soo Yuri's soft rice forget. But if someone like, then he can be ready to enter the music industry to go after the dream to go. Gu Lichuan are uploaded. In the thought of the text suddenly feel that this is a bit wrong, so first sent to Soo Yuli tasting a bit. If Soo Yuli this music idiots cannot listen to words, then Gu Lichuan are not to go to make a fool of themselves. After sending the video to Soo Yuli, Gu Lichuan fell into an anxious and long wait. He was thinking, if Soo Yuli, the person who looks at him with tinted glasses, doesn't like it, then he dipped on just as the phone rang. Gu Lichuan hurriedly opened it, and after seeing Soo Yuli's words filled with compliments, Gu Lichuan instantly felt that he had done it, so he didn't even bother to think about the copy, and directly AI generated a paragraph and sent it to the platform. Just sent out. An unfamiliar phone call will call in. Gu Lichuan is still thinking how he just sent out not a minute. It is hard not to bewitch discerning eyes of the talent scout to find out. Does he or she really just have that much potential? Hello, are you Mr. Gu Lichuan? Hearing the voice on the phone, Gu Lichuan instantly felt that his future was bright and open. He is so talented and suave. Yes, I am. Gu Lichuan hurriedly answered. And at the moment, he was already immersed in his fantasy of being surrounded by the crowd and shouting about the musical talent. Then, the voice on the phone made Gu Lichuan's heart instantly fall back into his stomach. Hello Mr. Gu, this is the Let's Fall in Love Together. The program team. This call then, is to inform you that the program will restart filming in the near future. So please plan your time wisely and be on time for the filming of our program team. Obviously, the one who called Gu Lichuan was 80% an extra. And the way he said it, he wasn't polite at all. And he really treated Gu Lichuan as a small actor who was anxious to show his face on the program. Gu Lichuan hung up the phone with a black face. He thought it was some kind of talent scout. He had a good dream for nothing. After practicing the zither all afternoon, Gu Lichuan was also a bit tired. Throwing away his cell phone and turning his head to look at the report of his morning medical checkup sent by the housekeeper. Looking at the above, various values are normal. Gu Lichuan only then put down the heart. He has long said that he has no problem. Suyuli surprisingly still do not believe. Had to pull him to check all over again. When Suyuli came back, Gu Lichuan was going to slap the report in her face and let her take a good look at whether she had a problem or not. Gu Lichuan hadn't been complacent for long when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wouldn't he be in danger if he had no health problems? Wouldn't Suyuli be pestering him every day to have a child with him? Thinking of this, Gu Lichuan's cold sweat bristled. With his hands full, he threw the report into the fireplace and burned it. This matter must not let Suyuli know. Gu Lichuan now would rather admit that he has a problem. Do not want to let Suyuli know that he is no longer a problem. It's not good enough. It's a real lifesaver. Good thing Suyuli, who had been busy all day, came home and didn't think about the inspection. And after dinner she wrapped herself around Gu Lichuan's body like a sloth, asking him to play the piano for her to listen to. At this time, Gu Lichuan was a person who responded to every request, fearing that Suyuli would remember things she shouldn't, and torturing him in different ways. Honey, you play so beautifully, you're great. Suyuli hung on Gu Lichuan's body, exhaled like an orchid and complimented Gu Lichuan, turning her eyes to do something else to him, but she was forced by Gu Lichuan to interrupt and was forced to listen to his swan song. Suyuli raised a small mouth, full of dissatisfaction. She did not expect Gu Lichuan since so insensitive, even at this time to speak of these. Now this atmosphere is the time to speak of these? Shouldn't this be a time for kissing and hugging and lifting? Suyuli, who was too lazy to listen to Gu Lichuan's blind beeping anymore, directly pushed Gu Lichuan down on the bed and said, "Alright hubby, I know, but it's time to get down to business." Ha? Business? What business? Gu Lichuan looked confused, then came to a realization. Wife, don't you say, there's really a serious matter. Gu Lichuan hurriedly told Suyuli about the program crew calling him in the afternoon to tell him that the program was back on the air to restart filming. Suyuli's hands to undress Emil. Originally she thought that Gu Lichuan this is a sudden realization to do business with himself, but it seems that she still think too much. Suyuli seriously reflected on herself. It seemed that it was still her hands that had been too soft lately that had caused Gu Lichuan to be like this. At that moment, Suyuli narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Gu Lichuan with an unkind gaze. Chapter, hubby, you're just jealous. 78. Suyuli nestled in Gu Lichuan's arms, her cold little hands crossing his chest and asked, "Hubby, what did you just say? What program or something? What kind of nonsense is it?" At this time, Gu Lichuan, who had just been tossed by Suyuli, had a look of lovelessness on his face, and forced himself to explain towards Suyuli that the program team notified him in the evening that the program was back on air and was ready to reshoot the notice. "Oh, husband, you said this." Suyuli thought for half a day before remembering that it was the love variety show that Jiang Xinu had invested in back then. It seems that Jiang Xinhua has regained control of Jiang's group, and has brought this program up again, and I don't know what she wants to take the opportunity to do. As soon as she thought of Jiang Xinu, Suyuli was all over the place, not to mention the fact that so many unpleasant things had happened before. It was the day when Jiang Xinu's meal of true love confessed that scared Suyuli to death. In this regard, she didn't have such strange hobbies as Jiang Xinu. She was still very normal. Although Suyuli still didn't want to participate in her heart, she understood that she had to make a break with Jiang Xinu, and couldn't let her pester Gu Lichuan, let alone let her pester herself. "Honey, why don't we not go to that crap variety show?" Looking at Suyuli's face, Gu Lichuan also knew that she and Jiang Xinu had not been dealing with each other, and the last time she was able to participate, it was purely for her own sake. So she comforted. I don't think I can help up those artists anyway. Lichuan media, I've already thought of another way. Unexpectedly, Su Yuli at this time refused. No, husband, we have to go this time. Last time I didn't have time to talk to Jiang Xinyue about this matter. Su Yuli this time intends to take advantage of this variety show to have a complete showdown with her and persuade her to die before it's too late and turn back to the shore. Looking at Su Yuli's determined look, Gu Lichuan fell into a moment of confusion and asked in disbelief. Wife you. Su Yuli blocked his mouth and chirped. Hubby, don't worry about it, just watch my eyes and do the job when the time comes. Gu Lichuan thought that Su Yuli was again trying to use herself to anger Jiang Xinu, trying to get her to give up, so he didn't think much about it. It was just that Su Yuli did want to take him to anger Jiang Xinu, but the one who wanted Jiang Xinu to give up was not him, but Su Yuli herself. Ergo, on the shooting set Gu Lichuan watched Jiang Xinyue surround Su Yuli and keep pestering her, and immediately stared at the dog's eyes. How come this plot is a little bit off from what was expected? Why does this feel like his wife was robbed by someone else, or a woman did? In order to declare his sovereignty, Gu Lichuan hurriedly took the initiative to get to Su Yuli's side and took her arm like a little daughter-in-law, refusing to let go of her hand. For Gu Lichuan to take such initiative, Su Yuli was very flattered, and she even wanted to confess to Jiang Xinu later so that Gu Lichuan could be a little more jealous. Just what Gu Lichuan didn't expect was that Jiang Xinyue seemed to treat him directly as heir, and also chirped around Su Yuli to shush her. Looking at Su Yuli even coped with a few sentences from time to time, which can kick over Gu Lichuan's jealousy, grasping Su Yuli's arm a few points tighter, to show their dissatisfaction. Noticing the force on her arm, Su Yuli laughed and leaned over Gu Lichuan's ear and whispered, Hubby, you're just jealous. Before Gu Lichuan could even weasel his way out of it, Su Yuli retreated to the side and giggled. Jiang Xinu looked at Su Yuli, and Gu Lichuan's intimate movements also had a look of envy on her face, wondering when she would be able to have this kind of treatment. Soon as the show kicked off, the live viewers realized something was wrong. Jiang Xinu even directly skipped out on the male guest she was partnered with and directly cut across Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan's event. Watching Jiang Xinyue interact with Su Yuli in front of Gu Lichuan like a manly woman, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room floated out a question mark, while the number of people who watched the live broadcast of Su Yuli's group also rapidly increased. Looking at their own position was Jiang Xinyue to replace slowly excluded Gu Lichuan righteous protest, but Su Yuli was Jiang Xinyue annoyed unbearable to help him. The entire program team and our Jiang Xinyue people. No one bird him. The director of the program was still happily looking at the data from the live broadcast and laughing his ass off. To wrap up the program, the team asked the male and female guests to cook together to make dinner, as a way to deepen the understanding between the male and female guests. In the other groups, the male and female guests were all in a happy, warm and harmonious manner, but when it came to Su Yuli's side, the style of the entire program became different. Su Yuli was forced to be driven at the door, somewhat helplessly watching the two of them, Gu Lichuan and Jiang Xinu, frantically strangle each other in front of themselves. Not long after, Su Yuli had two delicacies in front of her, each from the hands of Jiang Xinu and Gu Lichuan. Little Li, you quickly taste it and see if my cooking is good. Jiang Xinu pushed the dinner plate in front of her towards Su Yuli's face, somewhat demonstratively glancing towards Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan was also not willing to show weakness, and as soon as he pushed away the dinner that Jiang Xinyue had made, he placed the portion he had made in front of Su Yuli, inviting, "You try it, it's all what you love to eat." Gu Lichuan, what are you doing? Don't you know what comes first? Seeing her own carefully crafted dinner being pulled aside by Gu Lichuan, Jiang Xinu was in a hurry and hastily slapped away Gu Lichuan's hand, placing her own portion back in front of Su Yuli. Hey, I've put up with you for a long time, you know? You is my wife. Do I need to eat the dinner you made? Wife, come eat mine. Gu Lichuan meanwhile was not willing to show weakness and hastily swore his sovereignty. Bat, you let Shaoli say to see which one of us is good at cooking. If I win, you will immediately follow Shaoli's ass from now on as long as I'm around, and you can't disturb me and Shaoli. The corner of Jiang Xinu's mouth revealed a smile, taking the opportunity to throw out the bet. Gu Lichuan at this moment temper is also up, immediately responded to the war, afraid of you not. If I win, you will consciously away from the moon in the future. Do not meddle in the feelings between our couple. Do you dare you? This Jiang Xinu is really Gu Lichuan annoyed to death. The first is to seduce their own attempts to destroy their feelings between husband and wife. See their own unmoved. Even turned his head to hook cause Su Yuli came. Quite a big boss. Is it so like to destroy other people's feelings? Well, seeing that Gu Lichuan had been provoked into taking the bait by herself and agreed to the bet, Jiang Xinyue was very satisfied and revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. She had just taken advantage of Gu Lichuan's inattention and sprinkled a large amount of extra salt in the dish he had made, and she was simply a surefire winner in this betting game. Looking at the two people in front of himself twittering for favor, Su Yuli a burst of helplessness, poured the fork in front of him to extend a small hand. Chapter, just because he's Gu Lichuan 79. Su Yuli carefully inserted a piece of steak made by Jiang Xinu. Small mouthfuls of food. Face suddenly appeared a fierce look. Wow, a mouthful of spit out. Gu Lichuan's face was blossoming with joy at the moment as he laughed, mockingly saying to Jiang Xinyu, "It seems that your craftsmanship isn't very good. I'm sorry then, but in the future, I'll trouble you to stay away from Yuer." Jiang Xinu looked at Su Yuli's expression incredulously. Although the dishes she made may not be not as good as some special chef's level, but it is definitely not difficult to eat. How can Shaoli look like this? Jiang Xinyu grabbed the plate, quickly tasted a mouthful, immediately also while spit out. After vomiting for half a day, Jiang Xinyu raised her head, looked at Gu Lichuan with an angry face, and shouted in a trembling voice, "When did you move my?" Before the words were finished, Jiang Xinyu fell over and vomited again. Looking at the appearance of Jiang Xinyu, Gu Lichuan the same disdainful smile. Really think that her those small actions he could not find? The other way to do the same thing. Just now I was afraid that you do not open this game. Boobs without brains woman. Gu Lichuan moved his eyes back to the table, suddenly shocked, looking at Su Yuli is ready to enjoy his food. Gu Lichuan in time to take the plate away, said to Su Yuli, "Wife, we do not eat this. My husband went home to do it again for you to eat." Gu Lichuan is clear about how much salt Jiang Xinyu sprinkled into this dish just now, and this is not going to snore people to death if it goes down in one bite. Su Yuli was a bit puzzled and had already guessed out a rough idea, but she had her own considerations. She wanted Jiang Xinu to completely die, so he grabbed the plate Gu Lichuan was holding and said softly, "It's okay husband, I'll just eat one plate." Gu Lichuan how willing to give up. Dead protect hand plate not let Su Yuli get away with it. See really can't argue Su Yuli. Hand intentionally a loose. Suddenly plate toward the ground fell. At the critical moment when it was about to fall to the ground in pieces, a jade hand steadily dragged the falling dinner plate and slowly lifted it up. Gu Lichuan, how can you be like this? You can't even hold a dinner plate steady. Jiang Xinu, who had not been able to empty her stomach, had not had time to raise her head before she saw these small actions of Gu Lichuan. How could she let Gu Lichuan drop the dishes so easily? Jiang Xinu brought the dinner plate to Su Yuli's face and said, "Shaoli, try it and see if his handiwork is still inferior to mine," said Jiang Xinu also deliberately raised her eyebrows to Gu Lichuan. The provocative meaning in her eyes should not be too obvious. Gu Lichuan still wanted to reach out and grab it, but Jiang Xinyu blocked him from getting his hands on it. Su Yuli wiped her small hands in her hands, scooped up a spoonful of the special egg fried rice made by Gu Lichuan and put it into her mouth, chewed a few times with her eyes closed for a long time, and then snapped her eyes open. The entire group froze in place, a look on their faces that they had never seen before. "Shaoli, if it's hard to eat, just spit it out." At this moment, Jiang Xinu had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, handing the paper towel to Su Yuli's hand, just waiting for Su Yuli to spit out the rice and then properly mock Gu Lichuan. But soon, Jiang Xinyu couldn't laugh anymore. "Yummy, hubby is so yummy," Su Yuli said joyfully, with twinkling little stars in her eyes. What? Jiang Xinu was instantly confused. That egg fried rice with half a bottle of salt could be delicious? Is it possible that salt is fake nowadays? Jiang Xinu didn't believe it and picked up a small spoon to taste it, but she was deadlocked in Su Yuli's arms. "My husband made it for me. You're not allowed to eat it." Su Yuli pushed away, wanted to come up to Jiang Xinu, and hurriedly took a big bite of the plate of egg fried rice which was half made up of salt. "Share." Within a few moments the plate was licked and reflected by Su Yuli. Su Yuli wiped the corners of her mouth, the corners of her eyes were a little moist, and said in a small voice, "So happy. This is the best egg fried rice that I have ever eaten, that my husband has ever made." Gu Lichuan was slightly flabbergasted, then hurriedly handed Su Yuli a bottle of drink. He actually won from the start. There was no reasoning, just because he was Gu Lichuan. Even if it was something hard to eat, as long as Su Yuli used it to compare it to others, then he would definitely win. At this time, Jiang Xinyu's dog eyes were about to fall on the ground, shouting loudly that it was impossible. Even she had specially rummaged out the half bottle of salt she had used to do the rest of the trick, tasted a mouthful of it, and after realizing that there was no problem, the whole person was not good anymore. She didn't believe that Su Yuli was that heady taste person. She quickly pulled Su Yuli and said, "Shaoli, how can you eat something that is so hard to eat? What he did must be hard to eat, right? Shaoli, you have to evaluate objectively. You can't be biased." At this moment, Su Yuli's brows were slightly furrowed, her expression somewhat dissatisfied. I'm just biased. What's wrong with that? As long as it's made by my husband, I like to eat it. Suyuli perhaps felt that this wasn't enough and continued. Or you could say that what I like is not the taste of this dish, but the person who made it. Do you hear me? Jiang Xinyue? Xiao Li. Jiang Xin Yu wanted to say something more, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Suyuli. Jiang Xin Yu, remember your bet. After Suyuli finished speaking, she took Gu Lichuan on her arm and left, leaving Jiang Xin Yu who was still dazed in place. Only when she walked around the corner and made sure that Jiang Xin Yu did not follow her did Suyuli vomit profusely. Wife, are you alright? Gu Lichuan hurriedly pounded up Suyuli's back and helped her straighten her out. It wasn't until she vomited out everything she had eaten today that Suyuli blushed miserably and wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Husband, Suyuli weakly shouted. Well, I'm. Gu Lichuan picked Suyuli up in a princess carry to help her conserve her strength. Suyuli leaned her head against Gu Lichuan's neck and said in a slightly dangerous manner, Hubby, in the steak that Jiang Xin Yu made, was it you who did the work? Hearing Suyuli ask this, Gu Lichuan proudly replied, that's for sure. Honey, your husband I'm witty. Right. However, Gu Lichuan did not hear Suyuli's words of praise, but instead heard Suyuli's ghostly voice. So why didn't hubby tell me earlier, causing me to eat such a big piece without any defense? Badass hubby, deserve to be punished. Gu Lichuan looked down at Suyuli's haughty expression, and Gu Lichuan reasonably suspected that Suyuli was trying to take personal revenge, but looking at her weak appearance, Gu Lichuan was playful and wanted to tease her. So he asked, then how is my wife going to punish me? Looking at Gu Lichuan's playful appearance, angry Suyuli's silver teeth clenched, but really have no strength today, can only cast his head aside, no longer care about him, waiting for the two of them to jostle and return home. At the door, Suyuli saw a person she least wanted to see, instantly revealing a disgusted expression on her face, her tone indifferent as she asked, why are you here? Chapter, Sis, I won't dare anymore Sis 80. Su Hongyu? When did you come back? Suyuli furrowed her brows. Lately she didn't know if she had bad luck. How come all the troubles were coming to her? Looking at Su Hongyu's current miserable appearance, a trace of indifference flashed through Suyuli's eyes. It was not because she was heartless. If Su Hongyu could be like other people's siblings and her sibling love, Suyuli would still love and protect this younger brother of hers. But unfortunately Su Hongyu has a belly full of bad water. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all day long, doing nothing wrong, and living as a socially challenged youth. Even if that was just fine, Suyuli wasn't too bad about wiping his ass with this amount of money. But ever since the knife that Su Hongyu stabbed Suyuli with in the beginning, their sibling friendship had come to an end. Suyuli will never forget the appearance of Su Hongyu who rushed at her with a knife in his hand. If Gu Lichuan didn't hold back that knife, she might have lost her life a long time ago. Suyuli is a person who loves and hates clearly, so even if Su Hongyu is now even more miserable, she will not give birth to half a bit of sympathy. Throw him out of the sea east does not hurt his life. Has been considered. Suyuli net open one side. Get out of the way. Don't block the entrance to our house. Suyuli reprimanded in disgust. Standing in front of the gate, Su Hongyu froze when he heard Suyuli's merciless words. He had thought that Suyuli had driven him out of Haidong for such a long time. His anger should have subsided, and he should have been readmitted for such a long time. How is it that now Suyuli instead still has a look of disgust with herself? Until Su Hongyu saw Gu Lichuan behind Suyuli, and a trace of resentment flashed through his eyes. It must be that this little white boy is blowing pillow talk to his sister, wanting to drive him completely out of Suyuli's side, so that he can draw a clear relationship with Suyuli, and then this little white boy can completely dominate all of Suyuli's assets. Why don't you get lost? Want me to call security to throw you out? Suyuli looked at Su Hongyu, who was still blocking the gate and did not move. Her tone became colder again, and she made a gesture that she was going to call the property security guards in charge of this villa area. Seeing this scene, Su Hongyu snapped, kneel down. Suyuli still did not respond, stretched out his hand and slapped his own slap. Sis, I'm not a human being. I already know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore sis. I beg you to spare me. Su Hongyu cried in a tearful and self-condemning voice. The whole person looked pathetic, as if it wasn't him who had made a mistake, but Suyuli who had bullied him. It's not that he genuinely knows it's wrong. It's just that he was forced by those debt collectors to really have no way out, which is why he came back to beg for Suyuli's forgiveness to help him pay off his gambling debts. Even if Suyuli refuses to give him money, then he must find a way to stay by Suyuli's side. The last time he planned to kidnap Gu Lichuan to blackmail Suyuli was unsuccessful. This time he said whatever he had to lurk by Suyuli's side to give information to that group of people. If he neither got the money nor provided them with useful information, and was kicked out by Suyuli again, that gang would really knock his legs off. Suyuli looked at Su Hongyu's sobbing appearance, a wave of nausea in her heart, How could she have such a younger brother? It was almost as if he was carved from the same mold as her biological parents who abandoned her in the first place. While Su Hongyu was crying, he raised his head to sneak a look at Su Yuli, and when he saw the look of disgust on her face worsening, Su Hongyu directly moved to her side on his knees, attempting to hug her thighs and beg for her forgiveness. This time Gu Lichuan how can sit, directly blocked in front of Su Yuli. Her wife's thighs how can let others touch, even if it is Su Yuli's own brother cannot. Looking at Gu Lichuan who blocked in front of himself, Su Hongyu instantly switched targets and hugged Gu Lichuan's thighs. Brother-in-law, I really know the wrong I beg you to beg mercy with my sister. Watching Su Hongyu wipe his nose and tears on his lap, Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli. If Su Yuli has a trace of emotion, then he will go along with it and be the good guy. If Su Yuli still refuses to forgive him, then Gu Lichuan has no choice but to throw him out. Su Yuli just coldly looked at Su Hongyu, who was still hugging Gu Lichuan's thigh and performing, with a cold smile on her face. Gu Lichuan will be aware of Gu Lichuan immediately yanked Su Hongyu's collar to drag out. I did not expect Su Hongyu also strange stubborn. Dead holding Gu Lichuan's legs is not to spread. In the end, the security guards of the property rushed over, and it took the combined efforts of all the people in a mess to drag Su Hongyu down from Gu Lichuan's body and carry him out. Back home Su Yuli mood exceptionally poor. Su Shueyo, Jiang Xinyue 2 people are enough to give her a headache, and now there is a Su Hongyu back. Su Yuli has now considered to not simply take Gu Lichuan to hide overseas to forget, to save one after another to find them trouble. Just as Su Yuli was thinking freely about which tourist destination she would take Gu Lichuan to for her honeymoon, another wail came from outside the house. Listening carefully, it was actually Su Hongyu who didn't know when he sneaked back again, lying at the gate and begging for Su Yuli's forgiveness. Gu Lichuan, who had just come out of the shower, frowned when he heard it. This Su Hongyu's rogue nature was a bit similar to Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan turned his head to look at Su Yuli. This matter still needs her to take a stand. Gu Lichuan doesn't want to care, also lazy to care about this kind of. After all, he doesn't have the slightest bit of experience in dealing with this kind of thing. Otherwise his relationship with Gu Lizi wouldn't have reached the freezing point by now. Su Yuli glanced at Gu Lichuan without a good face and said, "Look at what I'm doing. He likes to howl outside, let him howl outside. I cannot let him howl." After saying that, Su Yuli tilted her head and called out to Gu Lichuan, who was preparing to sneak into the guest room to put a quilt, and with a face that was not good, she reached out and patted the empty space next to her bed, the meaning in her eyes really not too obvious. Gu Lichuan, who had already fled to the door with the quilt in his arms, heard Su Yuli's shout, his body trembled, twisted his head with a fake smile, and resentfully returned to Su Yuli's side. Gu Lichuan had thought that Su Yuli would at the very least verbally educate him for a while, but he didn't think that Su Yuli directly grabbed the palm of Gu Lichuan's hand that had been stabbed by Su Hongyu, gently stroked it up, and asked in a small voice, "Does it still hurt?" Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's appearance with some amusement and said, "It's been long overdue." The wound on the palm had long since scabbed over and healed. It had also been scarred by Su Yuli with the best ointment, and at this point, it looked like there was not even a trace of having been injured. Looking at Su Yuli gently frosting her palm, Gu Lichuan suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yuli, "Wait, I have a gift I forgot to give you." With that, Gu Lichuan quickly ran to the cabinet and took out a small delicate box from the bottom of the cabinet and ran back to Su Yuli's side. Chapter, Take a good look hubby. I like it so much. 81. Su Yuli looked at the delicate little box that Gu Lichuan took out and asked with some curiosity, "What's in it? Open it and see if you don't know?" Gu Lichuan laughed, then pushed the box toward her. Su Yuli took the box and muttered, "Let me see what's inside." Mysterious. Opening the box, inside was an elaborately woven bracelet with tiny jewels and jades strung in colorful thin cords, emitting a colorful glow under the light, which was very pretty. "Hubby, this is for me?" Su Yuli was a bit unbelievable. Looking at the bracelet in her hand for a moment she froze. "Of course, who else could it be if not for you?" Gu Lichuan took out the bracelet in the box, pulled out Su Yuli's arm that was hidden in her sleeve, and helped her gently put it on, just enough to cover the hideous scar on Su Yuli's wrist that was left because of her self-inflicted injuries. That scar had always been a thorn in Gu Lichuan's heart, and Gu Lichuan had thought of countless ways to erase it, but all of them ended in vain because the scar had existed for too long. In the end, he really couldn't think of any better way. So Gu Lichuan came up with the next best thing, carefully weaving a bracelet to try to cover up the ugly scar. Since Gu Lichuan said that he would make up for Su Yuli, then he will definitely do it. Su Yuli loves herself so much that she loves herself to the point of self-mutilation, then Gu Lichuan will definitely not negatively affect her in this life. "Does it look good?" After tying the bracelet, Gu Lichuan gently asked. Su Yuli raised her hand and placed it in front of her eyes, looking at the gorgeous light it emanated under the light. Su Yuli was delighted and happily replied, Good-looking husband. I like it so much. Su Yuli played with the bracelet on her hand, somewhat lovingly, and then carefully removed the bracelet and gently placed it in the box. Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled and asked, "Why don't you wear it?" Su Yuli carefully collected the box and held it in her arms. After skimming Gu Lichuan, she said, "This is what my husband did for me with his own hands. What if I wear it badly? Of course, I have to put it away properly." Just Su Yuli has seen. This bracelet is definitely not Gu Lichuan perfunctory their own in the street casually buy or find someone to customize. With the silk thread material and color matching are in accordance with their own preferences too, is definitely Gu Lichuan hand woven out. Such a valuable thing should of course be put away properly. Can only be worn at important moments. If you wear it on your hand all the time, what if it wears out? Gu Lichuan was dumbfounded to hear this reason from Su Yuli and said, "You likes it, just come back and hubby will make it for you again. There's no need to treat it like a baby." Really? Hearing that Gu Lichuan would still prepare for himself, Su Yuli's face immediately revealed a look of delight as she asked after him. Gu Lichuan was helpless. Of course it's true. Can it be fake? Hearing Gu Lichuan's reassurance, Su Yuli carefully placed the box in the nightstand, then fiercely pounced on Gu Lichuan's body to crush him onto the bed, saying happily, "Hubby is the best." Yuer wants to reward her husband properly. Although Su Yuli was very tired today, but seeing as Gu Lichuan had so carefully prepared the bracelet for her, Su Yuli said that she had to force herself to give Gu Lichuan a wonderful night. Gu Lichuan, who heard this, was instantly shaken by a tiger, and his face immediately showed a look of rawness, wondering if this was considered a good intention. Su Yuli didn't care about that much, she only wanted to give what she wanted to give. After a night of intense fighting, Su Yuli woke up in the middle of the day the next day, recalling that wonderful night yesterday. A hint of redness rose on her face, thinking that it would have been better if there wasn't Su Hongyu ghosting and wailing outside. After simply washing up, Su Yuli then carefully took out the bracelet Gu Lichuan sent and put it on her hand, then sat down at the table obediently and waited for Gu Lichuan to feed her. "Hubby, do you want to travel overseas?" Su Yuli looked at the busy Gu Lichuan and inadvertently spoke of an overseas tourist destination. Gu Lichuan stopped his hand from brushing the dishes and twisted his head to ask, "What's wrong, wife? You want to go out on vacation?" Su Yuli nodded obediently. In fact, she just wanted to hurry to take Gu Lichuan first to escape from this and Haidong Devil's Den. As for Gu Lichuan's comment about going out on vacation, Su Yuli felt that going out and playing at home didn't change much in terms of what she was going to play with Gu Lichuan. "Good, then let's go." Seeing Su Yuli nod her head, Gu Lichuan had no objections. In Gu Lichuan's opinion, Su Yuli had been immersed in work and looking for him all these years, and now it was time to relax. "Hubby, you are so good." Su Yuli hugged Gu Lichuan from behind and said in a delicate voice, "Hubby, I'm going to the company first to deal with something. Be good at home and wait for me." Now she was going to go back to the Su group to get this month's assignments set up, and then take Gu Lichuan with her and leave tonight. After Gu Lichuan sent Su Yuli to the door, both of them saw Su Hongyu, who was still kneeling at the front door, already in a semi-conscious state. Su Yuli frowned. Just now did not hear Su Hongyu that with the ghost howling voice. Su Yuli also thought that Su Hongyu was self-interested. Last night left it. Did not think that he even still dead skin to rely on here, so he uneasily instructed Gu Lichuan again. "If he likes to kneel here, then let him kneel here. Don't pay attention to him, do you hear me?" "Oh, good." Gu Lichuan agreed, glancing meaningfully at Su Hongyu. With his understanding of Su Yuli, he could sense that Su Yuli had moved to true anger this time, and was completely not going to forgive Su Hongyu. Only after hearing Gu Lichuan's promise did Su Yuli feel relieved as she drove towards Su group. After Gu Lichuan watched Su Yuli leave, Gu Lichuan turned around and went back to the house to find a Ziploc bag he had put away yesterday that contained a few hairs, and then ran to the sink to take away Su Yuli's toothbrush in another Ziploc bag, and gave it to Su Yuli's housekeeper for him to take it to DNA. Gu Lichuan until now feel that this suddenly appeared. Su Yuli's own brother Su Hongyu was a little suspicious. Before there is no opportunity. Yesterday just happened to be in the pool deliberately yanked off a few of his hairs. Although Gu Lichuan didn't know how Su Yuli and he had recognized each other as relatives in the first place, but just to make sure, Gu Lichuan felt that it was still necessary to verify the blood relationship between them again. If the two were really blood relatives, and Su Hongyu was willing to return to his senses, Gu Lichuan still wanted to help ease their relationship again. Others might not know, but he was indeed very clear however. Su Yuli's heart had always longed for a kinship, and that kinship originating from the bloodline was something he could not give. After doing all this, Gu Lichuan thought of that sister who gave him a headache. He really couldn't figure out why Gu Lizi would help Su Shueya do that kind of stupid thing. After a despondent circle, Gu Lichuan thought of that half-dead Lichuan Nidia, and only then remembered that he had posted his original lyrics and songs on the short video platform. Without much hope he took a look at his cell phone. which instantly made his eyes widen. Chapter, This is Too Careful. 82. Gu Lichuan rubbed the look, looking at the countless likes, comments and private messages, a little trance, and only after confirming it again and again, he was sure that it was true. Even Gu Lichuan's original song directly killed the short video platform hot search list, and also caused countless music board bloggers to compete for imitation, and set off a trend during this time. Gu Lichuan couldn't help but look at the praise for him in the comment private message and couldn't help but giggle into his cell phone. The results of this song is good, but only with this one to save Lichuan Media is not too good. At least need 3 or 4 consecutive such a hit, in order to let Gu Lichuan in the singing world a little standstill. The good thing is that Gu Lichuan's stock of manuscripts is still large enough, thanks to the time when he went to college did not study all day, either stick together with Su Yuli, or immersed in the sea of music, striking while the iron is hot. Gu Lichuan is ready to pick 2 more songs that are almost the same to consolidate his popularity, and then he can consider letting Lichuan Media package and promote himself. Confident, Gu Lichuan supported the cell phone, lifted the lid of the piano, fingers in the light touch on the black and white keys. It was only until the evening that Gu Lichuan recorded 2 new songs, taking out one and uploading it to the platform before putting down his cell phone. After rubbing his sore back, Gu Lichuan raised his eyes and saw Su Yuli, who was leaning on the door bar, looking at himself with a smile. Su Yuli, early in the morning to deal with the size of the Su group affairs, early to rush back. Originally she came back to hurry to pack the luggage, pulled Gu Lichuan run, but as soon as she entered the door, she heard the melodious sound of the zither and crisp singing coming from the room, so she quietly walked to the door and watched as Gu Lichuan played the zither and sang in the room. Looking at Gu Lichuan with the intoxicated look, Su Yuli was a little moved. She had not seen such a glittering Gu Lichuan for a long time. "You're back, wife?" Gu Lichuan stood up and stretched, walked over to Su Yuli's side and put an arm around her and whispered, "Is it good?" Su Yuli gently nodded in affirmation, pulled Gu Lichuan and pressed him onto the sofa, and said mischievously, "Hubby's so great, of course we should treat him well. Hubby, just take a good rest tonight. I'll be the chef." Seeing this Su Yuli that is ready to boldly do a big job, Gu Lichuan's face changed slightly, and instantly pulled Su Yuli, who was ready to rush into the kitchen, and said in a thief's heart, "Wife, it's so late, just don't cook. There's a restaurant that's pretty good, haven't had time to go there. Why don't we just go there and eat?" Gu Lichuan was now in a panic. The thought of Su Yuli's handiwork sent a shiver down Gu Lichuan's spine, and he hurriedly made up an excuse to try to stop Su Yuli from cooking. "Don't. Hubby hasn't tasted Yuer's cooking for a long time. Today we must let hubby see if Yuer's cooking skills have grown." Su Yuli dialed down Gu Lichuan's grip on her hand, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, "Husband, just stay here and wait properly." "Wife, but I really want to eat today." Seeing that Su Yuli would not let go, Gu Lichuan had to once again show his excellent tea skills, with tears in his eyes, and said in a pitiful manner, "I didn't expect Su Yuli to not eat this set at all." Lying on Gu Lichuan's ear, spitting out a huff and saying, "No way, oh hubby, since I ate the food hubby made yesterday, I can't wait for hubby to taste the food I made too." Oh. Hearing Su Yuli purposely say the word very heavily, Gu Lichuan instantly understood. This girl is clearly ready to take revenge. Ah, food. Was it his fault yesterday? It wasn't, because she wanted to eat it herself, and now she's trying to kill her own husband. Gu Lichuan is very regrettable. Do not know why he had to brainstorm a self-recorded 2 songs. Originally intended to send it today. The rest of the one back to record again not. How can I so easily give Su Yuli opportunity it? Careful. Su Yuli, this is too careful. Watching Su Yuli retaliate by pouring an entire jar of salt into her pot of simmering black liquid that she didn't know what it was, Gu Lichuan felt like he was going to ascend to heaven before he even tasted it. Taking advantage of Su Yuli's inattention, Gu Lichuan quietly opened the door of the guest room and was ready to lock himself inside. Tonight he said nothing would go out. When he ducked into the guest room, he realized how the door could not be closed, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the lock had been destroyed at some point. Just as Gu Lichuan was still attempting to try to salvage the situation, Su Yuli's faint voice came, "Hubby, don't try it. I've got someone to remove all the lock cylinders." Su Yuli ended the bowl of black porridge in his hand, evil smile. Since the last time Gu Lichuan locked her outside to not let her in Gu Lichuan cuddle and kiss to sleep the next day, Su Yuli found someone to all the locks of all the rooms in the house all removed. Prevented Gu Lichuan this despicable small means. Looking at his hand being forced over a bowl of unknown liquid by Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan's sky collapsed. "Husband, drink." "Ah. What? Is not like it?" Looking at Gu Lichuan, who did not move for a long time, Su Yuli's icy voice came again. Gu Lichuan swallowed his saliva. He is really not dare to drink. Ah. Su Yuli, good cooking, can be poisoned him into the hospital to wash his stomach, which she intentionally added a little bit of material in it. Gu Lichuan is really not that courage. Ah. Looking at Gu Lichuan's scowling appearance, Su Yuli snatched the bowl over against the corner of his mouth, and said with a grim smile on her face, "Husband, what? There's nothing you want to say to me until now?" After Su Yuli's reminder, Gu Lichuan instantly woke up in a dream. Good guy. The whole so Su Yuli originally wanted an apology plus guarantee. I told you. He's the kind of guy who doesn't know how to use words. Listening to Gu Lichuan counting down one of his own recent faults, coupled with those oaths of his, Su Yuli was then satisfied and placed the bowl with the unknown liquid in her hand aside. Su Yuli also knows her own level of a few pounds. She just wanted to scare Gu Lichuan, but really do not want to let him really drink. Who knows Gu Lichuan, this nerd is so dull, but also have to remind her to react to admit fault. But it was good that Gu Lichuan, the nerd, had finally reacted, or else she wouldn't have known how to end it later. Looking at Gu Lichuan, who wiped his cold sweat as if he was relieved, Su Yuli pinched his face with satisfaction and said, "Let's go out to eat." After saying that, Su Yuli once again carried the bowl of porridge that made Gu Lichuan's soul tremble towards the door. "Wife, what are you doing?" Gu Lichuan asked cautiously as he followed behind Su Yuli, afraid that Su Yuli would change her mind for a moment and then pour it back into his mouth. Chapter, Rewarding My Unprofitable Brother 83. Su Yuli turned his head to look at Gu Lichuan's eyes fell on his own hands, said with an evil smile, "How can I also say this is my hands to bother to do? Besides, we cannot waste food, is not. If you don't eat it, then it will have to be rewarded to my no-good brother. After all, he hasn't eaten for a day, hasn't he? Or how can he top it?" Listening to Su Yuli's ghostly voice, Gu Lichuan's heart fluttered, once again deepening the stereotypical impression of offending no one but Su Yuli. Su Yuli, this trick is really poison. Su Hongyu, if you do not drink, then he is sincere, do not want to ease relations with Su Yuli. If he drinks, then sorry. Gu Lichuan even glanced out the window at Su Hongyu with some sympathy. "Hubby, why are you sympathizing with him?" Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan with a smiling face and extended the bowl to him, saying, "Why don't you drink for him?" This can be Gu Lichuan, scared enough, rushed back a few steps. This kind of good thing he cannot be blessed to enjoy, or let Su Hongyu alone to enjoy it. Looking at Su Yuli handing the bowl to the butler, ordering him to take it to Su Hongyu, Gu Lichuan asked, "Is this your intention to forgive him?" Su Yuli glanced at her heartless, stupid white dull husband and said, "It's not that easy." Then Su Yuli spoke her plan in a sly manner. Su Yuli is going to take Gu Lichuan out to take refuge for a period of time in the next few days, and he has to pit Su Hongyu a little bit on his way out to Su Yuli's level. This time Su Hongyu shall not lie in the hospital for a few days to wake up. When he woke up, Su Yuli early with Gu Lichuan do not know where to run to the dashing pleasure to go. Su Yuli had already investigated. Su Hongyu owed enough debt to take several lives, and if he couldn't pay back the money, the consequences didn't even need to be said. After telling all of this, Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan and asked, "Husband, will you think I'm a little too cruel?" Gu Lichuan nodded, and was thinking of advising, but was promptly stopped by Su Yuli. "Husband, I have no choice but to do this." Hearing Su Yuli say this, Gu Lichuan couldn't say anything more. This ruthlessness, if not knowing Su Yuli well enough to know that she wouldn't do this if she wasn't completely enraged, Gu Lichuan was scared and wanted to escape. Only after watching Su Hongyu gulp down the bowl of kanji handed by the housekeeper, lying on the lawn and rolling all over the place, did Su Yuli satisfactorily leave with Gu Lichuan. At night, Gu Lichuan looked at the large bag of things packed by the busy Su Yuli and only felt a wave of dizziness. Just go out to play around. There is no need to bring so many things. Then what is missing? What to buy is not on the line. Su Yuli, this situation is clearly ready to move the home of the rhythm of empty. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan, who was fuming, and asked with some confusion, "Husband, aren't you packing?" Gu Lichuan pointed to a small inconspicuous box placed by the door and said helplessly, "Nah, it's been prepared for a long time." Su Yuli looked at the small box that Gu Lichuan was pointing at with some puzzlement, not understanding why it was enough to pack only that little. Filled with doubt, Su Yuli opened the small box that Gu Lichuan had packed, and after realizing that only a few necessities had been poured out, she frowned, and despite Gu Lichuan's strong objections, she found a few large boxes, and stuffed all the things she thought Gu Lichuan might use in her head. Looking at the full baggage, Su Yuli then clapped her hands with satisfaction and called it a day. Then ignoring Gu Lichuan's grudging gaze, she patted him on the shoulder, signaling that these were all left to him. Gu Lichuan looked at the suitcases on the ground. The sky collapsed. Early the next morning, the two of them, Su Yuli, boarded a plane to an overseas tourist mecca. Just as Su Yuli was glad that she had finally managed to escape Haidong with Gu Lichuan, her face instantly darkened at the sight of a figure. "You followed me?" Su Yuli didn't have a good face as she looked at Zhang Xinu, who was smiling at her and questioned angrily. Zhang Xinu but did not care about Su Yuli's unkind tone. Licking his face, said, "Shaoli, go out to play, how not to shout me." Looking at Jiang Xianyu's look of being in want of a fight, Su Yuli gritted her teeth and said, "What? Wasn't what I said that day clear enough? Do you need me to say it again?" "I know, Shali, but we are still good friends, aren't we?" Jiang Xinyue didn't refute her, just condescendingly emphasized that they were still friends. Apparently Jiang Xianyu now knows that openly robbing Su Yuli will only make her more bored with herself, so she promptly changed her strategy and plans to take advantage of Su Yuli over time. After all, it is said that companionship is the longest-lasting confession. Jiang Xianyu believed that as long as she stayed with Su Yuli, she was sure that one day she would suddenly realize how good she was, and maybe she would even be able to squeeze out Gu Lichuan's position in her heart, and successfully rise to the top to become the person she cared about the most. Just when Jiang Xianyu was still beautifully immersed in her beautiful fantasies, she didn't realize that Su Yuli was about to blow up at the moment. Looking at Jiang Xianyu, who even shamelessly said that she was good friends with herself, Su Yuli was furious and laughed, turning her head to sulk alone and no longer pay attention to her. Su Yuri doesn't understand how she can be intercepted by Jiang Xinyue when she sneaks out for a honeymoon with Gu Lichuan. This Jiang Xinyue is like a dogskin plaster. How to get rid of cannot be shaken off. Yao Yao, are you really planning to move your business to Haidong? In front of the office desk, a man with glasses who was a gentleman looked at Su Shueyo, who was dealing with the documents in front of her, and asked with a frown, "Is it for that brat?" Su Shueyo raised her head to reveal a shy smile and said, "Well, brother, I've already made up my mind, so don't try to persuade me." The man sighed and said quietly, "Forget it, I won't persuade you. My identity may not be able to help much over there. Anyway, when you get over to Haidong you'll be more careful on your own. If there's any problem, just talk to me. I'll think of a way to help you solve it." "Got it, brother." Su Shueya got up and wrapped the man's arm and said in a petulant voice, "If I really can't mix anymore, I will definitely come back to join you." The man smiled and said, "That's fine, but you can't hold on to it. If you really can't, you can just trick that kid into coming to Hong Kong City, and my brother will make sure that he can't go back. By the way, when are you planning to leave? Come back, brother, to give you a ride." The man touched Su Shueyo's head with some reluctance. "Well," Su Shueyo thought about it and said, "it might take a while. There are still some projects overseas that I haven't received back. I need to run again in the next 2 days." Chapter, it turns out Su Yuli is into the neighborhood sister kind of girl. 84. Jiang Xianyu, are you finished or not? Seeing Jiang Xianyu boarding the same airplane with her again, Su Yuli could no longer hold back her questioning. In the past 2 days, Su Yuri, once the plane hurriedly pulled Gu Lichuan transfer, just to get rid of Jiang Xinyue, this dogskin plaster. Which into the thought, every time Jiang Xinyue can follow them closely. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Lichuan was right next to Su Yuli would have thought that it was only because he had defected that he was able to get Jiang Xianyu to follow them so easily. Jiang Xinyue put on a pitiful look. "Shaoli, what's wrong with me? I just don't think any of those places are fun. I didn't expect you to feel the same way." "Li, do you think we are?" Jiang Xianyu's tea talk was not finished before Su Yuli angrily interrupted. "No, you try following me again." This was something Su Yuli herself was tired of saying. Every time she saw Jiang Xianyu in the past 2 days she would say at once, "Shaoli." Jiang Xianyu reached out and handed Su Yuli a cup of milk tea. Then with a face that begged for praise, "Quickly taste it, it's delicious." Su Yuli glanced at Jiang Xianyu, twisted her head and rested herself. She really didn't know where Jiang Xianyu got so much energy. In the past 2 days, she and Gu Lichuan were tired of running, but Jiang Xianyu seemed to be like a person who was fine. Listening to Jiang Xianyu's twittering voice beside her, Su Yuli's absolute head grew big, just wanting to turn her head to reprimand her, but her gaze fell on a petite and lovely back. Her eyes instantly narrowed, revealing a hint of a dangerous gaze. She didn't expect to run into Su Shueyo here. Su Yuli was going crazy. If she had known this, she should have bought a bunch of air tickets and brought Gu Lichuan to stay in Haidong peacefully. "I wanted to come out to take refuge, but in the end, this one and all of my enemies have followed me. What is this called?" Looking at Su Yuli, this appearance of Jiang Xianyu instantly shut up. According to the original development of the situation, Jiang Xianyu knew Su Yuli this time to carry out some with himself friendly communication. Su Yuli's current appearance? It couldn't really have annoyed her, could it? Jiang Xianyu muttered in her heart. But seeing that Su Yuli didn't seem to be looking at herself, Jiang Xianyu followed Su Yuli's gaze, which instantly caused her face to change drastically. The young and wonderful girl at the end of her gaze, full of youthful vigor, like a neighboring sister, instantly filled Jiang Xianyu's heart with a sense of crisis. Jiang Xianyu's tiger body shook, thinking that Su Yuli couldn't be looking at her, right? These days, after her stalking and constant messing around, Jiang Xianyu remembers that the girl who was with Su Yuli in the hospital in the first place seemed to have appeared only once, or ran out of Su Yuli's house in tears. That miserable look, designated as Su Yuli, kicked her. To not be able to cry so miserably? The more Jiang Xin looked at Su Yuli's gaze, the more wrong. The alarm bells in her heart. If it is really like what she thought, then Su Yuli is not in a semi-single situation? She said why Su Yuli suddenly had to run out to play. It turned out to be out to soothe her mood. Looking at Su Yuli, who was staring at that girl as if she was staring at prey, Jiang Xin could no longer sit still and immediately blocked between the two. It was not easy for himself to wait until Su Yuli and her little girlfriend broke up. This is not even on the top. How come another love rival appeared inexplicably? Jiang Xin absolutely could not let anyone else do this kind of homestealing. She was going to stop this incipient occurrence at all costs. Get out of the way. Looking at Jiang Xin who was blocking in front of her, Su Yuli said coldly, Xiao Li, why don't you try this milk tea? It's really good. Jiang Xin didn't have any props around, so she could only take out the cup of milk tea that had already cooled down again and waved it in front of Su Yuli in an attempt to divert Su Yuli's attention on that strange girl. Looking at Jiang Xin who was blocking her gaze, Su Yuli impatiently reached out and pushed her away. Her mood was already poor. Now she was about to explode. The force on her hand couldn't help but be heavier, and directly pushed Jiang Xin to stagger. Jiang Xin who was almost pushed one over froze. Looking at Su Yuli's gaze that was looking straight at that girl, a trace of sourness flooded her heart, which also strengthened her conviction that Su Yuli just likes that girl. Jiang Xin looked at the girl with some envy, thinking how good she would be if she were her. But soon Jiang Xin calmed down. Looking at the girl in front of her and analyzing her mind for a while, she nodded with a sudden realization. It turns out that Su Yuli is like this kind of pure, do not act, gentle as jade, need to protect the girl. No wonder Su Yuli has been distant from himself, refused to get along with his own goodit. Su Yuli likes the appearance of their own is and not accounted for. Jiang Xin was very chagrined. She should have known this earlier. Otherwise now she might have already taken Su Yuli, and still need to be here worrying about how to please Su Yuli? But now the priority is to find a way to hurry up and stir up the two of them. Jiang Xin looked at Su Yuli, and then looked at that girl. Her heart was a little worried. Su Yuli likes the kind of little girl with no hard eyes. They cannot show too strong. Jiang Xin certainly cannot start from Su Yuli's side. The whole thing is not good. Then it is simply counterproductive. Back to the cry have no place to say reasoning to go. It seems that we can only start from that girl's side. Jiang Xin secretly plotted in her mind how she could give her a preventive shot so that she wouldn't get entangled with Su Yuli. Suddenly a gentle man appeared beside the girl, gently stroking the girl's head. The two of them were talking and laughing. It looked very cozy. It looked almost like a couple. Seeing this ambiguous scene, Zhang Xinyue then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately this girl has a boyfriend. Otherwise it would really take some effort. Jiang Xin turned her head to look at Su Yuli, thinking that this time she couldn't be having any thoughts about people. But when she touched Su Yuli's slightly hateful eyes, Jiang Xin suddenly flooded with a trace of bad premonition. This cannot be annoyed. At this moment, Su Yuli looked at Su Shuiyao and a strange man intimately embracing each other. A hint of murderous intent flared in her eyes and her anger rose miserably. Good, good, very good. Su Yuli's hand was trembling with anger. Su Shuiyao, this even has an old flame. Even want to tie up her husband to force him to give in. It seems that she really already has a way to take death. Retracted her gaze on Su Shuiyao, Su Yuli tenderly looked at Gu Lichuan who was already asleep beside her, and secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely protect Gu Lichuan, and would definitely not let Su Shuiyao that have any chance to hurt him anymore. She didn't care how Su Shuiyao toyed with other people's men, but if she dared to put her hand on Gu Lichuan again, Su Yuli guaranteed that she would make her life worse than death. Chapter, won't rekindle with her. But you have to squeeze Gu Lichuan out of the way. 85. Jiang Xin watched as Su Yuli first gave the girl's boyfriend a hateful look before turning her gaze back to Gu Lichuan. It is clear that Su Yuli wants to snatch the girl to her side, but out of guilt Gu Lichuan feels weak. Jiang Xinu's scalp was numb for a while. She didn't expect Su Yuli to be so unscrupulous. She even wanted to snatch that girl away from her boyfriend? Such a domineering Su Yuli. Jiang Xinu she loves so much. But these were just Jiang Xinu's guesses. She still needed to verify them. So she took the initiative to find Su Yuli to find out the news. Shaoli, do you know her? Jiang Xinu asked softly. At this moment, Su Yuli was annoyed, so she returned without any good humor. What's it got to do with you? Jiang Xinu's heart alert. If this is put aside in the usual, Su Yuli designated is a head twist, lazy to take care of her. Now Su Yuli Sosei is certainly a problem. It's obvious that they know each other and have had feelings for each other. Is it possible that he's really pissed off and wants to steal that girl back to her again? No, resolutely not let Su Yuli get her hands on it. It only takes a while. Only a small amount of time for Jiang Xinu to make Suyuli realize that she has become what she likes. During the period of time when Suyuli found out that she had turned into her preferred appearance, Jiang Xinu said that she couldn't let Suyuli have another chance with someone else. Jiang Xinu just sat on pins and needles until she got off the plane. At this moment she didn't choose to follow Suyuli anymore, but quietly followed the girl, until the girl had just separated from her boyfriend. Jiang Xinu immediately rushed forward and opened the door to express her intentions, hoping that she would not entangle with Suyuli anymore. Su Shuiyao looked at Jiang Xinu in front of her, who pleaded her not to get back together with Suyuli. Her head was a little confused. After a long time she was able to digest the information Jiang Xinu had brought her, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. Su Shuiyao, she had always thought that Jiang Xinue liked her brother Xiaochuan, but she didn't expect Jiang Xinue to like that female devil Suyuli. And that demoness Suyuli was even a homo. This can be Su Shuiyao shocked. At the same time on the bottom of the eyes flashed a trace of hatred. Obviously A would even have to pester brother Xiaochuan not to let go. Not only to brother Xiaochuan unfaithful, but also constantly tormented her brother Xiaochuan. Su Yuri when really good ruthless heart. Looking at Su Shuiyao's disgusted eyes, Jiang Xinu felt that there was something in the air. It seems that Su Yuli and her must have had an unpleasant experience with each other, and her heart secretly snickered up. As long as the two of them don't rekindle, then everything is fine. Looking at Jiang Xinu in front of her, Su Shuiyao pondered. Since Su Yuli was a Tong, and Jiang Xinu happened to like her, then if she were to bring these two together and come back to find an opportunity, wouldn't that make Xiaochuan's brother completely see the true face of Su Yuli, this bad woman, thus making Xiaochuan's brother completely draw a line with her? Taking advantage of Jiang Xinu's misunderstanding that she was Su Yuli's ex-girlfriend, Su Shuiyao nodded her head and answered Jiang Xinu's request, and at the same time, she also put forward a condition to be used as an insurance policy for this plan. Su Shuiyao assures Jiang Xinu that she won't have anything to do with Su Yuri again, but she wants Jiang Xinu to squeeze Gu Lichuan away from Su Yuri when she gets to the top. The reason given by Su Shuiyao was also very simple. She wanted to avenge the harm that Fu Yuli had brought to her in the first place. Jiang Xinu was a bit embarrassed to hear Su Shuiyao's request, but she knew how important Gu Lichuan was in Su Yuli's heart. Looking at the difficult Jiang Xinue, Su Shuiyao and cleverly expressed to her, Su Yuli originally did not like men at all. Only when he broke up with her was Gu Lichuan took advantage of the situation. As long as she is good enough, Su Yuli will certainly be all over her body. Hearing Su Shuiyao say so, Jiang Xinu in no more worries, instantly agreed. If she could get Su Yuli's heart in its entirety, then would she be willing to get half of it? As for that smelly man Gu Lichuan, after dominating Su Yuli for so long, it was time for him to give way to himself. Looking at Jiang Xinu, who was foolishly still being kept in the dark and being used as a gun by herself, Su Shuiyao's mouth sketched out a dangerous smile. Su Yuli, since you dare to do this to brother Xiaochuan, then don't blame her, Su Shuiyao, for being cruel. Su Shuiyao planned to deal with the matters at hand as soon as possible and hurriedly moved to Haidong to rescue her suffering brother Xiaochuan. Waiting for Jiang Xinu to leave, Su Shuiyao looked at the direction she was heading somewhat chagrined. Just now she was actually on the same plane as brother Xiaochuan. She didn't even notice him. But when she thought of brother Xiaochuan escaping from herself again last time, a smile spread across the corners of Su Shuiyao's mouth. And the password for that last coded door was the day she first met brother Xiaochuan. Since he snuck away, he must have remembered those days and just wasn't ready to face himself. Forget about it. When one unveils Su Yuli's true face, so that brother Xiaochuan completely understands what kind of person she is, then it's not too late for one to go and meet him. I think at that time, brother Xiaochuan will definitely be able to accept himself. It was just a pity that brother Xiaochuan would have to suffer some more at the hands of this female devil Su Yuli. Su Shuiyao had a trace of heartache in her heart. Hey, Xiao Zi. Su Shuiyao dialed Gu Lizzie's phone, and before she could say anything, she heard Gu Lizzie's crying. Oh, Yao Yao, I'm sorry. Oh, my brother, he's a scum. I really misjudged him. Gu Lizzie's crying voice with a trace of indignation. Obviously married to Su Yuli. Why he can still maintain an indifferent attitude towards the matter of wanting to come to Su Shuiyao's innocence. This is not pure scum, this is what? Ever since she saw that scummy attitude of Gu Lichuan, Gu Lizzie had completely despaired of this brother of hers, and at the same time she felt more and more sorry for Su Shuiyao. What are you talking about, Ziz? Su Shuiyao was a bit overwhelmed by Gu Lizzie's hand, and it took her a long time to figure out the cause. Then she smiled and comforted Gu Lizzie, stating that Xiaochuan's brother was also forced to do something. Hearing that Su Shuiyao was still saying good things for Gu Lichuan, Gu Lizzie became more and more filled with resentment towards Gu Lichuan. Letting such a good Yao Yao not to cherish. Really eyeballs fed to the dog. Yao Yao, You mean you want me to go undercover? After Gu Lizzie listened to Su Shueyao recount what had just happened, and her well-thought-out plan, light instantly sprang into her eyes. If she could make her brother lose his way, not to mention letting her go undercover, it wouldn't be impossible for her to raid Su Yuli. This time, Gu Lizzie had to accomplish this mission no matter what she said. Whether it was for her brother or Yao Yao, she had to succeed. Chapter: Gu Lizzie's successful entry into the workforce. 86. Sister Xiaoli, I'm about to graduate and still haven't found a suitable job. Sister Xiaoli, is it true that you said last time that you could let me go to your company? Gu Lizzie inquired in a low voice over the phone, fiddling with the special license plate that Su Yuli had given her at the beginning. That's fine. Z, you can come whenever you want. It's just that right now your brother and I are on a business trip overseas, so why don't I get someone to make arrangements for you later? Su Yuli was not aware of those little thoughts of Gu Lizzie and Su Shueyao right now, and also replied without the slightest defense. Although Gu Lichuan had told her before that the last time she was kidnapped by Su Shueyao was most likely a joint effort between Gu Lizzie and Su Shueyao, she hadn't taken it to heart in the slightest. One is that she was furious when she heard Su Shueyao in the first place, and the second is that although Su Yuli didn't have much contact with Gu Lizzie, in her impression, Gu Lizzie was still a little girl who would only follow Gu Lichuan's but and cry out to her brother for protection. More importantly, Su Yuli wants to pull together Gu Lizzie to monitor Gu Lichuan to see if he still has any flowers and grass outside. Although she is now very assured of Gu Lichuan, but this kind of thing as well, do a little more is always good. After hearing Su Yuli's promise, Gu Lizzie was very excited and quickly said, No, Sister Xiaoli, I'll just wait until you guys come back. Gu Lizzie never forgot her mission, since Su Yuli and her brother are not in Haidong now, and she can't chase after them, then simply wait honestly for them to come back on the line, to save being found out what the end of the story is again. Gu Lizzie chatted with Su Yuli for a while about other things before hanging up, throwing away her cell phone and drinking the coconut juice that Gu Lichuan handed to her hand. Su Yuli lay on the beach and bathed in the sunlight, very comfortable. If only Gu Lichuan didn't care that she wrapped herself so tightly. Stretching comfortably, Su Yuli's afterglow glanced at Jiang Xinu, who was wrapped up as tightly as herself on the side, looking at her unconformably holding a small shovel and piling up castles with sand, amazed and wondering when she had changed her nature. However, since she didn't have the ungratefulness to actively provoke herself, Su Yuli naturally didn't bother with the demented Jiang Xinu, leisurely following Gu Lizzie to enjoy the joyous time for the two of them. Hubby, your sister called me and said she didn't find a suitable job, so I called her to our company. How about letting her come to your place first? Su Yuli wrapped her arms around Gu Lichuan and exhaled in his ear, invitingly. Hearing that Su Yuli had arranged Gu Lizzie to be by her side, Gu Lichuan frowned and pushed Su Yuli away, looking at her with some puzzlement, not knowing what she had in mind. Obviously, he had told her before that Gu Lizzie must be related to Su Shueyao, so why did she still put Gu Lizzie on her side? Su Yuli saw through his mind at a glance, smiled and cupped his chin flirtatiously and said, Let me guess what my husband is thinking. Isn't that right? Trying to say how come I'm still putting Gu Lizzie around you when you've told me before that there's something wrong with her? Looking at Gu Lichuan's sad face, Su Yuli hooked her fingers around the corners of Gu Lichuan's mouth and pulled him into a smile, saying happily, Hubby, of course I know you have concerns, but think about it, you put her on the side. It's better than her making bad things behind her back, right? Besides, I believe that Xiao Zi is not that kind of person. Maybe one is ghostly. Always give her a chance, isn't it? Gu Lichuan heard Su Yuri say this is not good to refute anything. The gun is easy to avoid. Dark arrows are difficult to prevent. Gu Lichuan had to admit Su Yuri said there are still a few points of truth. That, Moon, there's something I want to tell you too. Gu Lichuan had just received from his housekeeper DNA identification report, and the results shocked him so much that he wanted to tell Su Yuli the news right off the bat. What's the matter, husband? What are you going to tell me? Su Yuli tilted her head, fluttering her big watery eyes and asked. She thought Gu Lichuan would have some kind of surprise to bring her. Looking at Su Yuli's happy appearance now, Gu Lichuan finally did not say anything. It is rare to see Su Yuli so relaxed. It is better not to tell her first. In a panic, he saw a young couple grilling lamb kebabs on the beach, and Gu Lichuan said in his haste, Nothing, it's just that I want to eat barbecue. Harm, I thought it was something, so I wanted to eat barbecue meat. Su Yuli glanced to the side, then smiled and pinched Gu Lichuan's nose, said, Really a little greedy husband it. Looking at Su Yuli happily running off to ask people where they got the grill from, Gu Lichuan touched his nose that had just been pinched by Su Yuli, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. To be able to install Su Hongyu as a person next to Su Yuli, and also make her convinced that Su Hongyu is her own brother. It looks like someone in here has made a very big bureau. Fortunately, he was alert to keep a hand, and discovered this matter in time. although he did not know what the purpose of the other party was, but the other party had such ulterior motives, and was so calm, and must be planning some unknown conspiracy. The sky is dark. Plain half a day of sand also did not pile out a thing. Jiang Xinyue grudgingly watched Gu Lichuan gently spread the blanket on Su Yuli. Obviously should be her to do these. It was all because this smelly man took advantage of the situation to dominate Su Yuli. Looking at Su Yuli walking towards her side with Gu Lichuan on her arm, Jiang Xinyue hurriedly lowered her head and hurriedly pounded the pile of loose sand at her feet, just when she thought that according to her current image of a delicate and pitiful, neighborly sister, she would definitely be able to attract Su Yuli's attention. She didn't expect Su Yuli to even look at her without even a glance. Directly brushing past her, Jiang Xinyue froze in place. No, this shouldn't be. Jiang Xinyue was confused. Shouldn't Su Yuli like her kind of neighborly sister, pure and unworldly girl the most? How come she didn't even look at herself just now? Could it be that she wasn't pretending? Looking at Su Yuli's back, while the other party did not have the slightest intention of turning back, Jiang Xinyue fell into deep self-doubt. It must be that her acting skills were too poor, or else her sudden conversion was too raw. Jiang Xinyue suspected everything over and over again, just not the fact that Su Yuli didn't like her at all. Looking at Su Yuli, who gradually disappeared in her field of vision, Jiang Xinyue gripped the small shovel in her hand tightly. She decided to go back now to further her education, and grabbed the speedy transformation into a pure, cute and heartfelt green tea sister. Chapter, Is it hard to cry out to your husband to save your life when you are in danger? 87. Su Yuri wrapped Gu Lichuan back to the hotel lobby, heard the night there are fireworks show and other performances, and did not rush to pull Gu Lichuan back to the room to rest, but instead, the excitement is going to pull Gu Lichuan to go to see the show. Gu Lichuan happened to be begging for it, so he followed Su Yuli to the place where the hotel was specially set up for the performance. Just wash a hand of effort. Su Yuli will be 2 or 3 tattooed punks to surround. See also on the hand to pull Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan this can tolerate? Going up is a flying kick. Kicked down one, then a punch and knocked out another. The remaining ones saw the situation is not right, did not wait for Gu Lichuan to do it, then consciously fell to the ground, wailing. Self-conscious fell to the ground that looked at the other two people's tragic situation at once a little confused. Not buddy, not say good, just compare a little. This how to lay down a dead hand off. Look at what my brother did. This 5,000 isn't enough. We'll have to raise it later. After watching all 3 punks fall to the ground, Gu Lichuan added another kick to one of them, before he panicked and asked Su Yuli, is everything alright? Yuer. This time he was careless. Overseas is not compared to Haidong. Security is still a little worse. Gu Lichuan should not just let Su Yuli alone in this. The disgust on Su Yuli's face was replaced with a smile even after watching Gu Lichuan's flowing set of moves, and she touched Gu Lichuan's abs and asked, hubby, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Did you secretly work out? Looking at Su Yuli's face without a trace of fear, and still in the mood to poke fun at herself, Gu Lichuan put on a serious expression, and just wanted to teach Su Yuli a lesson, but she was promptly interrupted. Hubby, what crime do you think you deserve for not protecting me? Su Yuli instantly said to Gu Lichuan with a stern face. This time can be Gu Lichuan to the whole will not be. Face black lines heavier. Said quietly, encounter danger shouting husband to save life is very difficult? Just ready to let them eat your tofu like this? Gu Lichuan finished speaking with fire bubbling up in his heart again, and he kicked at the 3 people lying on the ground again, venting his anger. Let you plot against my wife. Kick your ass. Which is not the case. Hubby, I can take down these punks by myself. Su Yuli wrapped up her sleeves, revealing her smooth arms and showing off her non-existent muscles to Gu Lichuan. Obviously Su Yuli has not recognized the seriousness of the problem. After all, this is not Haidong. In Haidong those punks are colorful, but this law and order is not very good place. Ghost knows what will happen later. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli, who was still playfully smiling with himself, and yanked her into his arms, hurriedly lowered her sleeve as if he was afraid that others would see it, and then prepared to catch her back like a chicken. Well, husband help. Feeling the anger in Gu Lichuan's body, Su Yuli hurriedly begged for mercy. Gu Lichuan's face darkened even more after hearing this and said coldly, is it for you to use it now at this time? But, it was you, husband, who said for me to shout when I'm in danger. A sly smile appeared on Su Yuli's face. He was very happy to see Gu Lichuan's jealous look. Not far away, an unfamiliar man pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes following Gu Lichuan's body, frowning without a trace. Just now when he saw Su Yuli for the first time he sank into Su Yuli's beauty and couldn't pull himself out of it. And when he was thinking of staging a heroic rescue of the beauty, an earthy and unearthly play to take the opportunity to get to know her, he didn't think that he would be intercepted by someone. Looking at the intimate look of Su Yuli and Gu Lichuan's intimate playfulness, although the strange man did not show any expression on the surface, In his heart, he was already secretly calculating how to deal with Gu Lichuan. Watching Gu Lichuan and the two of them go upstairs, the strange man walked up to the front desk of the hotel, scaring a few of the hotel's front desk ladies into bowing in a hurry. It turned out that this strange young man was the shareholder of this hotel and the eldest son of the mysterious overseas Zheng family, Zhang Boxian. Zhang Boxian pointed with his finger to the place where Gu Lichuan Suyuli disappeared, asked for their room number, and then instructed a few sentences towards a few hotel receptionist ladies, then took out his cell phone and dialed out a phone call, a hint of a dangerous smile spreading out from the corner of his mouth. After returning to the room, Gu Lichuan directly threw Suyuli on the bed, forced to pretend to be serious, still want to educate Suyuli. I didn't expect Suyuli to break Gu Lichuan with a single sentence. Honey, tell me, did you have to be at my mercy tonight for not protecting me? Suyuli, don't go too far. Gu Lichuan rarely called Suyuli's full name. Once he did, it meant he was really angry. Just then, the room's doorbell rang, and a crisp, sweet voice came out from outside. Hello sir, the special service you ordered. Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled. What special services? He hadn't ordered any strange items. Pulling open the door, he only saw an extremely coolly dressed young girl outside standing in the doorway, and immediately hugged Gu Lichuan when he saw him, almost failing to pounce on him directly to the ground. Sitting in the inner room, Suyuli saw this scene, immediately could not sit still. Originally she was curious about what Gu Lichuan ordered special services. It turned out to be this special law. Immediately rushed over, a hand to separate the two people, and then coldly looked at Gu Lichuan. At this time, Gu Lichuan was still in the dazed stage of his mind, completely unresponsive to what had happened, and looked at Suyuli with a helpless face. Who let you come? Suyuli snapped, coldly questioning the extremely coolly dressed young lady. She wasn't that stupid to indiscriminately misunderstand Gu Lichuan, which was obviously framed by someone. Moreover, even if Gu Lichuan really wanted to do this kind of thing, unless he didn't want to live, otherwise Suyuli was lending him 10 guts. Gu Lichuan wouldn't dare to call this kind of unsavory person in his own face. The extremely coolly dressed lady, looking at the furious Suyuli, was also a bit confused, and said in a panic in broken Chinese, It's this gentleman. At this time this girl is also greatly shocked. No, there is such a beautiful woman in this house. This boss is not satisfied? He also wants to order himself? Could it be that he has some strange hobbies? Are you sure it's him? Suyuli's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, staring at the young lady in front of her, her tone becoming extremely cold. Just as the three people were cutting and cleaning up the mess, Zhang Xianyu appeared at the doorway at an unknown time. Looking at Suyuli, how's an additional girl face changed greatly. Not Suyuli even dared to engage in these in the face of Gu Lichuan? Does that mean? In fact, just like what Su Shueyo said, Suyuli's heart is actually still just like the girl's. Chapter 88. I knew it all already. Just as Zhang Xianyu still wanted to move forward to join in the fun, the sharp-eyed Suyuli had already spotted her and said in a cold voice, You did this? Zhang Xianyu, who heard this, instantly silently took a step back, indicating that this one was none of her business. She was just here to watch the fun. After glancing at Zhang Xianyu, Suyuli returned her gaze back to the young lady and coldly gave her expulsion order before closing and locking the door with a bang. Wife, that really doesn't matter to me. I'm innocent. Seeing Suyuli this action, Gu Lichuan cold sweat instantly down. Is he again stupid? Also clear just what is going on? And hastened to defend. It's Zhang Xinyue. It must be Zhang Xinyue. Wife, believe me, it must be her trying to drive me away from you and doing out nasty tricks. Suyuli looked at Gu Lichuan's flustered appearance and revealed a cold smile, reached out and cupped his chin, asking with a slightly dangerous tone in her voice, Oh, is that so? Then you say, what did you go for when you disappeared just now? Of course, it was to go boo to go. Gu Lichuan stammered in reply. Oh, well, can anyone prove it? Suyuli's other hand gently crossed Gu Lichuan's throat, instantly causing goosebumps to rise all over Gu Lichuan's body. This kind of thing, how can anyone prove it? Gu Lichuan gulped in fear, the knot in his throat tickled by Suyuli's fingernails. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Suyuli instantly turned cold and said quietly, That means no one can prove it? Suyuli grabbed Gu Lichuan's collar, forcing his head down, staring into his flustered eyes and said faintly, Fine, Gu Lichuan, can't I still satisfy you? How dare you look for those unsavory women? No, you err, listen to my explanation. Gu Lichuan's heart was cursing at the moment. Who in the world would even pit him like this? This is not pushing him into the fire pit. Explain what? The facts are right in front of me. What do you have to explain? Suyuli pretended to be angry, but in her heart, she was already happy. This recent period of time Gu Lichuan is really too good. She has not been able to have any opportunity. Now she is not going to let him off so easily. Even if she knew that Gu Lichuan was wrongly accused, Su Yuli had to act as if she didn't know. And anyway, she had fun first. But, Moon, it's really not what you think. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's slightly narrowed eyes. An uneasy premonition surged to his heart. He could understand too well what was going to happen behind this expression of Su Yuli. His lordship. In the end, who in the end is this pit lousy? Gu Lichuan is going crazy. These days it is not easy to erase part of Su Yuli's sickly attributes. Now it seems that all the previous work has been abandoned. In the next second, as expected from Gu Lichuan, he was forcibly pressed against the wall by Su Yuli. Gu Lichuan, since you refuse to be obedient, don't blame me. At this time, Zhang Boxian is proudly waiting for Su Yuli to see the scene angry after Gu Lichuan mercilessly kicked out, and then his own incarnation of a warm and caring big brother, and then went to comfort Su Yuli. I didn't expect that he squatted outside all night and didn't see Gu Lichuan being driven out, but instead, he heard the sound of warblers inside, which almost didn't make him spit out blood. Su Yuli was the woman she had her eye on. How could she allow others to humiliate her? Her heart's hatred for Gu Lichuan intensified a little more, wanting to completely get rid of him as a scourge. Early in the morning, when the sky had just turned white, Gu Lichuan was pushed awake by Su Yuli, pulling him to rush back to Haidong. Last night, Su Yuli received news that Su Hongyu was arrested by debt collectors in the hospital, and was expected to be in a bad way. Since Su Hongyu's trouble has been solved, Zhang Xinyue followed them at all times, and staged such a play last night. Su Yuri thought of simply or else directly back to Haidong. Forget it. And besides, this place is not too safe to look at. On the plane, Su Yuli still cold face, after all, still have to pretend like a little bit, cannot let Gu Lichuan found cracks, or next time to use this trick is not very good. Gu Lichuan weakly looked at Su Yuli, thought for half a day or gently touched her arm. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's little look, forced a smile, put on a look of impatience as if she hadn't forgiven him yet, and asked in a cold voice, "What for?" "That, Moon, there's something I want to tell you." Gu Lichuan thought that since Su Yuli was now furious, it would be better to just tell her the news of Su Hongyu. Maybe Su Yuli would let him go once she was furious again. What's more, now that we're going back to Haidong, Gu Lichuan thinks it's better to let Su Yuri know the news earlier and take some precautions. But Su Yuli did not know Gu Lichuan heart of the idea. Just thought Gu Lichuan show this look is to apologize to beg her forgiveness. So end of the shelf? Put out a high and mighty look. Said, say it, which wrong? Gu Lichuan just wanted to apologize, but reacted violently. He is not to apologize but looking at Su Yuli's look of great acceptance, Gu Lichuan still hardened his heart and fabricated some of his crimes out of nothing, waiting until Su Yuli was satisfied. Gu Lichuan wiped his sweat and immediately told Su Yuli he took Su Hongyu's hair and did with her the results of the identification that DNA. After hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Su Yuli didn't show a very surprised look. She just nodded lightly and said, "Well, I know. You already knew?" Gu Lichuan was a bit surprised, looking incredulously at Su Yuli, asking, "Then you still kept him around all this time?" Su Yuli was like looking at a little cutie, like glancing at Gu Lichuan. She said, "I only realized it after he stabbed you last time. Otherwise, do you think I'd really keep him around me that long?" "Oh," Gu Lichuan replied resentfully, feeling a bit self-centered. "I did not expect Su Yuli to know it already." He said Su Yuli how to be so desperate to Su Hongyu this time. "Do you know what kind of person is behind him?" Gu Lichuan was still a bit uneasy, and although he couldn't do much to help right now, he still asked with concern, "Honey, just stay out of this for a while. I have plans." Su Yuli saw Gu Lichuan's concern and comforted, but in fact, she herself didn't have a clue about this matter. Su Hongyu had already been expelled from Haidong by her in the first place, but the person behind the scenes instructing Su Hongyu still hadn't come out, and Su Yuli couldn't even figure out what the purpose of this person who had gone through so much trouble was. Chapter 89, She's still a child. What bad thoughts can she have? Haidong Airport. Get the news of Gu Lizi early ran over to pick up the plane, holding Su Yuli's arm, a mouthful of a small Li sister, intimately called, completely ignoring the back of a pile of luggage carrying a bunch of Gu Lichuan's gaze. Su Yuli intoxicated in the Gu Lizi this sweet call? Now as the more you look at the Gu Lizi is the more like, the two people chattering as if they have not seen for many years of girlfriends generally have to say endless words. Gu Lizi, what the hell are you up to now? Gu Lichuan didn't believe that Gu Lizi would change her nature so easily, and took advantage of Su Yuli's inattention to quietly pull her aside to question. "What tricks are you and that Su Shueo up to again?" "Brother, I don't have." Gu Lizi were willing to admit that she and Su Shueo had a relationship, and said to Gu Lichuan dissatisfiedly, "Brother, are you not paranoid of being victimized?" Gu Lichuan sneered, "Gu Lizi, don't you and I understand each other? You'd better put away those little thoughts of yours and stay away from us." "Brother, I really don't have any. Gu Lizzie looked at Suyuli walking behind Gu Lichuan and immediately put on a pitiful look. It's me who did it wrong. Since brother doesn't like me, then I'll just leave. Gu Lizzie choked up and said, I just want to witness the moment when brother and sister Shelly fall in love. Since brother feels that I, as a younger sister, am wrong and not qualified to bless you, then I will definitely not bother you and sister Shaoli in the future. After Gu Lizzie finished speaking, she wiped her tears and lifted her leg to leave, but she was extremely intentional in running towards Suyuli's direction. Seeing this, Suyuli hurriedly took Gu Lizzie in her arms and gently stroked her head, glaring angrily at Gu Lichuan and angrily rebuking. Gu Lichuan, what are you doing? She's still a child. What bad thoughts can she have? Who are you to say that about her? You have proof. No. You listen to me. Gu Lichuan desperately defended, wanting to tell her that Gu Lizzie must have a problem this time when she was willing to come on her own initiative. However, Suyuli didn't listen to Gu Lichuan's explanation at all and interrupted Gu Lichuan by hugging Gu Lizzie, who was crying with pearly blossoms. Listen to what you say? Listen to how you bully Z? Do you even have the decency to be a big brother? Only after disliking Gu Lichuan so much that he didn't dare to say anything did Suyuli look at Gu Lizzie in her arms and comforted. Alright, little Z. Sister has already helped you teach him a lesson. Gu Lizzie raised her head and looked at Suyuli with tearful eyes on top of her head and asked, Sister Shaoli, do you think that brother he doesn't like me and that's why he's treating me like this? But I really didn't do anything. I just want to see him and you, sister, live happily ever after just fine. Why is he talking about me like that? Gu Lizzie said the tears began to flow down again, as if by the great aggrieved general, after a long time and continued to say, Shaoli sister, you do not stop me. As long as you guys are happy, I suffered a little aggrieved, it's okay. Where did Suyuli stand up to this tea-talk and tea-talk attack from Gu Lizzie? Immediately holding her tightly in her arms, she reprimanded Gu Lichuan again, and after scraping him, she continued to comfort Gu Lizzie in her arms. At this time Gu Lichuan are speechless. Gu Lizzie if not so okay, but she is now showing this look. To Gu Lichuan her brother's understanding of her, Gu Lizzie if there is no problem will be out of the ghost. But in the way of now Suyuli has been completely compelled by Gu Lizzie. Gu Lichuan can only hatefully look at Gu Lizzie in Suyuli's arms, thinking that it's not too late to find her to settle the score later. Just did not expect him this glance, just to be raised eyes of Suyuli to the bottom of the eyes. Immediately scolded, Gu Lichuan, you that what eyes? I tell you, you don't like Shioji, but I like it very much. If you dare to bully her again, you'll have a good time. Suyuli pulled Gu Lizzie in front of herself, gently wiped away the tears hanging on her face, and gently said, Xiao Zi, you don't have to care about him. If he dares to bully you again in the future, just tell your sister, and she'll definitely teach him a good lesson. After saying that, he pulled up Gu Lizzie's hand and said, Go, Xiao Zi, we don't care about him. My sister will take you to spend money. If there's anything you like, just talk to my sister. Gu Lizzie, who was pulled along, at this time did not forget to turn around and give Gu Lichuan a slightly mocking look, seeing Gu Lichuan straight away regretting that he had just not recorded Gu Lizzie's ugly face. But he can't do anything about it now that Gu Lizzie has already won Suyuli's heart, and he has little evidence. Going to confront her now will have no effect whatsoever, except that he can receive a scolding from Suyuli. Gu Lichuan can only hate to pull the pile of luggage to follow the two ass. Luggage and floor friction creak, as if with Gu Lichuan's mood at the moment in general. At this moment, not far away, a silhouette witnessed the whole thing and could not help but clench her silver teeth in indignation. The owner of this figure was none other than Jiang Xinu, who had followed Suyuli and the others back. The moment she saw that the girl who was in the hospital with Suyuli at the beginning appeared by Suyuli's side again, her heart stung for no reason. Why? Why do they get back together so quickly when they are so close? But when she saw, again, Gu Lichuan being jealous and pulling that girl, only to turn her head and be reprimanded by Suyuli, who didn't dare to say a word, Jiang Xinu's heart actually had a trace of happiness. I don't know if I'm glad that Suyuli is really as Su Shueo said. Suyuli certainly likes Gu Lichuan, but Gu Lichuan's position in her heart is not so heavy. Just no other suitable girl. It will seem Suyuli is so attached to Gu Lichuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Xinyu suddenly drummed up the courage. Is not a small competitor well? What's so terrible? She also has Su Shueo, the Suyuli's white moonlight girlfriend, as a guide. Jiang Xinyu is not afraid of squeezing out of that girl and Gu Lichuan. Taking a look at the back of the three of them leaving, Jiang Xinu decided to go back first to deal with the matters of Jiang Group. After all, she accompanied Suyuli out to go crazy these days, and some of the people in the Jiang family were getting restless again. And at this moment, there was another gaze that saw everything clearly just now, and this was naturally Zhang Boxian, who had tailed Suyuli to come to Haidong together. As she watched Su Yuli reprimand Gu Lichuan with her arm around a sister whose beauty was not inferior to hers, Zhang Boxian was practically glowing in both eyes. Though his ruse hadn't accomplished its goal yesterday, it had clearly planted a divide between the two, or it wouldn't have. Looking at Su Yuli and the girl in her arms, Zhang Boxian's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. These two superb girls, they were both his. Chapter, this kind of behavior tends to bring up bad children. 90. Ziggy, this looks great. Do you like this style of bag? Su Yuli dragged Gu Lizi around the mall, and from time to time she had to buy Gu Lizi some expensive cosmetics and bags. No, Sister Shaoli, these are all too expensive. Gu Lizi refused, pulling Su Yuli and turning elsewhere, but her eyes lingered on those things Su Yuli recommended to her, memorizing them in her mind in an attempt to figure out Su Yuli's preferences. But Su Yuli was the one who waved her hand to pack up all the things she liked, and the things she thought were suitable for Gu Lizi, and threw them to Gu Lichuan behind her. Looking at Su Yuli spent so much money for herself, Gu Lizi was very touched, but after all, how to say she also came with a mission. Su Yuli gave her these things although good, but still cannot buy her. Looking at the front of the chirping clothes as if they were sisters of the two, Gu Lichuan carrying a pile of things with both hands to follow behind. Tired legs are trembling. Protested. You finished shopping without, are about to empty them all. Su Yuli turned around and blankly glanced at him, saying, what's wrong with me buying more stuff for my sister? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and follow. No, this is too much. She won't even be able to use it all. What's a kid who just graduated doing buying her so much? Gu Lichuan stretched out his arms and displayed the many trophies hanging on his body, signaling that Su Yuli could stop in moderation. Su Yuli turned a blind eye to Gu Lichuan's actions, turned her head and pulled Gu Lizi's arm and said, it's because Xiao Zi just graduated. That's why we have to dress up properly. After all, my family Xiao Zi is so beautiful. Sister Xiaoli, these are too many. Why don't we just leave it like this? I can't use it all. It's all wasted. Gu Lizi gently embraced Su Yuli's arm and said, this time it is really not her tea, but really feel that buy some too much. The Gu family had been bankrupt for so many years, and although Gu Lichuan hadn't lacked her food and drink, he had also allowed her to develop good thrifty habits. Here Gu Lizi said so. Su Yuli touched her little brain, said, alright, small Z, this is only how much it. Immediately you will come to the sister this work. The sister must you dress up beautifully. How can not lose the face of the sister is not well. Sisterly, there's really no need. These are enough. Su Yuli heard Gu Lizi words a burst of moving. Small Z even know to help themselves to save money. Unlike Su Hongyu that imposter. All day long just know to ask for money. The two are simply worlds apart. So the heart more and more like this sister. Xiao Zi, go, accompany sister for another stroll. Su Yuli pulled Gu Lizi forward without being told. Su Yuli took address to Gu Lizi's body and compared it, as if it was a little less than satisfactory, so she casually threw it to the side, and then asked at her, Xiao Zi, do you want to come to live here with your sister? After that, every day at work, your sister will still be able to take you with her. Gu Lizi weakly looked to Gu Lichuan, who was on the side, and when she saw her fierce eyes, she hurriedly shook her head. Sister Xiaoli, it's better not to, brother doesn't like me. At this time, Su Yuli also noticed Gu Lichuan's expression and angrily rebuked. Gu Lichuan, what are you doing? Gu Lichuan pretended to look innocent and spread his hands. You err, it was her own unwillingness, not my threats. Would Z be like that if you didn't have that look on your face? Su Yuli pulled Gu Lizi's hand and said, it's alright Xiao Zi, just come to sister's place with peace of mind. With sister here, he wouldn't dare to do anything. When Gu Lichuan heard Su Yuli's words he was not happy at that time. He had already conceded and let Gu Lizi come to his place. How come Su Yuli still wanted her to live in the house? How can that be? If she really lives at home, this ghost girl may want to engage in some mischief with Su Shuayao to harm herself. Gu Lichuan specified that he couldn't let this happen, so he hastened to speak out. You err, I don't think it's necessary. There are more people in the house, and it's also troublesome for the two of us to do something. Gu Lichuan had pulled out his killer weapon this time. He didn't believe that Su Yuli could still refuse even after he had said so. Looking at Su Yuli tilting her head and thinking for half a day without saying anything, the corner of Gu Lichuan's mouth lifted up into a smile. Small sample. Gu Lizi still want to live at home to pit him. The door is not even there. But soon Gu Lichuan couldn't be happy, and his smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Li's sister, your good intentions Xiao Zi hard appreciate. Is Xiao Zi delay brother and Xiao Li's sister happiness? Xiao Zi should not. Gu Lichuan was once again shocked by Gu Lizi's tea talk. How come he usually didn't realize that Gu Lizi knew this? Nice guy. He's got a little bit of a game going on with his own brother, doesn't he? As expected by Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli was once again captured by Gu Lizi's words, and after severely reprimanding herself, She said that she had to bring Gu Lizzie home to live with her. Gu Lichuan this time but completely helplessly glanced at Su Yuli has been coaxed by Gu Lizzie ghosts, and then ruthlessly glared at Gu Lizzie, warning her to put away her little trick, or else designated have her good looks. Gu Lizzie was also not willing to show weakness, taking advantage of Su Yuli's inattention. She ruthlessly returned a contemptuous look to her scummy brother. This could make Gu Lichuan angry enough. If not for Su Yuli, he designated to go up and teach this good sister of his a good lesson. Sister Shaoli, will my brother really not be angry if I live here? In Su Yuli's villa, Gu Lizzie looked at Su Yuli who was busily making her bed and whispered. Apparently she felt that the eye candy she gave Su Yuli today wasn't enough, and that she needed to add more fire before she could do so, and it would be better if she could just make Su Yuli and her brother blow it off. Unfortunately, Gu Lizzie did not have what she wanted. In her this offensive looks as if it did not make any progress. Looking at Su Yuli is still in love with their scum brother. Gu Lizzie had to come back and think of other ways. It's okay Xiaozi. Su Yuli pressed Gu Lizzie on the bed, then covered her with a good blanket and comforted her. Don't think too much Xiaozi. I'm tired after shopping around today. Have a good rest. But soon Su Yuli would pay for what she did today. When Su Yuli returned to her room and wanted to find Gu Lichuan for a kiss, she was rightly rejected by Gu Lichuan. The reason, Gu Lizzie lives here, and this kind of behavior tends to bring down children. This could make Su Yuli angry, and immediately bit Gu Lichuan's arm, thinking indignantly that she would do a little soundproofing of the whole house tomorrow, and then see what other reasons Gu Lichuan would have. Chapter, Exploding in Popularity 91. This is the information you wanted. In the general manager's office of Lichuan Media, Gu Lizzie snapped and placed the pile of information in her hand on Gu Lichuan's desk. Go make me another cup of coffee to drink. Gu Lichuan ignored the resentment on Gu Lizzie's face, pointed his finger at the already empty cup on the table, and ordered nonchalantly, Gu Lichuan, don't you go too far. Seeing Gu Lichuan like this, Gu Lizzie completely couldn't stand it anymore. Since Su Yuli handed her over to Gu Lichuan in the morning, Gu Lichuan has been like a servant, not stopping for a moment to make her. Obviously some Gu Lichuan his own hand on the dry thing, but also have to specialize in calling her from far away to let her do. He has this look that is the attitude of his own sister into his own family company. Obviously revenge haters okay? Gu Lichuan looked at Gu Lizzie that angry look in his heart a smile. Cross-eyed said, if you cannot do it, before it's too late to find your sister Xioli, take the initiative to resign. Gu Lichuan couldn't wait for Gu Lizzie to stay away from himself and Su Yuli, and at this time, he was also trying to do everything he could to drive Gu Lizzie away. I'll pour it. Hearing Gu Lichuan say this, Gu Lizzie angrily yanked over his cup and huffed and puffed, turning around to brew him coffee, the resentment in her hand almost not causing the table to grind the bottom of the cup. Looking at Gu Lizzie's appearance, Gu Lichuan is even more convinced that Gu Lizzie is plotting against him. If not usually make her like this, she would have already flipped out with herself. But Gu Lichuan didn't care. Anyway, as long as he arranged enough things for her, if she still didn't run away, then she wouldn't have time to wreak havoc on him. Here, the coffee you asked for. Gu Lizzie brewed the coffee and then slammed the cup heavily in front of Gu Lichuan. She really couldn't figure out what Su Shueyao saw in him. The hot water droplets instantly flew out and bounced off Gu Lichuan's face, instantly scalding him and making him wail. Gu Lizzie, what do you want? Murdering your own brother. Gu Lichuan howled as he panicked and wiped the water droplets splashed on his face. Can you do it or not? Gu Lizzie, on the other hand, had a disinterested attitude, with both hands spread out to indicate that she could do whatever she was told to do, and as for the rest, it was out of her realm of concern. This infuriated Gu Lichuan, who immediately called Shen Jin Yang and asked him to take Gu Lizzie out to familiarize herself with the company and then hand over all the time-consuming work on her hands. Listening to Gu Lichuan's arrangement, Gu Lizzie pouted in dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for Su Shueyao's life's work, how could she be subjected to this aggravation? No, later she will have to go to Su Yuli there to complain to go. By the way, in the fabrication of some trumped-up charges, must let Su Yuli properly punish to punish her this scum brother. Finally dismissed Gu Lizzie. Gu Lichuan then comfortably lying in the boss chair to enjoy the sun. After bathing for a while, slowly picked up the phone, opened the platform of short videos, just opened the app, instantly also jammed for a moment. Looking at the 99 plus messages, Gu Lichuan froze for a moment. His hand accidentally clicked on the search box. The ranking of the hot search instantly made him dumbfounded. His song had already rushed to the second place on the Hot 100, even overpowering a bunch of popular youngsters' lace news, which could even be called a burst of popularity. This heat instantly blindsided Gu Lichuan, who hurriedly called the staff of Lichuan Media to register the copyright for his two songs. Good thing no one cut off Gu Lichuan in advance to grab the copyright, or not really cry no place to cry. In a flurry of up and down busywork, the two songs were successfully registered. Gu Lichuan felt that it was time. So he uploaded the song that he had recorded in advance directly, and sent a dynamic that he was going to broadcast live at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and then directly turned off his cell phone. Gu Lichuan did not even think that the few songs he wrote in college could have so many people's favorites, and also killed on the hot list, and his heart was happy to share the news towards Su Yuli. Not a moment Su Yuli appeared in the doorway of Gu Lichuan's office, met him and pounced on him, asked joyfully, "Really, husband?" Gu Lichuan scratched his head. "I do not know how Su Yuli this also have to come to confirm. The phone is not open on it." After opening his cell phone, Gu Lichuan held it out to Su Yuli for her to look at, not realizing that the sharp-eyed Su Yuli spotted a new song she hadn't heard before at a glance, so she pointed at the phone and asked, "Hubby, why haven't I heard this one before? Who did you write it for?" Gu Lichuan completely didn't realize that Su Yuli's focus wasn't on her own rush to the Hot 100, but on this, but he didn't use his brain and casually replied, "You mean this one? This one was written for one of my ex-girlfriends before I even knew you." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Lichuan realized that he had said the wrong thing and covered his mouth in a panic. Hearing this, Su Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Gu Lichuan with an impish face as she said quietly, "So hubby, you are thinking that in all the songs you've written for me, none of them are better than the ones you've written for that ex-girlfriend of yours, is that right?" No, you err. It's that song that's more simple and brainless, more in line with the aesthetics of the netizens nowadays. Gu Lichuan's cold sweat came down. At this moment he really wanted to ruthlessly slap his brainless mouth. Panicked to find a remedy, "You err. I wrote those songs for you, I can't even take them out for them to listen to. I only want to give you one person to appreciate." Really? Obviously Su Yuli didn't quite believe Gu Lichuan's bull ******, staring at him with a skeptical face. "Bow really wife? I specifically for you to write how to shed out for others to listen to it. I just want to give play to you to listen to." Looking at Gu Lichuan's righteous expression, Su Yuli pointed to the two songs on it again and asked wryly, "Hubby, then how do you explain these two songs? Or did you lie to me before when you said they were written for me?" Gu Lichuan froze. How did he forget about this? This is not their own to find themselves a question of death? That, wifey listen to the end of the sophistry. Oh no, you listen to the end of the explanation. Gu Lichuan just wanted to explain. Was Su Yuli to stop? She waved her hand and said, "Forget not to pursue your fault. Night you obediently come to receive punishment on the line." No, Gu Lichuan was thinking of struggling a little more, but thought better of it. It is better to die later than now. "Hubby, do you have any plans in this area afterward?" After molesting Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli got serious and asked seriously to Gu Lichuan. I haven't thought about it yet." Gu Lichuan scratched his head and replied. In fact, he didn't have much planning for this path. At first, he just wanted to try to see if he could rely on his talent to eat, and didn't think that he could really do it, and he didn't know what to do. Chapter, Who Can Catch the Moves Here? 92. Su Yuli frowned. She was very happy that Gu Lichuan was able to have this achievement now, but she could not help but worry about Gu Lichuan's development afterwards. Su's group is more industrial development. On the new media entertainment is not very much on this aspect. There is only Gu Lichuan Han Lichuan Media, this half-dead branch. If you let Su Yuli give Gu Lichuan money, then Su Yuli without saying a word will be able to billions of dollars to the inside of the money. But to let Su Yuli to plan for his fame after the route, packaging and promotion of him, that Su Yuli is not experienced. She can do in addition to the smash money is just to smash the money. In fact, the solution to this is also good to do. Let Gu Lichuan sign a mature operation of the old media company on the line. But that Su Yuli is certainly not acceptable. Gu Lichuan looked at Su Yuli's brows wrinkled together, knowing what she was thinking in her heart, so he smiled and said, "Don't think so much, you err, or I'll just pass on the occasional video, open a live broadcast, and become a netizen. This way the time is also freer, and I can also accompany you more." "No," Gu Lichuan said softly as he wrapped his arms around Su Yuli. Hearing these words from Gu Lichuan, Su Yuli's heart rejoiced and asked, "Really, hubby? Of course, I'm content to be with you now. Everything else is just icing on the cake and dispensable compared to you." Gu Lichuan took the opportunity to make a small show of loyalty, thinking to see if he could move Su Yuli to let her conscience come to her and spare himself the punishment of the night. "Hey, by the way, where's Z? How come I haven't seen her?" Su Yuli warmed up in Gu Lichuan's arms for a while, then looked up and searched, realizing that she didn't see Gu Lizzie, and inquired with some doubts. Hearing Su Yuli inquire about Gu Lizzie, Gu Lichuan also became serious, sat up straight, looked at Su Yuli and said, "You err, why don't you come back or find an opportunity to let Xiao Zi go out for a trip or do something else? Don't let her come to the company and home." Su Yuli was puzzled. Why is she giving you trouble? That's not true. Moon, listen to me. This time, Without Gu Lizi's teetotaling interruptions on the side, Gu Lichuan managed to get the thoughts in his mind out, including and not limited to the fact that he suspected that Gu Lizi and Su Shuya were accomplices and were trying to break up the two of them. Honey, don't worry, I'm sure Z isn't that kind of person. Su Yuli shook her head, did not agree with Gu Lichuan's statement, said faintly, Xiao Z, this child is still small, which has so much hard eyes. The usual glassy point. Is not your incompetent brother did not care much about her well. Do you think she's done anything out of the ordinary in the past 2 days? No, right. You just think too much. Su Yuli disgruntledly nudged Gu Lichuan's forehead and said, come back and take care of your sister. Don't think so much. Gu Lichuan was convinced. He did not know what kind of ecstasy Gu Lizi had given to Su Yuli. In front of so much of his evidence, he was still able to get Su Yuli to help her speak. Honey, Z, she's not as simple as you think. Gu Lichuan was still trying to argue when the door slammed open with a clang. What are you doing? Do you know how to knock? Gu Lichuan was interrupted, was very annoyed. How every time to the key time to come out a little muff. Hearing Gu Lichuan's reprimand, the furious Gu Lizi just wanted to dislike him back, but after her eyes saw Su Yuli, her face instantly changed, showing an aggrieved expression. Quickly jumped into the arms of Su Yuli, cried, counted all kinds of Gu Lichuan bullied her in the morning, justified towards Su Yuli all show once again. And then finally supplemented with the brother does not like her, she can go to the extermination of the speech, successfully gained the sympathy of the heart of Su Yuli. Su Yuli hugged Gu Lizi and looked at Gu Lichuan, coldly asking, is this how you treated Xiao Z in the morning? Gu Lichuan didn't say anything, indicating his acquiescence, but it wasn't that he didn't want to speak out, it was just that Gu Lizi, this little tea lady's segment was too high, she simply coaxed Su Yuli around, and she was sure to get a counterattack from her no matter what she said. In order to ensure that the current situation would not deteriorate any further, it was better for Gu Lichuan to consciously remain silent. Sister Xiaoli, Gu Lizi cried to consciously leave, saying nothing to stay by Gu Lichuan's side. Su Yuli glanced at Gu Lichuan reproachfully. She didn't expect him to be able to make a good brother-sister relationship like this. It seems that she can only find a chance to repair the rift between them later after dispelling Gu Lichuan's suspicions. Su Yuli wrapped her arms around Gu Lizi and gently comforted. It's okay, Xiao Z. Why don't you just follow your sister around in the future? We'll ignore him and not look at his face. Okay, Xiao Z? Here Su Yuli want to let themselves follow her. Gu Lizi hearted joy. Her purpose is finally achieved. But the face did not show the slightest color of joy. Lifting a tearful eyes to see Su Yuli look at Gu Lichuan, said in a small voice, Xiaoli's sister brother it's fine. He wouldn't dare say anything. Su Yuli even gave Gu Lichuan a threatening look after saying that. Gu Lichuan now is really regret let Gu Lizi follow their own under their own close surveillance. She cannot turn over what waves, but if you really let Gu Lizi this little demoness follow Su Yuli, that is not every day to Su Yuli blowing their own ears, every day to give their own under the mix. Xiao Z, it's my brother who is wrong. Your sister Xiaoli is very busy there. Why don't you come to my brother? I promise I won't treat you like that again. In order to keep Gu Lizi from going over to Su Yuli's side, Gu Lichuan could only pull down his face and apologize to Gu Lizi. Gu Lizi how willing to agree. She went through a lot of trouble to get to Su Yuli's side to Su Shuiyao as a mole, said nothing will let Gu Lichuan drag himself away from Su Yuli's side, so she ducked behind Su Yuli, pulling Su Yuli's coat corner weakly said, brother, you won't take advantage of sister Xiaoli's absence. Originally Su Yuli on Gu Lichuan can take the initiative to admit fault and ease the relationship between brother and sister is still very happy, but the moment he saw Gu Lizi the scared look, suddenly face black up. This look is not less to do this kind of settling scores thing. Coldly examined Gu Lichuan, and then angrily pulling Gu Lizi to go out. Gu Lichuan are confused. Not this Gu Lizi are from where to learn this set of this who can catch the move Su Yuli just led Gu Lizi out, was stopped by the assistant, said there is an overseas Zhang family's son to seek an audience, said there are overseas projects want to come to cooperate with Su Group, asked Su Yuli need to see a side? Su Yuli at the moment simply do not have the mood to take care of this kind of thing. She is in Haidong, this acre of development is quite good. There is no need to risk to enter the overseas market. Besides, what overseas Zhang family? She has never heard of. Naturally let the assistant to send away. Unexpectedly, the assistant was busy and forgot about it, which made Zhang Boxian in the parlor wait for a while. Chapter, in the future, you take the time to talk to Xiao Z more often. 93. A long time to wait for Su Yuli. Zhang Boxian thought Su Yuli this is in the test him. Until the day is almost dark, this only found that something is wrong. Just thought of going out to look for Su Yuli's assistant to ask what is going on. Turn your eyes and bumped into the Gu Lizi holding Su Yuli out of the office. Zhang Boxian hurriedly straightened his collar, came over to reveal a smile that he thought was very charming and opened his mouth. Hello, Mr. Su, who are you? Su Yuli just revealed a disgusted expression. Gu Lizi, who was well versed in detecting words and colors, immediately incarnated as Su Yuli's mouthpiece and said in a good-natured manner, "Do you have something to do?" This put Zhang Boxian to the whole will not, and quickly explained, "Mr. Su, I am Zhang Boxian of the overseas Zhang family, to find you to talk about the overseas cooperation of our products." After listening to Zhang Boxian's self-introduction, Su Yuli pondered. The whole day she was busy helping Gu Lichuan plan his subsequent development plan. It seems to be listening to the assistant mention so a mouth, but she remembered that she seems to be refused. "I do not know what this person is still relying on here. I'm sorry, our Su Group's products don't have the need to expand into overseas markets for the time being. If Mr. Zhang doesn't have anything else to do, please go back. After all, we are all in the business circle. Come back, maybe one day there will also be cooperation." Su Yuli did not say the words particularly harsh. After politely refusing, pulled Gu Lizi towards the elevator. "Mr. Su, our Zhang family is very sincere. Why don't I treat you to a dinner and you listen to our proposed cooperation plan in detail?" In the face of Su Yuli's refusal, Zhang Boxian did not know the difficulty to retreat, but instead, he reached out his hand to tug at Su Yuli. This scene was coincidentally walking up the stairs. Gu Lichuan saw, immediately dodged to Su Yuli's back, and slapped Zhang Boxian's salty pig hand off. At this time, Su Yuli also noticed what was happening behind her and twisted her head to look at Zhang Boxian. A trace of disgust flashed in the bottom of her eyes, but she didn't snap on the spot. "What do you want?" Gu Lichuan stood in front of Zhang Boxian's domineering wife protector and asked coldly. He couldn't watch Su Yuli being eaten by others so easily. Zhang Boxian was unchanged. His face still hung a warm smile and said, "It's fine. It's just." Looking at Zhang Boxian's sympathetic and disgusted appearance, Su Yuli also did not bother to pursue the matter and watched the elevator door open. Not waiting for Zhang Boxian to finish his sentence, he pulled Gu Lichuan into the elevator. Looking at Su Yuli's action of ignoring herself, this could cause Zhang Boxian's face to freeze with a smile. How to say that their Zhang family is also in the overseas has not a small influence, such as being hung out to dry for a day, not to say, but also ignored the situation Zhang Boxian has not really encountered. Originally, he was only interested in Su Yuli's appearance, but now Zhang Boxian was somewhat interested in Su Yuli as a person. In the elevator, Su Yuli looked at the face of the iron-black Gu Lichuan, puffed and laughed out softly. "Well, do not be angry. We are all mixed in this circle. Head down, head up, and it is not possible to really hit him a meal." Ignoring him on it, Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan, who was still in a state of exasperation, so she leaned towards his side and asked quietly, "Hubby, you're jealous, aren't you?" Gu Lichuan did not pay attention to this set of Su Yuli, still with a black face said, "In the future, it is better to stay away from this kind of people." Gu Lizi looked at the two Su Yuli who were flirting in the elevator in her heart. These days together, Gu Lizi can feel that Su Yuli and his brother, two people, are really like each other. If there is no previous that file, Gu Lizi may really bless the two of them, but his brother, this scum, even ate the bowl and watched the pot. It was not enough to have Su Yuli by his side, but also wanted Su Shuiyao's body. Then she couldn't ignore this matter, and could only secretly be cruel and break up the two of them. "Alright, calm down. How about taking a look at the development plan I made for you?" Su Yuli pulled out a document from her bag and handed it to Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan reached out and took it and didn't open it to look at it. Instead he said, "You error, let's go celebrate at night. Xiaozi shouldn't follow." After saying that, Gu Lichuan turned his head to look at Gu Lizi with a slight threat in his eyes, hoping that she would be more self-conscious. Gu Lizi, on the other hand, directly ignored Gu Lichuan's gaze and looked towards Su Yuli, who was having a headache over the relationship between these two siblings, and said in a well-behaved manner, "Sister Xiaoli, then I won't go. I'll go home and wait for you guys first." Su Yuli pulled Gu Lizi's arm. "Xiaozi, it's fine. If you want to go, sister can take you. No need, Sister Xiaoli. You and brother go out to play. I'm also tired today. I want to rest early." Gu Lizi refused. Looking at such an understanding Gu Lizi, Su Yuli was very pleased and couldn't help but turn her head to glare at Gu Lichuan before saying to Gu Lizi, "Alright then, Xiaozi, you'll go back to rest earlier." Just what Su Yuli didn't know was that the reason why Gu Lizi didn't take the initiative to ask to follow them this time was entirely because she was going back to secretly tip off Su Shuiyao to go. After the three parted ways, Su Yuli said to Gu Lichuan in dissatisfaction, "Why are you always like this to Xiaozi? Xiaozi has been good all day today." Su Yuli looked at their sibling relationship somehow suddenly deteriorated is also a great headache, but she also knows that wanna let the two thaw not that easy. Can only say helplessly, "Alas, forget it. In the future you take the time to talk to Xiaozi more. Honey, I'm telling you, Z, she's not that simple." Before Gu Lichuan finished speaking, he was impatiently interrupted by Su Yuli. "Okay, I know. My ears are calloused. I really don't know why you're guarding Xiaozi like a thief, Su Yuli muttered. It's really not that I'm guarding against her. It's really that she. Su Yuli didn't want to dwell too much on this topic with Gu Lichuan, so she changed the topic and asked, right, where are you going to broadcast your live tomorrow night? Home or company? She naturally saw Gu Lichuan's live broadcast announcement and asked out loud, at home. At home the environment seems to be a bit more intimate. In the company, the commercialization is too heavy. It may not be conducive to the effect of the live broadcast. Regarding the location of the live broadcast, Gu Lichuan has long been planned, and at that moment also did not think before answering. Honey, there is only one piano in the house. Will the equipment be insufficient? Should we add more temporarily? Hearing that Gu Lichuan was going to broadcast live at home, Su Yuli couldn't help but worry. Gu Lichuan turned his head to look at Su Yuli, smiled and said, no, just broadcast it. There is a piano is enough. But the wife, you are so good looking. Do you want to go on camera to help me suck some fans? Hearing Gu Lichuan praise himself in disguise, Su Yuli's face immediately appeared a touch of pink. Pouting. Drive properly. Don't think about something. Chapter 94, no one can listen until I do. Wife. Zhang Xianyu hasn't come looking for you again in the past few days, right? After giving Su Yuli a bowl of kanji and placing it in front of her, Gu Lichuan then sat down and asked, Su Yuli and Zhang Xianyu's things. Gu Lichuan also knows some, but let him feel quite depressed is that, although Su Yuli good looking is not false, but now how all the women began to steal his wife with him. On the contrary, it was not convenient for him to intervene in this kind of matter, so he could only rely on Su Yuli to solve it on her own. Who knows what that bore wants again? Besides, hubby, I'm stuck with her because of you. Su Yuli took a shallow sip of the porridge in the bowl and felt that the taste was not as good as the one made by Gu Lichuan, so she looked up smilingly at Gu Lichuan and said, hubby, how many love debts do you say you still owe outside now that you haven't paid? Give me the bottom line so I can be prepared. Gu Lichuan cannot dare to answer this fateful question. This to answer bad his life have to account for this, so can only stammer. Angry said, wife, this can really have nothing to do with me. I just saved her by hand. Who knows that she even had that kind of idea? I'm innocent too. What about Su Shueyo? What's going on with Su Shueyo? Su Yuli carelessly stirred the porridge in the bowl. She was clear about the causes and consequences of Zhang Xianyu's matter, but about Su Shueyao's matter, she still didn't know what was going on. Although she had already found someone to investigate, clearly Gu Lichuan and Su Shueyo were just two families cooperating under the marriage contract. But looking at Su Shueyao's persistent attitude towards Gu Lichuan, it is obvious that the two must have had something before. Su Yuli must take this opportunity to ask for clarification. Gu Lichuan face a bitter expression, a mouthful of a large bowl of porridge back. Wife, I also do not know that Su Shueyo is what is going on. When did my old man sell me? I don't even know. I do wonder why she keeps pestering me. Gu Lichuan now cannot recall what he and Su Shueyo have any interactions. The only impression of her is not in the pit himself is pulling Gu Lizzie together to pit himself. Really? Su Yuli obviously didn't believe it. Just Su Shueyao's attitude towards him. How could it be an act that a stranger meeting in plain water could do? But looking at Gu Lichuan's bewildered face, it didn't look like he was faking. Su Yuli was a bit confused. Couldn't it be that Su Shueyo really had the wrong brain? That's why she kept pestering Gu Lichuan? Well, wife, I've been honest. And now it's time for you to explain your problems. Gu Lichuan's words turned, stared at Su Yuli with a bad smile and asked, honestly explain, why Jiang Xinyue is dying for you now? Aren't you two competitors? Don't you dare give me that it's because she saw that jade pendant my mom gave me and became like this. Su Yuli shrugged her shoulders and stated that it was what Gu Lichuan said was right. As for why she was brain dead, would turn her head and feel love for herself. She didn't know why. The next day, due to Gu Lichuan's live broadcast in the evening, Su Yuli finished dealing with the Su group early and rushed home from the company, and on the way, she also deliberately bought a bunch of things to decorate their simple bedroom. Both she and Gu Lichuan liked a simple layout, so the room didn't have any special decorations other than the bed, cabinet, and desk, which were the necessary furniture. Although the two of them felt nothing when they lived up, but if it was just live, the background was inevitably a bit monotonous, and Su Yuli felt that it would be better to remodel it slightly. Su Yuli brought a few dolls and put them on the bedside, then put a few small hand-me-downs that she had just bought back on the piano, and shouted to Gu Lichuan, who was still flipping through the scores on the table, hubby, you quickly look at what's still missing and not there, and I'll call to have them sent over again. Gu Lichuan raised his head, glanced at the home that had been carefully arranged by Su Yuli, and said with a smile, well, nothing is missing. Getting up and putting Su Yuli in his arms, Gu Lichuan, holding a pile of sheet music in his hand, handed it over to Su Yuli's hand and asked softly, wife, so many songs, which ones do you want to listen to later? Su Yuli looked at a thick pile of sheet music in her hand. After Gu Lichuan's cultivation at the time, she knew a little bit of music-related knowledge, but not much. She could only look at the lyrics above to judge the good and the bad. After quickly flipping through a few, Su Yuli's face darkened as she turned to Gu Lichuan and asked quietly, "Husband, why is it that I've never heard any of these songs before? Are these all written for those ex-girlfriends you had before?" Su Yuli's narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Gu Lichuan. Although she didn't understand music theory, but from the lyrics she could tell that this pile of sheet music Gu Lichuan had given her was all love songs. Since she had never heard of them before, there was only one possibility that they were all written by Gu Lichuan to those ex-girlfriends of his at one time. Hear Su Yuli this inquiry. Gu Lichuan did not like before so flustered. The heart has long thought of a good countermeasure. Anyway, Su Yuli also has no way to prove that these songs are he now right, or from where to come. Now is not all depends on him a mouth well, a good lie isn't cheating. Gu Lichuan held Su Yuli's palm and said with a tender face, "Wife, what are you thinking about? These are all written by me especially for you. It's just, I don't think any of them are as good as the ones I played for you before, which is why I didn't bring them to you." Gu Lichuan pinched Su Yuli's puffy little face and said, "Honey, if you like it, how about I play them all for you later?" "No way." Hearing Gu Lichuan's proposal, Su Yuli shielded the pile of sheet music in her arms like she was protecting a chicklet, and hastily refused. Su Yuli reluctantly drew out two lyrics that looked less ambiguous and handed them to Gu Lichuan, saying, "Play these two songs later. I haven't heard the others, and husband, I won't allow you to play them for anyone else." Looking at Su Yuli's appearance, Gu Lichuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and hurriedly responded, Fine, then we'll play these two songs today, and when the others are broadcasted, I'll play them exclusively for you alone, my wife." A song of 5 or 6 minutes, plus the preparation of the previous interaction. 5 songs, almost more than an hour. Su Yuli, but all counted. Anyway, she cannot be cheap others. These songs were all written for her by Gu Lichuan, and no one could listen to them until she did. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too few original songs to consider, which would affect the effect of the live broadcast, Su Yuli wouldn't even be willing to take out these 2 songs to share with the netizens. Had she known that Gu Lichuan was going to take some new songs she hadn't heard of and perform them, Su Yuli wouldn't have let the employees of the Su group come to Gu Lichuan's live broadcast to add to his popularity, so it was really cheap for this group of people. Chapter, No Need to Be So Stingy 95. At 7:30 p.m. The short video platform operations department was busy. The boss of the technical department knocked on the door of the operations director's room and said with some dissatisfaction to the anxious operations director, "Oldly, not that I'm talking to you. How many streams can a newcomer's live debut have? Still waiting to have our brothers in the technical department work overtime? Big brother, don't you brush the video and read the information? Do you know that this freak posted 3 songs, did not by any push stream, all rushed to the hot list? Do you know how many viewers and music this point now be waiting for him to start at?" Li Chenghua, busy uncontrollable, to the technical department of the boss urged, Go aside. Busy dead me. If this kid live effect is good, the boss also let me go to find others to sign go it. I have not finished writing this program. Don't always come to annoy me. What? This kid has so much potential, and you're still asking you to sign with him? The boss of the technical department was directly confused. What is the vision of their boss? Even let their boss up to recruit the heart. Can't it be that this kid is a heavenly talent? At that moment, he took out his cell phone and watched the video that was on top of the hot search that hadn't come down yet and played it. And after a few minutes, even he, a tech nerd who didn't listen to much music, had to marvel at the fact that this kid really did have talent, and that the lyrics and music were catching up with the first-tier singers. But that's a bit of a whimsical idea to try to squeeze the platform sites. Soon enough, though, once 8 o'clock rolled around, he paid the price for his naivety. 8 o'clock just started live. Gu Lichuan. Live just appeared on the screen, did not 10 seconds. Will be directly black screen card dead. He and Su Yuli, 2 people pounded half a day, also did not straighten out. Xiao Zi, come and help your sister see why this live broadcast can't be opened anymore. Sister Xiaoli, the platform has collapsed. The internet is cursing it. Gu Lizi held up her phone and said quietly. She was brushing the short video of the palace fight, suddenly also stuck off how to enter. And then the competitor's push immediately popped out. Gu Lichuan dumbfounded. He did not even think that he was so unlucky. The first live broadcast encountered this kind of thing. Thought, forget it. Just take the phone up from the bracket. The live broadcast screen immediately resumed. And the camera happens to be on Su Yuli and Gu Lizi, 2 people. Come fast netizens, where have seen this kind of chaff? Instantly in the forget their original over is ready to listen to the music. In the blink of an eye, pop-ups flying all wife. Gu Lichuan, who was about to exit the platform, looked at the screen full of pop-ups shouting for his wife and instantly realized what was going on, and hurriedly reached out to cover the camera. Originally, he did not intend to let Soo-Lee appear to show her face, so Soo-Lee wore a cooler pajamas. Where would have thought that such a thing would happen? Which if you let the online group of perverts to see also. Numerous netizens were disgruntled as they watched the suddenly blacked out live room, turning their heads and brushing up staff. Please don't intentionally cover the camera and block us from watching the anchor woman. Soo-Lee also saw the pop-ups flying all over the screen, guffawed and picked up Gu Lichuan's cell phone and stuck it back on the stand. Hubby, no need to be so petty. That's it. Since Gu Lichuan hadn't exited the live broadcast room and had only covered up the camera, after Soo-Lee's voice came out normally, numerous netizens chimed in. No, wait, hubby? Netizens who sensed something was wrong were up in arms. Ooh, how did the goddess get piggybacked so early? The netizens of this move is to let Gu Lichuan is very helpless. He is good not to rely on talent to attract so many fans. I did not expect Soo-Lee just rely on a few seconds to show the face of the screen, so that he painstakingly collected to all the fans' mutiny. It's true that it's much easier to live on your face than on your talent. With the addition of Soo-Lee, a great beauty, the heat of Gu Lichuan's live broadcast directly broke the record of the platform's live broadcast data within a few minutes. This can always stare at the background data of the operation director Lee Changhua to the joy of the mouth. This magnificent data, as long as not overturned, as long as the signing of this new popularity king, their operation department a year of indicators are not worried about it. After a brief greeting in the live broadcast room, Soo-Lee gave the live broadcast room back to Gu Lichuan. After ignoring the screen full of hurtful pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Gu Lichuan started to get to the point, and with the faint prelude ringing out, Gu Lichuan gently hummed to Soo-Lee in the live broadcast room. 2018, the summer we parted. Push you away. It's my fault for not saying what I mean. Your smile is forever in my heart. That was the most valuable asset of my life. Thank heaven that I met you again. I will cherish this more than ever. Allow me to love you well. The euphonious and slightly sad lyrics made Soo-Lee a little confused for a moment. This wasn't any of the songs that Gu Lichuan had shown her before. This was clearly a temporary addition by Gu Lichuan. And the lyrics, aren't they about the experience of being separated and reunited with him? Hearing the second half of Gu Lichuan's lyrics that seemed like a confession, Soo-Lee was moved to tears, and when the song was finished, she disregarded her image in the face of many live netizens, and pounced on Gu Lichuan's arms, offering a warm and passionate kiss. Originally, many netizens had closed their eyes to enjoy Gu Lichuan's song, but as they opened their eyes and saw such an infuriating scene, they couldn't wait to rush into the screen to pull out Gu Lichuan and beat him up. Why? Because he has talent and a beautiful girl. Why did God open a window and then open a door for him? It's not fair. Gu Lichuan looked at Soo-Lee, who was moved to tears, and gently hugged her and shook her and said, "Do you like it?" "Well, like it." Soo-Lee nodded. How could this song dedicated to the love experience of the two of them not make Soo-Lee like it? Looking at the screen full of pompous pop-ups, Soo-Lee also noticed something wrong, got up and was about to leave the range of the live recording, but was pulled by Gu Lichuan and sat in his arms. It's all over. Might as well be spreading dog food on them. Gu Lichuan smiled, gently took her hand and placed it on top of the keys, and softly asked, "Remember what I taught you before?" Soo-Lee nodded lightly, then gently pressed a few keys on the piano and asked, "Is that so?" Gu Lichuan put his head on Soo-Lee's neck, half wrapped his arms around her on the piano, harmonized with Soo-Lee and sang softly. This scene could have dumbfounded the audience of the live broadcast, launching pop-ups in protest. This is not open and above-board dog abuse. This is what? My goddess. I just wanted to come and listen to some music. What's wrong with me? Why are you doing this to me? Ooh. Chapter, Platform Recruitment 96. Gu Lichuan had just closed the live broadcast when a call came in. Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Gu Lichuan? Hello, I'm Lee Changhua, the director of our short video operation platform. Lee Changhua tried to make his voice sound as friendly as possible in the face of Gu Lichuan, the music demon, and explained to Gu Lichuan the reason for his call, wanting to invite Gu Lichuan to sign a contract with their short video platform. Gu Lichuan was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to receive such a call. He subconsciously let go of Soo-Lee in his arms, sat up straight and said, "Director Lee, hello, thank you very much for your recognition, and this matter of inviting me to sign up for your short video platform that you mentioned. Can we talk about it in detail?" Lee Changhua heard Gu Lichuan say this. His heart was happy. Originally he was worried that Gu Lichuan would not be which company had been signed early, although he gave enough conditions to crush the treatment of other media companies, but with the current Gu Lichuan hit fame, want to successfully terminate the contract with the previous company must still take a lot of effort. Now it seems that his worries are completely superfluous. Listening to Gu Lichuan's tone, it is not at all like there is a company operating behind the scenes. Li Changhua secretly grateful. Fortunately he is the operation director of this short video. Can directly get Gu Lichuan registered cell phone number? In advance of the peer step first contacted Gu Lichuan. Signal against their own late a little bit. This did not sign up for the white still shall not be someone else to abduction. Mr. Gu, it's like this. If you can successfully sign up for our platform, we will give you a customized set of development plans that suit you, and we will also give you more traffic support on the platform. If you are not satisfied with the live broadcasts, and you intend to enter the entertainment industry, our platform will also provide you with more opportunities. Li Changhua blew the benefits of signing with them out of proportion, not mentioning Gu Lichuan's due obligations at all, just wanting to tempt Gu Lichuan, a white boy, into signing first. Of course, Li Changhua must have said this based on his knowledge of Gu Lichuan, a white boy with no agent and no operations team. However, what he didn't know was that Gu Lichuan had long been familiar with mastering a media company, and he couldn't know more about the twists and turns in it. However, Gu Lichuan didn't point out these small thoughts of Li Changhua, and just said lightly, Director Li, I myself am still very willing to cooperate with you, but I have some situations of my own that I may need to talk to you about in detail. Hearing Gu Lichuan say that he had some circumstances, Li Chenghua's heart sank, secretly suspecting that it could not be that he had guessed wrongly, and that he had already had a contract with another company? Although Li Changhua had doubts, they were only speculations in his mind. He still wanted to hear what conditions Gu Lichuan was going to propose before saying. So he said, of course, Mr. Gu, you see when it's convenient for you, we can make an appointment and talk about the details of the cooperation. Actually, you don't have to go through that much trouble. Director Li, Gu Lichuan smiled and continued, I have a media company of my own, and there are quite a few artists and anchors under my banner. If I were to sign with our platform, I would hope to secure some more favorable conditions for our entire team. After Gu Lichuan saw his popularity in the live broadcast, he was thinking about how he could use his popularity to pull the plug on Lichuan Media, and now he just took the opportunity to try and make an offer to Li Changhua. Hearing Gu Lichuan's words, Li Changhua was secretly surprised in his heart. He hadn't thought that this young man who looked so young would already have his own media company. Then wouldn't what he had just said to him have made a bad impression on him? However, as an experienced operations director, Li Changhua quickly adjusted his mindset and said, Mr. Gu, this is indeed a very special situation for you. Why don't you tell us what you have in mind so that we can understand it first? Listening to Li Chenghua's tone, Gu Lichuan felt that there was a chance, so he said the conditions he proposed as well. Director Li, it's like this. I want the artists I provide to be able to have more exposure on our platform, as well as provide them with some exclusive training and resources. And, after speaking the conditions, Gu Lichuan was afraid that Li Changhua did not agree, so he added, about the proportion of the share. My side to provide artists only take our platform to sign the equal curiosity artists 30%, but the artist signing contract is still in our company. However, if the later we provide artists, after you this side of the platform of the flow of the push of the development of the words of the good, we also give your company a corresponding dividends. What do you think about this? Of course I myself am sort of an additional bonus to stay exclusively on our platform. Anyway, Gu Lichuan was also holding the mindset of trying, and directly laid out the conditions, thinking that if Li Changhua rejected it, forget about it. After Li Changhua heard what Gu Lichuan said, he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Gu Lichuan's conditions do have a certain degree of reasonableness, although the conditions are very attractive, but this is completely based on his own strength. Li Changhua a little less dare to bet on Gu Lichuan is not a flash in the pan. After thinking for half a day, Li Changhua said, Mr. Gu, what you said. We have never had such a precedent on our side. This is a completely new mode of operation, and we need to have further discussions with the company's senior management about the prospects in this regard. Do you think this is okay? I conveniently invite you to our platform. My side directly arrange for you and the boss to come and talk, so that we can also better understand each other's needs and ideas in depth. As you can see, I don't have enough authority on my side to make such a big decision. This matter is still some big, not with the signing of those small anchors. As small, direct transmission of an electronic version of the contract is finished. Li Changhua think it is better to call Gu Lichuan to the company to walk down the process to properly review his talent level is worth these conditions again. Looking at Li Changhua saying this, Gu Lichuan heard the words and knew that there was something in it, so he said blandly, Yes, Director Li, I am also looking forward to being able to communicate with you face to face, and at that time, I will also show my strength so that your company can evaluate whether or not it is worthy of this contract. Do you see when is convenient? Tell you what, Mr. Gu, do you see if you have time next Wednesday? I'll send your detailed address first later. Li Changhua is not anxious for others to rush to sign Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan put forward these conditions. Put which company will consider the pros and cons again and again, in a short period of time, is not afraid of others cut off. Chapter, is there? It can't be. 97. Watching Gu Lichuan hang up the phone, Su Yuli, who hadn't made a sound, then smilingly wrapped her arms around Gu Lichuan's neck and kissed on it. She hadn't uttered a word because she wanted to see how Gu Lichuan's ability was, but after watching the whole scene, Su Yuli was satisfied with Gu Lichuan and Li Changhua's negotiations. Honey, do you think I just made a bit of a lion's share of the money? Do you think they'll agree? Gu Lichuan hugged Su Yuli and asked softly. This kind of professional thing Gu Lichuan think it is necessary to ask Su Yuli. After all, she and the shopping mall climbed and fought for so many years. The experience is certainly richer than their own old ways. Su Yuli pinched Gu Lichuan's slightly despondent handsome face and said with a smile, "Don't worry, hubby. As long as he didn't reject it all at once at that time, then it means that he must have his heart set on it, and he just wants to see if you're worth the price or not. So, hubby, are you worth it or what?" Su Yuli's gaze glanced over to the pile of sheet music that she had just placed on the piano, and the meaning on her face could not be more obvious. Seeing Su Yuli in this state, Gu Lichuan smiled, stood up and rubbed his somewhat sore old waist, then sat down and said, "All right, this will play all these that the wife hasn't heard before for the wife to listen to." Watching Gu Lichuan pull out a sheet of music and set it up, Su Yuli also rushed as she did in her college days, wrapping her arms around Gu Lichuan's neck behind him, sticking her face to his neck, and hanging onto him like a sloth, listening to Gu Lichuan play for her, focusing on admiring Gu Lichuan, that beautiful melody and moving lyrics. Su Yuli did not listen to it at all, until Gu Lichuan played all of that pile of sheet music for Su Yuli. Su Yuli then reluctantly released her hand, then gently pressed her fingers on the keys, and said softly, "Husband, you said these, are they really all written for me?" "That's definitely yes. Can I still lie to you?" Gu Lichuan didn't know why Su Yuli was asking this. He just thought she was moved to tears and said with conviction, "But hubby, why was there a pop-up just now when you sang that new, unreleased song with all the lyrics you're going to sing next?" Su Yuli's words turned. Her tone was a bit cold, obviously ready to settle scores and turn the other cheek. Is there? It can't be? No one else has heard of these before?" Gu Lichuan is a little weak, but still forced to calm down and said, he did not believe that it is really so coincidental. His song written a few years ago to the former girlfriend. This former girlfriend still remember the lyrics, and then happened to watch the live broadcast, sent out the lyrics were also Su Yuli to see. Gu Lichuan didn't believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. It must be Su Yuli scamming herself. Even if it is really so coincidental, that Gu Lichuan killed cannot be recognized. Anyway, dead no evidence. Let Su Yuli how to say. He is not recognized. Su Yuli can put him how. Wife. This must have been the live broadcast when the camera position wasn't adjusted properly and shot onto the lyric sheet. Gu Lichuan decided to rely on it to the end, resisting death and denying it. "Really? Honey, do you dare to swear?" Su Yuli's eyes were a bit sharp, and she looked at Gu Lichuan with a smile on her face. This is not necessary. Right, wife. You do not know. Gu Lichuan tried to weasel out, but it seems that no matter what he says, it does not seem to be very convincing. "So, honey, did you write these to me or not?" Su Yuli lying on Gu Lichuan's body asked slyly. That careless tone instead made Gu Lichuan feel even more creepy. That, does have some of them are borrowed from previous songs written for others, but wife you believe me, those I have greatly changed. Is that there are one or two lines in it I absolutely good to not change it. Gu Lichuan nervously kept swallowing. "Wife, you believe me, these are absolutely all rewritten specifically for you. If you don't believe me, I could swear that if I..." Before Gu Lichuan finished his oath, he was quickly pressed by Su Yuli's finger on his lips, forcibly interrupting him from swearing, and then, looking at Gu Lichuan's fearful appearance, he generously waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't pursue you." Su Yuli picked up the pile of song scores and said to, "But husband, how many of these count? I want you to recreate brand new ones specifically written for me before I can do that." Okay, no problem. Not to mention just these few songs. It's 100, 1,000. As long as it's dedicated to my wife, I can write them all. Gu Lichuan hastened to say with deep emotion. After all, the love you gave me, wife, is so unending. Su Yuli shuddered at Gu Lichuan's meaty words, then pushed Gu Lichuan onto the bed and said, "Okay, hubby, it's time to get down to business." In the other side of the room, very different from the sweet and playful scene over here, Gu Lizi was comforting Su Shueo, who was crying uncontrollably, over the phone. The live broadcast just now Su Shueo had watched it with red eyes, and as soon as Gu Lichuan went off the air, Su Shueo couldn't wait to find Gu Lizi crying. Yao yao. You think too much. It's not what you think. It's all about live effects. Live effects, you know. It's just deliberately eye-catching. Gu Lizzie walked to the balcony, fearing that she would be discovered by Su Yuli. She could only whisper to comfort Su Shuiyao. She didn't even expect Gu Lichuan to show a wave of love directly in front of thousands of viewers during the live broadcast, and also sang that one love song specifically for Su Yuli. Storming or not storming those single dog netizens, she didn't know. But looking at this, it definitely stormed Su Shuiyao. Had I known that Gu Lichuan would pull this stunt, Gu Lizzie would have said nothing to Su Shuiyao, who usually doesn't even brush short videos or live broadcasts, about the news that Gu Lichuan was going to live broadcast. This is good. Su Shuiyao, this blow cannot be small. This whimpering and crying. Gu Lizzie, how to persuade cannot persuade. Hearing Gu Lizzie's comforting words, Su Shuiyao was obviously a bit unconvinced and huffed as she pursued. Is it really just a live broadcast effect? Xiao Zi, tell me, brother Xiaochuan, did he really not fall in love with Su Yuli? Surely there isn't. Yao Yao, you still don't believe me? I'm right beside my brother. It's really just a live broadcast effect. Don't think too much. Listening to Su Shuiyao's sad sobs, Gu Lizzie had no choice but to deceive her with well-intentioned lies, silently calculating in her heart how to screw Gu Lichuan and the two of them as soon as possible. Chapter, Going to School to Recruit 98. In the Lichuan media office, Gu Lichuan looked at a thin document handed up by Shinjin Yang and frowned as he asked, "Is this all there is?" "Yes, boss, it's all here." Shinjin Yang nodded and said somewhat helplessly, "Boss, you also know that we don't have much of a track record here, and artists with a little bit of fans and strength are not willing to come to us. Those with some strength and development prospects would rather pay sky-high liquidated damages than terminate their contracts with us." Shinjin Yang said this situation Gu Lichuan of course know. He said this period of time Lichuan media financial statements how to look a lot. The original money are from this some people in order to develop to jump to another company Gu Lichuan can understand. But he did not expect to be outrageous to this point. The entire company's existing contracted artists, only a dozen or so people, but also basically are some of the mongrels, have had a bad track record. Gu Lichuan had thought to see if there were any suitable seedlings this time, and if he could cooperate with the short video platform, he would first send them over for training. Now it seems that even if he can succeed in talking to people successfully, his own side can't come up with a suitable candidate. Gu Lichuan has some headaches. If the lack of money, lack of influence, these he can still solve the problem, but the lack of people he is really bad. What's the fretting about? The door of the office was pushed open and a voice that was clear and cold but revealed some warmth rang out. As soon as Su Yuli entered the door, she saw Gu Lichuan's look of holding his forehead and fretting a bit, and gently walked behind him to help him loosen his shoulders. Seeing the two of them in this state, Shinjin Yang consciously retreated, not forgetting to bring the door with him on his way out. Gu Lichuan held Su Yuli's hand on his shoulder and said, "Why are you here? How do you feel that you are in control of such a large company every day are leisurely? Not at all with worry? Humph. I'm so busy every day. You just can't see it." Su Yuli was a little dissatisfied in her heart, every time she took time out of her busy schedule to look for Gu Lichuan. But instead, Gu Lichuan seldom went to look for her. "Tell me, what's the difficulty I can help with?" Facing Su Yuli's inquiry, Gu Lichuan gave Su Yuli a rundown of the current predicament encountered by Lichuan media. Lack of people? After listening to Gu Lichuan's account, Su Yuli pondered for a while and slowly said, "Then do you want me to find time to organize an annual meeting in the group?" Celebration. What kind of activities? Come back to you from there to choose people?" Faced with Su Yuli's proposal, Gu Lichuan rejected it without even thinking about it. No, not to mention the fact that it's a time-consuming activity, and most of them aren't from professional backgrounds, so it would be better to find a few music and theater school students. Su Yuli smiled then said, "Then why are you still worried? Don't you see that the program is already there?" How come? Gu Lichuan was still a bit confused, but turned his head to look at the smiling Su Yuli and reacted violently, saying joyfully, "You mean recruiting some fresh graduates to train them from scratch?" Gu Lichuan only thought about how to go where to find some strength and experience of the artists, completely forgetting about the student group that had just received systematic training. Although their fan base may not be as good as some artists who have had achievements, they have dreams and pursuits and are eager to sign up and become famous. Most importantly, when they were not famous, the signing fee was low. Moreover, Gu Lichuan wants to cooperate with short video platforms in order to pull popularity and gather fans for his artists, which is not a perfect complement to the shortcomings of students who do not have a fan base. "Honey, thanks to you, I wouldn't have thought of it otherwise." Gu Lichuan, who had a solution, immediately had a lot of spirit, and rapped Su Yuli very happily. "Do you want me to use the name of the group to send out recruitment?" Su Yuli asked as she changed positions in Gu Lichuan's arms. "No need. I'd better go directly to the school to arrest people. Gu Lichuan thought about it and replied, although Su's group has extraordinary influence in the business world, it is still much worse in music and film, and if you send out this announcement, there may not be too many students who know about it. That's true. But hubby, Su Yuli's words turned, said quietly, I heard that there are a lot of beautiful women in the Haidong Film and Television Conservatory. Hubby, you won't be hooked away by them to the soul, right? Although Su Yuli is very confident in herself and trusts Gu Lichuan, but what if Su Yuli thinks it's better to knock him out in advance? According to her understanding, some artists but for the sake of resources to do anything out. Honey, that's definitely not going to happen. And besides, who can look as good as my wife can't? Gu Lichuan hurriedly made a promise to Su Yuli, and in the process gave a small pat on the back. Su Yuli was satisfied with Gu Lichuan's answer. Her fingers not quite resting on Gu Lichuan's chest, narrowed her eyes and said faintly, husband, you'd better be able to do what you say you're going to do, or else, that'll certainly do the trick. By the way, Z hasn't given you any trouble these days, has she? Gu Lichuan was a little puzzled. Gu Lizi this are lurking around them for so many days. According to Gu Lichuan's understanding of her, she should have made some kind of a name for herself long ago, and asked with some uneasiness. No these days Xiao Z are so well behaved. You all day long you are suspicious. Even your own sister is suspicious. Su Yuli can't understand. Obviously Xiao Z is so well behaved and lovely. How Gu Lichuan just have to be on guard against her in every way. Hearing that Gu Lizi didn't make a move, Gu Lichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that he was really overthinking things? Gu Lichuan thought it was better to observe for a while. If he really misunderstood Gu Lizi, then he was the one who properly apologized to Gu Lizi to ease the relationship. Wife, so there's no news from that Su Hongyu yet? Gu Lichuan remembered something and asked after him. I heard that Su Hongyu had been taken away from the hospital by some unknown person when the two of them were traveling, and for this person posing as Su Yuli's younger brother. Even though he had disappeared now, Gu Lichuan was still vaguely uneasy in his heart. Su Hongyu had gone to great lengths to reach out to Su Yuli. The person behind him must have plotted something, but now that Su Hongyu had disappeared, it was unknown if he was plotting something. No news is not better. Maybe he was killed and maimed by enemies. After all, he owes so much money. Su Yuli was indifferent and replied. She and Gu Lichuan have different views. She did not bother to investigate Su Hongyu's matter. If Su Hongyu just consciously disappeared, that would be the best, but if it is not long-eyed to come over, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Looking at Su Yuli's indifferent attitude, Gu Lichuan still remind her to be on her guard. Fine. I know. I'm not stupid. Su Yuli could only helplessly cope with Gu Lichuan's preaching like an old mom. Just as the two of them were fooling around, the office door was suddenly knocked on and a voice came out, instantly causing Su Yuli to blacken her face. Chapter, I thought you'd learned your lesson, but I didn't realize you were still like this. 99. Xiaoli, are you there? Jiang Xianyu stood with a bunch of white roses and knocked on the door of Gu Lichuan's office, asking softly to the inside. She had just brought the information from Su Shuayo and came over to perform. Just now she ran to Su Yuli's office without arriving to find Su Yuli's silhouette. Then she would only appear here in Gu Lichuan. Luz. Looking at half a day, no response came from inside. Afraid that Su Yuli couldn't hear it from inside, Jiang Xianyu raised her voice again and shouted two sentences. Just as Jiang Xianyu wanted to continue shouting, the door snapped open. Su Yuli stood in the doorway with a puff of air, looking coldly at Jiang Xianyu. What for? There's something to say. In the past few days have not seen the shadow of Jiang Xinyue. Su Yuli thought that she knew the difficulties and knew that with their own impossible, no longer pestering their own, did not expect Jiang Xinyue's still thieve's heart is not dead, so quickly and then come back. Looking at the bouquet of white roses in her hand, Su Yuli knew her intention at a glance, so she didn't give her a good look, and just blocked her at the door and didn't let her come in. However, Jiang Xianyu directly ignored these details, as if she didn't see Su Yuli's gloomy and cloudy face, and passed the white roses in her hand forward, saying as if she was pleasing to the eye, Shaoli, do you quickly see if you like it? I just passed by the flower store and thought it looked good, so I brought one for you. Su Yuli used her hand to flick the white roses that Jiang Xianyu handed to her to the side and said in a nonchalant manner, You came just to send me flowers? Of course, Shaoli. You see how well this rose blooms. I thought you would like it. You see, this is all cut and wrapped by me personally. The thorns I've removed. It won't stick to your hands. Right now Jiang Xianyu had her own filter on Su Yuli, only focusing on showing herself, completely unable to hear Su Yuli's impatient tone. Before the words were finished, Su Yuli was too lazy to listen to her nonsense. Out of sight, out of mind. Snapping the door shut so violently that it almost didn't touch the tip of Jiang Xianyu's nose, and the white roses in her hand were squeezed flat. Xiaoli, Surely, seeing Su Yuli treating herself like this, Jiang Xinu was directly dumbfounded, looking at the white roses in her hand, somewhat puzzled. This script is a bit wrong with what she thought. Didn't Su Shuao say that Su Yuli's favorite is white roses? How come you're still so mad at yourself for giving her white roses? Is it the wrong variety? Jiang Xinu looked at the white roses in her hand and fell into deep thought. She decided to go back and study the white roses. In the end there are several varieties. Looking for Su Shuao to ask Su Yuli in the end like which variety of white roses before. Never want to think of today, so send the wrong things to provoke Shaoli upset. Looking at Su Yuli who came back with a black face, Gu Lichuan joked, "Wife, I didn't realize that you not only chopped off men, you also chopped off women. You're messing with Jiang Xinyue or on the company to send you flowers. How much charm you have to have." In the face of Gu Lichuan's snark, Su Yuli grabbed his arm and bit down hard on it, until Gu Lichuan wailed in pain before he was willing to let go. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't saved her one after another, where would it have been?" Although Su Yuli's mouth puffed up, she did not have the slightest intention to blame Gu Lichuan. If Gu Lichuan was really a person who saw death in cold-blooded, Su Yuli could not possibly non him. "Honey, I'm the one who's jealous. Why are you doing this to me?" Gu Lichuan blew at the teeth marks on his arm, and asked somewhat pitifully, "Wife, what are you going to do then? Just keep going on like this." Su Yuli glanced at him without a good mood and said, "What else can be done? This guy is soft and hard. So, how about telling her that the jade pendant wasn't yours? Give her the message that you didn't save her?" Gu Lichuan asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, these words directly stepped on Su Yuli's thunder. After hearing Gu Lichuan's suggestion, Su Yuli quickly dodged to Gu Lichuan's eyes and looked at him coldly. "What? Tell her you actually saved her and then make her fall head over heels in love with you?" Su Yuli said word by word. The coldness in her tone was on the verge of freezing the air between the two. "Gu Lichuan, have you been thinking about her for a long time? Can't wait to get your hands on her already?" Gu Lichuan didn't expect Su Yuli's reaction to be so big and hurriedly explained. "No, not what?" Su Yuli's sickly petite attributes suddenly took over, not wanting to listen to Gu Lichuan's explanation at all, coldly interrupting him. "Gu Lichuan, I thought you learned your lesson, but I didn't think you'd still be like this. You're a real disappointment. Honey, I mean, why don't you just find someone else to impersonate so she doesn't have to pester you?" Faced with Su Yuli's words full of danger, Gu Lichuan knew that at this time there could not be any more superfluous nonsense, strong against the killing intent in Su Yuli's eyes, and hurriedly said what he thought in his heart, because if he couldn't explain it clearly, he might not have another chance to explain it clearly. Gu Lichuan can know how crazy Su Yuli can do in this kind of thing. After hearing Gu Lichuan's explanation, the murderous intent under Su Yuli's eyes slowly dissipated, and she said coldly, "If you tell her this now, will she still believe it? Besides, what about the jade pendant?" At that time, Jiang Xinu will definitely ask, "Just give it to someone else?" Hearing Su Yuli ask this, Gu Lichuan hurriedly said, Don't, as long as she can believe it and stop pestering you. It's fine if she doesn't want that jade pendant. No, this jade pendant was left to you by your mother. It's so delicate, maybe it's specially for your daughter-in-law. You definitely can't give it to anyone else. It can only be placed in my hands." Su Yuli directly refused. This jade pendant to Gu Lichuan did not give Gu Lizi, but also specifically put up, even if the Gu family bankruptcy did not sell out, certainly has an important significance. Maybe it is what she said. This is the mother of Gu specifically reserved for her daughter-in-law's bride price. Such an important thing. Su Yuli definitely couldn't give it to someone else and then circulate it into Jiang Xinu's hands. Gu Lichuan did not think that Su Yuli was actually dwelling on this matter, just wanted to open his mouth, but was afraid that Su Yuli would misunderstand and get angry again, or forced to hold back. What then? We can't let Jiang Xinyue just keep pestering you, right? Gu Lichuan weakly asked. Now he did not dare to speak freely, for fear that that sentence again stepped on Su Yuli's taboos on the small life. Come back and take some time to talk to her, and if she's still so ungrateful, then don't blame me. Su Yuli's words at this time had more of a threatening undertone, obviously because the fire that Gu Lichuan had just stepped on her bottom line and bounced around hadn't died down yet. Chapter, Jiang Xinyue, Let's Talk 100. Hello, are you Mr. Sukawa? I'm a fan of yours, and today I finally have the honor of meeting a real person. Haidong Conservatory of Music. Gu Lichuan had just stepped onto the campus with Shin Jin Yang, when he was recognized and surrounded by countless students. Gu Lichuan himself did not expect that he is still so famous, writes songs by so many music high-talent students to the pursuit. Mr. Sukawa, the song you played in that live broadcast a few days ago was really good. By the way, can I get an autograph? A student from the bag took out a book to Gu Lichuan to ask for a signature. The crowd look at this situation also hurry to take out a pen and paper with a hopeful face towards Gu Lichuan look over. Well, there's no rush. Whoever passes my test will get my autograph. Oh. Seeing such enthusiasm of the students, Gu Lichuan suddenly planned, just take this opportunity to see if there is a better seedling, so threw out his own pro-signature to do temptation. At this time not far away Suyuli looked at Gu Lichuan who was surrounded by students with tension in her eyes. Since the last time when Gu Lichuan intended to tell Jiang Xinu the truth, the strong possessive desire in Suyuli's heart was once again aroused. She would not let anyone take away Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan is going to come to the beautiful women of the Haidong Conservatory of Music. Now Suyuli is impossible to rest assured. Originally she had an important meeting. Ken only specifically instructed Shin Jin-yang to monitor him, but Suyuli felt that this was still not safe, so she simply pushed off the meeting directly and sneaked after Gu Lichuan, wanting to see if he had any of those unorthodox thoughts or not. After watching Gu Lichuan skillfully dodge the movements of some little goblins who would hook up with people several times, the tense color under Suyuli's eyes slowly faded away. Fortunately, Gu Lichuan was still the same Gu Lichuan as before and did not betray her again. After giving him a gratifying glance, Suyuli was satisfied and prepared to go back to deal with things in the company. Suyuli had just turned around when she saw Jiang Xinu who appeared out of nowhere. Before Jiang Xinu could open her mouth, Suyuli said to her, Jiang Xinu, let's talk. Hearing this, Jiang Xinu was ecstatic and hurriedly nodded her head in agreement, secretly thinking in her heart, could it be that Shaoli had finally discovered her goodness and was ready to accept her? Suyuli looked at the expression on Jiang Xinu's face. A trace of imperceptible emotion flashed under her eyes. She didn't say anything else. She just silently sighed softly. 10 minutes later, in a quiet cafe next to the Haidong Conservatory of Music, Suyuli and Jiang Xinu sat opposite each other. Jiang Xinu's red face, nervously fiddling with the small spoon in front of the cupcake. Her head lowered, not daring to look at Suyuli. Now her heart is very flustered. Full of thoughts are. A moment Suyuli if really want to be good with her. She should not pretend to be reserved. Jiang Xinyue, you're not too old. You've had enough fun. It's time to think about some of your own life matters. Suyuli looked at Jiang Xinu, her hands absently stirring the coffee in her own hand, thinking for a long time before this sentence emerged. The main thing was that she was really inexperienced in this kind of thing. She could only imitate the tone of an elder persuading a younger generation to try to persuade Jiang Xinu. When Jiang Xinu heard Suyuli say this, her face suddenly turned even redder. Suyuli's intention of these words is not clearly to seek her own opinion. Jiang Xinu was too nervous and shy to speak at the moment. Let's put it this way. I also know that you and the Jiang family are now as hot as water. Jiang's group side is also busy. You can't find much time to meet new people. I have a few good candidates on this side. Why don't you take the time to meet? See which one fits the eye. Try to contact it. Suyuli thought Jiang Xinu will like themselves may be in the Jiang family repressed for too long. There are no friends, no fewer people, their own and her contact more. It is inevitable that she will let her heart some feelings, or simply introduce her to a group of objects. Maybe she will find true love no longer obsessive pestering themselves. But Suyuli's good intentions were completely misunderstood by Jiang Xinu. Jiang Xinu felt that Suyuli must be testing herself by saying this, just to see if she would move on and stop obsessing over her. No, it's not Rue. You know me. Jiang Xinu panicked and wanted to explain. But today it was as if that mouth of hers didn't listen to her. How could she not express what she wanted to express? Listening to Jiang Xinu's words that were pre-verbal and without the slightest bit of logic, Suyuli frowned, unable to figure out what exactly Jiang Xinu wanted to say. But that didn't stop herself from continuing to persuade her. So Suyuli spoke again. I know you may have had a thing for me before, but you know that it's bad for you to talk about this kind of thing. And you deserve to find a man who truly loves you and who you love for the rest of your life. Jiang Xinu knew that Suyuli's words were to see if she would be swayed by those worldly gossips, but she had long since made up her mind and was surely not going to be affected by these, so she hurriedly said, No, it won't be. I'm willing. It's me who's willing. What? You're willing? You're willing? Suyuli looked at the stuttering Jiang Xinu and was a bit puzzled, wondering if she had taken the wrong medicine today and her brain was fried. Just wanted to reach out to touch her forehead, but thinking that this action is really a bit ambiguous, and might cause Jiang Xinu's misunderstanding, Suyuli had to give up, and could only ask out loud, What are you talking about? Jiang Xinyue now hate word their own this uncompetitive mouth. Usually is not quite able to say a set of set. Now Shaoli is not easy to come to willing to talk to their own heart. How now even a complete meaning of the words cannot be expressed. Jiang Xinu stammered to Suyuli said, She is willing to accompany Suyuli's side, follow her left and right to take care of her, will not move on, and will not go to other people good. She does not care about the gossip. After hearing these words from Jiang Xinu and looking at her sincere eyes, Suyuli's head exploded with a buzz. Not what kind of brain circuit is this for her? Did she mean this? The words she just said were all in vain, right? No. Zhang Xinu. Once again, I solemnly tell you that I don't have any half-hearted feelings for you, and I also ask you to stop pestering me. Suyuli felt that it was useless to properly persuade her to return to a normal relationship, so she solemnly warned her that she had no semblance of possibility with her. Zhang Xinu looked at Suyuli, who suddenly exploded. Her eyes suddenly reddened, not understanding that her words were wrong and made Suyuli angry again. She still wanted to explain something, but Suyuli didn't even give her a chance to explain. Turning around and walking towards the outside. Chapter, why don't we take her with us? 101. Suyuli huffed and puffed back to her office. She really did not think that she had said all the words to that point. Zhang Xinu is still so stalking. Not the slightest want to give up the appearance. Removing the jade pendant of Gu Lichuan that hung around her neck, Suyuli's eyes flickered a bit. She was now a little confused as to whether Zhang Xinyue had fallen in love with herself because of her saving grace, or because of some other factors. Sighing quietly, Suyuli rehung the jade pendant around her neck and looked towards the photo of herself and Gu Lichuan on her desk. Bang! 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 A knock on the door sounded, and a voice came from the assistant at the door. Mr. Su, the meeting is about to start. Okay, I know. Suyuli answered, wiping the dust that fell on the photo frame, and followed the assistant to the conference room. Not long after the meeting started, Suyuli frowned and looked coldly at the crowd underneath, and asked in a cold voice, who talked about this proposal? Didn't you say that the group will not develop overseas? Why can't you understand what I said? Is it? Suyuli saw at a glance. The person who made this proposal must be related to the Zhang Bo-shin who was stalking himself before. The area-oriented, and the sales channel of the product, basically all in the Zhang family's main business. Seeing that no one below acknowledged it, Suyuli somewhat annoyedly tapped the table with her pen and asked again, what? Is it that none of them can hear what I said? See, Suyuli seized not put. The project department manager this weekly opened his mouth, trying to persuade some. Su total, this proposal is our project department's due. Or you listen. The current prospects are really good. Before the project manager could finish his sentence, he was coldly interrupted by Suyuli. What relationship do you have with the overseas Zhang family? Who is Zhang Bo-shin to you? Hearing Suyuli ask this question, the project manager's cold sweat came down. Although this project is very profitable, the overseas Zhang family gave big enough concessions just to curry favor with Suyuli. But he did receive Zhang Bo-shin's benefit fee, or else he wouldn't have been able to hand over the proposal against the wind for no reason at all under Suyuli's repeated injunctions. The project manager still wants to struggle a little more. Mr. Su, this project is really good. Or do you want to look at it and consider it? What? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Suyuli stared at him coldly, her entire aura raising violently, pressing the crowd present out of breath. I repeat, all overseas proposals are called off. Do you hear me? Suyuli, directly get up and leave. If not now, this project manager temporarily no one can replace. Suyuli, directly let him get out. That can still stay him until now. Looking at the meeting information in her hand, Suyuli turned over without turning it over and threw it directly into the trash can. A trace of coldness flashed under her eyes. This Zhang Bo-shin, his hand stretched a little too long. Looking at the time, it was already time to get off work. So Suyuli got up and walked towards Gu Lichuan's office downstairs. At this time, Gu Lichuan and Shinjin Yang and Haidong Music University busy day just returned, but also finally found a few good-looking, strength is still good students recruited into the company. Gu Lichuan looked over the legal affairs for this batch of students of the new proposed contract. There is no problem. Before arranging for Shinjin Yang to go to find Lichuan Media Human Resources to this group of students to do the entry. After determining the list of artists to be trained afterward, Gu Lichuan then put his heart down, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. After taking a sip of tea, the cell phone dripped and rang again. Gu Lichuan picked it up and glanced at it, knowing that it was another call from some platform or media company. Doing the math, this should be the fifth media company or platform to try to rope in Gu Lichuan these days. After briefly chatting with the other party and realizing that the opposite party was not able to provide the resources Gu Lichuan wanted, Gu Lichuan also politely declined the opposite party's invitation. Gu Lichuan looked out the window that is about to set the sunset. Some melancholy. Now, in addition to the first to start contacting him, he live short video platform. Several other can give Lichuan media resources are still relatively limited. Originally, Gu Lichuan thought to see if he could compare three families, but according to the current situation, he can only put the eggs in one basket. What are you fretting about? Suyuli quietly pushed open the office door, looked at Gu Lichuan who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the lights outside, gently walked behind him, stopped and hugged him, softly asked. After today's one-day test, Suyuli was very satisfied with Gu Lichuan. and at the same time, there was also a trace of guilt in her heart for doubting him. Although she couldn't open her mouth for the sake of her face, Suyuli still wanted to make it up to Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan held Suyuli's small hand that was ringed around his waist and said softly with a sideways glance, "Nothing, just a little tired." Suyuli lying on Gu Lichuan's body was thinking about how to compensate him properly to make up for him so that he could feel at ease, when suddenly her eyes lit up and said, "Then husband, why don't I cook tonight?" Hearing this, Gu Lichuan immediately shuddered with a tiger's body, remembering the bowl of porridge that could poison Su Hanyu to roll all over the place and wail. Cold sweat came down. "That, honey, why don't you let me do it? Or we can go out to eat." Gu Lichuan's voice was a bit shaky. He was really afraid that his little life would be lost. Suyuli tilted her head to look at Gu Lichuan, then responded, "Alright, husband, let's go out to eat then." Suyuli, who was thinking of showing off her skills, looked at Gu Lichuan's so intimidated appearance, and was a little dissatisfied in her heart. Obviously her cooking skills had improved alright, although she wanted to show off. The guilt in her heart made her decide to follow Gu Lichuan's wishes. "Should I bring Xiaozi with me?" Suyuli asked as she hugged Gu Lichuan. Originally, Suyuli thought that Gu Lichuan would still refuse as usual, but this time, Gu Lichuan's answer was out of her expectation. Gu Lichuan thought for a moment and spoke, why don't we bring her along?" It wasn't that Gu Lichuan wanted to take the opportunity to apologize to Gu Lizi. He just simply felt that with Gu Lizi as a conspicuous bag in the room, Suyuli might be able to find out less about herself. Originally, Suyuli was ready to lecture him, but she didn't expect Gu Lichuan to suddenly change his tone. Suyuli froze for a moment before responding, then smiled and said, "Good, then I'll call her now and shout for her to come over." Gu Lichuan asked with some confusion, "Hey, why isn't she at the company today?" "Oh, Xiaozi said she had something to do today, so I gave her a day off," Suyuli said casually, pulling out her cell phone and preparing to call Gu Lizi. When Gu Lichuan heard this, his heart suddenly flooded with a bad feeling. Chapter 102, Why don't you pretend to say yes to her before? Yo, you bought all this place, huh? Gu Lizi's eyes widened as she looked at the magnificent building in front of her, which was high into the sky, and rubbed her eyes with some disbelief. Yao, you're also too exaggerated. How much does this cost? Gu Lizi stared blankly at the sunlight reflecting off the building's glass curtain wall, and only after a while did she stutter and ask if Su Shueyo didn't tell her. Gu Lizi didn't even know that Su Shueyo was actually so rich. This location, this decoration, the whole Haidong is estimated to be Suyuli's Su-style building can be compared. Yao, there's no need to be so exaggerated if you want to start a company, right? Such a big building, it can be used up. Although she knew that Su Shueyo was going to come to Haidong to develop, but now she was still in a stage where she wanted no one and no project. Gu Lizi somewhat did not understand why Su Shueyo directly put down so much blood to buy such a big building, so she asked Su Shueyo with some doubts. Su Shueyo gently smiled, took Gu Lizi's arm and said, "Xiaoji, can't use it to rent it out. Just the rent can return a lot of money." "Oh, right, and rent it out." Gu Lizi only then reacted. "These days follow Suyuli all day moving is this venue to buy. That equipment to buy. Let her forget that some can also be rented." Yao. Then which area do you plan to develop afterward? This aspect of the entity in Haidong is all divided up, and the new Media Zhang's group is also the leading one in Haidong. Gu Lizi followed Suyuli's side these days, and understood a lot about the development situation in Haidong. So she said to Su Shueyo with great concern, she was really afraid that Su Shueyo hadn't chosen a good direction of development, and all the money she had invested had gone down the drain. "That's a secret for now, Xiaozi. You'll know in a couple days," Su Shueyo said in a mysterious manner, not telling Gu Lizi directly, but only telling her that the company positioning she chose was 100% useful. The two walked into the building while talking. The decoration inside was even more luxurious than imaginable, with all sorts of modern facilities. Su Shueyo brought Gu Lizi to the top floor office, where the huge floor-to-ceiling windows could overlook the beauty of the entire city. "This will be our company's location from now on," Su Shueyo said happily. "Xiaozi, why don't you come and help me later when all these things are settled?" Gu Lizi naturally knew what Su Shueyo was talking about, so she took the opportunity to sadly tell Su Shueyo about how Jiang Xinyue had been chasing after Su Yueyao these days and how she had been rejected mercilessly by Su Yueyao. Su Shueyo frowned after hearing this. She didn't even think that Jiang Xinu would be so useless. Taking so much information provided by Xiaozi instead still made Su Yuli more and more fed up with her. Yao, don't worry too much. Gu Lizi looked at Su Shueyo's frowning brow then said, "Now that Su Yuli has trusted me enough, come back and I'll think of a way to see if there's anything else I can do." Xiaozi. Su Shueyo looked at Gu Lizi was very touched. If there was no Gu Lizi's help, she did not know what to do. Tick-tock. Just as the two were about to say something else, Gu Lizi's cell phone suddenly rang. Shoo! Seeing that the caller ID was from Su Yuli, Gu Lizi made a quiet gesture before picking up the phone. Okay, Sister Xiaoli, I'm coming. After hearing Su Yuli want to take her and her brother to go to dinner together, Gu Lizi frowned. According to the reasoning that these doings Gu Lichuan should not let her go, but today do not know how to go back to, is surprisingly suddenly changed his mind. Could it be that her private visit to see Su Shuao today had been discovered? No, if she was found out, with Gu Lizi's understanding of Su Yuli these days, she would never speak to herself in this tone. Unable to think of the reason, Gu Lizi did not refuse and agreed in one mouthful. She was going to see what had happened during her absence. Yao. Before Gu Lizi could say anything, Su Shuao smiled and said, Xiao Zi, I know. You go. Although Gu Lizi didn't turn on the external amplifier just now, Su Shuao still heard the voice in the cell phone, and she was worried whether Gu Lizi would be exposed. It's not that Su Shuao is afraid that Gu Lizi can't be able to do Su Yuli's information anymore after she is exposed, but she is afraid that Su Yuli will do something unfavorable to her. And at that moment, she also hurriedly urged Gu Lizi to leave. After bidding farewell to Su Shuao, Gu Lizi hurriedly rushed to the agreed-upon restaurant. As soon as she went in, she saw Su Yuli sitting elegantly with Gu Lichuan, who had a slightly complicated expression. Sitting next to her, Xiao Zi, you're here, quickly see if there's anything you like to eat. Su Yuli greeted her with a smile and sat down, handing her the menu. After Gu Lizi carefully sat down and casually ordered some, she secretly observed Gu Lichuan's face, but she couldn't see anything. Dishes quickly on the table. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. Looking at Su Yuli has been towards Gu Lichuan make eyes, and Gu Lichuan in different appearance. Gu Lizi this put down the heart. It seems that it should be simply to eat a meal only. After noticing that there was nothing unusual, Gu Lizi carefully observed again and poked around for information on what flavors of dishes Su Yuli liked to eat, what her contraindications were. And now Jiang Xinyu's progress in rating Su Yuli was really too slow. If Gu Lizi waits for Jiang Xinyue to rip off Su Yuri herself, the yellow flowers and vegetables are cool. And Gu Lichuan and Su Yuri live together. Gu Lizi, but know that if you wait so long, maybe Su Yuri baby have to have a number of. Xiao Li's sister. Before that, Jones Group president. Jiang Xinu these days how has been pestering you? She is not. Gu Lizi began to have a conversation with Su Yuli, wanting to see what Su Yuli thought of her. Alas, Xiao Zi, you don't say anymore. This Jiang Xinu is really. Hearing Gu Lizi mention Jiang Xinu, Su Yuli also poured out all her bitter water to Gu Lizi. Xiao Zi, what do you think I should do? Tough words have been said, and she's been avoiding her every day, and she still won't die. Hearing Su Yuli's words, Gu Lizi frowned. She did not expect Jiang Xinu and Su Yuli's heart has become this kind of. This is simply avoided, but also how to let the two of them to cultivate feelings? Sisterly, why don't you pretend to say yes to her before Gu Lizi could finish her words? She directly met Gu Lichuan's death stare. Gu Lichuan looked at Gu Lizi and said without any good humor, Gu Lizi, if you can come up with ideas, do so. If you can't, shut your mouth and eat properly. Chapter, to go against Gu Lichuan 103. What do you mean I'll come up with an idea if I can and shut up if I can't? I don't also want to help Sister Xiaoli solve her problems. Then you say what to do. Gu Lizi was not in the least bit used to her scummy brother and immediately verbally disliked him back. Looking at the two people who have just sat down to eat together with great difficulty, the sword relative to each other, full of gunpowder flavor of the situation. Su Yuli head are big. These two people stay together not more than 10 minutes, quasi-definitely dry war. How can this ease the relationship between them? Wife. Anyway, you cannot agree to that, Jiang Xinu. Gu Lichuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Gu Lizi anymore, and turned his head to put on an aggrieved look at Su Yuli. This is clearly intended to directly learn to use Gu Lizi's T-words, walking the enemy's path so that the enemy has no way out. But at this level of Gu Lichuan's, he simply couldn't play with Gu Lizi, who was all heart and soul, only to see Gu Lizi contemptuous smile. A glance to see Gu Lichuan's little trick, immediately put on a disgusted expression. Pull Su Yuli away from Gu Lichuan a little, said, vomit. A big man, disgusting or not. Looking at Gu Lichuan's face that was as angry as a pig's liver by herself, Gu Lizi still didn't forget to add a jinx, mother asterisk. You. Gu Lichuan's heart was strangled, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gu Lizi bristled and looked at Gu Lichuan and said, you? Can you think clearly before you say anything? Alright, hurry up and eat. Look at the two this crossbow situation. Su Yuli hurriedly jumped out to round off the scene. A person to them in front of the clip, a bit of food, said, what a little thing can be argued up. As for, honey, anyway, you can't listen to Xiao Zi pretending to promise Jiang Xinu. Gu Lichuan said solemnly, seeing Gu Lizi just that look. Gu Lichuan already knows she must be a belly full of bad water. Quasi definitely did not hold any good fart. Why? Sister Shaoli, don't listen to him. Gu Lizi instantly jumped out to retort, immediately telling how good her point of view was. Anyway, right now she was just going against Gu Lichuan, even if she wasn't making sense. Alright, you guys stop arguing. I have my own plans now. I'll eat first. Gu Lizi so reminded. Suyuli instead had a general idea in her mind. Originally she was still thinking about how to deal with Zhang Boxian. Now why don't you simply push the trouble to Zhang Xin, you will be fine. When she comes back and mentions it to her a little bit, she will have to fight with Zhang Boxian and fight to the end. As for pretending to agree to Zhang Xin, it was better to forget about it. After all, Suyuli still couldn't do this kind of thing. Besides, even if he didn't agree to her, she would still be interested in showing herself eagerly. Wife. Hearing Suyuli say this, Gu Lichuan is a little bit flustered. Mainly because not long ago Suyuli only changed her face because of Zhang Xin. Now Gu Lichuan is completely unable to feel clear whether Suyuli is testing herself. It's okay. Suyuli thought Gu Lichuan was jealous, so she gently patted the back of his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't agree to her." The following Wednesday, Gu Lichuan arrived on time at the headquarters of the short video platform he and Li Chenghua had agreed upon, and after registering at the front desk, Gu Lichuan was led to Li Chenghua's office. "Mr. Gu, how are you, Mr. Gu?" Just as soon as they met, Li Chenghua couldn't wait to shake Gu Lichuan's hand, and the whole person looked very enthusiastic. Of course, he did so entirely thanks to Gu Lichuan's live slices coupled with the huge popularity of his recent new songs. Basically for every 10 videos he swiped, 3 or 4 of them were related to him. "Good day, Director Li," Gu Lichuan responded politely, but he didn't know about these things. These days he was so worried about selecting the right promising artists that he didn't have time to surf the internet. After the two sat down, Gu Lichuan went straight to the point. "Director Li, we talked about before you and the company side can have progress?" "Mr. Gu, my side also talked to the company. These conditions you proposed are indeed a bit harsh, but we also value the development potential of you and your team. Our boss said that your side as long as you can further prove your value to our platform. These conditions you proposed are still very good to say." Originally, Gu Lichuan's heat on the platform in the past few days had been enough to reach the goal in Li Chenhua's mind, but as an old fox, he definitely still wanted to reap the benefits. This is thanks to Gu Lichuan did not go online in the past 2 days, do not know their own heat, or else designated to talk to Li Chenghua on terms. "Yes, no problem, Director Li. I came this time specifically brought over 2 new songs I wrote that haven't been published yet. The style of the song is not very suitable for me. You can take a look at it. If there is a suitable candidate on your side, it will be given to our platform as a gift when the sincerity of this cooperation." To prove himself, Gu Lichuan pulled a folder out of his bag and handed it to Li Chenghua. Seeing the folder handed over by Gu Lichuan, Li Chenghua hurriedly took it. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Originally he just wanted to see if he could get more benefits from Gu Lichuan. He didn't expect that Gu Lichuan would be so generous. Out of the box was the copyright of 2 songs. Can it be that Gu Lichuan is really a genius? Write when he says he'll write, send when he says he'll send? Li Chenhua's heart muttered as he opened the folder and took a closer look at the score and lyrics. And the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Although he is not specialized in music, but he is at least the director of the platform operation department. Some basic knowledge he still understands some. A glance can see that the quality of these 2 songs is quite high. Although it is not as good as Gu Lichuan's previous release of those songs, but this is enough to kill the market, a kind of saliva song. Li Chenghua read it and then handed the folder to the assistant beside him, letting him take it to the colleagues who specialize in platform assessment to assess. He got up and personally made a cup of tea for Gu Lichuan, and pulled up a family affair. Not a moment later, Li Chenghua's assistant hurriedly ran in and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Chenghua immediately changed his face slightly. He didn't expect that the songs he wrote could be seen by the music king, Lin Yifeng, and selected to be the finale of the next concert. And at the same time, he also clamored to meet the original authors of these 2 songs. At this time, Li Chenghua looked at Gu Lichuan's eyes more than a trace of fire. This Gu Lichuan can really be a big baby. If you succeed in signing him, how to say that their operations department's business indicators for the past 2 years are not worried? Looking at Li Chenghua's gaze, Gu Lichuan knew that it was a sure thing and smiled confidently. "Director Li, I think I've already proved my worth." "Right. So those conditions I mentioned before?" Well said, Mr. Gu. Let's chat about the specifics." Chapter 104, Why don't you answer my calls? Shaoli, what's wrong with you? Why are you sad? Zhang Xin once again held a bouquet of roses and pushed open Suyuli's office, and at a glance, She discovered the color of boredom on Su Yuli's face. Jiang Xianyu quickly dodged to Su Yuli's side and asked softly, Xiao Li, is there anything I can help you with? This was a good opportunity to express herself. Jiang Xianyu definitely had to firmly grasp in front of Su Yuli to properly express herself. Hey, nothing. Su Yuli took the roses handed over by Jiang Xianyu and casually placed them next to her desk, saying offhandedly, it's just that there's a guy who keeps chasing after me, and I can't get rid of him, so I'm a little bit annoyed. Su Yuli was afraid of Jiang Xianyu's misunderstanding and specifically added a preposition, male. Hearing Su Yuli say that someone was harassing her, Jiang Xianyu was anxious at that moment and hurriedly asked who that person was. Li, do you hate him? Who is that person? Do you want me to find someone to teach him a lesson? In the face of Jiang Xianyu's questioning, Su Yuli put on a posture of wanting to escape, handling the documents in her hands, just not answering Jiang Xianyu's question. This gesture of Su Yuli made Jiang Xianyu a little anxious and kept asking after her. Who in the world is it? Xiao Li. Putting down the pen in her hand, Su Yuli looked up at Jiang Xianyu and said lightly, what's the use if you just know? Seeing that Su Yuli was unwilling to tell herself, Jiang Xianyu decided to investigate on her own and then blow away all those annoying flies around Su Yuli. Honey, did it go well? Seeing Gu Lichuan return, Su Yuli immediately pounced on him and asked in a pouty tone, it's not bad, the contract has been signed. Gu Lichuan laughed and pulled out a folder from his bag and patted Su Yuli's little head, signaling her to scatter those restless little hands. Su Yuli glanced at him with dissatisfaction and loosened her hand to take that contract and quickly flipped through it. Honey, that's a big enough concession for them. How did you do it? Not a moment later, Su Yuli's eyes flooded with light and asked in surprise, although this aspect of the business she was not deeply involved, but she also specifically went to consult to understand, and Gu Lichuan discussed the conditions that could be roughly negotiated. Now looking at the concessions made by the opposite side in the contract, which were too much more than they had expected, Su Yuli was also a little curious. Of course I conquered them with my outstanding talent. How else do you think I did it? By selling my sex? Gu Lichuan reached out and nudged Su Yuli's forehead and joked. Humph. You'd better. If I find you, you're done for. Su Yuli glanced at Gu Lichuan. Her gaze was a bit cold, obviously very dissatisfied with Gu Lichuan for daring to make this kind of joke. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just examined him some time ago as a colorless, gutless guy, now Gu Lichuan would have already eaten his heart out. Closing the folder in her hand and casually throwing it on the table, Su Yuli slowly approached Gu Lichuan to force him into a corner. Hubby, I've put in a lot of effort for you to sign this contract, so how are you going to make it up to me? Su Yuli's small hands began to be restless again, staring at the flustered Gu Lichuan and said quietly, that. Su Yuli, what this means? Gu Lichuan understood it more than enough, his brain running fast trying to find a suitable sentence to say. Just as Gu Lichuan racked his brain and couldn't figure out how to refuse, already planning to resign himself to his fate, the office door was suddenly kicked open. Gu Lichuan, what the hell do you want to do? I've called you several times today, why didn't you answer any of them? Do you still have a sister like me in your heart? Gu Lizi angrily kicked open the door and stood in the doorway fuming. Today she had a hard time waiting for Su Shueyao to be free and asked her out, wanting to cultivate her feelings with Gu Lichuan. I didn't expect how this deadbeat brother of hers didn't answer her calls. In the end she could only watch Su Shueyao go back forlornly. How could this make her not angry? Just when she wanted to continue teaching her scummy brother a lesson, Gu Lizi raised her eyes to see Su Yuli pressing Gu Lichuan against the wall in an extremely ambiguous position. Gu Lizi's pupils shrunk slightly. She said how Gu Lichuan hadn't been picking up her phone calls today. It turned out that he was actually engaging in this kind of thing with Su Yuli. At that moment, the annoyance in Gu Lizi's heart increased a little more. When Su Yuli saw Gu Lizi suddenly barge in, she also let go of her hand extremely quickly and took a few steps back to turn around. You're here. Su Yuli smiled with some embarrassment on her face and said, is your brother not answering your calls today? I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Su Yuli's tone and eyes fluttered a bit. It was hard to hide the panic in her heart. Under the subtle influence of Gu Lichuan's credulous excuses to avoid her onslaught these days, she even also felt that making intimate gestures with Gu Lichuan in front of Gu Lizi would teach her, a little girl who was not yet a part of the world, a lesson. Xiao Zi, what are you looking for him for? Su Yuli forced herself to be calm and pulled Gu Lichuan out from behind her to top it off. Gu Lichuan had still been somewhat grateful to his heartless sister for relieving herself, but after seeing the bored expression on her face, that bit of gratitude in his heart was immediately wiped out. What for? I'm going out to talk about a contract. What, can't you wait until I come back? Gu Lichuan spoke coldly. But soon. He barely managed to scream out in pain. You talk to Xiao Zi properly. Don't be so cold all day long. Su Yuli retracted her hand that was pinching Gu Lichuan's back waist, and gave him a gentle reminder behind her. Oh. Facing such cold words from Gu Lichuan, after observing Su Yuli's small movements, Gu Lizzie's acting skills suddenly exploded, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down from her eyes. Why are you ignoring me? Do you know how scared I was when I couldn't find you? Woo, why are people's brothers all? Whoops. Gu Lizzie did not say anything but just cried, accusing Gu Lichuan of never caring about her over the years, and even more so of not fulfilling the obligations of a good brother. This cry as Su Yuli was heartbroken, hurriedly stepped forward and embraced Gu Lizzie comforted, Xiao Zi, don't cry your brother, he didn't do it on purpose. At the same time, he didn't forget to cast a death stare at Gu Lichuan, signaling that if he didn't come to apologize again, he would have no good fruit to eat. Facing Su Yuli's threatening gaze, Gu Lichuan, who had no choice but to sigh helplessly, stiffly walked up and apologized. Xiao Zi, it's my brother's fault. I was just a little tired from talking about the contract before I had a bad attitude. Gu Lizzie covered her ears and assumed a stance that she just wouldn't listen no matter what Gu Lichuan said. Chapter, How Much More Control 105. Gu Lizzie, don't go too far. Looking at Gu Lizzie's stance of being ready to make a scene to the end, Gu Lichuan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and also warned her without any good sense of humor, trying to get her to stop. If it is not by Su Yuli to hard pressure over to apologize, Gu Lichuan today say nothing cannot give this nothing to find trouble of the little demoness to apologize. May also want to exercise their elder brother as a father's right. A good lesson Gu Lizzie let her in the future no longer pitted brother as a demon. Wow. In the face of this naked threat from Gu Lichuan, Gu Lizzie's tears immediately fell down as if they didn't need any money, and the whole person cried pitifully while not forgetting to wipe a handful of snot and a handful of tears on Su Yuri's body. Mouth also slurred what Gu Lichuan this do brother's good cruel heart. Sister sick all do not care. Better to let her self-destruction and so on words, crying that called them miserable. Do not know also thought that Gu Lichuan did something heavenly things to her like, why are you scaring Xiao Zi? Looking at Gu Lizzie, who was crying in her arms and could barely catch her breath, Su Yuli glanced at him in dissatisfaction, reached out and viciously twisted Gu Lichuan's arm, saying, you don't answer the phone and you're still right. I'm not going to talk about the contract to go well. Gu Lichuan is very innocent. Gu Lizzie this appearance is obviously loaded with nothing to find things. How biased Su Yuri also ate her this set. This is simply right and wrong is not distinguishable. Ignoring Gu Lichuan's aggrieved and unwilling look, Su Yuli hugged Gu Lizzie and kept comforting her, and in her words, she did not hide her attitude that she then favored Gu Lizzie, saying, that's not a reason for you not to answer the phone. Looking at Su Yuli also began to be unreasonable. Gu Lichuan is completely convinced. Gu Lizzie but the green tea sister this set of play to understand. Simply Su Yuli is fascinated by the soul. They cannot afford to mess with it, always have to avoid it. Gu Lichuan now just want to hurry to apologize to turn things over. Or do not know that 2 of them still have to toss themselves to what point? You say it, what do you want me to do so that you can forgive me? Gu Lichuan looked at Gu Lizzie who was lying on her back on Su Yuli, and said to her through clenched teeth. Looking at Gu Lichuan's so insincere apology, Gu Lizzie were willing to let him go. Still holding Su Yuli refused to let go of the look. Mouth brokenly said, who wants your forgiveness? You let me. Su Yuli frowned, gently stroking the back of Gu Lizzie's head, raising her eyes to Gu Lichuan, her eyes full of threatening intent. Obviously also very dissatisfied with this insincere apology from Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan looked at the 2 of them. This singing in appearance is completely out of tricks. Can only be good to apologize with Gu Lizzie again? Said he will certainly instantly pick up her phone. What is guaranteed to be on call? Looking at Su Yuli's unsatisfied gaze, and Gu Lizzie's unforgiving look, Gu Lichuan had no choice but to let Gu Lizzie make her request. Looking at the fire is almost ready. Cried and made a scene. Gu Lizzie see good to end. Anyway, her current purpose has been achieved. Just waiting for the opportunity to find Gu Lichuan and Su Shuiyao together to cultivate feelings on the line. Wiping her tears, Gu Lizzie then let go of her hand and looked up at Su Yuli, her face full of a grieved expression, and said softly, Sister Shaoli, brother, he won't treat me like this anymore, right? After receiving Su Yuli's affirmative reply, Gu Lizzie then gave herself a step down and covered her face and ran out, leaving Su Yuli glaring angrily at Gu Lichuan. Being disturbed by Gu Lizzie like this, Su Yuli immediately lost interest in teasing Gu Lichuan, pulling away Gu Lichuan's boss chair and swaggering on it, while Gu Lichuan was standing in front of the table like a subordinate who had made a mistake, wondering what Su Yuli was going to be mad at him again. Bang! 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 Su Yuli's fingers aimlessly knocked on the table a few times. Gu Lichuan instantly reacted, looking at Su Yuli with a smile on his face and asked, Your honorable wife, may I ask what your orders are? That attitude, simply and just treated Gu Lizzie with the appearance of a completely different person. Dealing with Gu Lizzie, Gu Lichuan can still put hard words, but in the face of Su Yuli, Gu Lichuan but did not dare to put a fart. After all, Gu Lizi angry will only pit him, give him to find the pain, and if accidentally caused Su Yuli angry, that life is really not guaranteed. Which is the lesser of the two? Gu Lichuan can still pinpoint clear. Su Yuli glanced at Gu Lichuan and suddenly asked for no reason. You said, how much of the Su group can I still control in the end? In the past few days, since the last time she dismissed the project manager's proposal, Su Yuli had already sensed that something was wrong, and now she wasn't even sure how many executives had received Zhang Boxian's favors, and how many people had jumped out of her control. Honey, why are you asking all of a sudden? Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled. Before, when Su Yuli just brought him to Lichuan Media, the two of them found out that there were problems with the top management of Su's group. But shouldn't all of these have been dealt with by Su Yuli with the information that she had found out? There should not be any remaining sins not dealt with cleanly. After all, when Lin Xiao and Su Jinyan was in Gu Lichuan's coercion and lure to bite out a large number of people, according to the situation at that time, there should be no leakage of fish. And even if there are a few leakage of fish cannot afford to set off what big wind and big waves. The more Gu Lichuan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he cautiously opened his mouth and asked, Wife, did you encounter something at the company? Hearing Gu Lichuan's inquiry, Su Yuli came back from being out of her mind. She didn't want to make Gu Lichuan worry because of all this crap about her company, so she coped, oh, nothing much. Looking at Su Yuli's somewhat evasive gaze, Gu Lichuan knew at a glance that Su Yuli was lying, and pulled her hand forward and said, Wife, if there is anything you can tell me, there is no need to worry about yourself. Look at me now, is not also the Lichuan Media take care of the well-organized well? Maybe I can help. Su Yuli didn't want Gu Lichuan to worry about these messy things and wanted to make a sloppy move to turn the topic over. But when she met Gu Lichuan's sincere gaze, she hesitated. In the end, these years are her strong or just in the strong. She also want and once upon a time is snuggled in the arms of Gu Lichuan. Everything depends on him, rely on him to decide. They follow him, enjoy his shelter. Feeling the warmth coming from her palm, Su Yuli hesitated, but still whispered the matter to Gu Lichuan. Chapter 106, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. After listening to Su Yuli's narration, Gu Lichuan inadvertently frowned. He did not expect that this project manager dared to be so topsy-turvy. This is still on the surface. In the dark do not know how many centrifugal. Gu Lichuan rubbed his chin, and a dangerous shimmering light flowed from his dark black pupils. Zhang Boxian, is it? Gu Lichuan spoke softly. Although the root of the problem was in the Su group, they were still needed to stabilize the Su group's operations for a while, and they could only get rid of Zhang Boxian as the trigger first. Oh, right. You gave Jiang Xinu a word about this matter. Wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? Su Yuli nodded and replied, well, so don't worry about this husband thing. No, what Jiang Xinyu did is what Jiang Xinyu did. What I did is what I did. Dare to think about my wife. See, he is tired of living. The last time I saw Zhang Boxian trying to mooch off Su Yuli, I knew that he was not a good bird. I did not think that he would not die until now, but even wanted to reach his hand to Su's group to make Su Yuli give in. Gu Lichuan felt the need to come back and properly clean up Zhang Boxian before he could do so. Su Yuli looked at Gu Lichuan's somewhat annoyed appearance. Her heart was full of sweetness, her eyelids blinked, and she said cunningly, Husband, don't be impulsive. Let's let Jiang Xinyu go to try the water first. Well, don't worry. Your husband, I'm not that stupid. Gu Lichuan gently wrapped Su Yuli in his arms. A hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. Oh yeah, honey, sign this. Su Yuli pushed Gu Lichuan away with a red face, picked up a document she had brought with her, and handed it to Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan was a bit puzzled and took the document and asked, What is this, and you want me to sign it? I want to split Lichuan Media from the Su group. Su Yuli smiled, took out a signing pen from the pen holder, unscrewed the cap and handed it to Gu Lichuan's hand. Lichuan Media. After Gu Lichuan's several rounds of purging, the overall operation has no problem. Recently Gu Lichuan and the network's largest short video platform signed on the cooperation. The development trend is bright. Su Yuli has long been planning to Lichuan Media and Su Style Group Division. In this way, Lichuan Media's development plan can take care of Lichuan's ideas, and no longer need to be controlled by the group, and the profits gained do not have to be shared with the group. Originally, Su Yuri was still thinking of waiting for Lichuan Media to develop again before splitting out, but looking at this situation within the group, Su Yuri still felt the need to plan ahead. This, to give me 100% equity? Gu Lichuan flipped through the equity transfer book that Su Yuli handed over, not following the signing pen that Su Yuli handed him. Looking at Gu Lichuan's puzzled look, Su Yuli shoved the signing pen in his hand and urged, Husband, sign it quickly. Putting down the pen and documents in his hand, Gu Lichuan turned his head to look at her and asked, Lichuan Media is not developing well now. Why suddenly want to divide it with the group? Lichuan Media to stay in the group is not more or less can help you? Alas, this is not you. This recently started revenue well. The previous poor performance when relying on the group funding no problem. Now husband you run the company so well. Of course, to be divided out of the future husband you earn or both of us. Do not give the group to go to share. Suyuli said righteously, pushing the transfer and signing pen back in front of Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan helpless transfer book signed the name. The whole Su group is not all your well. This time also divided what? Suyuli said with some dissatisfaction. That's not the same, although the group is me in charge. But there are still many small shareholders. Husband the money you earn can't be cheap to that group of guys who will only make trouble. Collecting the transfer documents. Suyuli then looked at Gu Lichuan with a smile on her face and said seductively, well, husband, do you think we should continue? Suyuli took out her lipstick and fixed it slightly. The gaze she looked at Gu Lichuan instantly made him go cold and a bad feeling surged through his heart. Which? I'll go and see if Xiaozi has something. Gu Lichuan found a lame excuse and scurried out of the office in the twinkling of an eye. Yao Yao, when are you free? I can definitely get my brother out this time. Gu Lizi ran out of the Su Group's building in one breath before she wiped away the teardrops on her face and grabbed out her cell phone to call Su Shuya. Originally, Su Shuya was still a bit lost when she didn't meet Gu Lichuan as planned today, but after hearing Gu Lizi's words, Su Shuya was instantly a bit pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly said, Xiaozi, I have time for all of them. Good. Yao Yao then I'll plan it out. This time it will definitely work. Gu Lizi said with confidence. Then the two of them chatted about something else before hanging up the phone. Z, who are you talking to on the phone? I don't know when Gu Lichuan stood behind Gu Lizi, but because he chased him out late, Gu Lizi and Su Shuyo didn't hear any of his plans. Gu Lizi twisted her head to look at him somewhat sheepishly and realized that there was nothing unusual on Gu Lichuan's face, before she justifiably shouted at him. It's up to you. Looking at Gu Lizi, the look of disobedience, Gu Lichuan angry enough, just wanted to teach her a good lesson. But the thought that she has mastered a cry two rogue strokes, Gu Lichuan can only be reluctant to force down the anger in his heart. Looking at Gu Lichuan's stifled face but helpless appearance, Gu Lizi mockingly skimmed her mouth towards Gu Lichuan in demonstration, then quickly crossed over to Gu Lichuan's side and wrapped her arms around Suyuli who was following him. Just came out and saw the siblings who were bickering again. Suyuli shook her head. She really didn't know how the two of them had so much to bicker about every day. Gu Lichuan turned around and saw Suyuli. His expression eased quite a bit, and just as he wanted to speak, he was interrupted by Gu Lizi. Humph. Sister Xiaoli, let's go. Ignore him. Gu Lizi demonstrated like a light hum toward Gu Lichuan, pulling Suyuli to go. Watching Gu Lichuan about to have another attack, Suyuli hurriedly threw a threatening look at Gu Lichuan, which avoided another big battle. In the car on the way home, Suyuli looked at the documents in her hands and asked Gu Lichuan, who was driving? After Lichuan Media splits off from the group, it's going to move out of the group's building. Do you have any suitable places or ideas? Suyuli has just asked around. There is no unused venue for Lichuan Media to choose from and a slightly better location in Haidong. Still have to move the company? Gu Lichuan had a bit of a headache. It's not like we're moving now, but we're separating out now, and Lichuan Media is doing well, and there's no space available in the group building for things like recording studios, training rooms, so it's better to think about it sooner rather than later. I have. Gu Lizi timely took over the conversation. She can remember Su Shueyo bought a building, which if you can move Lichuan Media to Su Shueyo's company downstairs, then the two people all day long is not a head down to see the head up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she must take advantage of. Chapter 107, Can't You Be a Boyfriend? Gu Lichuan held the steering wheel, glanced back at the slightly excited Gu Lizi, and nonchalantly lectured. What do you know? Follow your sister Xiaoli to learn how to take care of the company. Don't worry about it all day long. Seeing Gu Lichuan in this state, Gu Lizi just wanted to dislike him back, but on second thought she couldn't let him just let the topic go so easily, so she stopped paying attention to him, turned her head and leaned on Suyuli's body. Sisterly, I really know a place that's good, and it's not very far from our house. Gu Lizi told Suyuli the location of the building Su Shuya bought and said, Sister Xiaoli, can't we just go and take a look at it? There is no loss to look at it. No go. What good advice can you offer? Gu Lizi just proposed. Was Gu Lichuan to mercilessly rejected? To Gu Lizi this kind of no profit not early nature. But once she is so interested in something, Gu Lichuan knows she will certainly not be what good intentions. Gu Lizi indifferently glanced at Gu Lichuan, did not take care of him, but instead pulled Suyuli's arm pampered like swaying up. She knew that the final clabbered decision must be Suyuli. As long as you can get through to Suyuli, that is, Gu Lichuan how to oppose it is also useless. Looking at the brother and sister who are against each other, Suyuli has been immune to it, and only thinks that the two are still angry with each other. saying angry words, so she seriously considered Gu Lizi's proposal. Not the slightest defense. Gu Lizi is playing any heart. Z, didn't that place just change hands and sell? It shouldn't be rented or sold to the public again, right? Su Yuli asked suspiciously. Some time ago she remembered that the building was packaged and bought by a mysterious buyer. At first, she was curious about the big family that was planning to move into Haidong, but the other party hadn't been making any moves behind her. Plus Su's group was not too stable internally, so Su Yuli didn't continue to pay attention to it. Hearing Gu Lizi bring up this place again, Su Yuli was also interested and asked, Xiao Zi, what news do you have here? In the face of Su Yuli's questioning, Gu Lizi was momentarily speechless. She could not tell Su Yuli that the building was bought by Su Shuiyao. Then Su Yuli would not be able to cut her to pieces. Sister Xiaoli, that I have a friend who seems to have rented a floor there a while ago. I seem to have heard him say that the building is recruiting companies to move in. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Gu Lizi hurriedly pulled a casual lie, then retreated in an attempt to come to show that she was really thinking about Gu Lichuan. Gu Lichuan, who was driving, was all too familiar with Gu Lizi's routine, and relentlessly pursued the question. Which friend of yours? How come I didn't know you had any friends who run companies? Can't it be a boyfriend? In the face of Gu Lichuan's questioning, Gu Lizi didn't have the slightest bit of panic and deliberately gambled and provoked at Gu Lichuan. You. Gu Lichuan took a breath and almost didn't die from Gu Lizi's words. Now he doesn't even know which sentence in Gu Lizi's mouth is true and which sentence is false. Although he knew that Gu Lizi was probably angry with himself, but in case his family's cabbage was really arched by a pig. Hearing Gu Lizi say this, Su Yuli immediately showed the characteristic gossip mentality of a little girl, pulling Gu Lizi's hand to ask, what kind of person her boyfriend is, handsome or not, good character, not the slightest notice Gu Lichuan's eyes that were about to kill. Ahem, cough. Hearing Gu Lichuan's deliberate coughing sound, Su Yuli then hurriedly stopped pursuing the matter and instantly started lecturing Gu Lizi with a stern face. Xiao Zi, you are still young, now the mind can't be put on those love affairs. You have to study seriously. Work seriously, Su Yuli said. He himself began to hold back his laughter. Laughed enough. Su Yuli to the face of Gu Lichuan comforted. Well, come back to let the small Z to lead people home to let us examine the examination on it. Small Z are how old? Do not have to be so serious. If the character and behavior and so on are said to be in the past, is also a good thing is not a good thing. Well, don't play to face. Smile. You are so serious. If you come back to scare people how to do. Su Yuli persuaded and began to unreliable up. Gu Lichuan now really hoped that Gu Lizi was digging a hole for herself, deliberately angry at herself to say so. Now he would rather jump into Gu Lizi's trap himself than to have Gu Lizi arched by some unknown wild boy. Hey, Yao, heavenly good news. In the middle of the night, Gu Lizi quietly hid under the covers and called Su Shuiyao after making sure Gu Lichuan and Su Yuli were both asleep. What's wrong? Xiao Zi, it's so late. Su Shuiyao agreed in a daze. Obviously not yet awake. Yao, do you know, my brother's company is going to move. The building you just bought isn't going to be rented out. Don't rent out that space downstairs of your company. Keep it for my brother. Gu Lizi excitedly whispered to Su Shuiyao. Your brother is going to move my company downstairs. Su Shuiyao, who was still in a daze, instantly sobered up when she heard these words from Gu Lizi and asked with a heart full of joy. Not yet. I'm not trying to find a way to get my brother to move to your place. Anyway, your piece of space to stay first. Gu Lizi urged. By the way, you also have to hurry to send out the advertisement for rent. Today I almost exposed. Okay Xiao Zi. I'll have them send it overnight. Su Shuiyao hurriedly agreed. After these days of recruiting, Su Shuiyao's company has now begun to take shape. It's still not much of a problem to rush an advertisement for rent overnight. I'll make sure to save the best venue for Brother Ogawa. Wherever Brother Ogawa needs it. Wherever Brother Ogawa wants it. Su Shuiyao held the cell phone. The thought that Brother Xiaochuan could work under his own roof, and that she could see him every day. Her heart burst with excitement, and her face slightly began to blush. Hey, Yao, what are you thinking? You mustn't give him a discount when the time comes. Or the little cutie. All know there's something wrong here. Gu Lizi listened to Su Shuiyao's fluttering tone and instantly understood what was on her mind, and hurriedly spoke out to remind her. Oh, but I really don't want to take money from Ogawa brother. Su Shuiyao said weakly. Brother Xiaochuan has a need. It is appropriate for her to help. If this small matter still charge Gu Lichuan's money, Su Shuiyao's conscience can't get over it. You're silly. If you guys come back and have a family, what's the point of dividing yours and mine? It's all your money. Looking at Su Shuiyao's indisputable appearance, Gu Lizi said with some hatred. Besides, in order to hold a man's heart, You have to hold his economic lifeline first. Look at Suyuri, isn't it that she pinched my brother's debt before she forced him to be with her?